Vhumad God chapter 52:31 to chapter 53:13. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. Even the two elders of the Starfall Immortal platform frowned. They naturally knew about the demonic heaven-devouring art. They didn't expect this person to cultivate such a cultivation technique. They didn't stop him, but they didn't attack. Instead, they watched coldly. "What, you want to attack me?" Yao Guang sneered. At this moment, Kuan Pingzi suddenly attacked. Yi Wudao also attacked. Even Han Tian used a terrifying divine ability. They all attacked Yao Guang. Everyone knew that Yao Guang was done for. No matter how terrifying his opponent was, he couldn't stop so many imperial princes. Yao Guang's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was high in the sky. It looked down and laughed coldly. "You can't kill me with just your strength." Gu Feng's pupils constricted. "Spatial divine ability, you even swallowed my Gu clan's people?" His expression became ugly. "Haha, that's right." Yao Guang laughed. "That's why I dared to come out. Now that I've mastered spatial divine abilities and my bloodline isn't weak, it's impossible for you to kill me. If I want to leave, no one can stop me." Many people despaired. With such a powerful enemy, no one would be able to subdue him in the future. Gu Feng stood high in the sky. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "You're not going to attack." He found that Lin Xian was just standing there and didn't seem to attack him. Lin Xian stood up and said, "Don't worry. Wait until I enter the fourth astral door. It won't be too late to attack you then." "With just you?" Gu Feng was stunned. Then, he sneered. "No one can enter the fourth astral door. Even I can't do it, let alone you. Unless this guy's main body came, but it would be too late." Han Tian snorted. Although he was angry, he had to admit that the other party was right. No one could enter the fourth astral door. "You can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't." Lin Xian's expression was calm as he walked forward. The surrounding people also stopped and didn't attack. They also wanted to see where Lin Xian's confidence came from. Lin Xian leisurely strolled into the first palace and soon arrived at the third palace. He walked forward. The fourth starry gate in front of him had already closed, emitting a mysterious and unfathomable aura. Everyone became nervous. Could this guy do it? To be honest, they were also nervous. After all, Yao Guang was the only one who had done it so far. Furthermore, the light-shaking realm had only been able to do so after devouring countless experts and even the bloodlines of emperor bloodlines. It could be said that just from this point alone, he was already much stronger than Kuan Pengzi and the others. Although Lin Xian cultivated the Imperial Sutra, could he really open the fourth stellar gate? Lin Xian arrived in front of the fourth astral gate. He could feel a mysterious power. In the next moment, he punched out with the 6 Dao fists, and a terrifying aura blasted forward. He pressed forward courageously, causing the starry gate to shake. The light on the gate of stars dimmed, but it did not crack. Lin Xian didn't care. He pushed his divine body to its limits, and the terrifying flames on it soared into the sky. The 9 yang divine palm slapped forward, pushing forward. At this moment, the entire nebula palace shook violently. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! Countless explosions rang out, and the fourth stellar gate was slowly opened. Everyone exclaimed. Too strong. Was the 9 yang divine body already so strong? Yi Wudao and the others were also shocked. He was extremely surprised by Brother Lin's physique. The Golden Crow race was even more terrified. They could feel the powerful sun energy on the divine body. There were also some light purple flames. Those flames made them extremely terrified. Lin Xian's 9 yang divine body had fused with the purple yang divine fire, so it had become abnormally terrifying. He only used the power of his physique to open the fourth stellar gate. He really did it. Kuan Pengzi and the others were shocked. Yao Guang's face turned ugly. He said that no one could do it, but now Lin Xian did it. Han Tian furrowed his brows. Did another person do it? It seemed like he had underestimated the other party. He didn't expect such an interesting person to appear. 9 yang divine body and heaven-devouring demonic art. These two people were worthy of his main body making a move. Yao Guang snorted coldly. So what if you open it? At most, you will be on par with me. You won't be able to enter. The others were also nervous. Morong Qingqing and the others were pale. Yes, opening it didn't mean that they could enter. When they opened it, they felt an incomparably terrifying aura. Even the two elders of the Nebula Immortal platform were excited. They looked forward and said loudly. If they could enter the fourth stellar gate, then they would have a chance to enter the Emperor realm. When these words were said, countless people were in an uproar. Enter the Emperor realm, could it be that they would become an Emperor realm? Heavens, the fourth stellar gate was so important. The elder of the Starfall Immortal platform said that there was such a possibility, but it didn't mean that they would really become an Emperor realm. Although that was the case, it was already very shocking because the others didn't even have a chance. Kuan-Pengzi and the others were gritting their teeth. Didn't this mean that he couldn't become an Emperor realm? Damn it, was his limit only the peak of the Great Saint realm? He wasn't willing. Gu Feng and the others also had ugly expressions. Han Tian snorted coldly. If my main body was here, I would definitely be able to enter the fourth stellar gate and obtain a chance. Yao Guang's expression was even more serious. My strength isn't enough. I need to devour a few thearchs. This way, I can enter the fourth stellar gate. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Could that kid do it? Although he didn't believe it, he still had to pay attention. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. If he walked forward, he would have a chance to become an Emperor realm expert. Although it was only a chance, Lin Xian wouldn't miss it. The 9 yang divine flames on his body became even more terrifying. 6 suns and even the yin-yang taiji diagram appeared and revolved in front of him. Lin Xian walked forward. In the next moment, he felt a huge pressure. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had stopped him. Now, he finally understood why Yao Guang was so angry. The reason for that was because there was indeed a mysterious power stopping him. He shouted coldly, and an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. Kill! With an angry shout, the demonic aura on his body surged into the sky. He seemed to have transformed into a demon god, incomparably powerful. Boom boom, an earth-shaking sound rang out, as if 2 heavenly gods were fighting. The invisible power was bombarded by Lin Xian, emitting tens of thousands of thunderbolts. At this moment, everyone became nervous. Yao Guang was even more nervous. Previously, he couldn't achieve this effect. But this kid could. Damn it, was the other party stronger than him? But so what if he was stronger? He didn't believe that the other party had the possibility of becoming an Emperor realm expert. Lin Xian could feel that the demonic aura on his body was being suppressed. He shouted angrily, and all kinds of ultimate techniques and laws appeared one after another. Lin Xian forcefully tore open a path. At the same time, an extremely terrifying light erupted from his eyes. No one can stop me from walking the path I want to walk. Heaven-splitting sword, the sword chi on his body slashed forward. The sword was so sharp that it split the heavens and earth. The formless hands in front of him were also torn apart. Lin Xian took a step forward. He entered the fourth palace. Heavens, he did it. He really did it, countless cries of surprise rang out. Everyone went crazy at this moment. Impossible. Gu Feng roared crazily. Kuan-Pengzi's expression turned ugly. Yao Guang's eyes were filled with killing intent. How was this possible? He actually went in. Could it be that he really had a chance to become a great emperor? Damn it, his talent was too good. The people of the Purple Mansion roared crazily. No, he was from the Immortal Graveyard. How could he do this? That's great. Morong Qingqing was overjoyed. Yan Ryu also heaved a sigh of relief. Fire Dragon Lady and the others were even more excited. They had always supported Lin Xian. All because Lin Xian had a chance to become a great emperor. Now, Lin Xian finally showed such talent. He had entered the fourth starry door and had a chance to become a great emperor. Did he really succeed? Even the 2 elders on the Nebula Immortal Plateau were stunned. To be honest, they didn't believe that anyone could succeed. After all, the possibility of becoming a great emperor was already very heaven-defying. Many ancestors and peak great saints had lived for thousands of years, but they didn't have such a chance. Now, it had happened to a young man. They stared at Lin Xian non-stop. When Lin Xian entered the fourth palace, he also felt a mysterious aura. The great Tao around him kept tumbling. It was so magical. Lin Xian looked around curiously. At this moment, he realized that the front seemed to have turned into a starry sky. This was no longer a palace. It had turned into a galaxy of stars. Lin Xian stood in the universe. This feeling was too magical. Lin Xian continued to walk forward. However, the further he walked, the greater the pressure he felt. In the end, his sword energy was shattered. The laws on his body also cracked. He retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, a demonic shadow formed behind him. The demonic figure stood there quietly, holding the world in place. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief as the pressure around him lessened. He walked forward for a while, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Countless people were waiting. Among them, the imperial princes were still in shock. They were all young giants. Even if there was a gap between them, it wouldn't be too big. Even someone as powerful as a light-shaking realm cultivator hadn't been able to enter the fourth layer, but someone had actually managed to do so. Lin Xian, Invincible Lin, many people were worried, and some of them even had killing intent in their eyes. When he came out, it seemed like someone wanted to make a move. Lin Xian sat there cross-legged. The laws on his body became incomparably mysterious. He was cultivating. At the same time, he opened the sword world. The stars here were so mysterious, they could provide the sword world with the power of the stars. After he opened it, the sword world began to absorb endless starlight, turning into a river of stars that spiraled in the sky. However, the power absorbed by the sword world was truly too much. In the end, the fourth palace was filled with tumbling nebulas. Even the entire nebula palace was shaking violently. The people outside were still waiting. When Lin Xian came out, someone wanted to make a move. Suddenly, the nebula palace in front of them shook violently. A terrifying light erupted, and a terrifying aura swept through the world. Many people were sent flying, vomiting blood. What was going on? The others also reacted and retreated one after another. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. They looked forward. The two elders of the Nebula Immortal Plateau were also stunned. What happened? They had never encountered such a change before. Damn it, what did that brat do inside? I don't know. Quickly. Report to our palace master. The two elders quickly transmitted their voices. Not long after, the void split open, and a few figures walked out. Their auras were even more powerful. There were even peak great sages coming. After these people arrived, their pupils shrank. What was going on in the Nebula Palace? Reporting to the palace master, we don't know. The palace master of the Starfall Immortal Plateau was an extremely terrifying existence. His eyes erupted with a sharp starlight as he stared at the Starfall Immortal Palace. His gaze pierced through the universe, wanting to see the situation inside. However, he found a demonic figure standing there. It suddenly turned around and shattered his gaze. He closed his eyes and took a few steps back. His expression became extremely ugly. There were even tears of blood flowing from his eyes. Palace Master, what happened to you? The surrounding elders were incomparably nervous. Even their palace master was injured, the others were in an uproar. Someone said that an accident had happened in the Starfall Palace. That Lin Xian wouldn't die in there, right? It was very likely. When these words came out, many people's eyes lit up. Gu Feng sneered. It would be best if he died in there. Yao Guang's eyes flickered. The other party was dead. He must get the other party's corpse and devour Lin Wudi. He might become a double champion. When that time came, who would be able to defeat him? Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu were nervous. They came to the front and said, "Greetings, seniors. Is Brother Shen still inside? Is he in danger? What happened in the Starfall Palace? Please help." Nebula Palace Master still had his eyes closed. He said, "Is the person inside your friend?" Morong Qingqing nodded. That's right, he had already entered the fourth palace. But they didn't expect such a change. What? The fourth palace, the new elders were also shocked. Didn't that mean that the kid had the possibility of becoming a great emperor? Who was he? His name was Lin Xian, Lin Wudi. Yan Ryu said. Lin Wudi and the other elders' eyes flickered. Nebula Palace Master was also surprised. I have information on him. He is an incredible person. But he is from the immortal graveyard. How could he come here? And he has the possibility of becoming a great emperor. It shouldn't be. People from the immortal graveyard couldn't even become saints. They couldn't cultivate. How could he have the qualifications to become a great emperor? But the other party had reached the fourth palace. This miraculous change caused these top experts to be stunned for a moment. Senior, is Brother Xian in danger? Morong Qingqing was nervous. She couldn't help but want to go in. Nebula Palace Master said, don't act rashly, although I don't know why the change happened. But I just used my great divine ability to take a look. There is indeed someone sitting there cultivating. He doesn't seem to have died. Didn't die? Really? That's great. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Even a peak great sage said so. Then it must be like this. Thank you, Senior. They just needed to wait patiently. When the others heard this, they were extremely disappointed. Didn't die? Then they would kill the other party with their own hands. They were still waiting here. Gu Feng, Yao Guang, and the others were ready to kill. Some experts of the Twin Destiny clan and the Dragon clan were also waiting secretly. They wouldn't allow the other party to continue growing. Everyone was waiting for Lin Xian to appear, but they didn't know that something even more shocking was yet to come. Lin Xian activated Sword World and absorbed the star energy in Starfall Hall, causing a mysterious light to appear in the sky of Sword World. However, the amount of energy required by Sword World was too much. Even the Fallen Star Hall was unable to endure the enormous devouring and absorption. It shook violently. At the next moment, a low voice rang out. It was like a clap of thunder, shaking everyone's soul. Then, a blurry figure appeared in Starcloud Hall. This figure was abnormally hazy and illusory, but it was incomparably terrifying. It was like a god looking down on the common people. Some people were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They couldn't help but want to kneel down. What was this? Many people were terrified. Overlord roared towards the sky. Bailey Wuck gritted his teeth. Kuimpingzi exclaimed. Why do I feel a trace of the great emperor's aura? At this moment, everyone was stunned. What did Lin Xian do inside? Why did it cause such a terrifying change? The people of Starfall Immortal Hall were also stunned. What was going on? The Hall Master's pupils shrank. Could it be that this was the ancestor's illusion? Heavens! Those elders also exclaimed. He could actually summon the illusion of the ancestor of Starfall Immortal Hall. Starfall Hall was a supreme treasure of their immortal foundation. It was extremely mysterious and was built by their ancestor. And their ancestor was someone from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty back then wasn't something that could be compared to now. It was someone who stood at the peak of the universe. How terrifying was that kind of person? Later on, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was destroyed and sealed. Many immortal foundations were formed. Their Starfall Immortal Foundation was one of them. They had always been in control of Starfall Hall. Legend had it that the Starfall Hall contained the secret left behind by their ancestor. However, only those who could summon the ancestor's illusion would be able to obtain the supreme secret. They had been trying for tens of thousands of years, but no one had ever succeeded. This made them think that the legend was fake. But now, someone actually summoned the ancestor's illusion. And it was an outsider. This was too inconceivable. Could it be that this Lin Xian had such an inconceivable fate with their Starfall Immortal Foundation? Inside the Fallen Star Hall, Lin Xian was also stunned. The sudden appearance of a figure made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He quickly closed the world, but the hazy star figure stared fixedly at the Sword World, as if it wanted to enter. However, he did not dare to do so. In the end, he sighed. That hazy figure slowly disappeared. However, a ring fell from the sky. It was the star ring. It was incomparably deep, as if it had merged with an entire universe. It floated in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surprised. He used his soul spirit to examine it carefully and found that there was no danger. He then took it. What exactly happened? Lin Xian didn't understand. However, when he received the star ring, he felt a mysterious aura being emitted from the ring. He seemed to be able to absorb it. It was too mystical. This star ring was equivalent to fusing with the power of the Starfall Hall. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt a pair of invisible hands pushing him away. He knew that he must have used the sword world to absorb too much power, causing a change in the Starfall Hall. In order to protect himself, the Starfall Hall did not allow him to stay here. He bowed deeply toward the void, expressing his thanks. Then, he turned around and left. When the people outside saw Lin Xian come out, they cried out in alarm. Was he going to make a move? Their eyes flickered. Gu Feng, Yao Guang and the others prepared to make a move. At this moment, the people from the Starfall Immortal platform walked up. The one leading them was the Hall Master. The group of them walked forward. Everyone was surprised. Even the Starfall Immortal platform was going to make a move, many people sneered. They could kill with a borrowed knife. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu were nervous. They hurriedly came to Lin Xian's side. The Starfall Hall Master said. Young Master, don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. Young Master, have you seen our old ancestor? Does Young Master have some sort of relationship with our Starfall Hall? Voices sounded one after another. Lin Xian was puzzled. Old ancestor? Could it be that hazy figure? Thinking of this, he said, I've obtained a ring. When they saw the stellar ring, the surrounding elders all trembled. The vast aura of stars on it was definitely an item from their Starfall Immortal platform. It was very likely that it was left behind by their old ancestor. Thinking of this, an elder instantly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. This sudden change caused everyone to cry out in alarm. Lin Xian also frowned. The heavenly hand grabbed the stellar ring. However, in the next moment, a miserable scream was heard. The large hand was broken apart and blood dripped down. The stellar ring spun and flew back to Lin Xian's side. What was going on? The elder who made a move was dumbfounded. The Starfall Hall Master shouted in a low voice. You were too reckless. Who told you to make a move? Quickly apologized to Lin Gongzi. That elder recovered his arm and lowered his head. Lin Gongzi, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made a move. The Starfall Hall Master also said. Lin Gongzi, please don't be offended. They were too agitated. Lin Xian was also stunned. After that, he smiled. It seemed that this stellar ring was specially made for him. He took it and wore it on his right thumb. After that, he smiled and said, It's fine. Was that star phantasm your ancestor? He was the one who gave this ring to me. Do you need me to return it to you? The Starfall Hall Master hurriedly shook his head. There was no need. Since you have obtained the recognition of our old ancestor, we naturally wouldn't dare to be impudent. From today onwards, you are the young master of our Starfall Immortal platform. When these words came out, Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu were stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. It seemed that he had underestimated the use of this stellar ring. The other elders were also stunned and wanted to say something. However, the Starfall Hall Master said in a clear voice, In the future, when you see Lin Gongzi, it's the same as seeing me. If anyone dares to disrespect him, don't blame the Starfall Immortal platform for punishing them according to the sect's rules. Yes. Although those elders were puzzled, they didn't dare to disobey the orders of the Starfall Hall Master. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What was the meaning of this? How did Lin Xian become the young master of the Starfall Immortal platform in the blink of an eye? Wasn't this change too great? Some people were gritting their teeth. However, the Starfall Hall Master coldly said, Whoever dares to make a move against Lin Gongzi will be making an enemy of our Starfall Immortal platform. When these words came out, the scalps of the surrounding people turned numb. Although they were powerful, the Starfall Immortal platform was even more terrifying. Furthermore, this was their territory. For a period of time, no one dared to make a move. The Starfall Hall Master looked at Lin Xian and asked, Young Master, can you return with us? we will definitely treat young master well. Lin Xian replied. I still have some things to do. Let's do it another day. He also didn't know what the Starfall Hall master was planning. Hence, he wasn't willing to go there easily. The Starfall Hall master also didn't mind. Alright then. Ling Gongzi, you go ahead and do your things. If you need anything, feel free to come to the Starfall Immortal platform. Remember, you are our young master. Next, the Falling Star Hall master sent a few elders to escort Lin Xian and the others back. In addition to the previous warning, no one dared to make a move. However, this matter did spread out. Because it was too unbelievable. In an instant, the entire Yuhua ancient city knew about it. Everyone was talking about it. On the other side, the elders of the Falling Star Immortal platform were also confused. Why does the Hall Master respect that kid? Is he really that powerful? That's right, he's just a young man. No matter how powerful he is, can he overturn the heavens? That ring was left behind by our ancestor. We must take it back. However, the Falling Star Hall Master said, shut up. What do you know? When the star ring appeared, I used my bloodline to communicate with it. I even took out the Hall Master's token. However, I couldn't get his approval. However, that Lin Xian got his approval. What does this mean? This means that our ancestor trusted him and didn't trust us. Get this straight. That's our ancestor, but he trusted an outsider. This means that Lin Xian must have some secrets. Therefore, we must respect him. The person that our ancestor trusted will never be wrong. Moreover, didn't he enter the 4th floor of the Falling Star Hall? That's the qualification to become a great emperor. In the future, he might really become a great emperor. Hearing this, the surrounding elders were also shocked. Although they were the descendants of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, in this era, a great emperor was a great emperor. A great emperor was too heaven-defying. It was enough for them to reach new heights. Your Highness, don't worry. We'll treat him with respect in the future. The Falling Star Immortal platform was prepared to respect Lin Xian. However, the other immortal platforms were in an uproar. They didn't understand why the Falling Star Immortal platform had such an attitude. They investigated in many ways but couldn't find anything. Even the 9-star immortal platforms were stunned. They asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled but didn't say anything. They could only treat him well. In the quiet courtyard, Lin Xian sat by the lake. He looked at the star ring in his hand and narrowed his eyes. The mysterious star ring and a strange attitude of the Falling Star Immortal platform made him confused. He had carefully inspected it, and had also asked the Hellfire Dragon to inspect the ring. There shouldn't be any hidden danger. She just wanted to stay by his side. This made him very suspicious. After thinking about it, he felt that it was most likely related to the Sword World. After all, the Hellfire Dragon was so arrogant before. However, after seeing the Sword World, he was unwilling to leave. This showed that this world was incomparably mystical. It was very likely that it would completely exceed Lin Xian's imagination. As for the astral ancestor, perhaps he also knew how terrifying this world was. However, he had already fallen and was unable to enter the Sword World. He could only leave the keepsake ring by Lin Xian's side. Perhaps he wanted Lin Xian to take care of the Starfall Immortal platform. Since that was the case, Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation. In any case, the Divine Union really needed other allies. It would be best if they could form an alliance with the Fallen Star Immortal platform. He could borrow the power of the Starfall Immortal platform to search for opportunities in the Yuhua Immortal dynasty. In the future, once he truly became an immortal emperor, he would help the Starfall Immortal Foundation stand at the peak. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate. After forming a seal with his palms, Lin Xian continued to cultivate. Previously, he felt that his nomological laws had improved a lot from the 4th level. At this moment, he wanted to consolidate his comprehension of the Great Tao. Although ordinary geniuses were no match for him now. Even the Emperor's son was no match for him. However, Lin Xian knew that he could not be careless. The two newcomers, one of them a light-shaking realm cultivator, shocked him. The other party's demonic heaven-devouring technique was improving every moment. If the other party swallowed a few more geniuses, he might surpass him. The other one, who shocked him even more, was Hun Tian. The double champion had appeared. If the other party's original body came, how terrifying would it be? Lin Xian began to cultivate with all his might. His strength was also increasing steadily. In fact, it was not only him. After returning from the Starfall Hall, the young powerhouses and supreme beings all began to cultivate in seclusion. Their strength had also increased greatly compared to before they had come. At the same time, another matter spread. It was about Lin Xian. Previously, the Starfall Hall could test the qualifications to become a great emperor. In other words, reaching the 4th level meant that one had the qualifications to become a great emperor. Although it was only a slight possibility, it was much more powerful than nothing. No one had been able to reach the 4th level for tens of thousands of years. But now, someone had done it. A light-shaking realm cultivator had opened the 4th astral door, which was shocking. More importantly, Lin Xian had really reached the 4th level, which shocked countless people. This guy had the qualifications to become a great emperor. At the same time, a list quickly spread in the ancient city. Yan Ruyu frowned and came to the courtyard with a scroll. She said, "Oh no." Lin Xian turned around and said, "What's the matter?" Yan Ruyu walked over and opened the scroll. "Take a look." On the other side, Morong Qingqing also came and asked curiously. "What is this?" She realized that there was a multicolored light dancing on the scroll. Lin Xian's name was written in flamboyant handwriting. Moreover, only Lin Xian's name was written on it. "Brother Xian." "Only him?" "What's this?" Yan Ruyu said, "Young sovereign ranking." "Young sovereign?" Lin Xian frowned. The Dragon Prince had held such a thing before. However, Yan Ruyu had said that the Dragon Prince from before had only formed a battle in his own name. And he had lost in the end. But it was different now. This ranking had spread throughout the entire Yuhua ancient city, and it was created by the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. And it was recorded in history. This was not the first time it had existed. It had existed tens of thousands of years ago. There were even young great emperors who had entered the young sovereign ranking. For example, the Azure Emperor and the Battle Emperor. "Your ancestor?" Lin Xian was shocked. Yan Ruyu nodded. "That's right. My ancestor, the Azure Emperor, had also been here. And he had entered the Starfall Hall. He had even reached the 4th level and entered the young sovereign ranking. Later, he really became a great emperor. However, there were very few people who could enter the young sovereign ranking. Now, the young sovereign ranking was opened, and only your name was on it. What about the others? For example, what about Zhao Guang, Hun Tian, or Kuan Pingzi? Lin Xian asked. These people were not weak. They were all emperor-level figures. Yan Ruyu said that on another ranking list, they were known as the young tycoons. There was a huge difference between giants and sovereigns. In other words, this ranking showed that Lin Xian was currently above all the geniuses. He could be said to be the #1 genius. After Morong Qingqing heard this, he frowned. This was not good. Didn't this make Brother Xian the enemy of everyone? Who was it that was so vicious? Yan Ruyu sighed. It was indeed not good. That was because there were too many old enemies on this list. From now on, all the young geniuses would treat Lin Xian as an enemy. They would even use all kinds of methods to achieve their goal. Lin Xian was in danger. Although Lin Xian had entered the 4th level, it didn't mean that the others didn't have the qualifications. For example, the Double Crown King's main body wasn't here. If his main body was here, there was a high chance that he could enter the 4th level. There was also the Light-Shaking Realm, who opened the door to the 4th level. Although he didn't enter the 4th level, as long as he swallowed a few more people, he could definitely enter. These people also had the qualifications to become Grand Elders, but none of them were on the sovereign list. It was obvious that someone didn't want them to go up. Someone was probably targeting Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally understood this as well. He smirked coldly. Making an enemy of the entire world? What a good method. It was probably those people who did it. He guessed that it was either the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, the Gu clan, or the Light-Shaking Realm. It was even very likely that it was Zhao Guang. After all, Yao Guang had displayed the demonic heaven-devouring art. That was truly becoming enemies with the world. But now, all the spearheads were pointing at him. Basically, no one cared about Yao Guang. What about Big Brother Shen? Should I clarify? It's very dangerous now. After all, there were too many geniuses in the ancient city. If a few of them worked together, Lin Xian would really be in danger. No need. Sovereign is a sovereign. Why should I be afraid? I really want the title of the #1 genius of the younger generation. So what if I become enemies with the world? Lin Xian's eyes burst with a shocking light. Right, there was one more thing. Yan Ruyu said that the deity hall was also here. Lin Xian was also happy after hearing this. Is that so? I haven't seen them in a long time. I'll find a chance to see them. Lin Xian decided to finish cultivating first and then go to the deity hall to take a look. The deity hall was left to him by old Xia. He didn't know if old Xia had returned. Lin Xian and Xia Jiuyo went to the underworld. In the end, Xia Jiuyo left alone and his whereabouts were unknown. While Lin Xian was cultivating, on the other side, the Clearwood Immortal Platform was also one of the immortal platforms in the ancient city. It belonged to the people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. On a cliff of the clear cleansing immortal platform, the scenery was beautiful. It had grown for thousands of years. There were 2 figures sitting on the stone platform in front of him. One of them was dressed in a green robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He leaned against a pine tree as if he was an old man who had ascended to immortality. The other person's aura was hazy and mysterious. He was none other than Han Tian. Han Tian looked at the old man in front of him and said, "Senior Qing Mu, try the tea I brought back. This tea is carefully cultivated by the Hundun tribe and contains an extremely strong Hundun qi. It was extremely useful for one's comprehension of the Great Path." In front of Han Tian, there was an exquisite box with a few tea leaves in it. As expected, they were surrounded by a chaotic aura. They formed mysterious runes. At this moment, another woman walked over from afar. She was dressed in green and had an extremely beautiful appearance. She walked over slowly with a teapot in her hand and placed the chaos leaf inside. Instantly, a terrifying aura of primal chaos shot into the sky. The azure-robed woman was shocked. Ancestor Qing Mu's eyes were also shining. Previously, he had only heard rumors that the Epiphany leaf contained a mysterious Great Tao. Obtaining one would allow one to comprehend the Great Tao. It was just that he was too mysterious, so he couldn't meet him. But now that I've seen this primal chaos leaf, I've gained a deep understanding of it. Even if it's not as good as the Epiphany leaf, it's not too far off. Hearing this, the corners of Han Tian's mouth curled up. Grandpa Qing Mu, you're flattering me. It's far from being as good as the Epiphany leaf. Although he said that, his eyes were filled with pride. Ancestor Qing Mu picked up the teacup and took a sip. The laws around him danced. He nodded. Good tea. Han Tian smiled. If Grandpa Qing Mu likes it, I'll bring more in the future. Ancestor Qing Mu said, this gift is too valuable. I'm afraid I can't accept it. Han Tian said, Grandpa Qing Mu, you're too humble. You're standing at the peak of the Supreme Sage realm and are only one step away from the Divine Emperor realm. If you can't accept it, who can? Ancestor Qing Mu shook his head. I'm old and there's no hope. My hope is still on you young people. Nephew, you've reached the double crown at such a young age. Such talent is rare. There's a great chance for you to reach the Divine Emperor realm in the future. Even if you meet those princes, you'll probably be able to suppress them. Han Tian's eyes lit up. He said, although those princes have shocking bloodlines, they haven't experienced any hardships. They're usually protected too well. When they encounter a real battle of life and death, they won't be able to do anything. For example, the Dragon Prince. No matter how heaven-defying his bloodline is, he was still killed in the end. The Kuan Pung, Purple Qilin, and the Phoenix Girl also have shocking bloodlines. However, I don't think they'll be able to reach the Divine Emperor realm in the future. At this moment, the woman who was brewing tea nodded and said, Grandpa Qing Mu, you're right. I heard that recently, a terrifying guy has appeared. He cultivates the demonic sky-devouring technique. He has devoured many geniuses and even knows the bloodlines and divine abilities of some monarch clans. This person is very dangerous. As soon as he said that, even Ancestor Qing Mu's eyes flashed with a cold light. The demonic sky-devouring technique was a divine emperor's divine ability. Moreover, it was sealed as a forbidden martial art more than 100,000 years ago. No one was allowed to cultivate it. I didn't expect that someone would take the risk. Isn't he afraid of becoming enemies with the world? The demonic sky-devouring technique is strong, but it's an evil technique after all. It's hard to reach the peak even if you devour it. Han Tian snorted coldly. Compared to the demonic sky-devouring technique, I'm more concerned about another person. As he said that, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Oh, who is it? The woman and the old man were surprised at the same time. Han Tian said. Of course, he was referring to Lin Wudi. He was in the limelight. He had reached the 4th level of the Nebula Palace and was qualified to become a great emperor. He had also successfully entered the Supreme Leaderboard. That was enough to suppress everyone else. Hearing that name, even Ancestor Qing Mu fell silent and nodded slightly. This person is indeed in the limelight now. I didn't expect that someone else would be able to enter the Supreme Leaderboard. It's said that Lin Wudi doesn't have the bloodline of a monarch, nor does he seem to be from a powerful family. It's really rare for someone to rise from the ashes to reach such a level. The woman said as she poured tea. Although he's powerful, he hasn't met you yet. If your original body attacks, you can suppress him instantly. It won't be a problem for you to reach the 4th level. Of course. Han Tian said proudly, his eyes flashing with confidence. However, he also said that his original body was cultivating a supreme divine ability. He was still in seclusion and couldn't come out for the time being. He was also very depressed about this matter. If his original body came out, who else would dare to be so arrogant in front of him? At this moment, Ancestor Qing Mu said. Although he had the possibility of becoming a great emperor, he was still thousands of miles away from that. Since ancient times, there were very few people who were qualified to become a great emperor. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, there were still many who were qualified to become one. However, only a few people became great emperors in the end. Some people didn't even have a single great emperor in tens of thousands of years. It was too difficult to become a great emperor. Even Han Tian understood this point. He said that even if he couldn't become a true great emperor, if he could take the first step and become a great emperor, he would be an invincible existence that could sweep across the world. At this point, he changed the topic. Grandpa Qing Mu, back then, there was a woman on the Qing Mu Immortal platform who had unparalleled talent and eventually reached the peak of the Great Saint Realm. She even wanted to take that crucial step. However, she was defeated and severely injured. In the end, she died unexpectedly. And that person had a great relationship with the Heavenly Court. Lin Wudi is also a member of the Heavenly Court. We can't let him grow. Hearing this, Ancestor Greenwood's expression changed and his gaze became gloomy. Han Tian was right. Before their Greenwood Immortal platform, there was indeed a person. His talent was too good and countless people looked forward to it. Even if this person couldn't become a great emperor, he could still walk out of the Sage Realm and become a quasi-emperor. He could make their Greenwood Immortal platform regain its glory. Unfortunately, in that era, there was another person who suddenly rose up and swept through everyone. In the end, that person fought with their immortal platform's genius. The two fought. In the end, their genius was defeated. That person successfully stepped into the Great Emperor realm and became a quasi-emperor. In the end, he even broke through and became a great emperor. As for their proud daughter of heaven, after hearing this, she was angered to death. This made their immortal platform feel despair. That was their best chance to rise up and shine. However, it was interrupted and they didn't dare to take revenge. Because that person became a great emperor, a battle emperor, he was also the last great emperor. After the battle emperor, no one had become a great emperor in all these years. Thinking of these things, Ancestor Greenwood sighed. There was no need to talk about the past. Han Tian said, our ancestor said that in the past, we couldn't become a great emperor because of the power of heaven and earth. However, in this era, the world changed greatly and ushered in a golden era of cultivation. This time, there was definitely someone who could become a great emperor. Many people would even walk out of the sage realm and become quasi-emperors. This was an excellent opportunity. Doesn't Grandpa Greenwood want to take revenge? Doesn't he want to recreate glory? Actually, there's no need for the Greenwood Immortal platform. We just need to work together. That Lin Wudy is definitely not my match. Also, I came here with another purpose, which is to integrate the quintessential world. You also know that the quintessential world has recovered and countless geniuses and experts have appeared. However, it's still lacking compared to the buried Emperor Star. Most importantly, those great emperors were buried in the buried Emperor Star. Those great emperors all came from the true spirit world. They were our ancestors. Therefore, the graveyard where they were buried is also ours. There are inheritance resources and treasures of the great emperors there. We must go in. Hearing this, Ancestor Greenwood's eyes shone with a cold light. Do you already have a plan? The tomb of a great emperor was a land of death. Ordinary people could not enter at all. Furthermore, the buried Emperor Star had many emperor races. If they were to go there rashly, it would probably lead to a great battle. Grandpa Yoki, don't worry about that. We are already preparing for it. As long as we integrate the power of the true spirit world, we will be able to go there. At that time, the old ancestor of our primal chaos clan will also go. So what if those monarch clans oppose? Ancestor Qingmu gasped. Was the primal chaos ancestor going to make a move as well? It was too unbelievable. This was because he knew that the old master of the Hundun tribe was no ordinary person. He was an existence that was even more frightening than them. It was a quasi-emperor. In the world, those at the peak of the great sage realm were the grand ancestors, and they could sweep through everything. This was an era when the great emperors did not appear. Actually, above that were quasi-emperors. Previously, on the buried Emperor Star, a quasi-emperor had appeared and swept through the place, suppressing the 10,000 Dragon dynasty to the point where they could not raise their heads. In addition to that quasi-emperor, some other ancient clans and sects also had quasi-emperors. However, the number of quasi-emperors was very small. Normally, they would not appear. However, if they really wanted to become a great emperor, then perhaps these legendary figures would appear. Ancestor Qingmu thought for a long time and said, if the Primal Chaos clan's quasi-emperors are willing to help, then we are willing to form an alliance and provide a strong chance of survival. They knew that the Primal Chaos clan was looking for their immortal platforms because of their strong vitality. If they wanted to enter the tomb of a great emperor, there would be great danger and they might die. If they brought a shocking amount of vitality, they might be able to return safely. This was the core value of their Greenwood Immortal platforms. Alright, thank you, Grandpa Qingmu. When I am ready, I will pay you a visit. Hun Tian stood up and turned to leave. Looking at Hun Tian's departing figure, Ancestor Qingmu's eyes flickered. The woman beside him also stood up. She said, Old Master, are you really going to join forces with him? Also, are we really going to attack the Heavenly Court again? You are talking about Lin Wudy, right? Don't worry, we don't need to do anything. Hun Tian will do it. He was the Double Crown champion, but he only received the title of a young powerhouse. On the other hand, Lin Wudy was a prime. Hun Tian definitely could not tolerate this. He would make a move sooner or later. As for the alliance, we have to make preparations. We can ignore Lin Wudy, but we must enter the tomb of a great emperor. Perhaps he was right. In this era, a great emperor was going to appear. Even if we can't produce a great emperor this time, we must produce a boundary emperor. At this point, his eyes shone with a fierce light. He had been at the peak of the great sage realm for 3,000 years, but he couldn't take another step forward. He had once despaired, but Hun Tian's words today gave him hope. If it was possible for him to obtain an opportunity, then he would definitely be able to take that crucial step. Become a boundary emperor. In that way, he could personally restore the glory of the pure cleansing immortal platform. On the other side, Hun Tian walked out and left the Greenwood Immortal Palace. His eyes shone with a shocking light, as if he had become a king looking down on the world. Greetings, young master. 4 figures knelt on one knee in front of him. They also had a primal chaos aura. They were from the Primal Chaos clan. Hun Tian nodded. How were the preparations? They were ready. Next, they could invite those people. One of them said respectfully. Han Tian nodded. Good. Also, contact the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. I want to cooperate with them. Han Tian knew that to enter the buried Emperor Star, he had to find someone to cooperate with. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was a very good partner. He had to contact them in advance. With a sway of his body, he disappeared into the void like a bolt of lightning. The Yuhua ancient city was in turmoil. Lin Xian had been silently cultivating. Today, he opened his eyes and the laws on his body slowly disappeared. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He had already refined all the benefits he had obtained from the Nebula Hall. His strength had also increased compared to before, and even his cultivation base had increased. He was one step closer to the middle stage of the Great Sage Realm. He prepared to head to the Divine Palace. Seeing that Murong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu were still in seclusion, he left a voice transmission and didn't disturb them. Instead, he turned and walked outside. He summoned Yunyu. Yunyu had come. At this moment, she was even more mysterious. She was like a high and mighty queen of the 9 heavens. However, when she came in front of Lin Xian, she bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. Lin Xian nodded and said, come with me. Yes. Yunyu followed behind Lin Xian respectfully. Young master, where are we going? Yunyu asked curiously. Lin Xian said that they were going to the shrine. The people from the shrine had also come to the Rain Feather ancient city. Yan Ruyu had already found out the exact location, and so did Lin Xian. Hence, they had to go there directly this time. In the southern region of the Rain Feather ancient city, there was a mansion that was majestic and gave off an ancient aura. This was where the shrine had settled down. To be able to live in such a place, the shrine must have developed well over the years. They must have nurtured a group of top experts. How were Peacock and Xing Tian doing? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and walked forward. Yunyu was also shocked when she saw this. It was a mysterious place. The people who lived here must have extraordinary power. That was for sure. To be able to settle down in a place like this, even if they were not Immortal Foundation experts, they must be from top clans in other places. Laughter came from the side. Lin Xian and the others turned around. In the distance, a fire demon wolf flew down from the sky. The flames on it were extremely terrifying. It was obvious that it was a mutated beast. Its strength and cultivation were extremely terrifying. However, there was a man sitting on the back of the flaming demon wolf. He was wearing battle armor and looked extremely valiant. His figure was not very burly. However, when he raised his hand, it was filled with supreme power. He was obviously a top genius. He was the one who had spoken earlier. Lin Xian looked at him and said indifferently, "Are you here too?" The man walked down from the alluring demon's back and said, "Of course. I am an old friend of the shrine." After speaking, he glanced at Lin Xian with disdain in his eyes. The person in front of him looked unfamiliar. He did not know him at all. He should not have any status. He should have come to the shrine to ask for help. However, he was different. He had an equal relationship with the shrine because his status was not ordinary. He was a top genius of the 4 symbols sacred grounds. His name was Xianxia. The current sacred grounds were no longer the sacred grounds of the past. In the past, the sacred grounds did not even have a sage. However, as the spatial tunnel between the buried Emperor Star opened, the energy of the buried Emperor Star poured in. This caused the true spirit world to undergo earth-shaking changes. Now that true spirit world was filled with saints, their sacred ground naturally rose in status. It had reached an unimaginable height. Even when compared to the peerless great sects of the buried Emperor Star, they weren't inferior. Thinking of this, little Elephant Fei became even more proud. He directly ignored Lin Xian and looked to the side. When he saw Yunyu, he was also stunned. This was because he realized that this woman was really extraordinary. Not only was he handsome, but his aura was also mysterious. Half of his body was sacred, while the other half carried a gloomy aura. 2 completely opposite powers could perfectly fuse in one person. This was definitely an incredible martial arts legacy. This woman must be the pride of the heavens. However, why would such a person be together with an ant? He felt that it was a pity. Such a person should only be owned by an expert like him. Seeing Xianfei's fiery gaze, Yunyu coldly snorted and frowned. He looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young master, let's go." Lin Xian nodded and walked forward. Soon, they arrived at the front of the mansion. "Everyone, please wait." The guards of the mansion in front walked out and blocked the path. "May I know why you are here?" Lin Xian said, "I want to see Peacock and Xing Tian." The guard in front was stunned. "You mean the two elders?" "That's right." Lin Xian nodded. The guard seriously sized up Lin Xian, but he didn't recognize him. He asked, "Young master, do you have an invitation?" Lin Xian shook his head. The guard said with a cold expression, "The two elders are very busy. If you really want to see them, tell me your identity and I'll help you line up. Maybe you can see them in a few months." At this moment, Xianfei walked over from behind. "You want to see Peacock Fairy? Don't you know her identity? She's an elder, a core elder. Ordinary sacred grounds elders aren't qualified to see her, let alone you. Young man, I think you'd better be down to earth." He shook his head with a gloating look. Then, he walked forward. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a token. "I'm Xianfei from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds. Tell Peacock Fairy that I have something to see her about." "So it's young Master Xiang." "Wait a moment." The guards quickly bowed and went to report. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out from inside. He was the leader of the guards. He also walked over with a smile and cupped his fists. "So it's Xianfei. Sorry for the disrespect. Please come in." His gaze only fell on Xianfei. As for Lin Xian, he didn't care about him at all. Such a person didn't have any status and wasn't worthy of his attention. "Brother Jean, I'm here to disturb you again. I wonder if Peacock Fairy has time. I have something urgent to see her about." As he spoke, he walked inside with a smile. "Young Master Xiang is here to see Elder Peacock. Elder Peacock is indeed very busy. You also know that she needs to make many decisions. But since young Master Xiang has spoken, I'll definitely recommend you." The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked inside. There were also many guards in the mansion. At this moment, there was a lot of discussion. "This Xianfei is incredible. It's said that he once ate heavenly treasures when he was young. As a result, his physique became extremely strong and possessed the strength of a dragon and tiger. In addition to the body-tempering mystic technique of the Four Symbols Sacred Ground, his physique is extremely strong. Although it can't compare to legendary physiques like the Nine Yang Divine Body and the Sacred Body, below that, it's definitely the best. I heard that he's wooing our Elder Peacock. But thinking about it, only such a person is worthy of Elder Peacock." Sounds of discussion could be heard. At this moment, they hurriedly shut up because they noticed a few figures walking out from the courtyard in the distance. Among them, the one walking at the front was a woman dressed in colorful clothes. Her face was extremely beautiful. At this moment, she was holding a scroll and frowning. It was obvious that she was thinking about something. There were some middle-aged men and elders around her. A group of people was walking outside. The guards on both sides hurriedly bowed when they saw her. "Greetings, Elder Peacock." "Greetings, Elder Xingtian." This was a group of elders. The others didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Guard Jean also saw them and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Elder Peacock." "Greetings, elders." Xianfei, who was beside him, smiled and waved his hand. "Long time no see, Peacock Fairy." Hearing someone shouting, Peacock raised her head and looked ahead. In the next moment, her pupils shrank. Her body swayed and she quickly walked forward. She seemed to have discovered something incredible. "Long time no see, Peacock Fairy." Xianfei smiled and walked over to greet her. He was extremely happy. "Did you see that? Peacock ran over when she saw me. This shows how important I am to her. Next, I just need to think of some methods. With my handsome looks and talent, I can definitely conquer her." Thinking of this, he was even happier. Soon, Peacock arrived beside him, but she didn't stop at all and just walked past him. She was like a gust of wind. The smile on Xianfei's face froze. His pupils constricted. Damn it, what's going on? She wasn't walking towards him, but was welcoming someone else. Why was he so happy just now? Who is it? He was immediately enraged. Who has more face than me? He wanted to see who dared to be so arrogant in front of him. He suddenly turned his head, and at the next moment, his pupils constricted and he almost jumped up. Because he realized that Peacock was walking towards that kid. That kid was stopped by the guards and couldn't even enter the door. In his eyes, such a person was just an ant. He wouldn't even look at her in the eye. He probably wouldn't be qualified to enter this residence in his lifetime. But now, Peacock was standing in front of the little ant and was extremely excited. She was even about to pounce on him. Damn it, who is this kid? The surrounding guards were also stunned. Does this young man have a powerful background? But why don't we know about it? The other elders also looked over one after another. Some of them were puzzled. Peacock came in front of Lin Xian and was extremely excited. Young master, is it really you? This is great, am I dreaming? Xing Tian also strode over. His eyes were red. At the next moment, he cupped his fists respectfully and shouted, "Greetings, Hall Master." Hall Master, you're back. This is great. Hall Master. The surrounding guards were stunned. Xianfei was also stunned. Which Hall Master is he from? Is he from Immortal Foundation? But that shouldn't be the case. I've seen people from Immortal Foundation before. The law of aura is very mysterious. It doesn't look like him at all. Seeing the surrounding people in a daze, Xing Tian turned around and shouted coldly. What are you guys waiting for? Come and greet the Hall Master. Do you want to rebel? Some of the elders walked over with bloodshot eyes and greeted the Hall Master. The others were still in a daze, but in the next moment, they understood that this was their temple master. What? He was the temple master of Deity's Templar. Xianfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, he had mocked the other party, thinking that the other party had no status and was just an ant. He could easily crush them to death. But now? The other party was actually the temple lord of the temple. This identity was shockingly high, and it could even be said that it was completely above his. The temple master of the deity's Templar was the holy lord of their holy land. It was not something he could compare to. As expected, he saw Peacock in front of the other party, acting completely different. When he first met Peacock, her attitude was cold and arrogant. She was like a high and mighty goddess. Even if he wanted to meet her, he would have to wait a long time. But now, Peacock was very happy in front of him, even acting like a subordinate. This huge contrast almost made Xianfei faint. He was so angry that his face darkened. Seeing this scene, Guard Zhan was also dumbfounded. Previously, he did not pay much attention to Lin Xian, but now he understood that this was their temple master. He quickly ran over and said to the guards, "What are you waiting for? Quickly bow to the temple master." The guards bowed one after another. "Forgive us, temple master, we did not know. Please punish us, temple master." They had previously stopped Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "It's okay, the ignorant are not guilty." The surrounding guards heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of the temple master, he was indeed magnanimous. The other party was a high and mighty god of the 9 heavens. Why would he lower himself to the same level as ants? Thinking of this, they were even more in awe of the other party. Lin Xian looked at Leader Zhan and narrowed his eyes. He said, "Why are there so many unfamiliar faces?" Leader Zhan felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave after being stared at by Lin Xian. He felt that he had no secrets under the other party's eyes. This gaze was too terrifying. Is this their temple master? He's young, but he's even scarier than the older generation experts. Leader Zhan was immediately frightened and his scalp went numb. He said respectfully, reporting to Temple Master, "I just joined the temple recently." Peacock also said that the true spirit world has undergone a great change. The world's strength has recovered, and many geniuses and experts have risen. Therefore, Xingtian and I decided to recruit a group of geniuses and experts. Young master, you won't blame me, right? Lin Xian said, of course not. Before I left, I said that the two of you will be responsible for the temple's affairs. Speaking of which, you did the right thing. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand. Peacock said, Sixth Elder, send someone to handle this matter. Today, I will stay by young master's side. An old man walked over and took the scroll. He bowed to Lin Xian and left. The others surrounded Lin Xian and respectfully invited Lin Xian in. The scene was empty in an instant, leaving only Xianfei standing there in a daze. During this process, all eyes were on Lin Xian. No one was looking at him. They seemed to have forgotten about his existence. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and snorted, then quickly left. He had no face to stay any longer. It was too embarrassing. After inviting Lin Xian into the main hall, Xingtian said, inform everyone to gather in front of the main hall. Guard Zhan went to do it personally. Don't worry, Temple Master. He informed everyone as quickly as possible. He also informed them that something big was going to happen. The guards, young geniuses, and even some of the older generation experts were alarmed. They were puzzled. What's going on? These people came to the front of the main hall. They found that Peacock and Xingtian were standing beside a young man with incomparable respect and admiration. Who is this person? Some people were puzzled. As mentioned before, the temple had recruited a group of geniuses and experts. Many of them became guards and some became elders. Therefore, it was normal that they had not seen Lin Xian before. At this moment, these people were guessing Lin Xian's identity. Peacock stood out and said, This is the temple master of our temple. What? He's the temple master? Countless people were shocked. Those who had just joined were discussing animatedly. They were really too shocked. They had heard that although the temple's matters were managed by Peacock and Xingtian, the real temple master was someone else. It was a young man who was incomparably mysterious. However, he was on the buried emperor star. Now that they saw him, they were shocked. He was too young. Was such a person really the temple master of the temple? However, seeing how respectful Peacock and Xingtian were, they knew that it should not be wrong. However, some of the newcomers were dissatisfied. This person did not look as old as them. His aura was not as terrifying as theirs. How could he be the temple master? Immediately, a genius stepped forward. Elder Peacock, we joined the Divine Hall because of its reputation. Now that the Temple Lord is here, can you show us your skills? That's right. A few more geniuses stepped forward and said loudly. If a sect wants to grow, then the Temple Lord must be strong. We won't follow a nobody. The other elders were also discussing spiritedly. They knew how strong Peacock and Xingtian were, and how strong the Divine Hall was. But they weren't willing to be controlled by a young man. Peacock frowned and Xingtian snorted. Damn it, what are these guys trying to do? He wanted to shout, but Lin Xian stopped him. He knew he was too young and couldn't convince the crowd, but he didn't care. Lin Xian stepped forward and looked at the crowd. He didn't say anything, but looked around. The new geniuses and elders weren't convinced. They wanted to see how the young temple lord would deal with the situation. They thought he would be helpless. But they soon realized that wasn't the case. Under Lin Xian's gaze, the crowd fell silent. No one dared to speak. The geniuses and elders were shocked. It was as if an invisible force was suppressing their souls. What's with his gaze? Why is he so scary? It must be a psychological effect. Isn't he just the temple lord? I'm not afraid of him. Some of the geniuses gritted their teeth and glared. Lin Xian said when he saw the silence. I am the temple lord of the Divine Hall, Lin Wudi. It was a simple sentence, but everyone was stunned after hearing it. Lin Wudi. He's Lin Wudi, what? That's impossible, which Lin Wudi? Is he the Lin Wudi on the sovereign leaderboard? Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the scene in front of them. Peacock said. That's right, our temple lord is the famous Lin Wudi. He's on the sovereign leaderboard and is qualified to be a great emperor. Everyone was in an uproar. The new geniuses and elders were stunned. They were completely convinced and didn't have any more dissatisfaction. This young man was simply too powerful. Although they had never met Lin Xian before, they had heard of Lin Wudi's name many times. When they arrived at the Feather Ancient City, they even heard that Lin Wudi had reached the 4th floor of the Starfall Hall on his own. His status was above that of the Crown Prince, and he was the only one who had obtained the qualifications to become a great emperor. Such a person would have unparalleled achievements in the future. Even the Crown Prince wasn't a match for him, so who would dare to challenge him? Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings to the Palace Master. The elders and geniuses bowed one after another. This time, they were truly impressed. They were even excited. With such a person as the Temple Master, they would definitely stand at the peak of the universe in the future. Lin Xian looked around and a smile appeared on his face. Everyone, cultivate well and fight against the 9 heavens with me in the future. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The people in front of the temple raised their arms and shouted, pledging to follow the Temple Master to death. Looking at this scene, Yunyue was shocked. She also came from a top family. Although she was known as the #1 genius in her family, she couldn't convince the others. There were even many people who wanted to assassinate her and take her place. However, Lin Xian was different now. These people were completely convinced by Lin Xian. When this power gathered together, it would be terrifying to the extreme. Peacock and Xing Tian smiled. Their years of hard work hadn't been in vain. They had finally helped Lin Xian a little. Then, the crowd dispersed. Lin Xian, Peacock, and Xing Tian gathered together. Peacock said, "Young master, there's a gathering coming up. Do you want to join, gathering?" Lin Xian was curious. What was it? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Peacock said. This gathering was only for the sects of the true spirit world. Young master had been in the buried Emperor Star all these years, so it was normal that no one invited him. Since it was only for the true spirit world, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The current true spirit world was extraordinary and could be said to be on par with the buried Emperor Star. Since these people were gathered together, there might be something going on. He said, "Sure, I also want to see which geniuses have come out of the true spirit world." That's great. Peacock was delighted. She looked at Xing Tian and said, "Xing Tian, you can stay here. Give your spot to the Hall Master." "Alright, Hall Master, this is a very mystical gathering." "How mystical is it?" Lin Xian was also surprised. Peacock said that after entering, everyone would hide their identity. Others wouldn't be able to find out unless they revealed their identity. Moreover, this gathering was a small-scale martial arts exchange. It even had an auction as its theme. After entering, there might be treasures that young master would like. Hide their identity? Interesting. 2 days later, Lin Xian and company set off. Xing Tian stayed behind to watch over the mansion. Lin Xian brought Yunyu and Peacock to the gathering. The gathering was held in another mansion. Before entering, the people there had already sent over some black robes. Lin Xian and company put them on. They discovered that the black robes were able to block out vision and soul spirit detection. It was indeed to hide their identity. Interesting. Let's go. The group walked towards the destination. After entering, they discovered that there were many people in black robes. Lin Xian couldn't detect their aura. Similarly, they didn't know who Lin Xian and company were. There was an additional layer of mystery between them. At this moment, Peacock walked towards a loft. That was the Cloud Sea Pavilion. She had already booked it. After all, people of their status wouldn't be able to sit in the main hall. Every one of them would have their own pavilion. The Cloud Sea Pavilion was booked by Peacock. The Cloud Sea Pavilion was mysterious. There were clouds rolling around it. It had an extraordinary aura. Peacock walked forward but was stopped by someone. "Gentlemen, please wait." Peacock stopped and took out a token. "I had already booked this place. Lead the way." However, the guard in front said, "I'm sorry. This place is already taken. Gentlemen, please go somewhere else." Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Peacock was stunned. Already taken? What a joke, I had already booked this place 5 days ago. I even paid for it. You actually gave it to someone else? I don't know. The guard shook his head. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over from afar. He waved his fan and smiled. What's the matter? The guard told the middle-aged man what had happened, and the middle-aged man said the same thing. Gentlemen, forget it. Let me give you a piece of advice. The people inside have extraordinary status. I'm afraid you can't afford to offend them. There was a hint of warning in his voice. Peacock was enraged. Can't afford to offend them? I want to see who dares to challenge the temple. As she spoke, she waved her hand. The temple's token appeared. There was a terrifying law on it. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted when he saw the token. He had heard of people from the deity hall before. They were extremely extraordinary in the quintessential world. Therefore, his attitude changed and he smiled. Greetings, friends from the deity hall. We have not received you well in this matter. I will open another pavilion for you as compensation. Peacock did not say anything. Instead, she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, there is no need. Since we have already decided, we will take the Cloud Sea Pavilion. Did you hear that? We want the Cloud Sea Pavilion. This matter is your fault. You can deal with it yourselves. Peacock did not back down. The Divine Union did not need to back down now. Furthermore, Lin Xian had already given the order. She naturally had to carry it out. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard that. The Divine Union was powerful and he could not afford to offend them. However, the people inside were also extraordinary. He could not afford to offend them either. For a moment, he was stunned and did not know what to do. At that moment, a few people walked out of the Cloud Sea Pavilion. Who was causing trouble here? These few young people were surrounded by nomological laws. They looked mighty and extraordinary. When the middle-aged man saw them, he could only explain the situation and push them aside. It was better to let the two big sects handle it. The few young people were stunned when they heard that. Were they from the deity hall? Wait. They hurried to report. Not long after, a few more figures came down. They were all young people with outstanding talents and powerful nomological laws. Clearly, they were all geniuses. Who was it? So it was people from the deity hall. Who was it from the deity hall? A man in front sneered. Sword chi was surging from his body. The surrounding void was constantly shattering. It could not withstand this power at all. Xianxia. Peacock's face turned cold after she saw that. She removed her cloak and revealed her beautiful face. This place belongs to the deity hall. Take your people and leave quickly. Oh, so it is Fairy Peacock. Xianxiao's eyes flickered. If Fairy Peacock does not have a place, you can come to the Cloud Sea Pavilion with us. We will take good care of Fairy Peacock. After speaking, he looked at the other two people. Who were these two? Were they also from the deity hall? At this moment, a man beside him also walked out. His body was flashing with the light of the 5 elements. It was very terrifying. He said, Peacock Fairy, I've long heard of your beauty. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary. Fairy, accompany me for a drink. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and tried to grab the peacock. Peacock frowned and dodged the attack. Her expression was cold. 5 elements holy land, Yuanju, Io, Fairy still recognizes me. That's great. Yuanju laughed and attacked again. Peacock's face was cold as she turned to look at Lin Xian. Without Lin Xian's order, she wouldn't dare to make a move. After all, she didn't want to bring trouble to Lin Xian. Humph, you're courting death. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Peacock understood. However, before she could make a move, Yunue who was beside her made the first move. A jade-white palm shone with a holy light, as if it was the hand of an angel, and slashed forward. He sent a palm strike at Yuanju. Yuanju was instantly sent flying as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, you dare to attack me? Yuanju roared and attacked again. 5 elements fist. He threw out a punch that combined the 5 elements. It was truly terrifying. It seemed that the 5 elements holy land had produced some incredible experts over the years. Yunue sneered. He was as famous as Bailey Wuck and had the strength of an emperor. Therefore, he didn't care about the other party's attack. He formed a seal with his palm and sent it out again. The five elements' fist was shattered. This time, Yuanju was even more severely injured. His entire arm turned into a bloody mist. Ah! He let out a miserable cry. The surrounding people were also stunned. They looked at the black-robed figure in front of them and felt their scalps go numb. Who was that person? It seemed to be a woman. That was too terrifying. Even Peacock was stunned. She had always thought that Yunue was just Lin Xian's follower. She didn't expect him to be so terrifying. The other party's aura made her feel that he was mysterious. Thinking of this, she smirked and said coldly, "Jian Xiao, Yuanju, are you still going to stay here?" Jian Zhao's expression was cold. He looked at Yuanju and frowned. He didn't make a move because the move just now had shocked him greatly. Who was this person in front of him? When did the Temple of God have such a powerful ally? He gritted his teeth. Good, very good. Temple of God, I'll remember you. I won't let this matter rest so easily, he snorted and left with his people. Yuanju also stood up and gritted his teeth. Just you wait. The people from the Five Elements Holy Land and the Sword Sect left. The Cloud Sea Pavilion was empty. Lin Xian walked forward. Peacock and Yunue followed behind him. The surrounding guards made way for them. They lowered their heads deeply. No one dared to stop them. The middle-aged man was also covered in cold sweat. When he saw the three of them enter, he quickly called for the guards and said, "Quick, bring me the best spirit wine and food. If you dare to be negligent, don't blame me for killing you." Lin Xian had just entered when the maidservants came in with exquisite spirit wine and food. They replaced all the previous ones. Peacock waved her hand. "All right, you guys can wait outside." The maidservants all retreated outside. Peacock said that the two people from before were from the Sword Sect and the Five Elements Holy Land. They were called Jian Xiao and Yuanju. They were also considered top geniuses. Of course, they were not worth mentioning in front of the young master. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had interacted with these holy lands many times in the past. But now, those people were long gone. The newcomers were all unfamiliar faces, and he was filled with emotion. In martial arts cultivation, if one didn't advance, they would fall behind. Although not many years had passed, the new generation had replaced the old. Martial arts cultivation was so cruel. Who could reach the peak in the end? Who could be undefeated? It could be said that there were only a few people. The others would return to dust, dust to dust. Lin Xian didn't want such a fate. He wanted to fight all the way to the peak. Since the Five Elements Holy Land was here, the other holy lands should be here too. He just didn't know who was hosting this gathering. On the other side, the Sword Sect and Five Elements Holy Land left and went to another hall. After entering, Yuanju roared crazily. He was like an injured beast. "Damn it, I won't let that woman Peacock go. And the person who attacked, I will capture them and let them know despair." Jian Zhao's expression was also cold. He said, "Brother Yuan, don't be anxious. The experts from the temple this time are very mysterious. I don't know who else is so terrifying. I have to investigate carefully. But don't worry, this time it's Royal Highness Han Tian. A gathering hosted by him. His goal is to integrate the power of the true spirit world. I think the divine elephant will definitely not submit. When the time comes, I can borrow Royal Highness Han Tian's power to suppress them." The people from the Five Elements Holy Lands also advised Yuanju. "That's right, senior brother. You mustn't ruin His Highness Han Tian's plan. Otherwise, we'll all die." Yuanju also took a deep breath. He trembled when he heard the name Han Tian. His opponent was the Double Crown champion. How terrifying was that, he said, "Fine, I'll let those people live for a while longer. At that time, if they dare to resist His Highness Han Tian, let's see how they'll die." Following that, more people arrived one after another. These people entered the pavilions and palaces and waited. In the evening, these people came out one after another. A banquet was about to be held. Although these people wore black robes and didn't want to reveal their faces, they were still dazzling. However, there were always some people who were radiating brilliance, allowing others to recognize who they were with a single glance. For example, there were people with soaring sword energy, people with 5 elements laws revolving around them, and people with powerful physiques. Every holy land had their own unique techniques, so it was easy to distinguish them. These people stood out because they wanted to show their identity and make others feel reverence. Lin Xian and the others also came down. They didn't have any aura of laws on their bodies, so they walked among the crowd and listened to the news. After all, Lin Xian was very curious about who was condensing the power of the true spirit world. The other holy lands were also curious and started discussing spiritedly. Someone said, "Did you see that?" This time, the power of the true spirit world came. Someone must have specially arranged this. That was indeed the case. This mansion belonged to the Pureness Immortal Plateau. However, the Greenwood Immortal Plateau only provided a place for them to stay. Therefore, I'm guessing that someone else is holding this banquet. I heard some people shouting, "Your Highness." Could it be that the young master of the Pureness Immortal Plateau has come? Many people were shocked when they heard this. The Pureness Immortal Plateau belonged to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. The young master of the Pureness Immortal Plateau was definitely a top-notch existence. He wasn't any weaker than the Crown Prince. What was the purpose of such a gathering of people? One could well imagine that it was definitely something earth-shattering. There were also people who said, "No, I don't think this Your Highness refers to someone from the Immortal Plateau. It might even be someone else. Didn't you notice that there were many people from the All Beginnings Holy Land? It must be related to them." The All Beginnings Holy Land cultivated the aura of primal chaos. Now that the world had recovered, they had become even more mysterious. That's not all. Haven't you heard? Previously, during the test at Nebula Hall, a chaotic body had appeared. That was the Double Crown King. His opponent was from the Primal Chaos clan. Do you think the All Beginnings Holy Land is related to them? Could it really be him? Heavens, if it was him, it was really possible. Voices rang out one after another. They all guessed the same person. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Chaotic body, he snorted coldly. If it really was the other party, then he wasn't unfamiliar with them. Of course, these were all just guesses. No one knew for sure. However, since the other party was holding this banquet, it would definitely appear in the end. The banquet began. Everyone drank and chatted with each other. When the banquet was about to end, a group of people walked over from afar. The person walking at the very front was dressed in a black robe, but his face was hidden. A woman and a man, both of them exuding a terrifying aura, as if they could split the heavens and earth apart. Countless people exclaimed, "The Saint of All Beginnings and the Saint of All Beginnings." The Saint of All Beginnings and the Saint of All Beginnings were just two titles. Lin Xian looked up and discovered that they were no longer the people he knew. These two people's faces were unfamiliar, but their auras were 100 times stronger than before. They could already be considered peak heaven's prides. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. However, what surprised them was that the Saint of All Beginnings and the Saint of All Beginnings was accompanying a single person. The person walking at the very front was dressed in a black robe. His entire body was shrouded, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, since this person was above the All Beginnings Holy Land, his identity could be imagined. Could it be that he was the host of this banquet? Thinking of this, everyone sat up straight and looked ahead. The group of people stopped. Then, they sat down. That was the seat of the host. The black-robed person sat in the main seat. The Saint of All Beginnings and the Saint of All Beginnings sat beside him. The other people who had left the Holy Land also sat down. Taoist All Beginnings, may I know who this person is? Someone asked. The Saint of All Beginnings stood up and asked. Everyone, there is no need to be anxious. Let me introduce him to everyone. This person has an extraordinary origin. He is an honored guest of our All Beginnings Holy Land. Speaking of which, he also has a relationship with our Holy Land. He is the young master of the Primal Chaos race. His Highness, Hun Tian. After saying that, Hun Tian took off his cloak. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they exclaimed in surprise. Hun Tian, was it really him? Everyone wasn't unfamiliar with this name. After all, this person was a double crown king. One had to know that Kuanpingzi and the others were all double crown kings. Now that the double crown king clan was above their imperial sons, how could they not be shocked? They hadn't expected it to really be him. Not only was he a double crown king, but he also came from the primal chaos race. The All Beginnings Holy Land was already so terrifying just by possessing the aura of primal chaos. The primal chaos race was even more terrifying than the All Beginnings Holy Land. The primal chaos race was a clan that had existed since the creation of the world. How terrifying was that? With such a clan and such a heaven's pride, it was enough to sweep through everything. Looking at the discussions below, Hun Tian swept his gaze around and gently waved his hand. No one dared to speak. When Hun Tian stood up, he was like a god of primal chaos overlooking everything. He said, "It's me." Sure enough, it was him who had gathered them. He was the host of this banquet. However, why had he gathered them? Everyone was curious. Hun Tian sat down again and swirled his wine cup. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Everyone knew that there were two stars in the universe that were extremely mysterious. One was the buried emperor star, where great emperors were buried. The other was the true spirit world, where countless geniuses and even great emperors were born. Now that the true spirit world had recovered, our holy lands and sects were growing stronger day by day. However, we still couldn't compare to the buried emperor star. Furthermore, the treasures that belonged to our clan's experts were all buried in the buried emperor star. Don't you want to explore it? Don't you want to obtain it? When these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. Even Peacock and the others were surprised. This guy was so ambitious. What did he want to do? The others also cried out in surprise. Someone asked, "What does His Highness Hun Tian mean?" Hun Tian said, "I want to gather the strength of the true spirit world and go to the buried emperor star to explore the ancient earth tomb." When these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. Peacock was also stunned. She had guessed that Hun Tian was bold, but she didn't expect him to be so bold. His goal was actually the ancient earth tomb. Beside her, Yunyu was also surprised. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. As expected of the double crown champion. What boldness! The others were even more shocked. They had guessed countless possibilities, but they didn't expect it to be this. For a moment, everyone was stunned. What's wrong? You don't dare? Hun Tian shook his head. Although your strength has increased greatly, why are you still as cowardly as before? It's truly disappointing. Someone said, Hun Tian Palace, it's not that we're cowards. It's just that this matter is too shocking. We need to think about it properly. What should we think about? Someone said, if you're cowardly, then admit it. We're not afraid. We're willing to follow His Highness Hun Tian. The sword sect's people walked over to the side. That's right, the five elements Holy Land's Yuan Ju also walked over. With His Highness Hun Tian here, there's nothing that can't be done. We're also willing. In an instant, more than a dozen Holy Lands and sects walked over and stood on Hun Tian's side. The All Beginnings Holy Lands people had excited expressions. This is great. Hun Tian's lips curled up. His expression remained calm. With his reputation as the Double Crown King, could these people stop him if he wanted to do anything? Everything was under his control. However, there were still people who were hesitating. Although that was the case, the ancient tomb of a great emperor was a land of death even on the buried emperor star. Moreover, there were countless treasures inside. If they went, would the people of the buried emperor star agree? That was indeed the case. Many people on the buried emperor star had designs on such treasures. For the time being, they didn't dare to make a move. If they went, the buried emperor star would probably declare war on them. Hun Tian smiled. You're worrying too much. We're family with the buried emperor star. If we go, we'll only join hands with them. We won't become enemies with them. Once these words were said, many people were shocked. From his words, it seemed that Hun Tian was already contacting the people of the buried emperor star. It seemed that the other party had this idea for a long time. It was very likely that the other party had already set up a big plan. They were just waiting for the right time to activate it. Everyone, if you're still worried, I'll let you meet another person. Friends of the dragon race, come out. Hun Tian waved his hand and the aura of primal chaos flew into the distance. A group of people walked out of the palace in the distant sky. The aura of the Tao of Dragon from these people swept through the 9 heavens. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. What a terrifying bloodline power! Yun Yu cried out. It was the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Was the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty on the move again? Furthermore, they were walking with Hun Tian. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court descended from the sky. The one walking at the front was a woman. The aura of dragon blood on her body was extremely terrifying and mysterious. The surrounding geniuses all bowed respectfully. Greetings, Princess Long Wu. Hun Tian shook his wine glass and patted the seat beside him. Long Wu, come and sit here. Long Wu nodded slightly and sat down beside Hun Tian. The surrounding people were shocked. The people of the Dragon Clan had really come. It seemed that what Hun Tian said was true. Lin Xian frowned. The name Long Wu was exactly the same as the Dragon Prince from before. What was the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty doing? Hun Tian looked around and said. You might not have heard of this name before, but the Dragon Prince's name was Long Wu. Long Wu's voice was the same. But you should also know that she replaced the position of the Dragon Prince. Princess Long Wu was the leader of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. She represents the Dragon Clan. Now that she has joined forces with me, what else do you have to worry about? The people from the surrounding holy lands and sects were stunned. Replacing the Dragon Prince, this was too unbelievable. Although the other party didn't have the imperial bloodline, he definitely wouldn't be weak. After all, they knew that there were many people who didn't have the imperial bloodline who had risen to prominence. For example, Hun Tian didn't have the imperial bloodline, but didn't he still become the double crown king? Everything was possible. If Hun Tian and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty joined forces, with the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's position in the buried Emperor Star, they would definitely be able to do it. They might even join forces to explore the Great Emperor's tomb. In an instant, many holy lands and sects responded. However, there were also some people who frowned. Was it really just an alliance? They didn't think so. With Hun Tian's status, it was very likely that he wanted to control the entire true spirit world. If that was really the case, their future would be miserable. However, they were only worried. No one dared to object at this time. If anyone dared to object, they would be courting death. They would offend the Dragon Clan and the primal chaos race. Hun Tian alone was enough to suppress 10,000 worlds. He was a true double crown king. Seeing that no one dared to object, Hun Tian nodded and laughed. Everything was under his control. He was very satisfied. However, at this moment, Yuan Ju of the 5 Elements Holy Land walked over and said, Your Highness. In the central continent of the true spirit world, there is a sect called the Divine Palace. It is also a top force. However, I don't think they will agree to join forces so easily. Why? Hun Tian's face sank. Does he dare to go against me? The surrounding people were also shocked. Peacock's pupils shrank. That damned Yuan Ju, he was taking revenge on them at this time. Jian Shao also walked over and said, Your Highness, you may not know that the Divine Palace's palace master is a very mysterious and terrifying person. It is said that their palace master is Lin Wudi of the buried Emperor Star. Lin Wudi. Everyone exclaimed. This name was like thunder in their ears. A few top experts had appeared in the Fallen Star Hall. One was the Double Crown King, Hun Tian. The other was Zhao Guang, who cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art. The last one was even more shocking. It was Lin Wudi. He was on the young sovereign list and had the qualifications to become a great emperor. Such a person's strength was terrifying. As a member of the Divine Palace, would he agree to join forces with Hun Tian? One had to know that although Hun Tian hadn't reached the 4th floor, his strength was definitely extraordinary. He had the potential to become a great emperor. Such people were sworn enemies. There was only one person who could walk the path of becoming a great emperor. They were natural enemies. How could they join forces? Han Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light when he heard that. Lin Wudi, it was actually him. Humph, so this was the Divine Palace's foundation. But it didn't matter. He had reached the 4th floor, but he only had the potential to become a great emperor. That possibility was too slim. Currently, the one walking outside is only one of my clones. My main body is cultivating and has not come. Otherwise, with my main body's strength, Lin Wudi wouldn't be able to behave so atrociously in front of me. He is nothing to be afraid of. As for the strength behind Lin Wudi, it is enough to contend with the Thousand Dragon Dynasty. But my primal Chaos clan has been around since the beginning of time. Our family's foundation is not something Lin Wudi can imagine. Whether it is in terms of strength or foundation, I can firmly suppress Lin Wudi. So, you don't have to worry. Of course, no one can contend with your highness. Jian Xiao and Yuan Zhu clapped and laughed. The others were also in an uproar. It seemed that Han Tian wasn't afraid of Lin Wudi at all. In fact, he was extremely confident that he could suppress Lin Wudi. How terrifying was Lin Wudi? It seemed that the Divine Palace was finished. For a moment, everyone shook their heads and sighed. There was an ethereal palace in the clouds far away. There was a figure standing inside the palace. He was dressed in green and had a handsome face. She was Qing Tan, the woman who was pouring tea for Ancestor Greenwood. There were a few figures following behind her. They were all from the Greenwood Immortal platform. It seemed that the plan had succeeded. These people didn't dare to go against Han Tian at all. That's because Han Tian was the double champion in the first place. The Hundun clan behind him was even more terrifying. They had a boundary emperor in their clan. Such a person wouldn't even care about the monarch clan. Not to mention the true spirit world. Qing Tan nodded after hearing that. Then we can start the next step of the plan. Suddenly, someone said, "Hey, look at that woman. According to the information, she should be Peacock Fairy from the shrine." A man pointed into the distance and said. Qing Tan and the others looked over. It turned out that the people from the shrine were here too. However, they didn't stand out to resist. They should have submitted by default. At this point, they felt that the plan had succeeded. However, Qing Tan frowned slightly because she felt a sense of danger from Peacock Fairy. Who was it? She realized that there was a black-robed man beside Peacock Fairy. However, she felt an inexplicable sense of danger when she looked at him. What a strange person. Qing Tan was shocked. This black-robed man was not simple. He must be an unparalleled expert. She gasped. There was actually such an expert beside the shrine. He wouldn't submit so easily. However, she didn't know if this person or Han Tian was stronger. Next, Han Tian, Long Wu, and some other top geniuses left. They went to the other palaces to discuss matters. The surrounding people started discussing again. After all, what Han Tian mentioned was too shocking. They had to think carefully. At this moment, someone said, "Isn't that Peacock Fairy?" It's really her. The shrine is here too. Everyone was shocked. Previously, someone mentioned the shrine and they might have objected. However, they didn't expect Peacock Fairy to be here. She didn't say anything before. Could it be that she had submitted? Someone said that it was for sure. How would she dare to go against Han Tian? Humph, so what if the shrine is strong? Xianxia sneered. Aren't you bowing your head now? His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Previously, when he went to look for Peacock, he was ignored and even slapped in the face by Lin Xian. He was so ashamed that he could not show his face. Now that he saw the deity hall in trouble, he naturally rejoiced in their misfortune. However, he was not satisfied. He had to get his hands on Peacock and torture it to death. There was also that kid. When he thought of Lin Xian, he gritted his teeth. No matter who you are, I will make you regret it. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Now that the 4 symbol sacred grounds had formed an alliance with His Majesty Han Tian, he could naturally borrow His Majesty Han Tian's strength. Thinking of this, he left. He wasn't qualified to meet Han Tian, but he could contact the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He found the Saint of All Beginning. Of course, he would exaggerate some things. Holy Son of All Beginnings was furious. Are you saying that the Divine Hall is secretly gathering forces to resist us? Yes, that's right. Xianxia nodded. Peacock is right here. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Okay. The Saint of All Beginnings stood up and walked over with his men. Xianxia led the way. Peacock, let's see how you will die this time. The crowd was still discussing when a path suddenly opened up. The Saint of All Beginnings had arrived. They all bowed. Some of them could resist him, but they did not dare. After all, the primal chaos race was behind him. They could only admit defeat. Seeing these people coming over aggressively, they were surprised. Who were these people looking for? Could it be that someone dared to offend the Saint of All Beginnings? Did they not want to live anymore? The Saint of All Beginnings had an extraordinary status. He was a top genius. Once he used the primal chaos law, he had the power to split heaven and earth. He could suppress other top geniuses with a single hand. Who dared to resist him? Soon, these people arrived in front of Peacock. They confronted each other. Xianxia smiled. Peacock Fairy, I trust you have been well since we last met. When Peacock saw him, her face sank. Why did you bring people here? Peacock Fairy is very nervous. Don't worry, I just need your promise. The Saint of All Beginnings also walked out. Why didn't you say anything when His Highness Han Tian united the true spirit world, since the deity hall is also here? Decide now. Do you want to submit? Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect that they were targeting the deity hall. Peacock Fairy had an extraordinary status in the deity hall. If she lowered her head, it meant that the deity hall had to submit. People of the All Beginnings Holy Land, don't go too far. Peacock stood up with an ice-cold expression. Her body emitted 5-colored radiance that could engulf everything. Her bloodline was also extraordinary. Peacock was a unique beast of heaven and earth. In addition to her years of experience, she was also a top expert. Audacious! You dare to contend against us? Don't you know who we represent? We represent His Highness Han Tian. No matter how strong you are, can you contend against the primal chaos race? The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land were so cold that the scalps of the surrounding people turned numb. No one dared to oppose them. Xianxia walked out with a smile. Peacock Fairy, a wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you lower your head and become my Tao companion, I will do my best to help you get His Highness Han Tian to forgive you. Otherwise, not only you, but your entire deity hall will be annihilated. Peacock was so angry that her face turned pale. This Xianxia was so hateful. At this time, Lin Xian, who had been sitting down all this time, spoke. If you want to die, I can send you to hell. Damn brat, it's you. Xianxia shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? You dare to be arrogant in front of me? He turned his head and looked at the Saint of All Beginnings. Since this brat dared to look down on us, I think we should kill him as a warning to others. Since this brat dared to fight over Peacock with him, he would let him know what regret was. Thinking of this, the corners of Xianxia's mouth rose. Humph, let's see how you die. But in the next moment, his pupils shrank because he saw the other party raise his head. There was a trace of golden radiance flickering in his eyes. Then, he felt as if his soul was about to split open. He held his head and screamed miserably. No, his soul started to burn. He rolled on the ground in pain. The surrounding void kept shattering. But he still couldn't extinguish the fire. In the blink of an eye, he turned into ashes. The surrounding people were stunned. Dead, a top-notch genius was instantly killed just like that. What kind of method was this? It was too terrifying. The Saint of All Beginnings was furious. The other party dared to kill someone in front of him. Was this a challenge to them? He wouldn't allow such a person to exist. Courting death, with a cold shout, he formed a seal with his palm, forming the Seal of All Beginnings. It carried a terrifying primal chaos aura and rushed toward Lin Xian. The Seal of All Beginnings illuminated the surroundings. The surrounding people were shocked. Heavens, this is the ultimate technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. I have seen the Saint Son of All Beginnings before. He used the Seal of All Beginnings to suppress 2 peak experts. that black-robed man was dead for sure. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to contend against the saint son of all beginnings. The surrounding people shook their heads. In the face of the seal of all beginnings, Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, a five-fingered mountain appeared and slammed forward. A heaven-shaking sound echoed. The seal of all beginnings shattered and the five-fingered mountain arrived. Boom, the saint son of all beginnings swayed and cracks appeared on his body. No, how was this possible? The other party's strength was actually so terrifying. It was as if he wasn't facing a black-robed man but a god. He couldn't resist at all. He had only felt this kind of situation from His Highness Han Tian. Just who was this person? In the next instant, he was suppressed by the five-fingered mountain and the earth shook. Everyone was stunned. What were they seeing? The saint son of all beginnings, a peak expert, was actually suppressed in an instant. This was too inconceivable. Just who was this black-robed man? Damn it, who are you? Release me, you dare to injure me? Do you know the consequences? The saint son of all beginnings crazily roared. He had lost all face. Moreover, he was seriously injured. This was something he couldn't accept. Lin Xian sneered and slapped out, shattering the other party's face. Who do you think you are? You dare to be arrogant in front of me. Even if Han Tian came, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The other party didn't place Han Tian in his eyes at all. No way, could it be that this person was an imperial prince, but even an imperial prince wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Damn it, let go of our holy son. When the other experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land saw this scene, they frantically rushed out. However, Lin Xian formed another five-fingered mountain and suppressed all of them. He didn't kill them. He only suppressed them. Then, Lin Xian shook his wine cup and calmly tasted the wine. The surrounding people went crazy. This person was slapping the All Beginnings Holy Land's face. No, he was challenging His Highness Han Tian. Could this be the trump card of the temple? But when did the temple have such an expert? How could they not know? Voices of discussion rang out one after another. They were all guessing Lin Xian's identity. I'm afraid a storm is coming. There were also people who shook their heads. He was dead for sure. Soon, someone passed on the news. Han Tian sat high up in a distant hall and looked down. What do you think? The surrounding great sects and sacred grounds of the true spirit world were all sighing in their hearts. The other party's conditions were too harsh. It was equivalent to them completely submitting to the other party. However, no one dared to resist. That was because if anyone dared to resist, that holy land would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. It seemed like this was the only way. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. That's right, it wasn't embarrassing to submit to him. After all, he was the double champion. The other party's clan was rumored to have a quasi-emperor. That was probably even more terrifying than an emperor clan. Therefore, they all nodded and agreed to such a request. Han Tian's mouth curved into a smile. The true spirit world's forces had been integrated. Next, he could make his move. It was time to explore the tomb of a great emperor. Of course, he had to wait until the matter of the Yuhua immortal dynasty was over. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. His Highness, this is bad. Han Tian frowned. What's the matter? Didn't I say not to disturb me? However, at this moment, a person from the Han Tian clan personally walked over. He said, Your Highness, the matter is urgent. Someone has suppressed the saint of all beginnings. Our ally, the genius of the four symbols sacred grounds, Xianxia, was also killed by the other party. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was stunned. What's going on? Someone dared to behave atrociously here? They couldn't believe it. One had to know what kind of identity Han Tian had. He alone suppressed the true spirit world's sacred grounds, making them unable to raise their heads. Who dared to resist such a person? Han Tian's face darkened, and killing intent erupted from his eyes. Are they courting death? It seemed that he had been too merciful before. Well, let the true spirit world see his means. At that time, he wanted to see who would dare to resist him. How dare they fight against His Highness? They're too courting death. Xianxia of the Sword Sect stood up and shouted coldly. We must kill him and intimidate the world. We are willing to fight for your highness. The people of the sword sect said. The people of the 5 elements sacred grounds also petitioned. This was a good opportunity. Whoever could be valued by His Highness Hun Tian would have a meteoric rise. However, Hun Tian waved his hand and said, "No, our primal chaos tribe will deal with this matter ourselves." Hunli, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked out from behind Hun Tian and said, "Don't worry, your highness. I'll suppress him and bring him here for your highness to deal with." This person had a monstrous aura and terrifying power. He was like a barbarian god. Even the experts of the other sacred grounds felt their scalps go numb. Just the other party's aura was enough to frighten them. This person could definitely sweep the world. I'll lead the way. Yuanju stood up. Then, the 2 of them left the hall, and the others sat down again. They didn't think it was a big deal and believed that it would be resolved soon. At the banquet outside, countless people were still discussing. After all, the scene was too shocking. The Saint of All Beginnings and the other experts were all suppressed, which terrified them. They didn't know what would happen next. At this moment, someone said, "Someone has come to the hall. The Primal Chaos Tribe is here." They were shocked. Did the Primal Chaos Tribe come in person? They all looked over. A tall man walked over, and the chaotic aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. It was really someone from the Primal Chaos Tribe. It seemed that His Highness Hun Tian was angry. "Get out of the way." Yuanju led the way and shouted angrily. The crowd opened up a path for him. Soon, they came to the front and saw the suppressed Saint of All Beginnings and the others. Yuanju also gasped. Did they really dare to attack? Hunli's face turned gloomy. "Who was the one who did it? Get over here and die." He shouted coldly, and the void around him shattered. It was as if he was really going to split the world. The power of the primal chaos terrified everyone. This person was much stronger than the Saint of All Beginnings. Was this the power of the primal chaos tribe? It was too terrifying. No one could resist it. "You're not Hun Tian. I told Hun Tian to get over here himself. The others are not qualified to be my opponent." Lin Xian snorted coldly. His arrogant words shocked everyone again, and the people who rushed over were also angry. Yuanju was surprised. Who was so arrogant? He looked forward. When he saw Peacock and Lin Xian, he was stunned. It was them. Weren't they the ones who drove them away? These people were very terrifying. He had experienced it before, so he wanted to remind them. But it was too late. Hunli was completely furious. The other party didn't put Hun Tian in his eyes. He couldn't stand it. Hunli was much stronger than the Saint of All Beginnings. He laughed. "Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can compete with me just because you defeated the Saint? He's not even half as strong as me. Today, I'll let you know the power of the Primal Chaos Clan." He raised his palm and punched out. Primal Chaos Divine Fist. This punch was extremely terrifying. The aura of primal chaos surrounded it as if it could pierce through the world. At this moment, the surrounding people were terrified. They felt as if their bodies were about to be destroyed. What kind of fist technique was this? No one could resist it. Even Peacock gasped. Beside her, Yunyu's eyes were also shining. She didn't expect the Primal Chaos Clan to have such a person. Lin Xian was also surprised. As expected of the Primal Chaos Clan. But so what? I've said it before. If you want to be my opponent, let Hunli do it himself. You're not enough. He clenched his fist and punched out the 6 paths fist. The phantoms of the 6 worlds surrounded him, suppressing everything and pressing forward. He dares to fight back? Does he know what kind of existence he's facing? It's over. I think this guy is dead for sure. Seeing Lin Xian still attacking, the surrounding people shook their heads and sneered. They seemed to be able to see Lin Xian's end. Boom, the 2 fists collided, shaking the world. However, the result was shocking. The 6 paths fist directly shattered the Primal Chaos Fist. One of Soul Power's arms suddenly split open and turned into a bloody mist. He screamed and retreated. In the next moment, he was suppressed by the 6 worlds. The surrounding spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. That was soul power. It was much more terrifying than the Saint of all beginnings. That punch was enough to destroy the world. But now, it was directly shattered by someone. He was seriously injured and even suppressed. This guy is too strong. Is he really an emperor? At least he has this kind of strength. Several people exclaimed. Damn it. Hunli was also terrified. When did the temple have such an expert? Could it be? He thought of a possibility. That is the temple master of the temple. Is it really him? He wanted to shout, but he couldn't. The 6 worlds made him like an ant. He could only crawl. Yuan Jueshi, who was next to him, knelt on the ground. Had he dared to clamor with such a person before? It was already a miracle that he was still alive. The others were also shocked. They were all trying to guess who this person was. There was a mysterious figure in the crowd. He was wearing a Taoist robe. He looked ahead and sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be him? If it was really him, then perhaps everything could be explained. The laws on this person's body were abnormally deep and terrifying. He was from the Daoi Holy Land. Eldest senior brother, who is he? The others from the Dao One Holy Ground were also confused. Who was it that could make their eldest senior brother so shocked? Was he an imperial prince? First senior brother shook his head. No, he wasn't the imperial prince, but he was even more terrifying than the imperial prince. Hearing this, the people from the Dao One Holy Ground were stunned. Then, they thought of someone. Was it him? Lin Wudi. There were 2 people who were even more terrifying than the crown prince. One of them was the double crown king, Hun Tian. However, it couldn't be him. There was only one other person left, and that was Lin Wudi. He was someone who had killed the dragon prince. Such a person was too terrifying. Moreover, they had heard all kinds of legends about Lin Wudi. Previously, they found it unbelievable. However, the incident at Nebula Palace happened right beside them. He was the only person who had made it onto the supreme leaderboard. Even Hun Tian hadn't made it onto the leaderboard. How terrifying would such a person be? No wonder their eldest senior brother was so shocked. However, there were also people who said that no matter how strong Lin Wudi was, could he fight against Hun Tian? That was the double crown king. Indeed, everyone was worried. The eldest senior brother of the Dao One Holy Ground smirked. I don't know who is stronger between the 2 of them. Perhaps the double crown king is stronger, but that might not be the case now. According to the information I received, the body walking outside is a clone of Hun Tian. It's not his main body at all. This clone's strength is only at the imperial prince level. It's impossible for him to suppress Lin Wudi. Unless his main body comes personally, there will be a good show to watch this time. This eldest senior brother was very powerful. The Dao One Holy Ground also had an extraordinary background. After the recovery of the world, their Great Path laws were even more terrifying. The eldest senior brother was confident that he could defeat everything. However, facing Lin Wudi, he was terrified and didn't dare to fight against him. The surrounding junior brothers were also shocked when they heard this. They didn't know what would happen next. The news of Lin Wudi's soul power being suppressed spread again. When the people in the main hall heard about it, they were stunned. The experts of the Holy Ground couldn't believe it. Even Lin Wudi's soul power had been defeated. The people of the Hun Tian clan also narrowed their eyes. They knew the strength of Lin Wudi's soul power. To be able to defeat Lin Wudi's soul power was probably beyond their imagination. After hearing this, Hun Tian stood up. Extremely terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. Who was it? Was this a slap to his face? Beside him, Longwu also frowned slightly. She said that Lin Wudi's soul power was very strong. To be able to defeat him so easily, it was at least an imperial prince-level powerhouse. A young powerhouse? Hun Tian snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. So what? I want to see who dares to challenge me. He strode forward. Longwu rose into the air and followed. The other holy emperors also followed one after another. Xianxia roared. Whoever dared to offend His Highness Hun Tian was dead meat no matter who it was. This group of people completely alarmed the outside world. One had to know that those who could enter the main hall were all top-notch experts. Behind them stood the sects of the Holy Ground. They were unparalleled. Once they made a move, the entire world would be in an uproar. When these people came out, they were also shocked. It was one thing to hear about it. But when they saw with their own eyes that Lin Wudi's soul power had been suppressed, their vision turned black. Someone really dared to make a move. Who was it? They all looked over. In the next moment, they saw Peacock standing there with a cold expression. The others retreated far away. It was her, someone from the temple. They didn't expect it to be the temple. These people were shocked and quickly told Hun Tian. After hearing this, Hun Tian's eyes burst with a cold light. The temple? Previously, someone seemed to have warned him that the temple might resist. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly. However, so what if it was the temple? No one could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. With a cold snort, he took a step forward and the power in his body swept out. At this moment, everyone kept retreating. Some people spat out blood. They couldn't resist at all. Even Peacock's face was pale and her blood was boiling. She couldn't bear it at all. Seeing this scene, Hun Tian sneered. A puny temple dares to go against me? Kneel down and accept your death. A cold voice sounded. Peacock's body swayed. It was as if she was facing a god and couldn't resist this power at all. She was about to die. Peacock couldn't resist the terrifying power of heaven and earth. She couldn't help it. No matter how strong she was nothing compared to the double-crowned king. Just as she was about to kneel, a voice rang out. How dare you touch my people? You must be tired of living. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a sharp aura. As soon as it appeared, it cut through the power of heaven and earth. Peacock felt her body relax, and the pressure disappeared. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at the same time. She knew that Lin Xian had made a move. Hun Tian frowned when he heard the voice. He turned around and stopped looking at Peacock. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man next to her. His gaze seemed to have turned into a divine sword, causing hundreds of cracks to appear around him. Who are you? He shouted coldly. Why? Don't you recognize me? Lin Xian took off his cloak, revealing his real face. Hun Tian frowned. It's you. Lin Wudi. He guessed that the only person who dared to challenge him and help the temple was the temple lord, Lin Wudi. It seemed that it was true. The people around exclaimed when they heard it. What? Lin Wudi, he's Lin Wudi. Countless people were shocked. They all looked forward. Lin Wudi's name was like thunder to their ears. He was someone who made it onto the supreme list. Previously, he was even more famous. He was a top genius who swept through everything. Moreover, it was rumored that he was the temple lord. They didn't believe it before, but now it seemed that it was true. No wonder the temple dared to challenge him. It turned out that there was such a terrifying prime behind them. He was Lin Wudi. Xianxia was so scared that his scalp went numb and he almost fainted. Previously, when he challenged the other party, it was as if he had walked one round around the gates of hell. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but step back, hoping that he wouldn't be discovered. Hun Tian shouted coldly. Lin Wudi, are you challenging me? Is the divine hall going against me? Murderous intent burst out from his eyes. So what if it was Lin Wudi? He didn't care about killing Xiang Fei, but the fact that he dared to suppress his soul power was a slap to his face. It was a slap to the chaotic clan's face. He couldn't stand it. More importantly, both he and his opponent were top-notch experts. Sooner or later, they would have to fight in the future. Now that he could kill Lin Wudi, he wouldn't be polite. Your Highness, save me. The saint of all beginnings. Soulforce gritted his teeth. Kill him and avenge me. Your Highness, please help me. Everyone was shocked. With a wave of his hand, the power of the purest yang erupted and shot towards Soul Force and the saint of all beginnings. Two's blood. Dead. One of them was an expert from the Hundun clan. to his. Lin Wuti, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The primal chaos law continued to condense on his body. He couldn't help but want to attack. Lin Xian sneered. You're just a clone. Don't you think you're ridiculous? If you have the ability, call your main body. Maybe we can fight. However, with just this clone of yours, you are still no match for me. Lin Xian's body also erupted with terrifying flames. 6 suns appeared. He was like a sun god. At this moment, the whole world was burning. The surrounding people couldn't bear this power at all. They were shocked. This was the 9 yang divine body, the power of the purest yang. Was this the strength of a supreme being? Previously, when the true spirit world recovered, these genius powerhouses rose up and swept across the world. They became confident. They felt that even if they encountered the buried Emperor Star, they would dare to fight. They didn't even put anything in their eyes. But now, in front of Lin Xian, their confidence was shattered. They were all crazy and about to collapse. Even if they all joined forces, they couldn't resist such strength. This was a young supreme being. An existence that they looked up to. Sensing this aura, Han Tian's face turned cold. Lin Xian was right. He was only a clone, which was the strength of a young powerhouse. If they really fought, his clone wouldn't be able to resist. But he wasn't willing. He was the double crown king and also a young supreme being. How could he be willing to be suppressed by Lin Xian? Have you thought it through? Do you want to completely offend me? Although you're now on the supreme being list, so what? Your strength can't compete with mine. You're the single crown king, while my main body is the double crown king. Once my main body comes out of seclusion, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Biting cold killing intent surrounded everyone, making them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian laughed loudly when he heard this. Main body coming out of seclusion, how long? 100 years? 1,000 years? Or 10,000 years? If your main body doesn't come out of seclusion, what will you do? With your strength, you want to compete with me? Ridiculous. Lin Xian took a step forward. The sun god fire burned the 9 heavens. At this moment, even the aura of chaos was suppressed. Han Tian gritted his teeth. Damn it, do you really want me to attack? Beside him, Long Wu also walked out. She didn't say anything, but her body emitted terrifying dragon blood. Terrifying illusions of 10,000 dragons roared. Is the 10,000 dragon court going to attack too? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian raised his head and laughed. The flames on his body changed into demonic qi. Black demonic qi surrounded him, turning him into a demon god. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura was too terrifying. It was powerful and domineering. It was as if he could destroy heaven and earth with a single word. Come, I'll allow the two of you to fight together. The great destruction spear appeared in Lin Xian's hand as if he was going to sweep through everything. At this moment, Long Wu was also facing a great enemy. Was this the person who killed the Dragon Prince, the young man who made the 10,000 Dragon Court feel despair? He was indeed strong. Han Tian was so angry that his face turned green. He was calculating the chances of winning if the two of them worked together. However, Lin Xian said, the quintessential world didn't need to be controlled by others. Even if it was, it couldn't be controlled by outsiders. Are you all going to stand on the side of the chaotic tribe? Are you all going to be enemies with the sacred hall? Lin Xian's gaze swept across all directions. At this moment, his eyes were also filled with a biting cold killing intent. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The powerhouses of the surrounding sacred grounds felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, they were terrified. They hadn't expected that between the two of them, it would still be them. This was a dilemma. If they walked over and joined forces with the Divine Union, they would offend Han Tian. They wouldn't have a good ending. However, if they stood on Han Tian's side now, Lin Xian would probably kill them immediately. After all, even the monarch races didn't dare to provoke him, let alone the sacred grounds. In an instant, these people were on the verge of tears. But soon, there were people who submitted. They looked at Lin Xian and said, we are willing to follow Deity's Hall. Previously, Han Tian was high and mighty, wanting to control the true spirit world. Not all of these holy lands were willing to do so. Therefore, when they saw the opportunity, they immediately stood out. As the first sacred ground stood out. Following that, a few other sacred grounds quickly stepped forward to join in. We are willing to advance and retreat with deity's hall. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi is mighty. More and more people leaned toward Lin Xian. This scene stunned the people of the primal chaos race. The expressions of the sacred grounds on the side of the primal chaos race changed drastically. They finally didn't dare to resist. Who wanted to die? Therefore, they could only quickly walk over. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi is magnanimous. Please don't blame us. Yuan Zhu and Xianxia knelt on the ground and kept apologizing. Lin Gongzi, please spare our lives. This scene was very shocking. Han Tian's expression became incomparably ugly. Was he defeated by the other party? Damn it. In fact, he didn't know that although he was the double champion, Lin Xian's name was much more famous than his. Moreover, he had been famous for a long time. Lin Xian had killed the Dragon Prince, fought against the 10,000 Dragon Court, and fought against the 10,000 Dragon Court. He even escaped and survived under the attack of an extreme weapon and counterattacked. All kinds of deeds spread throughout the universe, shocking countless people. In the hearts of everyone, he was already a godlike existence. Now that such a person had spoken, who else dared to resist? More importantly, Han Tian only sent a clone. He couldn't defeat Lin Xian at all. If they didn't submit, Lin Xian could immediately send them to hell. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, they all submitted to Lin Xian. At this moment, only 3 forces stood on Han Tian's side. Apart from the primal chaos race, there was the all-beginning sacred land and the 10,000 Dragon Court. Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. What? Not convinced? I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. The others were in an uproar. Were they really going to fight? Even the faces of the Hundun tribe changed. Han Tian remained silent. His eyes grew colder and colder. Lin Xian laughed. You don't dare? If you don't dare, kneel down and kowtow to apologize, I can spare your life. You're courting death. Han Tian was so angry that he trembled, and a terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes. Even if I'm just a clone, I can still defeat you, he roared at the sky, and the aura of chaos on his body condensed into the sword of chaos. It transformed into a divine sword and slashed down from the sky. Countless people were shaken and quickly retreated. Even though it was just a clone, it was still a young tycoon. With the strength of an imperial prince, this sword strike was unparalleled. Lin Xian looked at this sword and laughed loudly. I won't bully you, I'll fight you with one hand. Naturally, Lin Xian wouldn't go all out against his opponent's clone. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other hand reached forward to grab something. His 5 fingers seemed to have transformed into 5 divine swords that swept in all directions. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The two collided with a sonorous sound. The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Wudi was too powerful. He actually let his opponent use one hand. Could he win? The people of the Hundun tribe gritted their teeth. Damn it, he's too arrogant. Let's see how His Highness will kill him. The sword of chaos split heaven and earth. With an angry roar, the sword slashed out with the power to split heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire sky shook violently, and countless large cracks appeared. Countless people were so scared that their scalps went numb. What kind of sword was this? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian shouted coldly. You want to compete in sword techniques? I'll grant you your wish. Lin Xian waved his arm, and 2 rays of black and white light condensed on it. Then, they turned into a sword light and slashed down. It was an arc-shaped sword light. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to carry hope and destruction. This sword strike stunned everyone. They could feel a terrifying great Tao circling around them. What a terrifying sword. Buzz, clang, the sword light flashed, and there was a thunder-like sound in the air. The sword of chaos was sent flying. And there was another sword light on Han Tian's body that pierced through his body. Whoosh, there was no blood dripping because it was just a clone. However, it was even more terrifying. The clone's body was blurry, as if it was about to disappear. Countless people were terrified. Is he injured? He injured Han Tian with one sword. How terrifying. Even Long Wu's pupils constricted. She realized that if she were to face this sword, it would be difficult for her to block it. Unless she took out her trump card, but then she would have lost. After all, Lin Wuti didn't even use a weapon. This was impossible. The people of the Hundun tribe roared crazily. They couldn't accept it. The people of the myriad races' holy land were also stunned. This made them feel terrified. Han Tian's aura weakened. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What sword technique is this?" "This is a sword technique that I created after comprehending life and death. It's called Origin Restoration," Lin Xian said coldly. Self-created sword technique. Han Tian's pupils constricted. The sword technique that Lin Xian created is actually so terrifying? Long Wu and the others were also shocked. They originally thought that this was a legendary technique of the great emperor, but who would have thought that it wasn't? Has he grown to the point where he can create a peerless sword technique? This person is too terrifying. Lin Wuti, you are worthy of my full strength. When my main body arrives, we will have a true battle. Han Tian's cold voice sounded. He turned around and left with his people. Lin Xian sneered. You want to leave? Do you think that one sword is enough? Stay. Since Lin Xian treated him as an enemy, how could he let him go? Another sword slash was made. This sword was even more terrifying. The laws of yin and yang danced and the Taiji diagram appeared, turning into the god of yin and yang. One was extremely powerful, sweeping everything away. The other was cold, turning into the god of death, destroying everything. As soon as the two of them attacked, they pounced towards Han Tian. Han Tian roared. You are courting death. Light of chaos. With a roar, a shocking light flickered in his eyes. Then, he tore through the void. These two rays of light were too terrifying. It was as if they had turned into eternity. When they hit the yin-yang god, they also let out an earth-shaking sound. Hurry up and attack together. He roared at Long Wu. However, Long Wu turned around and left with the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn it, how dare you leave me? Han Tian almost vomited blood. This is too unreliable. Your Highness, let us help you. The powerhouses of the Han Tian clan and the other clans shouted angrily. They wanted to attack, but the yin-yang god fused into the sword of unity and slashed over again. This sword not only contained the power of yin and yang, but also the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was indestructible and incomparably sharp. In the blink of an eye, Han Tian's body was split into two halves. Under this sharp aura, his broken body couldn't recover at all. Destroy, the yin-yang image rotated and destroyed his broken body, turning it into endless chaotic aura that floated in the void. Was he destroyed? The surrounding people were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene before them. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would dare to kill Lin Xian. The All Beginnings Holy Lands people were dumbfounded. The Primal Chaos Race's experts roared crazily. Damn it! You actually dared to attack, Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare, it's just a clone. Even if his main body was here, I would still kill him. The Primal Chaos Race's people were furious. They looked at Lin Xian, their expressions constantly changing. In the end, they didn't dare to attack. Had their plan been destroyed? In the distant palace above the clouds, the people from the Pure Cleansing Immortal platform were similarly shocked. Was this Lin Wuti? He was truly too powerful. Qing Tan sighed. They had originally thought that Han Tian's plan was perfect. But who would have thought that they would meet Lin Wuti? Everything would turn to ashes. Lin Wuti was too powerful. The people from the other holy lands were also incomparably shocked. They were now rejoicing that their previous choice had been correct. If they had chosen to stand on Han Tian's side, they would have probably gone to hell by now. After all, Lin Wuti dared to kill Han Tian's clone. He wouldn't put them in his eyes. For a time, the geniuses of the Holy Lands quickly paid respects to Lin Xian. They were very careful, not daring to offend him. Their young master had become stronger again. Yunyu was shocked. Peacock's lips curled into a smile. Very good. This was the result of going against their deity palace. With Lin Wuti, their deity palace could sweep through everything. Looking at the stunned faces around him, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. With a wave of his sleeve, the primal chaos aura that filled the sky disappeared. Then, he walked towards the throne in front of him and smiled. Everyone. Since you want to form an alliance with my deity palace, let's talk. Lin Xian's lips curled up. The people from the other holy lands were stunned. Then, they sighed. It seemed that they couldn't make any other choice. In the distance, the people from the Pure Cleansing Immortal platform were also shocked. This Lin Wuti wanted to reap the benefits without doing anything. Should we attack? They looked at Qing Tan. Qing Tan said. Just now, he killed Han Tian's clone with a single sword strike. Just how strong had he become? No one knew. I didn't have full confidence that I would succeed. The geniuses behind him also sighed. It seemed like there was no way for them to make a move. Those from the Hundan tribe were roaring madly. Let's see who dares. Extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from their eyes. The surrounding holy lands were stunned once again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I don't even put Han Tian in my eyes, let alone you guys. He clapped his hands, and 6 suns flew out, burning the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the primal chaos tribe. Those people tried their hardest to defend themselves. However, they were simply unable to do so. 2 of them tried to escape, but they were killed by Lin Xian's 6 Dao fist. Until now, none of the members of the Hundan clan had perished. Does anyone have any objections? Lin Xian spoke again. Those holy lands shook their heads one after another. They didn't dare. They were willing to form an alliance with Deity Hall. Very well, Peacock, I'll leave the rest to you. Lin Xian smiled. Peacock was also delighted. This was originally prepared by Han Tian. Han Tian had specially arranged this banquet in order to integrate the power of the quintessential world. Who would have thought that it would benefit them in the end? This was really great. Peacock naturally knew the importance of this matter. She said, in that case, let's sign an alliance agreement. With a wave of her hand, a scroll flew out. A blood oath to form an alliance. The other holy lands had no choice. They knew that from now on, they would have to stand on Lin Wuti's side. However, many people were excited. After all, the power that Lin Wuti had displayed was really terrifying. He didn't even take the double crown champion seriously. In addition, he was the only person on the sovereign list. Perhaps in the future, he might really become a great emperor. In an instant, these people all agreed to a blood oath. Very good. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. This was really an unexpected surprise. This way, he would have another force to support him. The Sacred Hall and the Divine Union were his forces. The quintessential world was already very special. Now that he had the support of these holy lands, it couldn't be better. Come, everyone, let me give you a toast. Lin Xian raised his wine cup and looked around. Then, he drank it in one gulp. To Lin Gongzi. The geniuses of the other holy lands naturally didn't dare to be careless. They all drank it in one gulp. Then, the banquet started again. However, the host had changed from Han Tian to Lin Xian. Some of the Holy Land's geniuses were very curious. They were newly risen geniuses and didn't know much about the Sacred Hall. Naturally, they didn't know about Lin Xian's past in the quintessential world. However, there were still some people who knew, and the old man explained it to them. Did you know? This Lin Wuti also came from the quintessential world. The other geniuses were surprised, right? Wasn't he from the Buried Emperor Star? He was the one who went to the Buried Emperor Star later. He had been from the quintessential world before. Back in the quintessential world, he had been known as one of the 5 absolutes, the Middle Emperor. Although he had been young back then, he had been able to defeat the saints. He had been called Lin Wuti. In the end, he had gone to the ancient Star Road with the Yi family's Saint Physique and the others. It turned out that Lin Gongzi had been so powerful before. Heavens, he is my idol. I must learn from him. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. These youths worshipped top geniuses the most. Especially someone like Lin Xian, who didn't have a powerful identity but was able to rise from the ashes. They yearned for him. However, there were also people who said that he had killed the Double Crown King's clone. Could he really contend against the Double Crown King? I heard that he was only the Double Crown King. There were also people who said that geniuses were improving every day, and he was the only one who had reached the 4th level. Do you know what it means to be on the sovereign list? There was once someone who was on the sovereign list and became a great emperor. In other words, he had a lot of hope. Everyone was shocked. The sovereign list was for young sovereigns. Even great emperors would appear among these people. Therefore, Lin Xian's future was limitless. Lin Gongzi, you are a magnanimous person. Please forgive us. At this time, Yuan Ju, Jian Shao, and the others walked over again. They lowered their heads deeply. The experts of the Holy Land behind them were also very nervous. On the other side, the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land were in despair. They couldn't leave or stay. After all, their All Beginnings Holy Land had an extraordinary relationship with the primal chaos race. How would Lin Xian deal with them? Lin Xian glanced at them and the corners of his mouth rose. Today, my deity's Templar gained a lot of allies. I am very happy. Therefore, I will be lenient. Kneel down and kowtow, admit your wrongs, cripple your arms, and get out of here. Kneel down and kowtow. Apologize. Cripple your own arms. To top geniuses, this was even more unbearable than death. Therefore, everyone looked at Yuan Ju, Jian Shao, and the All Beginnings Holy Land. They wanted to know what these people were going to do. When these people heard this condition, their faces turned ashen. This was akin to ruthlessly trampling on their faces. For a moment, they hesitated. At this time, Yunhua stood up and said coldly. What? You still don't understand. Since you don't repent, you can go to hell. Her body emitted an extremely terrifying aura of good and evil. Hearing this, Yuan Ju slashed their bodies with his sword. Could they contend against Lin Wuti? There was only one outcome, death. Therefore, they took a deep breath and knelt down, prostrating themselves on the ground. Lin Gongzi, we were wrong. Please spare our lives. After saying this, they knelt down and severed their arms. Blood dripped into the void and pierced the ground. These people buried their heads deep into the ground. All right, scram. Lin Xian waved his hand. These were all ants. He didn't care about them. What he wanted was to intimidate the world. The All Beginnings Holy Land's people naturally didn't dare to resist. They knelt down and severed their own arms. Then, they quickly left. The people from the other Holy Lands rejoiced and heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Wuti's iron-blooded methods had broadened everyone's horizons. They knew that they couldn't become enemies with him in the future. After the banquet ended, Lin Xian brought Peacock and Yunhui away. The others also left one after another. News of what had happened here had spread. For a moment, the entire Yuhua ancient city was shocked. Heavens, what did you say? Lin Wuti and Han Tian fought, that can't be, right? Those two were incomparably terrifying. What was the result? Lin Wuti easily killed Han Tian's clone, as expected of a supreme being. He was indeed powerful, countless shocked voices rang out. The primal chaos race gnashed their teeth and roared, Lin Wuti, just you wait. You're dead. They had already returned to ask Han Tian's main body to come out of seclusion. Everyone knew that after Han Tian's main body arrived, there would be a shocking battle between the two sides. At the same time, they were also shocked. Lin Xian's methods were truly terrifying. The princes and princesses were also on high alert. On the other hand, the people from the Divine Hall laughed heartily. They hadn't expected this gathering to be so fruitful. He had integrated the power of so many holy lands. Lin Xian left the matter of the temple to Peacock and Xingtian. At the same time, he asked about Xia Jirio's situation. Xingtian said. The old palace master had not returned yet. Was he in any danger? Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry, Elder Xia shouldn't be in danger. Lin Xian guessed that Xia Jirio's strength was an existence that surpassed everything. He must have had his reasons for leaving. Lin Xian brought Yunyu back. After they returned, those people at the 9-Star Immortal Foundation were all stunned. Madame Purple Star came personally and asked, Lin Gongzi, are you alright? Be careful, the primal chaos race may want to take revenge on you. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. Don't worry, if they dare to come, I will send them to hell. Madame Purple Star was shocked. Lin Gongzi, I really admire you. You are my idol. Lin Xian laughed. This brother of his was too polite. Madame Purple Star shook her head. She really admired Lin Xian. Honestly speaking, she was an Immortal Foundation expert, a descendant of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. With such an identity, Madame Purple Star had always been high up in the air, looking down on those outside. But now, after getting to know Lin Xian, she changed her mind. Everything Lin Xian did was heaven-shaking. She couldn't help but admire him. Lin Gongzi, make your preparations. The opening of the fortuitous encounter is very close. It's better to adjust your physique to the peak and be prepared at any time. What is the creation? Lin Xian asked. I'm not sure about the details. I only heard that the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty has the Ascension Gate. Once you enter, you will be able to enter the Immortal Ground. Ascension Gate. Immortal Ground. Lin Xian drew in a deep breath. Just the name alone sounded mysterious. The supreme great Tao within would definitely be extremely terrifying. Lin Xian definitely wouldn't miss it. There was still a month's time. He had to make his preparations well. Next, Lin Xian, Yunwei and the others returned to their seclusion. 3 days later, someone came. Madame Purple Star said, Lin Gongzi, someone is looking for you outside. Who is it? Lin Xian asked. Madame Purple Star gave a simple description. The other party seemed to be from the Violet Palace. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. It should be Xianxia. Where was she? Madame Purple Star said that she had returned, but she gave him a scroll. After Lin Xian received it, he started to inspect it. There was indeed a message recorded by Xianxia inside. The content was regarding Xianxia. Lin Xian, Xianxia has appeared. She is at the Sky Dome Immortal platform. If you want to see her, you have to be quick. If not, our Manor Lord will arrive soon. Lin Xian kept the scroll and took a deep breath. Sky Dome Immortal platform? He looked at Madame Purple Star and said, I want to go to the Sky Dome Immortal platform to see someone. Madame Purple Star didn't ask anything. Because now, she completely admired Lin Wuti. She would support Lin Xian no matter what he did. She hurriedly brought Lin Xian to the Sky Dome Immortal platform. The Sky Dome Immortal platform was also one of the terrifying powers. This place was located in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was abnormally mysterious. The person who came stopped. A cold voice came from the clouds and the guards of the Immortal platform walked out. Madame Purple Star stated her identity. I am a 9-Star Immortal platform. He took out a token. So it was young Master Madame Purple Star. I wonder why young Master Madame Purple Star has come to our Sky Dome Immortal platform. I haven't seen Emote Songcheong for a long time. I want to see him and spar with him. Emote Songcheong was also a highly ranked character in the Sky Dome Immortal platform. Hence, after the guards heard this, they hurriedly invited Madame Purple Star in. After all, Madame Purple Star's identity wasn't ordinary. They came to a palace that was like a paradise. Madame Purple Star stood with her hands behind her back. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stood there and looked around. Golden light flashed in his eyes. He was looking for Xianxia's whereabouts. Inside the Sky Dome Immortal platform, there were layers of restrictions and formations everywhere. Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eye was extremely powerful. He could see through the formations to investigate. In a courtyard, a middle-aged man frowned and looked around suspiciously. A woman beside him asked. What was going on? In front of them, there was a pill furnace with flickering flames. Obviously, they were concocting pills. The middle-aged man said. I felt that someone was investigating us just now. Impossible. The woman in flames shook her head. Who would be able to investigate the formations around them? Besides, who in the Immortal platform would dare to investigate this place? Was it because you were too nervous while concocting pills? Relax a little. Maybe you are hallucinating. The middle-aged man nodded. Maybe. He closed his eyes again. In another mountain, demonic beasts were roaring incessantly. Many people were using illusions to train these demonic beasts. And on the other side of the mountain, there was a medicinal field. There was a figure in red there. She had a beautiful face and was none other than Xianxia. Found it. Lin Xian retracted his gaze. Then, he rose into the air and left the hall. Zixing was surprised. Lin Gongzi, where are you going? He hurriedly followed. After all, this was not their territory, but the Sky Dome Immortal platform. Along the way, they encountered many array formations. Lin Xian's body erupted with a terrifying aura. A void beast appeared beside him and directly jumped through space. Zixing was very anxious. Lin Gongzi, where are you going? Are you going to the core of the Sky Dome Immortal platform? There are countless old monsters there. You will be killed. Lin Xian said, I'm going to a mountain peak. There are demonic beasts and herb fields there. I know, it's the Fallen Leaf Mountain range. I'll take you there. Zixing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the core place. Along the way, there were also many guards. Zixing lied, saying that he wanted to meet Mo Sanqiong there. Only then did the guards let him go. On the other side, a man in battle armor walked out. He was Mo Sanqiong. After receiving the news, the corners of Mo Sanqiong's mouth curled up. Zixing came to look for me? Sparring? This guy is no match for me. It seems that. This time, I have to suppress him properly. He walked towards the hall. But when he arrived, he found that the hall was empty. What's going on? Mo Sanqiong frowned. Could it be that the other party knows that he is no match for me, so he left? Where is he? Mo Sanqiong waved his hand. A guard walked in from outside and knelt down on one knee. Your Highness, young Master Zixing has left. Where did he go? Mo Sanqiong frowned. He went all the way east. You may leave. Mo Sanqiong waved his hand, then he rose into the air and flew out. On the way, he met a few guards. After asking, he learned that Zixing had gone to the Fallen Leaf Mountain range. Why would he go there? Mo Sanqiong frowned. An array formation flickered under his feet, teleporting his figure and disappearing. In the Fallen Leaf Mountain range, there were countless red leaves dancing in the air. After landing, they turned into a golden color, which was very magical. In this red forest, there was an open space. A medicinal field had been established there. Standing at the edge was a woman dressed in red. She had her hands behind her back and her chin was slightly raised. Under the sunlight, the side of her face was abnormally dreamy. It was like crystal glass. If someone was here, they would definitely be stunned. This woman was none other than Xianxia. She gazed at the red leaves fluttering in the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, she suddenly frowned and turned around to look at the distant sky. Did someone come? She muttered softly. In the next instant, the void split open, and two figures emerged. An expert. What a terrifying aura. Xianxia immediately fixed her eyes on one of them. That person wore a black robe and had a handsome face. His eyes shone with a golden radiance. It seemed to be able to see through everything. This person gave her a very dangerous feeling. Qiao, it's really you. It was Lin Xian. When he arrived and saw the figure in front of him, he immediately shouted out in joy. He walked forward. Stop. Xianxia shouted, and a terrifying aura spread out. Who are you? How do you know my name? Lin Xian was stunned. What do you mean, Qiao? Don't you recognize me? I'm your big brother Lin Xian. Big brother Lin Xian? A look of confusion appeared in Xianxia's eyes. He seemed a little familiar. I don't remember having a big brother. Why are you looking for me? Her voice was cold, and it was surprising. What's going on? Don't you recognize me? Lin Xian was even more stunned. He couldn't believe it. Qiao, don't joke with me. What's wrong with you? Lin Xian's face became a little cold. Previously, when Xianxia told him that Xianxia had gone to the Purple Mansion, he had a bad feeling. Now, there was indeed a problem. Xiaoer didn't recognize him. Was it the doing of the prefectural magistrate, Brother Lin? Do you know him? Behind him, Zixing was also shocked. This scene was a little strange. Lin Xian didn't reply. Instead, he continued to walk forward. Xianxia felt a sense of danger. A golden whirlpool appeared on her body, and it emitted a terrifying energy. Don't come any closer. She drew a crack in the ground. If you step over this crack, don't blame me for killing you. Her voice was filled with cold killing intent. Lin Xian stopped in front of the crack. Pain appeared in his eyes. Do you really not recognize me, that damned Purple Mansion? How dare they attack you? Don't worry, Xiaoer, I won't let them off. Lin Xian still wanted to walk forward. Xianxingqiu's aura condensed, and she was about to unleash an ultimate attack. However, at this moment, the void cracked again, and a figure appeared. He appeared between the two of them. This figure blocked Lin Xian's path. You're attacking me here. Are you not putting the Sky Dome Immortal platform in your eyes? The man who appeared had a terrifying aura. It was like a piece of heaven, and it was incomparable. Those who block me will die. Lin Xian was infuriated. Now that Xianxia had such a problem, he was incomparably anxious. Whoever dared to block him would be his enemy. Lin Xian took a step forward. Flames erupted from his body, and he was like the god of the sun, descending to heaven and earth. Stop! Seeing this scene, Madame Purple Star hurriedly shouted. She flew over and said, Sir, don't attack. I'm Emote Sanqiong. At the same time, she said to Emote Sanqiong, this is a friend I brought here. He has no ill intentions. Friend? Emote Sanqiong frowned. Lin Xian also didn't attack. The other party should be a highness of the Sky Dome Immortal platform. He retracted his palm. Emote Sanqiong looked at Madame Purple Star and asked, What are you doing? Madame Purple Star had a puzzled look on her face. To be honest, I'm not too sure either. Lin Gongzi, can you explain? Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on Xianxingqiu. Emote Sanqiong frowned. This sir, she's a genius of the Purple Mansion Immortal platform and a guest of our Sky Dome Immortal platform. If you dare to attack her, don't blame me for being impolite. Clearly, this was a warning to Lin Xian. Madame Purple Star also said, Lin Gongzi, let's talk things over nicely. She also didn't wish for Lin Xian to offend a highness of the Sky Dome Immortal platform. Lin Xian glanced at Emote Sanqiong. I don't wish to be enemies with the Sky Dome Immortal platform. It's just that she's my Dao companion. Now that there's a problem with her soul, I have to act to save her. What? Dao companion? Emote Sanqiong frowned. Madame Purple Star was also shocked. But from the looks of it, Lin Xian shouldn't be joking. Emote Sanqiong said, This Fairy Shen is the fourth successor of the Purple Mansion Immortal platform. I've never heard of her having a husband. Are you lying to me? Lin Xian coldly snorted. I've said it before. The problem with my Dao companion's soul is caused by the Purple Mansion Immortal platform. I have a grudge with the Purple Mansion. If you insist on helping them, don't blame me. Lin Xian didn't wish to be enemies with the Sky Dome Immortal platform. But if the Sky Dome Immortal platform wanted to be enemies with him, then sorry. For Xianxingqiu, Lin Xian dared to be enemies with the entire world. You are too arrogant. Emote Sanqiong was enraged. He was a prince of the Immortal Foundation and this was his territory. Was the other party threatening him? His face turned cold. At the same time, he frowned. Madame Purple Star, who is he? Why are you friends with someone who doesn't know the meaning of death? Madame Purple Star was also anxious. Don't attack, he is Lin Wudi. What? Lin Wudi, the Lin Wudi on the Paragon list. Emote Sanqiong was shocked when he heard that. He had also heard of this person. Lin Wudi was now a young paragon. He was above all the other geniuses. He didn't expect him to be this person. No wonder he felt like he was facing a great enemy. But so what? Emote Sanqiong coldly said. Lin Wudi, I know you have ascended to the 4th level of the Starfall Hall and have the possibility of becoming a great emperor. But that's just a possibility. You are still a great sage. This is the Sky Dome Immortal Foundation, not a place where you can behave atrociously. If you stop now and leave, I will treat you with respect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? Lin Xian coldly snorted. I have said before that I will take my wife away. Anyone who tries to stop me is my enemy. Lin Xian stomped his foot, causing the earth to crack. The terrifying aura caused the entire Fallen Leaf mountain range to tremble. Countless demonic beasts crawled in the mountain range. Those beast tamers had a drastic change in expression. What a terrifying power. Xianxia also felt a terrifying aura. Is this the power of a divine body? Lin Wudi was indeed a paragon. But he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He was also a peak-level genius. His body emitted a boundless aura that seemed to have transformed into the sky. At the same time, countless figures rushed over from all directions. Your Highness, what happened? When they saw that someone was confronting their Highness, they all descended one after another. Who dares to behave atrociously here? Surrender without a fight, cold shouts rang out one after another. Madame Purple Star's expression changed. Everyone, please don't attack. This is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Xianxia's expression was cold. If he didn't stop, then it wouldn't be a misunderstanding. Madame Purple Star, don't blame me for not giving you face. Lin Gongzi, let's talk things over. Purple Star advised. Lin Xian remained unmoved, but at this time, Xianxia, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. You are Lin Wudi, the only young supreme martial artist. I want to see what's so amazing about a supreme being like you. Your Highness, can you stop and let me fight? Please help me arrange the battlefield. Was Fairy Shen going to make a move? Xianxia was also stunned for a moment before he nodded. Alright, I'll set up the battlefield for you. With a wave of his hand, the Immortal Foundation experts in the surroundings also retracted their law energy. They stood on one side and worked together to set up a formation, forming a battlefield. At the same time, they were shocked. Was the man in front of them Lin Wudi? Did Lin Wudi come to the Sky Dome Immortal platform to behave atrociously? One of them said. It seemed like they weren't here for us, but for Fairy Shen. There was enmity between him and the Purple Mansion. Discussions broke out as Xianxia walked into the array formation. I don't know why you're looking for me, but it seems like you have a lot of questions. If you can defeat me, I'll explain. Xianxia said coldly. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Alright, but don't worry, I won't hurt you. Hurt me? What a joke. Who do you think you are? You think you can sweep through everything just because you're on the sovereign list? I'll let you know how powerful I am. Xianxia shouted and slapped her palm over. Her palm seemed to have turned into an immortal seal, descending from the sky with a mysterious aura. Fairy Shen was so terrifying. The surrounding Immortal Foundation experts felt this scene and their expressions changed. Fairy Shen definitely had the strength of an emperor. She was a young powerhouse. Xianxia also narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect her to be so strong. Previously, he noticed her because of her beautiful face. He didn't expect her strength to be no weaker than his. Lin Xian was also gratified. Qiuer's improvement was godly. It was just that she didn't recognize him. This was a hidden danger. As he thought about it, he attacked. The vast palm brought along a sea of flames with it as it grabbed out in front of him with a mighty aura. Buzz, the collision between the two was earth-shattering. Lin Xian's palm was as steady as a rock, directly grabbing Xianxia's hand. He slapped out his other palm, wanting to suppress Xianxia. Countless people were shocked. As expected of the legendary Lin Wudi. His methods were too strong. Damn it. Xianxia snorted coldly. She formed a seal with her palm and suddenly, a golden vortex erupted. She pushed Lin Xian's palm away and at the same time, she shouted and pointed her finger. There was a biting cold saber light on her finger that could split heaven and earth. Lin Xian was also shocked. He shot out a sword chi to fight back. Next, the two of them attacked. The more they fought, the more shocked the crowd was. Everyone had heard of Lin Xian's strength. But Xianxia's various ultimate techniques left them dumbfounded. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He had never seen these before. These were the ultimate techniques of the Violet Palace realm. It seemed that Xianxia was valued in the Violet Palace realm. However, what shocked him more was the golden vortex on her body. That was the origin inheritance that she cultivated. As for what it was, he didn't know. It was very likely that it was very dangerous for Qiu'er. Thinking of this, Lin Xian roared angrily and his abijna changed. The 6 paths fist transformed into 6 worlds that enveloped Xianxia. At the same time, a golden radiance burst out from his eyes. The terrifying power of reincarnation appeared on the reincarnation mountain. It seemed to want to suppress Xianxia's soul. He wanted to see what kind of changes had happened to her soul. He guessed that the Violet Palace realm must have changed her soul. As long as he could find a flaw, he could help Xianxia recover. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, causing the world to change. The surrounding people retreated, and the array was constantly shattering. At this moment, Xianxia was also suppressed. Her soul was enveloped by Lin Xian's gaze, as if it was about to be torn apart. She roared and her black hair danced wildly. "You want to pry into my soul? You're too naive." Countless golden vortexes spun around her body. In those vortexes, mysterious figures appeared one after another. The golden figure sat cross-legged like a god. The moment he appeared, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. The people on the Sky Dome immortal platform turned pale. Even Xianxia's pupils constricted. What was that? He felt suffocated. It was too terrifying. It could even threaten his life. He retreated far away. The moment these golden figures appeared, they let out a heavenly sound that blasted in all directions. It caused the 6 paths of reincarnation mountain to shake and then collapse. Xianxia rushed out and slapped at Lin Xian. There were countless vortexes in her palm. The golden figures on them suddenly burst out with a terrifying radiance that swept everything. "Not good," Zixing exclaimed. Lin Gongzi quickly retreated. He could naturally feel the terror of the golden figures. The people on the immortal platform were also shocked. Lin Wudi wouldn't die here, right? That was an earth-shattering event. Seeing the golden figure, Lin Xian frowned. It's that thing again. He had seen it before, and the power it carried was too terrifying. He shouted coldly, and demonic aura appeared on his body. A demonic shadow appeared behind him, holding up the heavens and earth. Once it appeared, thousands of demons surged, as if a demon god had been resurrected. Xianxingqiu's palm stopped, and the light on it was suppressed. The golden figure in the vortex suddenly opened its eyes, like thousands of golden lightning streaking across the sky. Buzz, the demonic shadow behind Lin Xian's back became even more terrifying. At the same time, it raised its palm, and countless demonic runes gathered on it. The confrontation between the 2 mysterious phantoms made everyone feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Even Lin Xian and Xianxia were surprised, as if the situation was out of their control. The previous confrontation between the demonic shadow and the opponent was the Dragon Emperor Phantom in the Dragon Prince's body. They did not expect a similar situation to happen to Xianxia. Lin Xian was surprised. He knew that the 2 phantoms should have many secrets, but now was not the time to think too much. He should take this opportunity to suppress Qiu'er, and then slowly think of a solution. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He decided to activate his sword and suppress Xianxia with his world. A spatial crack appeared beside him, like a devouring beast, and was about to swallow Xianxia. Xianxia shouted angrily, trying to resist. However, she was restrained by the demonic shadow. Not good. Xianxia and the others' faces changed. Stop, they shouted angrily. If Xianxia was taken away here, not only would they not be able to explain themselves, but they would also lose face. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. This move was like a heavenly palace that fell from the sky, shattering the heavens and earth. It was not Xianxia and the others who attacked, but someone else. In the face of this terrifying attack, Xianxia and the others retreated again. Even Purple Star retreated. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he was instantly teleported. In the next moment, the demonic shadow on his body disappeared, and he stared at the front with a solemn expression. The pinnacle of a great sage. That's right, the power of that palm was at the pinnacle of a great sage. Fortunately, he had summoned the devil shadow, so he was able to dodge it. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart by this attack. Who dared to make a move? Lin looked ahead. There was a woman in a purple robe in front of him. Her body was covered with great daos. There were even black lotus flowers blooming on his robes, making him look exceptionally demonic. Lin Xian frowned. The chief of the Z Mansion. Lin Wudi, you dare to attack people from the Z Mansion? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The Purple Mansion headmaster's voice was sharp. She glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was fearless. He sneered, come at me if you dare. You're a peak great sage, and you're breaking the rules by attacking me. Soon, the Quasi-Emperors will make a move on your Violet Palace Hall. Previously, Lord Alcohol had appeared in the human world and stopped the battle between the Myriad Dragon Dynasty and Lin Xian. At the same time, he warned the world that peak great sages were not allowed to make a move against Lin Xian. Hearing this, the Purple Mansion's mansion master coldly harumphed. Don't think that you can continue to be arrogant just because you have a quasi-emperor protecting you. There is more than one quasi-emperor in the world. You've offended Han Tian. You're finished without us doing anything. Leave quickly today. Otherwise, even if I don't kill you, I'll make you suffer. What did you do to Chou? Tell me and I'll release her soul seal. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. A sharp sword intent appeared on Lin Xian's body and shot into the sky. No matter what, he had to save Chou today. So what if she was the Purple Mansion's mansion master? At most, he would activate the sky-devouring jar. Or he could use the great dragon sword soul to attack. Young man, you're playing with fire. The Purple Mansion's mansion master was furious. Although Lin Xian had countless trump cards, she was the mansion master. How extraordinary was her status? How could she be threatened by a young man? The battle was about to erupt. At this moment, the sky darkened. The sun had set and the moon was rising. This was the change of day and night. It was a normal thing. Lin Xian didn't care. He wasn't in the mood to care about these things. However, Shen Jingqiu's expression changed. The coldness in her eyes slowly disappeared. It was replaced by a look of doubt. Brother Lin Xian, are you here? Lin Xian's body shook. Chou, you've recovered? He was overjoyed. The Chou in front of him was the Shen Jingqiu he knew. She wanted to run over but was stopped by the Purple Mansion's mansion master. Don't forget our agreement. The old woman let go of her. Lin Xian shouted angrily. Sword chi appeared on his body again. Shen Jingqiu stopped. She said, I know. Brother Lin Xian, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. Go back first. I'll find you one day. Chou, what happened to you just now? What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing? Shen Jingqiu shook her head. I don't know. I only know that I'm different in the day. Anyway, you don't have to worry too much. Not the same? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Emot Songqiong and Zixing were also surprised. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It's too strange. All right. Lin Xian retracted his hand and looked at the Purple Mansion's mansion master again. Listen, if you dare to hurt Chou, don't blame me for being impolite. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Zixing quickly followed. Did he leave? The people on the immortal platform heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't know why, but they felt even more pressured just now. The Purple Mansion's mansion master looked gloomy. A young man dared to threaten her. She would make him regret it one day. All right, come with me. She turned to look at Shen Jingqiu and said in a deep voice. Her attitude towards Shen Jingqiu was not like an elder facing a junior. She seemed to value her a lot. What was the Purple Mansion's plan? Shen Jingqiu and the others laughed. The immortal platform quieted down again. This matter was not spread. Emot Songqiong ordered a lockdown. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Yuhua ancient city became tense. This was because there were only 10 days left before they could seize the opportunity of fortune. 10 days later, whether or not they could improve further would really depend on their luck. After Lin Xian returned, he went into seclusion to cultivate. After a few days, Yan Ruyu and Morong Qingqing came out of seclusion. When they heard about Xianxia, they were also surprised. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Why would Xiao cultivate such a strange cultivation technique? Yan Ruyu also frowned. It should be a very ancient cultivation technique. You said that she can summon a human figure that is similar to your demonic shadow. I think this cultivation technique is not ordinary. You better be careful. I know. Lin Xian nodded. However, there was nothing he could do. He was not an emperor's son and did not have an emperor's bloodline. He could only cultivate emperor's cultivation techniques. The only emperor's cultivation technique he had was the demon summoning scripture. Therefore, he could only cultivate it carefully. After this matter was over, he would return to the buried emperor star and explore the emperor's tomb. Perhaps he did not need to do so. After all, the Yuhua immortal dynasty had produced emperors before. This time, they were invited here for supreme power and opportunity. Perhaps there would be an emperor's inheritance. Finally, the day had arrived. The hall master of the 9-star immortal platform gathered everyone. Madame Purple Star had come to invite Lin Xian, Yan Ruyu, and Morong Qingqing. Apart from them, the 9-star immortal platform had also invited others. For example, the Heavenly Snake Clan. There were also some top-tier experts. When these people saw Lin Xian, they all sucked in cold breaths. One had to know that Lin Xian was currently the only young paragon. During this period of time, someone had divided the geniuses who had come to the Ascension dynasty into many ranks. The most powerful one was the one who had made it onto the young paragon list. Only one person was Lin Xian. He was above everyone else. Those below him were called the young titans. Those at this level were those who had the strength of an emperor. For example, there were some princes and princesses, as well as those who had cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture. Below them were the top-tier geniuses. These people were also extraordinary. Perhaps they had powerful saint artifacts or secret techniques. In any case, they couldn't be underestimated. Everyone, please come with me. The hall master of the 9-star immortal platform rose into the air, and everyone followed. At the same time, the other immortal platforms in the ancient city also began to move. They gathered in the depths of the ancient city, where they would open the Ascension Gate. There was a plaza in the depths of the ancient city, and many people had already gathered there. Lin Xian also saw some familiar faces, such as Yi Wudao, Kuanping Zi, Gu Feng, Yao Guang, and the newcomer Long Wu. Xianxia and the people from the Purple Mansion were also there. These people also turned to look at Lin Xian. Among them, there were many people who had cold killing intent in their eyes. Lin Xian didn't care. He was looking forward to these people making a move on him. On the other side, the people from the Starfall Immortal platform had also arrived. After they arrived, they gave Lin Xian a scroll. Speaking of which, there is some information here. Your Highness, please take a look. Also, Your Highness, you must be careful and return safely. Alright, I got it. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. The Nebula Immortal Foundation really treated him as its young master. The others were also shocked as they discussed. This Lin Xian's luck was truly good, to be able to gain the favor of 2 Immortal Foundation experts. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. They knew that the other party was about to die. The other party had slain Hun Tian's clone, and it was said that Hun Tian's main body was currently on the way here. A day later, those Immortal Foundation Hall lords all walked out, standing in 8 different directions. They formed seals with their palms. Open the Ascension Gate, these people cut open their palms. Blood dripped down and merged into the void. The void in front of him cracked open, and a mysterious door appeared. It was unknown where it led to. What a mysterious aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Ascension Gate. It was said that behind the mysterious door was the deity ground. What kind of magic awaited him? He was looking forward to it. Let's go. Purple Star would also go this time, and he would still stay with Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others nodded and walked forward. At the same time, the others also entered, vanishing from sight. Staring at the disappearing silhouettes, the eyes of those Immortal Foundation experts flickered. They wondered how many of them would be able to obtain good fortune. For every Immortal Foundation expert, there were people heading there. For example, for the 9-star Immortal Foundation expert, Purple Star went there. That Shenmue from before also entered. For the other Immortal Foundation experts, there were also people at the peak of the Immortal Foundation level who entered. One could even say that these people were the main force. Because they knew more information, the reason why they invited the other geniuses was because they wanted to have a greater chance. After entering, what greeted them was a mystical place. It was like a brand new world, incomparably vast, with no end in sight. The aura here was abnormally terrifying, and everyone could feel the pressure. Our strength is suppressed here. Those from the Sky Serpent race furrowed their brows. Yen Ryu's eyes flickered. What a terrifying aura. In here, they were unable to unleash their full strength. Indeed, because they had to divert a portion of their strength to resist the pressure here. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was also shocked in his heart. He wasn't unfamiliar with this pressure. This world was similar to his sword world. The pressure was extremely terrifying. One had to know that when he first entered the sword world, it was difficult for him to move an inch. Now, he had already adapted to the sword world. And at this moment, the pressure here was slightly smaller than the sword world. Therefore, although it was terrifying, it was equivalent to nothing for Lin Xian. He wasn't affected, but that didn't mean that the other geniuses weren't affected. Even the big shots were affected here. They could only unleash about 70% of their strength. And those top geniuses would probably be suppressed even more terrifyingly. Roar! At this moment, roars came from the distant forest. Some demonic beasts rushed out. There were a total of 5 demonic beasts. Their bodies were huge and abnormally terrifying. The killing intent emitted from their bodies was extremely shocking. So terrifying. Even those top geniuses were shocked. In this place, every step was filled with killing intent. They had to be careful. Yunyu walked out, formed a seal with her palm, and slapped out. Angel Staff, Devil Blade. The power of good and evil was used by her, sending 3 demonic beasts flying. The other 2 were sent flying by the people on Shenmue's side. These demonic beasts seemed to have grown up here since they were young, so they were not affected by the pressure. We have to be careful. Zixing and the others frowned. Shenmue said, "Everyone, good luck." After saying that, he waved his hand and left with his people. Lin Gongzi, let's go as well. Zixing took a deep breath and also soared into the sky. Not only Lin Xian's side, but the others also felt a huge pressure after entering. However, there were also people who were excited. In such a mysterious world, the demonic beasts inside were far superior to those outside. Then the spiritual medicines here would definitely be more terrifying than those outside. If they could obtain some heavenly treasures, then their strength would increase by an astonishing amount. A ray of light flashed, and a man entered. There was no light on his body, but he could devour light. He was Yao Guang. Yao Guang, the corners of his mouth raised. There shouldn't be anyone at the peak of the great sage realm coming in here. That way, I can attack without any scruples. This time I must taste the blood of the emperor. His eyes erupted with a sharp killing intent. Others were here to look for heavenly treasures. But he was here to hunt down the young giants. Buzz, his figure flickered, and he quickly disappeared. In another void, Gu Feng, Yi Wudao, and the others appeared one after another. At the same time, outside, a ray of light streaked across the sky with the power to split heaven and earth. The people guarding outside all turned their heads to look. What a terrifying aura. Even some of the elders of the older generation were shocked. The pupils of the people on the Immortal Foundation shrank. This was the power of primal chaos. The people on the Greenwood Immortal Foundation were shocked. It seemed that Han Tian's main body had come. A figure descended like an ancient god. His appearance shocked everyone. He was Han Tian. This time, his true body came personally. Was this the power of the Double Crown Champion? Those elders were also terrified. Han Tian walked over and looked ahead. This must be the Ascension Gate. He walked in. Lin Wudi, just you wait. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. His cold voice made people's scalps tingle. It seemed that Hun Tian was here for revenge. This was going to be interesting. This was the true double champion. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, would he be able to withstand it? Inside the deity ground, everyone had already scattered. Some acted alone, while others formed small teams and moved together. Among them, there was a team of 4 people. This team was very terrifying. These 4 people came from different places. They were all geniuses of the true spirit world's sacred grounds. They worked together to investigate. There was a valley in front of them. There seemed to be a medicinal fragrance coming from inside. In their opinion, there should be a set of precious sacred herbs inside. If they could get it, it would be very beneficial for them. These people went in and fought with the demonic beasts inside. It was earth-shattering. At this time, a figure descended from the sky and entered the valley. Who was it? Come out. In front, the people of the Dayan's sacred ground roared. Their sword chi swept out. Was someone trying to take advantage of the situation? The people of the 5 elements sacred ground also roared. However, that person didn't hide at all and walked in directly. With just you guys, I don't need to take advantage of the situation. Who are you? They frowned when they saw the figure in front of them. The other party didn't emit any aura. How dare he come alone, humph, courting death. Kill him first. These people didn't attack the demonic beasts in front of him. Instead, they turned around and attacked the figure behind them. The 4 of them attacked together. Go to hell. A terrifying power erupted. Great Wilderness Hunter Hand. The figure behind waved his hands and tore a crack, tearing one of them in half. The other 3 people's expressions changed drastically. So terrifying. Take out your ultimate techniques. The 3 of them didn't dare to be careless and used their strongest techniques. The figure sneered. You guys are pitifully weak. He stretched out his hands and turned them into 2 vortexes, enveloping the 2 of them. The 3rd person was kicked away, his head turning into a bloody mist. Boom, boom. Boom, in the blink of an eye, 4 people were seriously injured. They let out terrified roars. The 4 of them were all top-notch geniuses. If the 4 of them joined forces, how terrifying would that be? But now, he couldn't even block a single move from his opponent. That person waved his right hand and destroyed the 2 of them. Then, the black vortex began to devour the blood. Damn it, could this be the legendary devouring heaven demonic art? You're that light-shaking realm cultivator, run. The 2 of them were terrified. This was a legendary forbidden martial art. Don't you think it's too late to find out who I am now? Yao Guan laughed coldly as he easily killed the other 2. Then, it swallowed all of their power. Not bad. Yao Guang's lips curled up. This training ground was really too good. In the past, if he wanted to find such a genius, he would have to search the entire world. But now, the Yuhua immortal dynasty gathered all these people in one place. When he took action, his efficiency was much higher. He believed that when he got out, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. When the demonic beast in front saw this scene, it was also frightened and prostrated on the ground. However, Yao Guang didn't let it go. He directly swallowed this behemoth. The last sacred medicine was going to be taken away by him. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others also set off. They moved forward courageously because their strength was really too strong. Although they were few in number, they were all top-notch powerhouses. Lin Xian himself was a supreme being, while Yan Ruyu and Morong Qingqing were young powerhouses. Even Madame Purple Star had the strength of a young powerhouse. Such a lineup was heaven-defying. They were fearless. Madame Purple Star had a scroll in her hand. Lin Xian also had a scroll in his hand. This scroll was given to him by the Nebula Immortal platform. Some information about the deity land was recorded on it, and there was also a simple map. He compared it with Madame Purple Star's and found that it was generally the same, but the details were different. It seemed that the information obtained by each immortal platform was different. In this way, Lin Xian and the others combined the 2 scrolls, and the information was more complete. The map shows that there seems to be a tribe ahead. With our speed, we should be able to reach it before dark. Should we go over? A tribe. Are there natives here? Morong Chingching was surprised. Who lived in the celestial land? Are they the legendary immortals? I don't know. Madame Purple Star shook her head. Lin Xian also said, let's go and take a look. He was also very interested. The group of people sped up and flew forward. Finally, they arrived at the tribe before evening. The tribe wasn't big, and it looked very simple. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others surprised the people in the tribe again. Are there more guests? Please come in. An old woman walked out. She was wearing cotton clothes with patches on her body. Her voice was very kind, but her appearance was very strange. Lin Xian and the others could see that not only was this not a human, but it was a demonic beast. It was a demonic wolf with a green glow all over its body. This was a green wolf, a rare beast of heaven and earth. She actually walked upright like a human. It was really strange. Yan Ryu was surprised. Normally, when a rare beast of heaven and earth cultivated to this level, they would still maintain the appearance of a demonic beast and disdain to transform. Otherwise, they would directly transform into a human. However, this was the first time they saw a demonic beast that was similar to a human. Could it be that these people couldn't transform due to special reasons? They didn't know. You guys have come from afar. Come in quickly. Granny Green Wolf invited Lin Xian and the others in. Not only Granny Green Wolf, but the demonic beasts in the tribe all maintained a ferocious appearance, but they looked like humans. Not only did they walk upright, but they were also very kind and polite. This is a strange tribe. Be careful. Lin Xian reminded them in a low voice. The few of them nodded, but they weren't too afraid. With their strength and lineup, what danger would there be? They were confident that they could leave. After entering, they found that they weren't the only ones who had arrived. There were others before them. It was the Heavenly Rock clan. The people of the Fate tribe. When they saw Lin Xian and the others, they were stunned. Especially the Fate tribe, they gritted their teeth. There was even a murderous intent in their eyes. Not only did they have murderous intent towards Lin Xian, but they also had murderous intent towards Yunyu. Yunyu, as the number one genius of their family, had actually become someone else's servant. This was a slap to their face. Humph, let's go. The people of the Fate tribe gritted their teeth and snorted. They couldn't beat Lin Wudi now. However, they didn't want to be with Lin Wudi. So, they prepared to leave the tribe. At this moment, Granny Green Wolf walked out and said, "You guys better not leave." Hearing that, the Fate clan was enraged. Why? Are you trying to stop us? They were afraid of Lin Wudi, but it didn't mean that they were afraid of the people in the tribe. Suddenly, the aura of good and evil burst out from their bodies. It was terrifying. Granny Green Wolf sighed. Don't be angry. I'm not trying to restrict you. It's getting dark and it's dangerous outside. It's getting dark? Dangerous? The Fate clan sneered. Granny, do you think we're 3 years old, so what if it's getting dark? We can go anywhere in the universe. Let's go. They waved their hands and left. Granny Green Wolf sighed. A black bull walked over. He was wearing a loose robe and held 2 hammers in his hands. He snorted coldly. A bunch of reckless people. They'll regret it. What's going on? Morong Chingching was also confused. The black bull said. This place was very dangerous. If they went out at night, they would die. Therefore, they could go out during the day and stay in the tribe at night. That was the safest place. When Lin Xian and the others heard this, their brows furrowed even tighter. They said that they would stay and observe the situation. They weren't too sure about the deity ground. Was there any magical power? They stayed in the tribe for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Suddenly, there was a scream from afar. Save us, let us in. The scream was filled with fear. The people in the tribe were alarmed. Lin Xian and the rest walked out. The Tianping clan was also surprised. Bailey Wuck frowned. It was the Fate clan. That's right, it was the people who left earlier. But only 2 of them returned. One of them was still injured, while the other had a pale face and was trembling uncontrollably. Why are there only 2 of you? Where are the other 3? Bailiwick asked. Dead, the 2 of them were terrified. There's a demon, they were extremely afraid. What happened? Bailiwick asked. Yan Ryu also said, tell me what happened. However, the 2 of them shook their heads. We don't know. We only know that something is attacking us. Something inexplicable? Is it an illusion? Lin Xian asked. With your strength, you should be able to see it clearly, right? Damn it, don't look down on us, we're still top-notch geniuses, whether it's an illusion or not, we can tell. Lin Wudi, if you don't believe me, why don't you go out and try it yourself? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. However, the tribesman walked out and said, young master, don't go. Don't go outside when it's dark. What was out there? Madame Purple Star and the others were very curious. Granny Green Wolf sighed. There are unknown things outside that we don't know about. Let's stay here for now and investigate during the day. Lin Xian also felt that something was amiss. He wasn't willing to take risks so easily. The group settled down. When night fell, everyone was cultivating. The next morning, an accident happened. The 2 Fate clan members from yesterday were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that these 2 fellows didn't know what was good for them and left again? Everyone frowned and shook their heads. They didn't care if the other party was courting death. However, there was another matter that exceeded everyone's expectations. Morong Qingqing walked over and said with a frown. Yunyu was unconscious. Hearing this, Lin Xian walked over and checked. Then, his face turned cold. Yunyu's body was cold and she seemed to be dead. What happened? Who attacked? Lin Xian snorted coldly. A terrifying aura appeared and the entire tribe seemed to be covered by 100,000 mountains. The people in the tribe were all alarmed. They looked at Lin Xian in shock. Young master. Granny Green Wolf walked over. Lin Xian said, what happened last night? Why did my companion become like this? Granny Green Wolf and the others went to check and were stunned. How did this happen? Uncle Black Bull was also stunned. I'll go find Elder Pegasus. He hurried over. Not long later, an old man walked over. It was a Pegasus with an old face. He walked very slowly. When he arrived, he exclaimed. Her soul was gone. Did she go out? She shouldn't have. Yan Ryu shook her head. If she went out, they should have noticed. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. His soul was gone, an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes and shrouded Yunyu. What happened? He had planted an imprint in Yunyu's soul. If her soul was gone, he should be the first to notice. However, he didn't notice it. It was really strange. This place was too scary. What was going on? Although Yunyu was just a servant, Lin Xian wouldn't allow her to die without knowing why. His expression was cold as he looked around. The people of the Tianping race were terrified. Bailiwick said, it has nothing to do with our Tianping race. It should be the 2 people from the Fate race who disappeared. The people in the tribe were also discussing. This was also a big matter to them. Especially the elder Pegasus. After he determined that her soul was gone, those people were stunned. Some people were terrified. How was it possible? Could that thing enter the village? What kind of joke was this? This was definitely impossible. How did her soul disappear? She was definitely taken away by that thing. What thing? What do you know? If you don't say it, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian's sword intent swept across the sky, causing those people to be terrified. Young master, please calm down. Let me say it. Grandma Green Wolf sighed. Last night, I told you not to go out because it was dangerous outside. Once the sky turned dark, there would be soul-devouring beasts outside. Whoever went out would have their soul taken away and perish. However, soul-devouring beasts only appear when the sky turns dark and they can't enter our tribe. Only this place is safe. However, we don't know why your companion lost her soul. Damn it, it was those 2 people yesterday. Uncle Black Bull gritted his teeth and smashed his hammer on the ground. I should have noticed it long ago. How could someone who was targeted by a soul-devouring beast come back alive? There must be something wrong with them yesterday. This was probably the only explanation. They were too careless. Based on what the people in the tribe said, once the sky turned dark, those who went out would never return. Yesterday's 2 people were an accident. They were really careless. What was a soul-devouring beast? Where would they take the soul to? Would they die directly? Lin Xian asked. If her soul was still there, he would help Yunhua find it. The people in the tribe told them about their experiences. Lin Xian and the others were shocked. The people in the tribe knew that they couldn't go out at night. Their tribe seemed to have a mysterious power protecting them. It was fine outside during the day, but once it turned dark, soul-devouring beasts would appear. These soul-devouring beasts were formless and extremely mysterious. However, there was an ancient legend that these soul-devouring beasts wouldn't swallow the souls of others. Instead, they would bring them back and suppress them in the Soul Tower. Soul Tower. After hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This meant that Yunua's soul should not have fallen yet. Since that was the case, he would save her. Where was the Soul Tower? He asked. Could it be that young master wanted to go? Grandmother Wolf shook her head. It's useless, we know the place. But you can't open it during the day, and whoever goes out at night will lose their soul. This was something that couldn't be solved. Don't worry, you just need to tell me where the Soul Tower is. Leave the rest to me. Lin Xian said. Since it was a soul-devouring beast, Lin Xian was not afraid. The other party could take away his soul, he had many trump cards, and he wanted to see how the other party could take away his soul. Also, he guessed that there must be a secret for the soul-devouring beast to put its soul in the Soul Tower. This secret might be related to the soul. They had come to the celestial land in search of opportunities. But what was an opportunity? There was no specific one. Maybe someone would fall down the cliff and find the great emperor's cultivation technique. Maybe they would find an opportunity in the adventure. Now that there was a legend of the Soul Tower, Lin Xian naturally would not give up. Lin Xian asked again, and Grandfather Pegasus sighed. He took out a map and said the place marked by the red dot was where the Soul Tower was. You can go and take a look during the day, but you must come back at night. Got it. Lin Xian smiled, put away the map, and prepared to go. Morong Qingqing said. We'll go with you. Yan Ryu also stood up. Madame Purple Star said that she would go too. Alright, seeing that these people were willing to go, Lin Xian nodded. Then let's see how magical the soul-devouring beast is. They set off. Bailey Wuck did not go. After all, this place was too strange. The people of the Tianping tribe also went to look for other opportunities. At noon, Lin Xian and the others arrived, but there was nothing in front of them. There was nothing. It can't be wrong, right? Morong Qingqing frowned. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a golden light, surrounding everything, but he did not find anything. He said. Didn't the people in the tribe say that they couldn't enter during the day and would only appear at night? It should be like this. Let's wait. It's only half a day. Lin Xian and the others sat cross-legged, waiting. During this time, several figures flashed past. Big brother, look, there's someone up ahead. Those people were standing there and not leaving. Could it be that they had some kind of treasure? Let's go and take a look. A few figures soared into the air and flew over. Someone was there. Madame Purple Star and the others below all opened their eyes and turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they saw a few figures descend from the sky. These people had extremely terrifying flaming auras. There were even some places where the scales were flickering. The terrifying aura was shocking. Morong Qingqing frowned. Yan Ryu said, he is from the Kirin clan. Correct, we are Fire Qilin Cave's people, Emperor clans. Now, I am asking you all, what are you all doing here? Was there a treasure? If you have it, hand it over. 3 figures stood in the sky with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were filled with confidence. They were great Emperor clans, and these people would obediently show them their treasures. So what if it was Fire Qilin Cave? Get lost. Disappear from my sight before I change my mind. Lin Xian said coldly. He was in a bad mood. Courting death. You dare to challenge me? The man in front of the fire Qilin cave shouted angrily. A Kirin roar came from his body, and monstrous flames swept across the sky. Lin Xian waved his hand and slashed out, splitting all the flames in the sky. The man in front of the fire Qilin was also split into two. The other two were stunned. They were terrified. You dare to kill our Emperor Clan's people? Do you want to die? Who exactly are you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. My name is Lin Wudi. If you are not convinced, come and find me in Fire Qilin Cave. What? You are Lin Wudi. When the other two people from the Kirin clan heard this, they were so scared that they fell from the sky. Their faces were filled with fear. This was an existence that had killed the Dragon Prince. With the shadow of a tree and the name of a person, they could not resist at all. Leave quickly. The two of them quickly fled, not daring to be arrogant anymore. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He wanted to attack, but at this moment, he stopped. Because he realized that the sky had darkened. Had night come, ignoring the two people from the Fire Qilin cave, Lin Xian turned around. When night came, would the Soul Tower come out? In the open space in front of him, the illusion of a pagoda indeed appeared. It was incomparably dark and mysterious. It gradually solidified. There really was. Morong Qingqing and the others were surprised. This place was really strange. During the day, their souls couldn't detect it, but when night came, the Soul Tower would come out. They finally found it. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. He stood with his hands behind his back and waited quietly. At this moment, the Soul Tower had not completely solidified. After waiting for about half an hour, the sun had completely set. The surroundings turned into night. A cloud of fog flew out from the Soul Tower and spread in all directions. At the same time, blood-red eyes flickered. These should be the soul-devouring beasts. After they came out, they should have flown in all directions to capture souls. But this time, they were stunned. Because they realized that there were 4 figures near them. Buzz, one of the soul-devouring beasts, was very fast. It turned into lightning and flew towards Lin Xian and the others. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian and the others. The black fog enveloped them. At this moment, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The biting cold sword light sent the other party flying. With a roar, the black figure flew backward. Damn it, who are you? The voice was abnormally low, making one's scalp tingle. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It could still speak, so it seemed to be a living creature. Pretending to be mysterious, hand over the souls of my companions and tell me the secret of the Soul Tower. I can spare your lives. The soul-devouring beast in front was stunned. What did the other party say? Was the other party threatening him? He didn't know what was good for him. He let out a shrill cry, and immediately, the surrounding soul eaters flew out. They enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared at them, making Purple Star's hair stand on end. Morong Qingqing and the others also frowned. Stupid humans, how dare you provoke us? These people's souls are very powerful. Capture them and seize their souls. We will be heavily rewarded. They laughed sinisterly. Then, a few figures pounced over. Purple Star roared angrily. Get lost, he struck out with a palm, and the palm was incomparably vast as it struck towards the soul-devouring beast. However, it was useless. The soul-devouring beast was invisible and directly passed through the palm of stars. It pounced on Purple Star. Purple Star was stunned. Previously, he saw Lin Xian easily send the other party flying with a sword. He thought that the soul-devouring beast was not a big deal, but now it seemed that was not the case. The soul-devouring beast was very strange. In the next moment, he felt that his soul was threatened, as if it was about to leave his body. It was the same for Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu. Their divine abilities were all easily dodged by the other party. Their souls were also threatened. Yan Ryu snorted coldly, and the phantom of a green lotus appeared behind her. A terrifying aura spread out and froze heaven and earth. At the same time, it protected her soul. On Morongqingqing's side, a seven-colored light surrounded her soul and turned into a seven-colored phoenix that soared into the sky. They all blocked this threat. Zixing was also angry, and a purple star appeared between her brows. Morongqingqing and Yan Ryu had extraordinary bloodlines, and Zixing was also extraordinary. After all, she was a descendant of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. For a moment, all three of them blocked the attack. This surprised the soul-devouring beasts. These three people's bloodlines were extraordinary. Even if they encountered the top genius, they could easily take away the other party's soul. But this time, something unexpected happened. At this moment, someone was staring at Lin Xian. Kill, they felt that Lin Xian didn't have any special bloodline, so they quickly charged over. Lin Xian sneered. Idiots! With a wave of his hand, a dragon-shaped sword energy flew out and instantly split heaven and earth. The two soul-devouring beasts screamed as they were split in half. Damn it, what's going on? He can actually hurt us. The two soul-devouring beasts were stunned. One had to know that they couldn't snatch Yan Ryu's soul, but the other party couldn't hurt them. But this young man in front of them was too strange. He could injure them at first sight. They couldn't get close to him at all, let alone snatch his soul. Since you don't want to say anything, I'll take your souls. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a golden light that surrounded all directions. At this moment, the heavenly secret divine eyes opened. How laughable, you want to take our souls? The soul-devouring beast sneered. Who could suppress them in terms of souls? These people were disdainful. However, when they saw the golden light of reincarnation, their souls changed. They trembled and were sent flying one by one. There was even a black mist coming out of their bodies. Damn it, what is this, the power of reincarnation? His eyes are so magical, countless cries of surprise rang out. At this moment, they seemed to have encountered their nemesis. Damn it, these soul-devouring beasts had all gone crazy. At night, they were like gods, and no one could resist them. Even a young magnate like Yu had been captured by them, let alone the others. But now, this kid in front of him was too strange. Not only could it hurt them, that pair of eyes was enough to threaten them. For a moment, they roared madly. There were also some soul-devouring beasts in the ancient Soul Pagoda. These beasts seemed to be of a higher level. The red light in their eyes formed a mysterious pattern. One of them, a tall soul-devouring beast, said coldly. What was going on outside? Why was it so noisy? Another soul-devouring beast floated over and said. Reporting to the elder, there seemed to be a few humans nearby. Humans came here? He didn't know what death was. Did they think that they were strong enough to come here and behave atrociously? Activate the surrounding formations to suppress them and seize their souls. Elder, don't worry, I know what to do. The other soul-devouring beasts formed hand seals. Suddenly, the void around them shook, and the Soul Pagoda shone brightly. Countless black chains flew out from within, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It flew into the distance like a black dragon. Outside, Morongqingqing and the others were also stunned. They felt a huge aura fill the air. In the next moment, they saw those chains rushing towards them. Not good. Someone attacked them again. They shouted angrily and used their ultimate skills to block these chains. An earth-shattering sound was heard. A great battle broke out. Those chains were very mysterious. Even if they were attacked by Morongqingqing and the others, they would not be damaged. They were just shaken. At this moment, another soul-devouring beast walked out. He held a walking stick in his hand and shouted coldly. A mere human dared to behave atrociously here. Kneel down and submit. As his voice fell, these black chains became even more terrifying. They directly attacked the soul. They wanted to seal the soul. This terrifying scene made Zixing and the others feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Yan Ryu and the others danced with their divine abilities, but they were still suppressed. It was too terrifying. As expected of something left behind by the Yuhua immortal dynasty. It was a threat to these people. The others would definitely die. What should they do? Should they retreat? Zixing gritted her teeth and said. Morongqingqing shook her head. She listened to Brother Xian. She knew that Lin Xian had many trump cards. He should not have used all of them yet. Lin Gongzi, why don't we retreat first and think of a way later? Zixing gritted her teeth and said. He felt that he could not hold on for too long. The way he saw it, Lin Xian might be strong, but he would definitely die if he went up against such a strange ancient soul tower. There was no choice. He had to save Yunyua's soul today. Facing such an attack, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He formed a seal with his palms, and the golden light in his eyes became even more resplendent. At the same time, a pair of eyes formed in the sky, looking down. As soon as this pair of golden eyes appeared, countless gazes descended. Then, they landed on the black chains. The black chains shook violently. It was as if they had encountered a raging fire and were about to be melted. What was this? This flame was too strange. The surrounding soul-devouring beasts were shocked. Some people said that it was fine. Their chains were made of extremely precious metal. A brat like him would definitely not be able to break it. As soon as they finished speaking, there were cracking sounds around them. Hundreds of chains were burned and broken. How was this possible? The soul-devouring beasts were dumbfounded. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. They knew the power of the chains. Because of this, they were extremely confident. But now, the other party had broken it so easily. This guy's strength was too terrifying. Damn it. The soul-devouring beast with a walking stick in the soul tower was even more shocked. The black chains were made of extremely precious metal. Even they did not have any extra. Now that the chains were broken, it made his heart bleed. Damn it. Attack him. The black chains continuously swayed, forming a peerless great formation that shot into the sky. It wanted to suppress that eye. In an instant, the reincarnation fire that erupted from the heavenly secret divine eye became even more terrifying. There were even reincarnation mountains that descended and bombarded the chain array. The battle between the two sides was unusually intense. The soul-devouring beast looked at the golden eye in shock. Why did this eye look so much like the legendary one? But it should not have appeared. Just as it was thinking, Lin Xian shot out sword chi again. The huge sword slashed down from the sky, directly shattering hundreds of chains. No, the soul-devouring beast with a walking stick roared crazily. The other party still had a trump card. He shouted angrily and retreated, closing the soul tower. Today, they had met their nemesis. Let's close the soul tower first. The surrounding soul-devouring beasts were shocked. Closing the soul tower, did this mean that they had lost? How was this possible? How could a young brat be so terrifying? Although they were unwilling, the scene in front of them still shocked them. They retreated and entered the soul tower. You want to hide? Lin Xian snorted coldly, took a step forward, and charged toward the soul tower. How dare you? How dare you attack? Seeing the other party charging over, the elder in the chaos tower roared angrily and waved his walking stick. Suddenly, 8 pearls appeared around him. These were soul-devouring pearls. 8 pearls could suppress everything. Hee, let's see how you die. The surrounding soul-devouring beasts sneered. As soon as the soul pearls appeared, Zixing and the others also felt that their souls were greatly suppressed. Lin Gongzi, be careful. He exclaimed to warn him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, pressed forward. The Hellfire Dragon sword appeared in his hand and slashed around. The sword slashed on one of the soul pearls. You want to go against the soul pearls? What a joke. The elder sneered. The soul pearls directly suppressed the soul. The other party's attacks couldn't be launched at all. Just wait, the other party will definitely die in the next moment. But in the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared. There was a cracking sound in front of him. Lin Xian's sword slashed on the soul pearls. The soul pearls were split in half. How is this possible? How did you split them? The elder was shocked. However, there was something else that shocked him even more. The next 7 soul pearls were all split by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was like a sword god sweeping in all directions. Wherever the sword went, it was unparalleled. It was too terrifying. This sword technique was like a divine sword. There was nothing in the world that could block it. Especially the last sword, it even split heaven and earth. The 8 soul pearls scattered on the ground. Puff, the elder with the walking stick spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky. His face was pale and he couldn't believe it. Who was this young man? The other soul-devouring beasts were also frightened. They quickly retreated and gathered. Even their elder was defeated. Who could defeat him? Elder, are you okay? They came to the front and asked nervously. The elder stood up with the help of his walking stick. His body was swaying. Retreat quickly. The group quickly retreated into the Soul Tower. Lin Xian was still striding forward. Morong Qingqing and the others quickly followed behind. The group was very fast. Zixing was stunned. He had never seen such a sword technique before. It was far beyond his imagination. It seemed like Lin Xian was the bane of the ancient Soul Towers. Lin Xian and the others walked in. Inside the ancient Soul Pagoda, countless spiritual auras appeared and charged towards Lin Xian. There were even 2 elders who quickly launched sneak attacks to kill him. In the end, he was sent flying by Lin Xian's sword strikes and coughed up large amounts of blood. The 3 great elders were stupefied. Damn it, they actually couldn't do anything to him. Activating the 72 soul swords. The 3 elders roared furiously, taking out their most powerful trump cards. The sound of a battle resounded between heaven and earth. The 72 streaks of sword light were like flying immortals as they attacked at high speed. Not good, quickly defend. Morong Qingqing and the others also roared angrily and defended their souls with all their might. These soul swords were truly terrifying. Let's see how you block it this time. The 3 elders coldly shouted. The 72 soul swords were formed from the souls of countless powerhouses that they had collected and cultivated for 3,000 years. Back then, they had cultivated 1,000,000 spiritual swords, but in the end, only 72 of them were formed. One could imagine how terrifying these 72 soul swords were. Even if a sage was slashed by a sword, his soul would undoubtedly die. The 72 swords blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they attacked Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian continued to shatter. Black holes appeared everywhere, and all sorts of terrifying scenes appeared. Lin Xian's soul also shook violently. One could imagine how terrifying these attacks were. He coldly shouted, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. The hell sword in his hand was displayed to the extreme. The great dragon sword soul roared, and wave after wave of biting cold sword chi swept in all directions. Sword technique, origin restoration, the sword slashed out, drawing an arc that swept across heaven and earth. This was a sword technique that Lin Xian had created himself. Its power was unparalleled. Under this sword, a thunderous sound resounded in all directions. He attacked powerfully like a god of death. The 72 soul swords were all sent flying, and they dimmed. Which stone pillars and array formations in the surroundings were letting out cracking sounds, the expressions of the people in the pagoda changed. He was too strong. They were in despair. The 3 great elders kept vomiting blood. They were completely helpless against it. Please help, Lord Pagoda Spirit. They knelt on the ground and looked up at the ancient Soul Tower. They kept kowtowing. Now that they were no match for him, they could only ask for help from an even more mysterious existence. No one can save you. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he walked forward. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from above the ancient Soul Tower. Good, how dare you? How dare you behave so atrociously in the ancient Soul Tower? In the sky, a palm-sized pagoda appeared. The pagoda was translucent and abnormally terrifying. It transformed into a blurry face. Was this the pagoda spirit? Seeing this scene, the 3 elders and the other soul-devouring beasts cheered happily. Great, the pagoda spirit has appeared. The pagoda spirit was the second most powerful expert after the pagoda master. He could suppress everything. Once I catch this brat, I must tear him to pieces. Tear his tendons. Skin him, let his soul suffer for eternity. These people looked ferocious. Haha, go to hell, kid. The small pagoda in the sky descended from the sky like an ancient divine mountain, bringing with it terrifying heavenly might. Not good, Zixing and the others were in despair. Lin Xian shouted coldly and rushed up. A black jar appeared in his hand and he slapped it at the small pagoda in the sky. The two collided, but there was no sound. Instead, the surrounding sounds disappeared. A strange scene appeared. The terrifying small pagoda was directly swallowed by the black jar. A vortex in the sky spun nonstop, as if it could devour everything. What happened? The three elders and the soul-devouring beasts were stunned. They looked up at the sky in disbelief. The second most powerful expert in their eyes, the pagoda spirit, disappeared in an instant. Could it be that he was killed in a single move? This was the hope in their hearts. They couldn't block the other party's attack, they were in despair. Had a young god of heaven arrived? Why? Why was there such a terrifying person? Lin Xian landed with the heaven-swallowing jar in his hand and snorted coldly. What other tricks do you have? The surrounding people trembled in fear and didn't dare to respond. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Let me ask you, where are the souls that you suppressed? Is there a woman named Yunyu? Yunyu? The three elders were stunned. Young master, we collect many souls every day. Which one are you talking about? Humph, last night, the soul that you suppressed had the strength of a young giant, the emperor's son. Such a soul is rare, right? The three elders were stunned. It's her. They remembered that they had indeed brought back a magical soul yesterday. They knelt on the ground. The young giant's soul was personally suppressed by the pagoda master. It wasn't here. It wasn't here? Lin Xian frowned. Do you want to die? His body emitted a terrifying killing intent. At the same time, a black vortex appeared. The surrounding soul-devouring beasts were terrified. This vortex could even swallow their pagoda spirit. Not to mention them, the three elders kept kowtowing. Young master, please spare us. We don't dare to hide anything. The pagoda master brought that soul to the Abyss of Souls. Abyss of Souls? What was that place? Lin Xian frowned. He activated his heavenly secret god eye and searched the soul tower thoroughly. Indeed, he did not find Yunua's soul. The Abyss of Souls was an abyss, a sacred place for souls. It was very mysterious. All 36 soul towers belonged to the Abyss of Souls. This time our pagoda master was ordered to go to the Abyss of Souls. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. It should be an existence even more terrifying than the soul tower. But why did he want Yunua's soul? As of the arch-level genius, Yunua's soul was very terrifying. Perhaps it had some special use. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. Tell me the location of the Abyss of Souls. After Lin Xian received the information, he snorted coldly and looked in all directions. The purpose of your soul tower is to increase souls, right? Why do you collect so many souls? Is there a cultivation method? Tell me. If you can improve our souls, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The three elders were so scared that their faces turned pale. We naturally don't dare to hide anything from young master. However, everything is decided by the pagoda spirit and the pagoda master. Now that the pagoda spirit has disappeared, there's nothing we can do. You're talking about this, right? Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. A vortex appeared and suppressed a small tower. The pagoda spirit. The three elders exclaimed. Lin Xian snorted. Obediently tell me the cultivation method, or you'll fall into hell forever. Damn it, the pagoda spirit roared crazily. Extreme weapon, you're from the arch race. The other soul-devouring beasts were also terrified. No wonder their pagoda spirit was suppressed. It was an extreme weapon. These people were definitely not to be trifled with. Lin Xian sneered. It was good that they knew. Next, they obtained the method to cultivate their souls. The few of them sat under the soul pillars and began to cultivate. The power of the entire soul tower gathered and enveloped everyone. After a day, Lin Xian and the others opened their eyes and stood up. Lin Xian roared, and the entire soul tower shook violently. Great! He could feel that his soul had been upgraded. The golden light in his eyes became deeper, and he was very close to the Rinnegan. However, it was still not enough. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and Zixing were also overjoyed. Their souls had also been strengthened. Furthermore, it was a great improvement. Great, as expected of the celestial land. In just one night, they had undergone earth-shattering changes. Was there any power left? Give it to me, Lin Xian and Ling He harumphed. The pagoda spirit was about to cry. There's nothing left. We've been collecting energy for thousands of years, but you've used it all up in a single day. His heart was bleeding. If the pagoda master were to return, how would they explain themselves? Elder brother Xian, don't they have 36 soul towers? We can go somewhere else. Morong Qingqing said. Yan Ryu also said that it was better to go directly to the abyss of souls. There should be even more powerful soul energy there. That's right. Lin Xian nodded and headed towards the abyss of souls. Firstly, he could continue to save Yunhui. Secondly, he hoped to obtain more power. Let his eyes evolve into Rinnegan. I can spare your lives, but you won't be able to get out for a long time. Lin Xian waved his hand and swallowed the entire soul tower with the whirlpool formed by the heaven-swallowing jar. After I'm done with my business, I'll let you out. Thank you for not killing us. Those soul-devouring beasts kept kowtowing. They didn't dare to resist at all. Lin Xian and the others flew towards the abyss of souls according to the information they received. After flying for about a day, they arrived at the abyss of souls. The abyss of souls was indeed an abyssal canyon. It was abnormally mysterious. When one soul entered, it was as if it had entered a quagmire. Go. The few of them jumped down. As soon as they entered, angry shouts came from the black clouds. They stopped. A few souls appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Who are you? How dare you barge into the abyss of souls? How bold. Don't you know the rules of the abyss of souls? Only souls could enter here. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. They could see that Lin Xian and the others had come in with their main bodies, so they stopped them. How dare you stop me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden light flickered in his eyes. The power of reincarnation charged forward. Cracks appeared on the bodies of the souls in front. No, what kind of power was this? The other party could kill them instantly with a glance. Senior, please spare our lives. They hurriedly kowtowed. We didn't know that Senior was coming. Please forgive us. Can my main body enter now? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and asked coldly. Of course, he could. The few spirits nodded their heads continuously and made way for him. Lin Xian sneered and walked in. It wasn't until Lin Xian and the others disappeared that the souls heaved a sigh of relief. Was that the eye of a god? Why was it so terrifying? I feel like he could kill us with a glance. Which soul tower is he from? Why haven't we seen him before? You don't want to live anymore. How dare you inquire about his identity? He's not an existence we can understand. These people were terrified. They didn't dare to take revenge. As for breaking the rules, they didn't care because these rules were prepared for the weak. The strong should sweep through everything and ignore everything. Lin Xian and the others descended into the depths of the abyss of souls. Morong Qingqing looked around and said. What a strange aura. They were all souls. Yan Ryu was also happy. In this place, they could definitely find the power to enhance their souls. Lin Xian used a soul as he descended. His golden eyes shrouded the surroundings. He began to search for Yunyu's soul, but he didn't find it. However, he found that the souls below were very powerful. They were definitely at the level of a great sage. Some were even more terrifying. Among them, he found a man in a black robe. The aura of the other party was very similar to the soul tower he was in previously. Lin Xian guessed that this should be the pagoda master. Thinking of this, he snorted. If he found the pagoda master, he would know Yunyu's whereabouts. Thinking of this, he increased his speed. The bottom of the abyss was incomparably vast. It was shocking. The terrain here was like a gourd. It was narrow in the middle but wide at the bottom. Lin Xian and the others descended, naturally attracting the attention of others. Those who could come here were all soul experts. When they saw Lin Xian and the others come with their true bodies, they were naturally surprised. Immediately, countless gazes fell on these people. Purple Star felt his scalp tingle. Although he was a young tycoon, those who could come here were no weaklings. For a moment, they were facing a great enemy. Which soul tower were these young people from? They didn't follow the rules and dared to come with their true bodies. I think they don't know what's good for them. These two women were not bad. They stared at Murong Qingqing and Yanryu. Such a beauty was rarely seen in their lives. Cold light burst out from the eyes of these people. It would be a pleasant surprise if they could get their hands on her. Immediately, a soul floated over. How should I address this fairy? Is it your first time here? Why don't I bring you along? As soon as he finished speaking, Murong Qingqing shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. A terrifying seven-colored light carried the Phoenix clan's peerless divine ability as it charged forward. Soul-piercing, with a miserable scream, the soul was torn into pieces. Damn it, how dare you attack? The surrounding souls were in an uproar. They were all dumbfounded. One had to know what this place was. This was the abyss of souls, who dared to attack here. Was he not courting death? Damn it, kill him. Another 3 souls rushed over. Murong Qingqing was cold. He formed a seal with his palm and sent out a phoenix phantom that soared into the 9 heavens. The 3 souls were sent flying. Lin Xian looked around and looked ahead. He said, I can sense the Tower Master's aura in the mansion ahead. Let's go. He walked forward. Damn it. Stop them. Don't let them come over. The surrounding people shouted angrily. In an instant, these people attacked one after another. They wanted to suppress the other party. They wanted to see who the other party was for him to be so bold. These people quickly attacked. Purple Star and Yanryu also attacked. Purple Star launched a terrifying Milky Way palm. Yanryu condensed and formed green lotuses that covered heaven and earth. Those green lotuses turned into terrifying swords that swept across heaven and earth. A great battle broke out in an instant. The young powerhouses were incomparably powerful. They swept across all the souls in their way, forcing them to retreat. Stay here. At that moment, an angry roar was heard. An extremely terrifying soul appeared. It was the soul of an old man. He was very terrifying. His appearance made everyone's scalps go numb. He was an expert from the second soul tower. He had the incomparably terrifying soul cutter. A single slash would destroy both the body and soul. It was said that this person had once killed 3 saint experts with a single slash. It was truly terrifying. Let's see how these brats will die this time. The old man in the sky shouted angrily. The soul cutter descended from the sky and slashed at Yanryu. Yanryu coldly snorted. She pushed out her jade-like palm, and the green lotus behind her kept swaying. The green lotus divine sword collided with the soul-severing blade. A clanging sound could be heard as the soul-slashing blade broke into 2 halves. The soul-old man was pierced through by the sword. Defeated, countless people were shocked. That was the soul-severing blade, they were defeated so easily. The strength of these people was far beyond their expectations. Then, Yanryu and the others swept through the area. A few more soul experts came out, but they were all defeated. Some of them were even killed. The others were horrified. This was a young giant. Moreover, there were 3 young giants. It was too terrifying. Why would these people come here? They were all shocked, and no one dared to make another move. Lin Xian did not attack. There was no need for him to do anything here. He walked towards the mansion in front of him. The others were horrified. It couldn't be, right? This guy wanted to go inside. The people inside were all top-notch soul experts. They were all pagoda masters. No matter how strong they were, they would definitely die if they went in. These people must be crazy. In front of them, the mansion was indeed the core area. Even the soul experts outside were not qualified to enter. Those who could enter were all pagoda masters. Inside the mansion, there were 12 thrones that surrounded a plaza. There was a figure sitting on each throne. They were all soul bodies. However, they were abnormally terrifying. The auras on them were as deep as the sea, as if they could suppress everything. Each of them could kill tens of millions of souls with a single move. These people had different expressions. Some were old, some were young. Some were beautiful women. However, sitting in the center was a woman. A young woman. This woman was also a soul body. Her face was beautiful, but her eyes were empty. The soul aura on her body was abnormally powerful. This caused the other 11 pagoda masters to exclaim in admiration. Soul Princess, your aura has become stronger than before. Your strength is even stronger than those imperial princes outside. I think if this continues, your soul will enter its peak state. You are invincible. It was truly a joyous occasion for a peerless expert like the princess to appear in the abyss of souls. After hearing this, the beautiful woman's lips curled into a smile. She was the young master of the abyss of souls. She was also a young top-notch expert. Pagoda masters, you are too kind. I still have a long way to go in the cultivation of the soul path. Compared to my grandfather, I am still far behind. However, I am very happy this time. 6th Pagoda Master, thank you for bringing back the soul of a young powerhouse. Furthermore, it's a soul with dual powers. If I can fully absorb it, my soul path will reach another level. After saying this, the soul path princess's lips curled up. She was truly happy. At this moment, a middle-aged man on the 6th throne stood up and said with a smile. It's good that the princess is happy. He was the palace master of the 6th soul palace. Previously, he was the one who suppressed Yunua's soul. Now, he had given it to the princess to please her. If the princess broke through this time, her strength would be too strong. Those imperial princes could not be compared to her. The other pagoda masters also laughed. In front of them, the soul path princess snorted coldly. What are those imperial princes? Do they think they can be high and mighty just because they have the imperial bloodline? I will trample them under my feet. However, I heard that there are 2 people who are very terrifying. Are you talking about the Double Crown King, Han Tian? He is from the Chaotic clan and is indeed very strong. The Double Crown King is above the imperial princes. One of the elders said. Another man said. The other person should be Lin Wudi. He was the only one who had made it onto the sovereign list. These 2 people were indeed extraordinary. After hearing this, the soul path princess took a deep breath. She clenched her jade-like hands and said, I know them. Of course, I know these 2 people. I will definitely surpass them. Her eyes were filled with strong confidence. At the end of her sentence, she stood up. Lin Wudi? Does he deserve to be on the sovereign list? That's because I didn't make a move. If I did, only I can be on the sovereign list. At this point, a powerful soul aura emanated from her body, forming a terrifying soul vortex. The surrounding pagoda masters were also shocked. The princess's strength had increased again. They all congratulated her. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound came from afar. Following that, the mansion's door shattered, and a large spatial crack appeared in the array. It spread from afar like 10,000 bolts of lightning. The surrounding people's expressions changed. What's going on? Who dares to behave atrociously here? The surrounding pagoda masters were all stunned. For a moment, they did not react. Soon, someone stood up. What's going on? Who dares to disturb us? Do they have a death wish? A cold snort was heard. However, the world was silent and no one responded. A few figures walked out from the crack. At the front was a man in black robes and strolling leisurely. He looked like an immortal. Beside him were 2 beautiful women who looked like fairies from the 9 heavens. Beside them was a man in a starry battle robe. The 4 of them were extraordinarily powerful. Who are you? Do you know where you are? Someone shouted angrily. Another old man snorted and said, Go to hell. A cold light appeared in the old man's eyes and turned into a divine sword that slashed down from the sky. It was a powerful ocular technique. When the old man used it, it was extremely terrifying. The old man had an extraordinary background. He was the 8th pagoda master. He was extremely powerful and was an extremely terrifying existence among the saints. In addition, he used an ocular technique called spiritual sword. It was enough to pierce the soul of an expert of the same level and make them suffer a fate worse than death. The sword light attacked Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. He formed a phoenix seal and attacked the spiritual sword ocular technique. There was a thunderous sound. the surrounding void continued to shatter. This attack was evenly matched. The spiritual sword ocular technique was repelled and Morong Qingqing retracted his palm. He actually blocked it. The 8th pagoda master was shocked and in disbelief. The people around him were also shocked. They knew how terrifying the old man's strength was. It was strange that he was blocked by a young woman. It seemed that their strength was not ordinary. Let's attack together and take him down. Another middle-aged woman stood up. The others also looked coldly at Morong Qingqing and the others. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Lin Xian walked out and looked ahead. The 6th pagoda master? He said coldly. 2 days ago, you suppressed the soul of a woman called Yunyu. Hand over her soul and I'll give you a quick death. The 6th pagoda master's pupils shrank. Yunyu? Although he did not know who she was, it seemed to be the soul that he gave to the Soul Path Princess. He snorted and stood up suddenly. How bold. Is there a place for you to be so presumptuous in the abyss of souls? Still not kneeling, brat, are you ignoring me? The elder who had attacked earlier, the tower master of the 8th chaotic tower, was furious. Was the other party looking down on him? Go to hell. In the sky, a pair of eyes appeared, turning into the terrifying eyes of a deity. Millions of spiritual swords emerged from them. The power of this attack was much stronger than the previous ones. The old man roared. The other pagoda masters also snorted coldly. They were all peerless experts, and a few youngsters wanted to behave atrociously in front of them. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes also shone with a golden light. Then, the power of reincarnation formed a mountain peak that came crashing down. It collided with the spiritual sword eye technique. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The tens of thousands of spiritual swords were suppressed by the reincarnation mountain and shattered into pieces. The 8th pagoda master spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. How could this be? He roared. The reincarnation mountain came crashing down on him, shattering his soul into pieces. With a scream, the 8th pagoda master's soul was destroyed. When the others saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Dead? Impossible. The 8th pagoda master was an expert and had a terrifying eye technique. But now, he was killed in a single move. Who was that kid? Golden eyes. What kind of eye technique was that? They were extremely shocked. You also wanted to attack just now? Lin Xian turned to look at the other woman. That middle-aged woman was the 9th chaotic tower master. When she felt Lin Xian's gaze, her body trembled and she took 2 steps back. Lin Xian sneered. Trash. What did you say? The 9th pagoda master roared. Although the other party was strange, he really couldn't stand it. A dazzling light appeared in his hand, dazzling everyone's eyes. It was the soul-snatching technique. He could snatch away a person's soul with a single palm. His strength was in no way inferior to that old man from before. The soul-snatching hand made Zixing and the others feel as if they were facing a great enemy. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The golden light in his eyes was even more terrifying. Soul Dao fire, endless soul flames flew out and charged towards the soul-snatching hand. The two sides collided intensely. Were they evenly matched? Countless people were shocked. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound as the 9 heavens shattered. Cracks appeared on the soul-snatching hand, and it was charred black. No way, the 9th pagoda master was also defeated. They were shocked. The 9th pagoda master retracted his palm, and his expression became ugly. Damn it. However, at this moment, his pupils constricted. Lin Xian waved his hand. Demon God Finger. On his finger, there was a shocking demonic chi that pierced through heaven and earth. This finger was like a demon descending and directly piercing through the 9th pagoda master's forehead. Puff, the 9th pagoda master's head shattered and he fell into a pool of blood. Another one died. The surrounding people went crazy. In the blink of an eye, 2 pagoda masters died. This made them feel like they were dreaming. They couldn't believe it at all. Who was this young man? He was too terrifying. His golden eyes were obviously an extremely terrifying eye technique. Not only that, but that finger just now was a top-tier lost art. This person's physique and soul were very powerful. Who was he? These people began to recall. On the path of martial arts, one either cultivated the physique, the law of divine powers, or the soul. However, they had never heard of anyone who was powerful. Even the princess was frowning. She looked at the sixth pagoda master. Do you know who he is? The sixth pagoda master took a deep breath. It should be the woman I brought, her companion. At this point, the sixth pagoda master also took a deep breath. Tell me your name. Do you know that this is the abyss of souls, not a place where you can behave atrociously? Behave atrociously? Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if I behave atrociously? Hand over my companion's soul, or I'll let you die without a burial place. You're courting death, the sixth pagoda master also shouted angrily. He waved his sleeve, and an evil spirit with a green face and fangs shot out. It was formed from the condensation of 10 million souls. It was terrifying to the extreme. It specialized in devouring the souls of others. When the evil spirit arrived in front of Lin Xian, it was shattered by Lin Xian's finger. It was an insignificant skill. I'll give you one last chance. Where is Yunyu's soul? Lin Xian's voice was cold. Damn it. He had gone too far. The sixth pagoda master shouted angrily and stretched out his hands. 9 chains flew out from his sleeves, carrying the extremely strange law of the soul. These 9 chains instantly enveloped Lin Xian. He laughed and said, "Suppress me." The sixth pagoda master was happy. His 9 chains came from the evil spirit of hell and contained an endless aura of destruction. No one who was locked by these chains had ever been able to come out alive. Today, the other party would undoubtedly die. It was over. The other pagoda masters also laughed. The other party was still young. Feeling the power of the chains, Lin Xian shouted coldly and released his 9 yang divine body. The terrifying yang flames began to burn the other party's chains. The 9 chains shook violently and then broke apart. Lin Xian punched forward and forced the sixth pagoda leader back. The sixth pagoda leader spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was filled with shock. Who are you? This guy's physique is too terrifying. The others were shocked too. What terrifying flames. What a strong physique. Could he be? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and looked around. I am Lin Wudi. What? Lin Wudi. It's really him, heavens, this should be the 9 yang divine body. It's so similar to the legends. No wonder he could break the chains. Exclamations could be heard one after another. They had heard of this name before. He was on the supreme leaderboard. They didn't expect him to come here. The sixth pagoda leader's pupils constricted. Lin Wudi was a tough guy to deal with. They had talked about him before. They didn't expect to meet him now. At the same time, he was shocked. He had captured Lin Wudi's friend. Damn it. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He looked forward and said, accept your punishment. The sixth pagoda leader scoffed. You're too arrogant. We have so many people here. Can you really beat us? Lin Xian shook his head. I gave you 2 chances and you didn't cherish them. You can go to hell and repent now. He was like a sun god. Everywhere he went, he burned the 9 heavens. The sixth pagoda leader was shocked by Lin Xian's aura. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat and kept retreating. He knew that he was embarrassed. His eyes were red and he roared. Damn kid, don't be arrogant. So what if she's your friend? I've already given her to a princess. Her fate is to be absorbed as energy for us to use. No matter how strong you are, can you change your fate? Ha ha ha. Arrogant laughter could be heard. Lin Xian's face turned cold when he heard that. Yunyu was his battle servant. There was only one person in the world who could attack her. That was him. Other than him, no one else could do anything to Yunyu. Now, the other party actually wanted to swallow Yunyu as energy. Lin Xian was thoroughly enraged. Endless sword chi appeared on his body, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was like a giant dragon roaring at the sky. At this moment, the heavenly palace shattered and the earth cracked. The entire abyss of souls shook violently as if it was the end of the world. 6 Dao fist, Lin Xian punched out. 6 illusory worlds appeared and attacked the 6th Pagoda Master. The 6th Pagoda Master roared furiously and did his best to resist. However, under this punch, all of his weapon divine abilities were shattered. The illusions of the 6 worlds suppressed him. Lin Xian looked down from above and stepped on the other's soul. 6 paths reincarnation and heavenly secret divine eyes were activated, forming an illusory world. He began to reincarnate the other party's soul. A miserable voice could be heard. The 6th Pagoda Master was experiencing a life worse than death. All of you will have to bear my wrath. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The surrounding people were all shocked. They were stupefied. Another Pagoda Master had fallen. Moreover, his soul was being tortured. This was simply unbelievable. They were all soul experts, but they couldn't compare to a young man in the underworld. The 6th Pagoda Master was destroyed. Lin Xian turned around and stared at the woman at the front. You're the princess who got here, hand over Yunua's soul. Then kneel at the side and wait for me to deal with you. You're courting death. You're too arrogant. You got the princess to roar crazily. This was her territory, but the other party wanted her to teach someone a lesson and even made her kneel. She couldn't tolerate it. Everyone, attack. Whoever kills him will die. I'll reward you heavily. As soon as she finished speaking, she screamed because Lin Xian slashed at her. Dragon-shaped sword chi slashed down from the sky. The Soldao princess tried her best to dodge, but she was still hit. A crack appeared on her soul. She screamed miserably. Hurry up and attack, the remaining 8 tower masters of the mixed towers also roared. Die. The 11th Pagoda Master was a burly man. He was like a giant, and his body was surrounded by soul lightning that shook the surroundings. He punched out with a vast power that could destroy everything. The 5th Pagoda Master sneered. He held a killing sword in his hand that carried an extremely strong soul law. He stabbed at Lin Xian's soul. The 3rd Pagoda Master formed a soul fire that burned fiercely. The remaining Pagoda Masters used their own methods. They were extremely powerful. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the shadowless heaven's net. His silhouette disappeared in an instant, shuttling back and forth continuously. He dodged these attacks. At the same time, he used the Azura sword technique. This was a killing sword that matched the power of the great dragon sword spirit. It had an unparalleled power that could kill with one strike. Pooh, like a flying immortal, the 4th Pagoda Master's head flew up. He screamed miserably. Another sword that seemed to have come from hell pierced through the 3rd Pagoda Master. The 3rd Pagoda Master screamed. Damn it, this was a terrifying killing technique. He was a top-notch killer. Someone shouted angrily. The 1st Pagoda Master snorted. So what? He can't hide under our souls. His soul reached the heavens. Terrifying light rushed out from the top of these people's heads, forming a sky curtain that enveloped the entire space. With such a soul technique, no matter how well the other party hid, they could still find him. But this time, they found that there was no one. With a poochie sound, a sword came from the west and cut off the 1st Pagoda Master's arm. The 1st Pagoda Master roared. He turned around and attacked, but found that the enemy had already disappeared. Not good, he is also a soul expert. He can block our detection. Cold shouts sounded one after another. The other party's methods were too strange. They couldn't block such a killing technique. Sure enough, the Pagoda Masters fell one after another. In the end, only 2 were left. The 1st Pagoda Master and the 2nd Pagoda Master. The 2 of them were considered to be the strongest, but they were also injured at this moment. As for the others, they were all killed. Lin Xian's figure appeared. The hell sword in his hand dripped with blood. Killing intent still surrounded him. What kind of sword technique is this? My body can't heal. The 1st Pagoda Master was terrified. The other party's sword was too cold. At their level, they could be reborn with just a drop of blood. But after being hit by the other party's sword, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Their strength was greatly reduced. Lin Xian's aura changed into a terrifying demonic aura. The demonic god seal rushed forward. The 2nd Pagoda Master was smashed into pieces. Run, the first pagoda master roared and turned around to escape. Even the princess retreated. Quick, inform my grandfather and tell him. Before he could finish, he was sent flying by the sword. At the same time, the first pagoda master fled into the distance. At this time, he found that two women were facing him. Lin Wudi was powerful, but could these two women be heaven-defying? He slapped out with both palms and attacked. But soon, he regretted it. Because the strength of the two women in front of him was beyond his imagination. A green lotus could suppress heaven and earth. A seven-colored phoenix could sweep through the 9 heavens. Yan Ruyu's and Morong Qingqing's bloodlines and abilities were extremely frightening. It was not something the other party could imagine. Therefore, when they stood up, the first pagoda master was instantly pushed back. Damn it! He roared crazily. He did not expect that other than Lin Xian, the people around him were also so terrifying. Lin Xian looked at the Chaos Path's princess and said coldly, "Hand her over." The princess snorted coldly, and her expression became extremely ugly. Previously, she did not take Lin Xian seriously. She thought that he was only lucky to be on the supreme leaderboard. If Lin Xian encountered her, he would have no chance of winning. Now that she had met him, the princess felt even more pressured. However, she was a top-notch expert after all. With her strength, she definitely dared to compete with Lin Xian. In the next moment, he roared angrily and rushed over. The souls in the world rumbled, and everyone felt their hair stand on end. They did not expect that woman to be so terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden lightning flashed in his eyes, and he rushed out like an unparalleled god of war. The two collided, and the void kept shattering. In the blink of an eye, 10 moves had passed. The princess was pushed back. Her blood was boiling, and her expression was gloomy. Lin Xian was also surprised. "I didn't expect you to be so strong. You are indeed qualified to be my opponent. Unfortunately, you've already angered me. If you don't hand her over, I won't let you off." Lin Xian roared. His long sword flickered with an even more terrifying killing intent. He slashed out with his sword. It was incomparably sharp, and it was about to shatter the 9 heavens. The Chaos Path princess felt a great threat. A terrifying light burst out from her eyes. Abyss of souls, with a furious roar, a canyon appeared behind her. It carried a supreme aura and charged forward. The canyon enveloped heaven and earth. Killing intent emerged and covered Lin Xian's longsword. "It's useless. This is my territory. I can mobilize unlimited power. You are not my opponent at all. Suppress me." The canyon was incomparably terrifying, and it gradually began to suppress the void. Morong Qingqing and the others also felt a wave of pressure, as if their powers were being restricted. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. He could also feel it. However, he didn't care. He snorted coldly. What could mere pressure do to him? He took a step forward. His golden foot shattered everything. His divine body was simply too domineering at this moment. Although the pressure here was small, it couldn't compare to the sword and the world. He swung his sword 3 times in a row, splitting the canyon in half. The princess was sent flying while coughing up blood. Demon God Finger, Lin Xian shot out like a black bolt of lightning. The demonic god seal caused the half-blood princess to vomit blood. The soul of the Soul Dao princess was almost shattered. She raised her head and roared. Damn it, the other party was actually stronger than her. Even though she had taken out the local advantage, she still couldn't beat her opponent. She turned around and fled as well. How could this be? When First Pagoda Master sensed this scene, his eyes almost popped out. That was the half-blood princess, an existence that even they had to admire. But now, she was defeated by Lin Xian. Was this Lin Wudi already so terrifying? Damn it, how could this be? He trembled in fear. Lin Xian snorted coldly and chased after her again with the demon god wings. The Azura sword was an extremely powerful killing sword. Combined with the power of the dragon sword's soul, it formed a peerless killing sword. It directly pierced through the body of the half-blood princess. The half-blood princess was severely injured, and her body fell. Seeing that the black seal was about to shatter her, she went crazy. At this moment, she finally went crazy. An extremely terrifying rune suddenly appeared between her eyebrows and shot into the sky. In the next moment, she turned into an illusion and roared at the sky. Who dares to touch my granddaughter? It was the illusion of an old man. His eyes were as cold as a blade. As soon as he appeared, he shattered everything. Grandpa, save me! The half-blood princess let out an unwilling roar. That was the trump card that her grandpa left in her body to save her life. She did not expect it to come in handy. It meant that she had been completely defeated. She was unwilling to accept this. The first pagoda master was also shocked. Was she defeated? But soon, he snorted coldly. So what if she was defeated? Even the illusion of Ancestor Yuan had appeared. It could definitely defeat everything. At least they could leave safely. Old man, you want to protect her? Lin Xian looked at the illusion and said coldly. The illusion also stared at Lin Xian. Who are you? How dare you injure my granddaughter? Kneel down and accept your death, Lin Xian sneered. Your granddaughter deserves to die. She suppressed my friend's soul and wanted to devour it as energy. Shouldn't I kill her? If you want to protect her, I'll kill you too. Idiot. It's your friend's fortune that my granddaughter has taken a fancy to him. If my granddaughter wants something, you have to kneel down and accept it, let alone friends. How dare you resist? Go to hell. The old man slapped over. The terrifying aura that covered the sky made one's hair stand on end. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian used his terrifying fists to resist, but he was forced to retreat. At the same time, a golden light appeared in his eyes, forming the reincarnation mountain in front of him. He blocked the attack. Who are you, young man? The old man's illusion shouted angrily. It was shocking that the other party could block his attack and not die. Fine, I'll let you die with understanding. I'm Lin Wudi. You can go to hell now. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. In the next moment, a dragon-shaped sword appeared and was held by him. He slashed forward. Slash, nothing could stop the slash that could split heaven and earth. The old man's illusion was shocked. You're courting death, he threw out both palms, but he still couldn't block it. Under the slash, he was split apart and disappeared into thin air. Roar, how dare you hurt my granddaughter? I'll tear you into pieces. The last voice sounded and then disappeared. Lin Xian sneered. He didn't care at all. Once again, he slashed his sword at the princess. The princess was truly in despair. Even her grandfather's illusion was shattered. Did she have any way to resist? She was split apart by the slash. Blood stained the sky. She had completely died. Was she dead? The first pagoda master was terrified. He couldn't believe it. That was the princess. Now she was dead. What kind of storm would it cause? It's over. These guys are dead for sure. He sped up and fled. In the end, he was killed by Yan Ruyu and Murong Qingqing. At this moment, everyone in the mansion had died. Lin Xian and the others cleaned up the battlefield and collected all the storage rings of these people. These people were all soul experts. Whether it was cultivation methods, pills, or great Tao crystals, they were all related to the soul. It was a great harvest for them. Brother Xian, let's leave quickly. That old man is very powerful. Murong Qingqing and the others were worried, but Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It's fine. I'll kill them. These resources aren't enough. This time, I'll let my heavenly secret divine eyes break through completely. Lin Xian had a shocking idea, and that was to continue attacking and completely sweep through the abyss of souls. Zixing and the others were dumbstruck after hearing this. That old man was probably in existence at the peak of the great sage realm. No worries, I have a way to kill him. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised. If the other party dared to use the power of heaven and earth here to suppress him, then he could also use the power of the sword world to suppress him. With his own strength, he was still unable to contend against the peak of the great sage realm, but if he used the sword world to restrict him, then it was naturally possible. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the group of them walked out of the hall. The people outside the mansion were still waiting. Terrifying sounds of battle could be heard from inside. Those guys should have been killed. That's for sure. He had 11 pagoda masters inside, and one of them was a princess. With 12 top-notch experts attacking together, those people would not die without a doubt. These people all laughed. However, there were also some people who sighed. It was a pity for these two peerless fairies. Just as they were talking, a few figures suddenly walked out from the mansion in front of them. The surrounding people all quieted down. They became respectful. They should have mixed in with the princess and the others, but when they looked up, they realized that it was not the case. They were not mixed in with the princess and the others, but the few youths who had entered before. How was this possible? They didn't die. These people were dumbstruck, unable to believe it. Someone said, "Could it be that the princess was merciful and spared these people? I think it's possible." Lin Xian looked around and sneered. "Your souls to the princess, including the 11 pagoda masters, are all dead. Now, are you going to kneel down and submit, or are you going to the Yellow Springs with them?" "What? Dead?" The surrounding people were all stunned. Someone sneered. "What did you say? Are you dreaming?" "That's right, how could those 12 experts die?" These people did not believe it. They rushed in. However, when they discovered that there were 12 blood seas in the mansion, they were all stunned. They were really dead. 11 pagoda masters, mixed in with the princess, all fell. Not a single one of them was alive. They felt like they had all collapsed. Heavens, this was definitely an earth-shattering event. Oh no, the Abyss of Souls is about to experience a huge storm. They trembled in fear as they looked ahead. Do you know what you've done?" Just as he finished speaking, Lin Xian cleaved that person apart with his sword. "Are you lecturing me?" The others were so scared that they quickly knelt on the ground. "We are willing to submit." They had no choice but to lower their heads now, but they gritted their teeth and refused to accept it. Because they knew that there were even more terrifying existences in the Abyss of Souls. That was the Abyss Master, only the princess's grandfather was at the peak of the Great Sage level. The other party's soul was incomparable. It was an existence that stood at the pinnacle. If the other party were to make a move, these people would definitely not be able to withstand it. When these people were defeated, they would go up and tear them into pieces. But now, they had to stop him and make him stay here. If he ran away, the celestial land was very vast. It would not be easy to find him again. A few people came up and said, "Young master, we have many sacred places for cultivating the soul here. Why don't you come over and cultivate for a while?" "Yes, I know a place." These people began to secretly prolong the time. Lin Xian did not seem to know the intentions of these people. He waved his hand and said, "No need. Tell me, where is your Abyss Master? I will kill him, and you should be convinced." "What? This guy wants to find the Abyss Master and kill him? Heavens, he's not joking, right? Why do I feel that this guy is too daring?" The surrounding people went crazy. It seemed that they did not need to stop the other party. This guy would go to the Abyss of Souls himself. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Tell me where the Princess of the Soul Path lives." He rose into the air and flew towards the distance. That should be the place where Yunyu was suppressed. He hoped that Yunyu was fine. In the depths of the Abyss of Souls, there were several magnificent mansions. There were continuous palaces inside. This was the core area. No one else could enter. Even the pagoda master was not qualified. This was the place where the princess lived. And behind this was an even more terrifying and mysterious place. At this moment, there was a sea of souls, and an old man was sitting cross-legged on it. The old man's body floated. His soul left his body and soared into the 9 heavens. An extremely terrifying soul aura appeared. This power was even more terrifying than the previous 12 pagoda masters combined. Obviously, this was an existence that surpassed the sage and reached the peak of the great sage. He was the Abyss Master of the Abyss of Souls. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and roared. "Damn it! Lin Wudi, you dare to kill my granddaughter. I will tear you into pieces. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." His soul rushed out. He was really angry. His granddaughter, who had become a princess, was a young person that he was very optimistic about. In the future, her achievements would not be weaker than his. She might even surpass him and reach an incredible level. He placed all his hopes on his granddaughter. His granddaughter did not disappoint him. Now, she was a young powerhouse. She even dared to challenge the sovereign. Such ambition made the Abyss Master very satisfied. But now, his granddaughter was dead. He could not accept it, all of his hopes and dreams had been shattered. All of this was because of Lin Wudi. No matter what the other party's identity or origin was, he would not spare him. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes and swept in all directions. It enveloped the entire abyss of souls. At the same time, the surrounding array was activated and sealed the space. He would not let the other party escape. In the open space in front of the square, those Mingdao masters were also shocked when they saw the scene. It seemed that the Abyss Master had made a move. Great, he would definitely sweep everything away. Let's see how these people will die. Lin Xian and the others descended into the princess's residence. Lin Xian opened the heaven-opening divine eyes to investigate. Soon, he found that there was a dungeon. With a wave of his hand, he split the dungeon open. Lin Xian walked in. Inside the dungeon, on the stone pillars, there were many souls chained. At this moment, they were roaring in horror. One of the innermost stone pillars, this illusory soul, was Yunnan. His soul was covered with runes. These were runes condensed by the peak of the great sage. Even if he was a young powerhouse, it was difficult to break. She was desperate. Was she going to die? Although she had become Lin Xian's slave, she did not feel ashamed. On the contrary, she had infinite hope. Lin Xian was a young supreme, someone who would become a great emperor in the future. It was a supreme honor for her to follow the great emperor, but now she was afraid that she would fall in advance. Boom! Suddenly, she raised her head and found that the space in front of her had shattered. Sunlight shone in, brightening the surroundings. At the same time, another figure walked in. Was it that bastard princess? It seemed that the other party was going to make a move on her. Yun Yu's eyes were filled with despair, and the other suppressed souls were also roaring in horror. But soon, they were stunned because they found that it was not the princess of the underworld. Especially Han Yu, her eyes were red. It was young master. She didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. Was he here to save her? At this moment, she was really too excited. Lin Xian came in front of her like a god, and with a wave of his hand, the chains on Yun Yu's body shattered. Don't worry, you're safe from now on. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Yun Yu was so excited. She directly threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, but when she saw Moron Qingqing and Yan Ruyu coming from behind, she came back to her senses. She immediately stood up straight and lowered her head shyly. Thank you for saving my life, young master. You rest first, I'll deal with that old thing. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light, and he raised his head and looked into the distance. He sensed an extremely terrifying power and rushed over here. Oh no, young master, be careful, that's the existence of the peak of the Supreme Sage. Yun Yu was extremely worried. Lin Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I have a way. The suppressed souls around were surprised. This young man wanted to challenge the peak of the Supreme Sage. What kind of joke was this? Did he know the terror of the Abyss of Souls and the Abyss Master? Lin Xian ignored these people at all. He rose into the air and flew outside. At the same time, he shouted coldly, Old thing, get out. This voice resounded through the 9 heavens, so that everyone in the Abyss of Souls heard it. God, did I hear wrongly? Someone is challenging the Abyss Master. Who was it that was so reckless? Is it the young man from before? Shocked voices could be heard one after another. At the same time, in the depths of the Abyss of Souls, an old voice also came. Stupid thing, you haven't left yet. Well, I'll catch you and tear you into pieces so that you can never rise again. Boom, a palm came crashing down from the sky, carrying with it an extremely terrifying soul aura. Everyone in the Abyss of Souls prostrated themselves on the ground. Heavens, it really is the Abyss Master, someone exclaimed. Abyss Lord made a move. That brat was dead for sure. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian used Shadowless Heaven's net and quickly dodged. At the same time, with the help of the demon god wings, he instantly dodged to the place where he had been. It was completely shattered. The golden radiance in his eyes dimmed. It had to be said that the pinnacle of the great sage realm was absolutely terrifying. The Abyss Lord walked out and sneered. You are no match for me. You, a puny little great sage initial stage, dare to contend with me. Fine, I'll let you know the difference between us. So what if the other party was Lin Wudi? No matter how strong he was just a young man. Today, he would make the other party despair. An extremely terrifying aura bloomed from the Abyss Lord. In the dungeon, the souls that had been suppressed were also shocked. It was over. That young man was dead meat. That's right, he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yunyu snorted coldly. What do you know? Young master was the strongest. He was an invincible existence. Invincible? The surrounding souls shook their heads. This should only be relative to the young man. Looking at the entire universe, who dared to claim to be invincible? Young man, go to hell. The Abyss Lord in the sky made a move again. The souls retracted, covering the sky and the earth. At the same time, the other hand also grabbed out. This time, he would not give the other party a chance. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stood there without moving. Those soul powerhouses kneeling on the ground sighed when they saw the scene. This young man had been scared silly. It seemed that after this blow, he would definitely die. However, at this time, a vortex appeared beside Lin Xian. Then a crack appeared. In the next moment, the phantom of a sword appeared and shrouded the surroundings from all directions. What was this? Sacred domain. The soul powerhouse was surprised, then shook his head. Did he think his sacred domain could compete with a great sage peak? He was too naive. Boom, the Abyss Lord also sneered. He was really stupid. Even if he took out a stronger weapon, he was no match for him. He sneered and sped up. The power on his palm was even more terrifying. The other party's sacred domain was definitely torn apart. However, when these two attacks hit it, it made a shocking sound. However, it did not shatter the sacred domain. Instead, it was engulfed by the phantom of that world. What was this? The Abyss Lord was stunned. The others were also dumbfounded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian made another move. The sword world enveloped the Abyss Lord. When the Abyss Lord was enveloped by this phantom, his body immediately sank. His pupils constricted. What a terrifying pressure. The other party's winning rate actually had such pressure. It was too unbelievable. He knew that the pressure in the immortal land was much more terrifying than the outside world. After the experts from the outside came in, they were all weaker than the experts here. This was also the reason why he was so confident. Because they had been in the immortal land all year round, they had long adapted to this pressure. The same powerhouse was no match for him at all. But now, the phantom of this world brought about even more terrifying pressure than the immortal land. He was too surprised. Did the other party have any magic treasure in his hand? In the next moment, Lin Xian arrived in front of the other party and sneered. Welcome to my world, this is the place where you will fall. Your world? A mere phantom dared to be called a world? Also, do you think that you can defeat me with this little pressure? You are too naive. Even if my strength is suppressed, it is still not something you can contend against. An extremely terrifying light erupted from his eyes, turning into two blade lights that slashed over. The other party's soul could not withstand it at all. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly, and then formed a reincarnation mountain to block. With a clang, it was forced back, but it blocked the attack. Lin Xian laughed. You are only SOSO. He actually blocked it. The Abyss Lord's face was gloomy and cold. It seemed that the suppression here was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At the same time, he was surprised. The other party's golden eyes were really too strange. What was that? Why did he feel a trace of the power of reincarnation? It seems that you should have a strange eye technique, and a very precious one at that. Fine, I'll kill you. Taking your eyes can allow me to go further on the path of the underworld. Maybe I can use this to break through and become a quasi-emperor. The Abyss Lord was really overjoyed. This kind of precious eye was definitely a heaven-defying bloodline, so he must get it. In the next moment, the light in his eyes became even more terrifying. The boundless sea of souls rushed over in an overwhelming manner. It surrounded the reincarnation mountain. This was a confrontation of souls, which was very dangerous. If one was not careful, the soul would be shattered. The reincarnation mountain shook violently. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he held the hell sword in his hand and slashed out. Ridiculous, you want to cut my soul with your sword, stupid. The Abyss Lord sneered. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Because he found that the other party's sword could really cut through his soul attack. He screamed miserably and retreated. Damn it, what's going on? This is impossible, there's something wrong with his sword technique. The Abyss Lord was really shocked. What kind of sword technique was this? He had never heard of it. Damn it, I didn't expect this kid to not only have a pair of magical eyes, but also such a strange sword technique. The other party really had too many secrets. Very good, an unexpected joy. Everything you have is mine. He roared angrily and charged out again. A large black flag appeared in his hand, with countless souls revolving around it. This was the soul-sacred artifact that he had refined, and it was abnormally terrifying. Hand over your soul to me. The black flag covered the sky and covered the earth as it charged over. Lin Xian snorted coldly, the hell sword slashed out, and the two fought. It's useless, my weapon is a legendary holy weapon, what can you use to fight me? The Abyss Lord laughed out loud, although as he fought with Lin Xian and flew inside, he felt more and more pressure. But he believed that in 3 more moves, he would be able to completely suppress the other party. At that time, when he collected the other party's soul, the other party's secret would be his. Legendary holy weapon, so what? I'll let you see my weapon. Lin Xian took out the heaven-swallowing jar and slammed it forward. With a boom, the black flag was sent flying. The Abyss Lord spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his expression became terrified. What is this? The black vortex was enough to swallow everything. This aura? The aura of the Extreme Dao. Could it be an Extreme Dao weapon? That's right, this is an Extreme Dao weapon. If you compete with me in terms of weapons, I can only say that you are courting death. Who exactly are you? Yes. Not only is Vhumad powerful, he can also take out an Extreme Dao weapon. Are you the Emperor? Lin Xian sneered, you don't have the qualifications to know. Now, I'll use you to verify my strength. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light. The heaven-swallowing jar restrained the other party's legendary holy weapon, and at the same time, the surrounding sword world's power also pressed down. As a result, both of them had to carry 100,000 mountains on their backs. Lin Xian often felt this pressure, so he had no problem with it. However, the Abyss Lord's blood was boiling, and his face turned pale. Not good, this pressure is really too terrifying. There was something wrong with this world. This was definitely not the other party's Saint Domain. He had arrived at a mystical space. What exactly was this? Kill, here, Lin Xian charged out. He could feel that his opponent's strength had been greatly suppressed. Of course, he was still stronger than regular saints, but Lin Xian was confident that he could contend against him. The 6 Paths fist pressed forward with indomitable will. The phantoms of 6 worlds instantly enveloped the other party. He continued to crush them. Abyss Lord's blood and chi surged, the clothes on his body in tatters. He roared angrily. You are courting death. With a wave of its sharp claws, it shattered the illusions of the 6 worlds. He struck out with his palm. Young man, let me tell you, what is absolute power? So what if he was suppressed? So what if he didn't have a legendary saint weapon? The Abyss Master was strong enough to break everything. Even though he was a master of the Chaos Path, his physique and laws were still extremely powerful. This was the terror of a peak great sage. Couldn't he beat a young man? Vengeful soul curse. The Abyss Lord formed a seal with his palms, and suddenly endless vengeful spirits flew out of his sleeves. They roared at the sky, and a terrifying sound rushed over. This was a peerless great magical power, enough to shatter a person's soul. Falling into hell and never coming out. What can a mere vengeful spirit do to me? 9 Suns Divine Fist. Lin Xian activated the Nine Suns' divine body, and the flames of the purest yang flew out. It turned into 6 suns, sweeping away those vengeful spirits between heaven and earth. Encountering this purest yang power, they were instantly turned into ashes. Being burned by this raging fire, the Abyss Lord also kept retreating. Cracks appeared on his sleeves again. Damn it, what a terrifying flame, it could restrain him. Soul Sea, he roared, and a Soul Sea appeared behind him, sweeping toward Yi Futian from all directions. These souls were not only vengeful spirits, but also all kinds of powerful creatures. These were the souls of the powerhouses he had collected for thousands of years. Let's see how you fight this time. The souls in the Soul Sea were not afraid of the purest yang flame at all. They quickly rushed over. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. The Tai Chi diagram appeared all over his body, and the power of yin and yang emerged. The Tai Chi diagram rotated, forming a killing blow, covering the entire Soul Sea. The yin and yang aura inside collided violently with the Soul Sea. The mixed sea was finally completely suppressed. Damn it, the Abyss Lord vomited blood again. What's going on? No matter what kind of technique he used, the other party could suppress it. Damn it. I don't believe it. Damn it, an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes, and at the same time, his soul left his body, forming a small person, roaring at the sky. The small person, holding the black cauldron, quickly rushed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly, covering his body with demonic energy. He used the illusion demon scripture. The powerful Great Emperor's divine ability resisted it. Next, the Abyss Lord used 100 kinds of soul attacks, but they were all blocked by the Great Emperor's divine ability. This made him almost collapse. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Do you still have any tricks? If not, then I'll send you on your way." The Tai Chi diagram suddenly erupted, turning into Yin God and Yang God, charging forward. The Abyss Lord kept retreating. Lin Xian flew up and fought with him in close combat. The Demon Emperor's divine ability was used to the extreme, forcing the Abyss Lord's body to retreat. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword, splitting the Abyss Lord into 2 halves. The Abyss Lord completely collapsed at this moment. He, a peak great sage, was seriously injured. Damn it. I don't believe it, he resisted, but his injuries were getting worse and worse. Damn it, retreat. He must leave, this world was too strange, he had to leave this space. After going out, it would not be suppressed. In that way, his strength would be 10 times, 100 times stronger than before. At that time, it would be easy for him to kill the other party. But how could Lin Xian let the other party leave? The Tai Chi diagram kept chasing, and the 9 Yang divine fire was overwhelming. Damn it, you're courting death. The Abyss Lord roared, the small black cauldron in his soul's hand kept spinning, flickering with light. Then it fell down, there was blood inside. The blood of a saint, and it was extremely terrifying. This was condensed from the blood of 9 peak great sages when they died. After 1,000 years of cultivation, it has long been terrifying to the extreme. This is my killing method. I didn't expect to use it in the hands of a young man like you today. Well, you're dead, the secrets on your body are enough to make up for my loss. The blood of 9 peak great sages blotted out heaven and earth as it shot toward Yang Qi. It turned into a river of blood, instantly came in front of Lin Xian, circling around Lin Xian. Destroy, the Abyss Lord snorted coldly, his expression ferocious. The next moment, he could get the treasure. Feeling the power of the sea of blood, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. There was an extremely terrifying murderous aura on it. But fortunately, in the sword world, this power was also suppressed. Moreover, Lin Xian was not without a trump card. He snorted coldly. Lin Xian used the demon summoning scripture with all his strength. Endless devil chi condensed behind him, and a devil shadow appeared. As soon as the devil shadow appeared, he looked down on the world like a demon god. The pupils of the Abyss Lord in the distance also shrank. This aura was, he was really frightened, it seemed to be an existence that he could not understand. As soon as the devil shadow appeared, he raised his right hand and slapped the devil god seal. The sea of blood formed by the 9 great sages in front of him was instantly shattered at this moment. Puff, the soul of the Abyss Lord spat out blood, and cracks appeared on it. His eyes were bleeding. He couldn't believe it. Was it broken? This was his super powerful trump card, and he was reluctant to use it. Originally, he thought that he could end this battle, but who would have thought that it would be easily broken by the other party? For a moment, he was stunned. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said indifferently, "Do you still have a trump card? If not, I will send you on your way." "Don't be arrogant," the Abyss Lord sneered. "I admit that your trump card is very strong. In the younger generation, it is rare, but so what, I have not lost yet. The devil shadow behind you should be a peerless divine ability. Can you use it a second time?" the Abyss Lord sneered. He could see that the devil shadow had disappeared. In his opinion, the other party only had this one life-saving method, and it would definitely not be able to block his next attack. His palms kept forming seals, and his soul returned to his body. At the same time, his eyes burst out with an astonishing light. Buzz, in the next moment, something magical happened. 5 souls appeared in 5 directions around him. The light and laws on each one were different. "Kid, you are very honored to be able to see my strongest skill. I will let you see the 5 souls' ascension. This is what I got in a very mysterious cave in the immortal ground. It can allow a person's soul to condense and form 5 souls. Golden soul, water soul, fire soul, wood soul, earth soul. Once I successfully cultivate it, my soul power will be 5 times stronger than others of the same level. Among those at the peak of the great sage realm, there are not many who can compete with me in terms of soul power. Once it was cultivated to the highest level, the 5 souls would become one, and one would be able to form the origin magnetic immortal soul. At that time, my soul will surpass the sacred realm and might even become the soul of a martial monarch. Even though I haven't reached the final step yet, the ascension of 5 souls isn't something you can go against." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 souls around him released a terrifying aura. The formless aura combined with the power of the soul was terrifying to the extreme. "You still have a trump card, right? 5 souls?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "That's right, but so what? Now that he was in Sword World, he would not let the other party leave." The wings of the demon god unfurled behind his back, tearing the void apart as he arrived before Xianxia in an instant. Then, he slashed out with his sword, which turned into a full moon and attacked the martial spirit. What a terrifying speed! What a terrifying sword technique! The Abyss Lord's pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. The 5 souls were knocked back. Light flickered on them, but they did not disappear. Lin Xian was also surprised. These 5 souls were really powerful. To be able to withstand the Azure sword technique, one must know that it was a martial monarch's ability, a killing technique, but the other party was not penetrated. "You want to destroy my 5 souls? Dream on, the next moment will be your moment of despair." With a wave of the Abyss Lord's hand, the 5 souls flew out and scattered to the heavens and the earth. In 5 directions, they enveloped Lin Xian. The 5 souls formed a seal with their palms. Fire soul, a flaming divine sword appeared in his hand and slashed down. Water soul, on the other hand, shot out a pagoda. Golden soul, wood soul, and earth soul also made their moves. The 5 of them worked together endlessly, and the power was truly terrifying. Lin Xian used the reincarnation mountain peak to block. Boom, in an instant, the reincarnation mountain peak shattered. His pupils shrank and his body swayed. Using his movement technique to the extreme, he dodged these attacks as if he had teleported. "Useless brat, you can dodge once, but can you dodge 10 times? You will die without a doubt." Seeing the other party in such a sorry state, the Abyss Lord laughed out loud. This time, the other party could no longer live. Boom, the 5 souls launched another attack. This time, it was even more terrifying. Finally, it enveloped Lin Xian. With a loud bang, that place was completely covered by the laws. "Die, your soul definitely can't live." He was really too happy. Roar, suddenly, a terrifying dragon roar sounded, shaking heaven and earth. Then, a sword light swept across the sky, as if a giant dragon was flying above the 9 heavens. The giant dragon fell, and the sword chi spread out. All the soul laws launched by the 5 souls were instantly torn apart. "Damn it, what's going on? What happened?" The Abyss Lord was stunned. "Does that kid still have a trump card? This is too terrifying." Your means are strong, but it's a pity that you met me. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul in his hand and walked over like a killing god. With a slash of the sword, the 5 souls were destroyed. The Abyss Lord vomited a large mouthful of blood. His body was torn apart, and his soul was also shattered. No. How could it be? The 5 souls were originally one with him. When the 5 souls were destroyed, he was seriously injured. At the same time, he was desperate. That was his strongest trump card. He got it in the celestial land. It was definitely left behind by the unparalleled powerhouse of the Yuhua celestial dynasty. However, it was easily destroyed by the other party. What kind of sword is this? Is the other party already so strong? No, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. Just let me go. Abyss. At this moment, he was finally afraid. He didn't want the demeanor of a powerhouse anymore. He just wanted to live. It wasn't easy to cultivate to his level. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He raised the great dragon sword soul and slashed out, splitting the other party's body in half. The Abyss Lord was already seriously injured. How could he resist at this moment? With one slash, he fell. Lin Xian's face was pale. He waved his hand and used the power of the sword world to suppress the other party's body. At the same time, he sat down cross-legged and began to use the power of the 4 Spirit Valley to recover. In the distance, the Hellfire Dragon flew over and said, "Boy, your strength improved very quickly. You can even kill a peak great sage now." Lin Xian opened his eyes and shook his head. He couldn't be considered a true peak great sage. He was at least half suppressed in this world. He was only a little stronger than a great sage. If I wanted to kill him outside, I'm afraid I would have to fully recover my extreme weapon. After that, he closed his eyes again and began to recover. The Hellfire Dragon next to him also nodded. He was not arrogant after winning. He was indeed a promising person. And he believed that it wouldn't be long before Lin Xian could kill a peak great sage with his own strength outside. I'm looking forward to the scene of you reaching the peak of the universe. The Hellfire Dragon smiled. Lin Xian recovered his soul and power. Then he walked forward and began to absorb the other party's soul. At the same time, he took the other party's storage ring. There were indeed a lot of resources in the other party's storage ring, all of which were used to cultivate the soul, which made Lin Xian extremely happy. Also, he found that the cultivation method of the other party's 5 soul ascension was also there, which was also a good divine ability. If there was a chance, he could also cultivate it. More importantly, as the Abyss Lord of the Abyss of Souls, the other party must have an extremely mysterious cultivation place. Next, Lin Xian would go to that place and begin to cultivate his Tianji divine eyes. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian left the world and walked out. Those people outside were still waiting. They saw a light flickering in the sky. They were all waiting patiently. They didn't know what method this Lin Xian used to be able to hold on for so long. Some people were surprised. Some people sneered, no matter what he did, he would definitely die. Just wait, the final victory would definitely be the Abyss Lord. These people were extremely confident, but at this time, the terrifying light in the void above suddenly disappeared. Then a figure walked out. Look, the Abyss Lord came out. These people all stood up. However, when they found that it was Lin Xian who came out, they were stunned. How could it be this kid? Didn't the Abyss Lord kill him? Impossible. Where was the Abyss Lord? Where did he go? Countless terrified roars could be heard. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Abyss Lord's body fell from the sky and smashed the ground. This is your Abyss Lord. No, those soul powerhouses below all knelt on the ground when they saw the scene. Their Abyss Lord was dead, and he died in the hands of a young man. It was too terrifying. What happened before? They couldn't know, but they only knew the result. How could it be? This young man had already defied the heavens. They trembled in fear. Yunyu in the dungeon, they were even happier. Great, I knew the young master could do it. The other souls that had been suppressed were filled with shock. He had really done it. Who was he? Who exactly was he? He was Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi and Murong Qingqing, who were on the supreme list, also said proudly. Lin Wudi, the surrounding people deeply engraved this name in their hearts. In the next moment, Morong Qingqing and the others rose into the air and flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and left. He flew deeper into the mansion. There were countless formation runes there, but Lin Xian took out a command medallion from the man's storage ring and waved it gently, opening all of the formation runes. Lin Xian and his group quickly entered and disappeared. The people outside were dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. After entering, Yan Ryu and the others were also astonished. What a terrifying place. I can feel the soul energy here. It's extremely terrifying. This Abyss Lord was not ordinary. Even compared to the great sage peak of the same level, his soul was beyond imagination. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, this person was very strong. Indeed, if not for the fact that the sword world had an extremely strong suppressive effect, it would not have been easy for Lin Xian to kill the other party. Everyone, make good use of this opportunity to cultivate. Lin Xian walked forward. Morong Qingqing and the others also found a place to start cultivating. All the soul resources here were used by them. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the soul sea. The terrifying power enveloped his soul. He formed a seal with his palms and cultivated the heavenly secret divine pupil with all his strength. The soul powerhouses outside were still frightened. Suddenly, they found that a crack appeared in the sky and the earth was collapsing. One spirit vein after another shattered. Not good, this is the spirit vein. At this moment, it actually shattered. Could it be that the abyss of souls no longer exists? Damn it, is it those brats? They went in and absorbed the soul energy again. These people were crazy. The abyss of souls had an extremely terrifying source of souls. Under the earth, there were spirit veins everywhere. This was the holy land of soul cultivation. Usually, these powerhouses could also come, but they could only stay for a few days and could only cultivate at the edge. The real core area was the place where the soul overlord cultivated. But even the soul overlord would not absorb so crazily. After all, once the spirit vein was broken, it would take tens of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years to recover. No one would do that. But Lin Xian and the others were different. Lin Xian came to the abyss of souls this time. He did not know when the next time would be. Naturally, he would not give up, so he absorbed without reservation. The origin of chaos kept shattering. Boulders collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding people were terrified. Hurry up and escape, they all ran away. They had no choice. If they stayed here any longer, they would probably be torn to pieces by this force. As for snatching the resources, what a joke. Even the Abyss Lord was dead. Who would dare to attack that young man? They could only run away. The seal in the dungeon was broken, and the suppressed souls also left. Boom, the abyss of souls began to shatter, and Lin Xian and the others were shrouded in a soul storm. Their soul power was increasing at an unimaginable speed. This was the so-called opportunity in the deity ground. Boom, Morong Qingqing roared. The phantom of a phoenix appeared, and her soul reached a higher level. Yan Ryu was the same. Even Zixing and Yunhui had improved. Their souls had reached a state of saturation, and they could not absorb for the time being. So they retreated and looked ahead carefully. They were surprised. No way, Lin Gongzi could still absorb. It was incredible. They were like buckets, and there was a limit to how much water they could hold. But now, Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. It was really amazing. No wonder he could be called a supreme. Boom, suddenly, Lin Xian roared. He opened his eyes, and golden light shrouded the world. The soul storm also trembled violently. A pair of eyes appeared in the surroundings, a pair of eyes with endless vortexes. It was as if they were going to reincarnate into hell. It was terrifying. Zixing was shocked. Even Yan Ryu and the others were shocked. Could it be that he broke through to the Rinnegan? They were too surprised. They naturally knew that Lin Xian's God's Eye of Weather, if it went one step further, it would be the Eye of Reincarnation. It was just that that kind of eye had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Was it going to appear on Lin Xian now? The soul storm below gradually weakened. Morong Qingqing's expression changed. The power of the Path of Souls was disappearing. Was it going to fail? Yan Ryu also frowned. The Rinnegan was too mysterious. The power it needed was beyond their imagination. Lin Xian also noticed this. In the next moment, he was extremely decisive. He closed his left eye and focused on cultivating his right eye. First, he would try to evolve one eye into the Rinnegan. After cultivating one eye, all the soul power in the sky poured into the right eye. The mysterious atmosphere above the right eye became more and more terrifying. In the next moment, everyone in the abyss of souls felt it. At this moment, they felt as if they were being looked down on by a god. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ryu, and the others were also shocked when they felt this power. What a terrifying eye. They couldn't bear it. They all used their bloodline power to resist. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes. The terrifying gaze between heaven and earth disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Lin Xian stood up. How is it? Morong Qingqing and the others walked over and asked with concern. Lin Xian's lips curled up. His right eye had become Rinnegan. What kind of effect does it have? Yan Ryu was curious. Lin Xian said, I'm still investigating, but I can sense that it's 10 times stronger than the heavenly secret divine eye. Lin Xian was really happy. This Rinnegan had caused his strength to change dramatically. Although Lin Xian's cultivation hadn't increased, his soul power had definitely surpassed that of a great sage. Even if he met a peak great sage outside, he would dare to fight. Let's go out and find other opportunities. The deity land was really too mysterious. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't miss it. As for the other cultivation techniques in the storage room, he would wait for a chance to cultivate them in the future. The group of people walked out. At this moment, the abyss of souls had been torn apart. There was no more below. The group left, broke through the void, and walked out. On the ground outside the abyss of souls, there were many souls and experts waiting there. Some people even rushed over from afar. They were shocked and doubtful. What happened? Among them, there were people from the Heavenly Rock race and even some Immortal Foundation experts. For example, Chen Mu and the others on the 9-star Immortal Foundation were also here. They were also shocked and doubtful. Just now, there was an extremely terrifying soul aura here. Did some kind of treasure appear? Those soul experts said, outsiders, you'd better not go there. There's an extremely terrifying young man there. He had ruined everything. Who is this extremely terrifying young man? These people were shocked. In the next moment, they saw the void crack open, and a few figures walked out. The person in the lead was Lin Xian. After he came out, he looked around. He stood there, suppressing everyone so much that they couldn't raise their heads. These people felt their scalps go numb. Bailey Wuck, Chen Mu, Kai Lingyi, and the others also looked over. The next moment, they exclaimed. They naturally recognized that it was Lin Xian and the others. Could it be that the heaven and earth anomaly from before was caused by this kid? When Lin Xian saw his old friends, his lips curled into a smile. These people were able to compete with him before. However, if these people were still as strong as they were before, then with his current strength, they wouldn't be able to compete with him. To defeat these people, one look was enough. This is the power of the Rinnegan. Thinking of this, his eyes emitted a mysterious glow. Flawless 100 miles, Kai Lingyi, Chen Mu, and the other souls shook. Damn it, what's going on? Why were they so terrified in front of him now? It was as if the other party could see through their secrets with just a glance. What exactly happened? They were shocked. At this time, Lin Xian had already floated away. Damn it, this guy had a fortuitous encounter. Flawless 100 miles clenched his fists. I can't stay like this any longer. I must explore. He gritted his teeth. He knew that Lin Xian must have something to do with him leaving back then. Although it was dangerous, the other party succeeded. At that time, he didn't dare to go because he was afraid. In this way, the gap between the two sides would become bigger and bigger. He was unwilling to accept this. Go. He led the people of the Canopy clan and flew into the distance. This time, he swore not to give up until his strength broke through. Chen Mu, Kai Lingyi, And the others also left one after another. They also felt the pressure. Now they understood what the so-called fortuitous encounter in the deity ground was. Perhaps two people with similar strength before, but after coming out, there would be earth-shaking changes. One in the sky, one on the ground. This made them feel even more pressured. We also left. They also left one after another. News of what had happened here had also spread. It spread in all directions. Some powerhouses and tribes heard it. They were shocked. No way. The Abyss of Souls was broken. This was impossible. The master of the Abyss of Souls was at the peak of the great sage realm and had supreme means. His soul appeared and disappeared unpredictably. In addition, this was his territory. Who dared to challenge him? They didn't believe it, but when they arrived, they were all stunned. That place had long been shattered, and the soul power had long disappeared. The master of the Abyss of Souls had fallen. Who did it? Was it one of the giants in the deity ground? They knew that there were some extremely ancient and terrifying existences in the deity ground. If those people wanted to attack, the Abyss of Souls would definitely not be able to resist. No, it wasn't those ancient giants. It was a young man who was said to be an outsider. What? A person who came to gain experience? When did such a terrifying expert come to the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Could it be that a great emperor was really going to appear this time? No way, the ancient legend was going to happen in this era. A great emperor was going to reappear in the world. The glory of the ancient era was about to reappear. These people were incomparably shocked. Who was it? They didn't know now. Some people guessed that it might be the terrifying Han Tian. They might also be Lin Wudi on the supreme leaderboard. They might even be the light-shaking realm cultivator who cultivated a forbidden martial art. The names of these people quickly spread, causing countless people to talk about it. Of course, some people had more detailed information. You mean Lin Wudi came out of the Abyss of Souls? Could it be that it was really when he moved? Damn it, it shouldn't be. Could he kill a great sage at the pinnacle? Did he use an extreme weapon? But he didn't use an extreme weapon. Once the extreme power was released, everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could feel it. But they didn't detect the effect of the heaven-swallowing jar. In other words, Lin Xian killed a peak great sage with other means. This was even more unbelievable. It was possible for an early-stage great sage to kill a peak great sage unless he had a fully recovered extreme weapon. Otherwise, how did he do it? These people were shocked. For example, the Double Crown King, Han Tian, quickly ran over after hearing the news. When she saw the shattered Abyss of Souls, her face turned cold. Damn it, if it was really caused by him, then he was getting closer and closer to winning the Double Crown. No, she had to find him quickly. She couldn't let him continue to grow. She didn't care about this person before, but if she let him develop at such a high speed, she really couldn't suppress him in the future. After she left, a man in cotton clothes walked out from under the ground. His face was calm, but the corners of his mouth were raised. He was Yao Guang. Left? Humph. He looked around, entered the depths of the Abyss of Souls, and saw some broken wreckage. He directly swallowed the body of the Abyss Lord. Yao Guang's body exuded a mysterious aura. He used the demonic sky-devouring technique and cultivated quickly. The others were also looking for opportunities. For example, Kuan-Pingzi was in front of a cave at this moment, bombarding the array with force. He could feel that there was a heaven-defying opportunity inside. If he could get it, he might be able to become the Double Crown King. The Phoenix clan leader looked at Feng Jiao. He said, "Are you really not going to the deity ground?" Feng Jiao shook his head. "No, Morong Qingqing is going. I'm going to take another path." That was the path left behind by the Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix clan leader said, "But this path is very dangerous. There's no need to work so hard." Feng Jiao said, "No, I feel the danger. The Emperor's bloodline is no longer good. Lin Wudi is too strong. And according to the intelligence, even the Double Crown King has appeared. Who knows if there will be more terrifying existences in the future. You have to know that our great Emperor family knows a lot of secrets. Many people are hiding. They want to open the seal in this life and fight for the opportunity to become a great emperor. They even want to fight for the opportunity to become an immortal. I have to take the risk. Fengjiu walked towards an ancient hall in front of him. His figure disappeared. The powerhouses of the Phoenix clan also sighed. Everything depended on his luck. On Lin Xian's side, he continued to explore some places. With Zixing, Yunyue, and the others, Lin Xian followed behind and controlled the overall situation. On the other side, he began to explore the other party's storage ring. In the other party's storage ring, in addition to cultivation resources, the most important thing was a scroll. That scroll was about the 5 souls ascension. This was a soul attack. Lin Xian had seen it before. It could condense the 5 elements of soul. It was really terrifying. This was equivalent to being several times stronger than an expert of the same level. It could be said to be a sure kill. It was also because he had the Great Dragon Sword soul that he could counterattack. Otherwise, no peak Great Sage could block it. Lin Xian was also tempted by such a powerful mystique. Moreover, he also discovered something else. There was another broken scroll. Some things were recorded on the scroll. It turned out that this 5-soul ascension cultivation method was found by the Abyss Lord in an immortal cave. This cave was very mysterious. In the immortal land, it was a forbidden place. Most people wouldn't dare to go there. The Abyss Lord found this clue by chance, and at the same time, he got a scroll by chance. It was the 5 souls ascension. As for the other things, he did not know. Later on, he had tried to go there again, but he was unable to enter. This made him feel very regretful. Lin Xian also closed his eyes. The cave abode with the 5 souls ascension was very likely left behind by a super mighty figure of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. There were definitely other treasures inside, so Lin Xian prepared to go. After talking to the others, they all nodded in agreement. They quickly attacked. On the other side, on the green cleansing immortal platform, Qing Tan also sent a message to Han Tian. After arriving, Han Tian said coldly, "What do you want?" Qing Tan frowned and said, "How long are you going to delay? If I don't kill Lin Wudi, won't you go somewhere else?" Han Tian said, "Give me 2 more days to find him. I want to kill him first." Lin Wudi's strength and legend made Han Tian nervous. However, Qing Tan said, 2 more days. After 2 days, if you don't go, we will go find other friends. Also, we are not the only ones who know about the Yuan magnetic cave abode. The other immortal platforms also know about it. If they find it in advance and get the treasures inside, it will be too late for you to regret. Hearing this, Han Tian took a deep breath. His eyes flickered and said, "Okay. Let's go to the Yuan magnetic cave abode, get the treasures inside, and kill that kid." He was also very interested in the Yuan magnetic cave abode. It was said that it was left behind by a supreme being of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. After he got it, his absolute strength would increase, and he might even become a triple champion. At that time, how could Lin Wudi compete with him? Thinking of this, they quickly set off. The other immortal platforms and ancient families also had some news. For a time, these people moved and headed to the Yuan magnetic cave abode. On the other side, in the depths of the Abyss of Souls, the people from the ancient Soul Tower came back again to see if there was any hope to restore the Abyss of Souls. Suddenly, a figure broke out of the ground. "Who is it?" these people exclaimed. "Is it that kid?" They thought that Lin Wudi hadn't left and were so scared that their scalps went numb. But when they saw that the person who came out was a calm-looking person in plain clothes, they frowned. However, they frowned. "No, if it wasn't that kid, then who was it? Who are you? Why are you here?" They roared crazily. They couldn't beat Lin Xian, but they couldn't beat this person in front of them. The person who came out was naturally Yao Guang. The corner of his mouth curled up. "You want to become an expert? Very good, I need your strength." With a wave of his hand, the demonic sky-devouring art flew out. It charged forward. Those people frantically defended and counterattacked, but they found that they couldn't resist at all. They were soon suppressed. Damn it, how is it possible? Apart from Lin Wudi, there was a young man who was so powerful. Who is this person? Is he the double champion? They felt that there was no primal chaos energy on him. They were really scared. The corner of Yao Guang's mouth curled up. A mysterious light flickered in his eyes. These people couldn't bear it at all and fell to the ground one by one. Not long after, Hun Tian retracted his palm and said coldly, "Now, gather the power of 11 soul towers and follow me." Those people trembled. The other party had already planted a soul restriction in their minds. They didn't dare to resist. So they gathered and moved. After gathering the power of 11 soul towers, the corner of Yao Guang's mouth curled up. "Follow me." "Where is Master going?" one of them asked. Yao Guang turned around and slapped the other party into a bloody mist, then swallowed him. "Impudent. Is my business something you should ask?" The others were terrified, and their scalps went numb. Although the person in front of them was wearing plain clothes and didn't have any laws on him, and his face was calm, he was a terrifying killing god. Killing saints was like cutting vegetables. They didn't dare to say anything else and followed. The group of people also disappeared in a grandiose manner. On the other side, Yi Wudao, Gu Feng, and the others also moved quickly. The twins of destiny were also searching for treasures. However, at this moment, the void split open, and a figure appeared behind them. "Who is it?" These people were nervous. A figure walked out of the rift and said, "It's me." The person who came was none other than Gu Feng. The Destiny twins asked nervously, "What's the matter?" After all, the other party was also a young giant. Gu Feng said, "I know you have a grudge against Lin Wudi. Now that there's a chance, do you want to join forces?" Next, the two sides began to discuss. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also heading towards the Xianxia cave mansion, but on the way, they had to pass by a tribe called the Green Jade Tribe. The people of the tribe stopped them. Lin Xian said, "We don't have any ill intentions, we just want to go there. To this mountain range." "You actually want to go to the Xianxia mountain range?" A young man was surprised. "What are you going there for?" Lin Xian said, "I heard that there are many treasures there, so I want to try my luck there." The people of the surrounding tribes laughed. Xianxia mountain range is indeed rumored to have many treasures, but that place is too dangerous. Ordinary experts will also fall if they go there. I advise you not to go. Lin Xian laughed after hearing this. "Thank you for your reminder, but I still want to go there and see." Another middle-aged man walked over. "You young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you really want to go, you can go with the people of the Green Jade Tribe." "Third uncle, can we?" the young man around him asked. The middle-aged man nodded. "Anyway, let them go and see. Remember, when you reach the Xianxia mountain range, just watch from afar, but don't go in. Because it's really dangerous there." "Okay, got it," Lin Xian nodded. The middle-aged man said, "Wait a little longer, there are still some people who want to go, we'll gather together." About half a day later, a few more figures walked over, all of them were young people. Among them was a woman dressed in green with a noble expression. The middle-aged man smiled. "This is the princess of our Green Jade tribe." "Princess Green Jade?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the other party. The other party's aura was also extraordinary. However, she was not at the level of a young giant. He nodded slightly as a greeting. Princess Green Jade frowned slightly. "Are they going too? They're so weak, won't they implicate us?" Hearing this, Zixing, Yunyu, and the others rolled their eyes. "How dare you say they're weak?" What kind of joke was this? However, Lin Xian waved his hand and had them retract their auras. After all, this trip to the Xianxia mountain range was a secret, and he didn't want to cause too much commotion. The middle-aged man said. Reporting to the princess, they just want to broaden their horizons. Bringing them along and having them stay a little further away should not be a problem. Princess Jingyu snorted softly. Is that so? Even if he wanted to broaden his horizons, he would have to see if he was qualified to travel with me. Qing Shan, come out. She clapped her hands and a burly man walked out. It really was like a small mountain, and its entire body was made of jade with mysterious runes on it. This is one of my subordinates. If you can block 3 of his moves, I'll take you there. The people from the surrounding tribes were also astonished. Qing Shan was not an ordinary person. He had extraordinary strength, and there were not many in the younger generation who could block 3 of his moves. Princess, aren't you making things difficult for me? The middle-aged man also sighed. It seemed like these youngsters had no chance. Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. He wasn't interested. Then, he asked, who wants to go? I'll do it. Yunue walked out and looked at the other party. 3 moves, right? Go ahead. Seeing how casual Yunue and the others were, Princess Qingyu frowned. These people really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She said coldly. Qing Shan attacked. Boom, Qing Shan stomped his foot, and the ground cracked as he threw out a punch. The expressions of the people from the surrounding tribes changed. He didn't hold back in this punch. They all closed their eyes. This flower-like fairy was probably going to be torn apart. Boom, in the face of such an attack, Yunue formed a seal with her palm and slapped out. The angelic seal was incomparably vast, and it collided with the other party's fist. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and a huge figure was sent flying. Qing Shan kept retreating, crushing the ground. His arm was shattered, and cracks spread to his body. In the next moment, he fell to the ground and vomited blood. Sorry, I've already held back. Seeing that the other party was injured, Yunue said indifferently. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Then, they gasped. She's already held back? And he's seriously injured? That's unbelievable. What's the identity of this woman? Her strength is too terrifying. Princess Qingyu's pupils constricted. This scene was out of her expectations. The other party actually had such a person. Her eyes flickered. Then, she snorted coldly. Good, very good. It seems that I've underestimated you. You're qualified to follow me. Princess Qingyu turned around and threw a bottle of pills to Qing Shan to help him recover. Then, she said, we'll set off in an incense stick's time. A war chariot appeared, pulled by demonic beasts that roared into the sky. Everyone boarded the war chariot. They left the tribe and flew into the distance. Along the way, Princess Qingyu used a voice transmission to gather someone. Halfway through, a few figures appeared in the distant sky. After these people came in and exchanged greetings, it seemed that they were Princess Qingyu's friends. When those people saw Lin Xian and the others, they were surprised and nodded slightly. When they were alone, they asked, who are those strangers? Princess Qingyu said that they were passers-by who wanted to go to the primordial mountain range. What? You don't know them and you're bringing them there? A man frowned. Will they be a burden? I think we should throw them down halfway. However, Princess Qingyu shook her head. No, I plan to bring them there. The surrounding people were surprised. Princess Qingyu said, there's a woman who injured Qing Shan with a palm strike. The surrounding young geniuses were surprised. They all knew of Qing Shan's strength. He had boundless strength and terrifying defense. How strong was she to injure him? Moreover, it was a palm strike. It was too unbelievable. Was it a powerhouse? Aunt Yuyi, what do you think? Princess Qingyu asked. A woman in a black dress walked out from the void beside him. She wore a veil over her face. Her eyes were incomparably deep. She said, these people look unfamiliar. It's very likely that they're outsiders. Outsiders? Are they here to search for opportunities? The eyes of Qingyu and the others flickered. The others were also surprised. They naturally knew about this matter. They also heard that a few incredible experts had come. They didn't expect that they would encounter outsiders now. Interesting. Princess Qingyu nodded. Just as well. We can see if these people are as powerful as the legends say. They flew peacefully and quickly. Finally, they approached the Yuanci mountain range. At this moment, Lin Xian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A mysterious rune appeared in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Someone was attacking. Someone was coming, and it was an expert. Moreover, it was coming for them. Lin Xian secretly gathered his strength. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingqing and the others, telling them to be careful. At this moment, the mysterious woman in a black dress in front of them also frowned. She waved her hand and quickly stopped the war chariot. In the next moment, the people in the war chariot felt a terrifying aura. It was like an abyss that swept towards them. Not good. There was an expert. Their expressions changed drastically. It was an extremely terrifying expert. Yui even left the war chariot and bowed respectfully towards the void. The Star Jade tribe had seen the skeleton saint before. In front of them, a figure walked over from the void. It was a skeleton that was purple in color. It had a huge sword on its back and a powerful aura of death on its body. Purple flames danced in its eyes. Every beat of his heart was frightening. The people in the war chariot were shocked when they heard it. Princess Qingyu and the others gasped. They had heard of the skeleton saint before. It was extremely terrifying and wasn't someone they could fight against. The purple skeleton said coldly. So it's the Green Jade tribe. We have some friendship with you. Go on. With that, he stomped his foot, tore the void, and disappeared. He left. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yui also came back and said, fortunately. We're safe. Let's go. Their war chariot quickly left this place. Princess Qingyu and the others were puzzled. Was that really the legendary skeleton sword saint? Indeed, our Green Jade tribe had helped them search for a kind of natural treasure before. It could be said that we have some friendship with them. That's why they let us go. Otherwise, we would have died without a burial ground. Princess Qingyu and the others were shocked. They didn't doubt this at all. Because there were too many legends about the skeleton sword saint. However, another young man was puzzled. According to the legends, the skeleton sword saint didn't move in this area. How did we meet him today? Could it be that we're so unlucky? I don't think it's a matter of luck. Yui looked into the distance. He should be coming for the Xianxia mountain range. He came from the Xianxia mountain range. Princess Qingyu and the others were shocked. Could it be that a shocking treasure was about to appear? They came out in order to search for natural treasures in the Xianxia mountain range. Yui shook her head. Legend had it that within this mountain range, there was an ancient cave that had been left behind by an ancient supreme being. It was abnormally mysterious. Perhaps these people were here for this legendary super almighty immortal's cave. Everyone was shocked. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that the situation was out of his expectations. The reason for that was because he sensed a few more auras passing by. Alright, we're almost there. Let's come out, Yui said. After opening the chariot, the group of people got off. There was a mountain range in front of him. It was incomparably mysterious and surrounded by light. Everyone felt an immense pressure. Was this the primitive mountain range? The primitive power shocked them. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Princess Qingyu cried out in alarm. Heavens! Who was that person in front of them? Could it be the legendary sage? They realized that there were a few figures that were very similar to the legendary powerful saints. Are all these people here? They weren't any weaker than the skeleton sage. With so many people here, it seemed that something big was going to happen in the Xianxia mountain range. Some of the geniuses were already regretting coming here at this time. If they were unlucky, they might be instantly killed. Therefore, they said, it seems that we came at the wrong time. Why don't we come another day? Many people nodded. Princess Qingyu's eyes flickered. Aren't you curious? What was the matter that brought so many legendary experts here? Don't you want to know? Moreover, Yui was here. If we can't beat them, we can still leave. All right. These people nodded and walked forward. At this moment, Princess Qingyu raised her chin and said, "Don't go over. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you and turn you into ashes." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, we don't need to be protected." After speaking, they also walked forward. Princess Qingyu stomped her feet in anger and snorted, "You're really arrogant." She didn't care. When his life is in danger, let's see how he begs me. She angrily led her people and wanted to go up. The group walked towards the primitive mountain range. After entering the mountain, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Morong Qingqing, who was beside him, said, "It seems that we're not the only ones who know about this. So many experts have come. Could it be that something unexpected happened?" He didn't know. However, these people were originally local experts. Perhaps they had heard of this legend long ago. Let's play it by ear. Finally, the group walked up to a mountain peak and stood there looking into the distance. The mountain range was continuous and there were figures on the surrounding peaks. It was obvious that everyone wanted to occupy a peak. Princess Xianxia and the others also came to the peak. Looking at the rainbow-like clouds below, they exclaimed. It was so beautiful. Their eyes were sparkling. Yuyi's expression was incomparably solemn. Princess, just look at the scenery. This time, we have to leave quickly. As for looking for heavenly treasures, we'll come back in the future. Her heart was heavy. She had a feeling that a storm was about to happen, and they might be swept into it if they stayed here. At this moment, the bell on her body shook. Princess Xianxia's face lit up. Don't worry, Yuyi. An expert has come to protect me. I'm here, Princess Xianxia said to the bell. The bell emitted a light that spread in all directions. At the same time, two figures appeared in the distance. The one in front was a young man with a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. Behind him was an old man. His face was red and he had ascended to immortality. The two of them were very fast and arrived at the peak in an instant. It was Sage Startling Cloud. Yuyi bowed when she saw the old man. You're too polite. The old man smiled. The young man also bowed. Hello, Yuyi. Yuyi nodded. Princess Xianxia said. Grandpa Startling Cloud, I want to stay here for a while. Is that okay? The old man frowned slightly. Xianxia, the current situation might be more troublesome than you think. Something big is about to happen here. I think you should leave early. Xianxia was unhappy. The young man beside her said, Grandpa, what are you afraid of? Besides, we're just looking. Don't worry. As long as there's danger, we'll leave immediately. Sage Startling Cloud nodded. However, you can't act rashly. You have to listen to me. That's great. Princess Xianxia and the others were happy. Then, he glanced at Lin Xian and the others with arrogance in his eyes. Humph, let's see what you can do. In Princess Xianxia's opinion, Lin Xian and his group would definitely be at a loss. When the time came, wouldn't they come and beg her obediently? However, the situation surprised her because Lin Xian and his group were expressionless. They didn't seem to have any intention of responding. This made her face turn ugly. Damn it, these people are too arrogant. How dare they not beg her? She wanted to see what these people would do next. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to Princess Xianxia at all. At this moment, he looked around. He found that there were many powerful figures around him. There were even some people from the outside world. These people must have gathered for the same purpose. At this moment, on a mountain peak, a skeleton figure stood out and said coldly, I didn't expect you to be so fast. You're all here. As he spoke, he carried a terrifying death aura, which shocked many people. This was the skeleton saint. Do you think we don't know? Don't think you can take the treasure for yourself. Another person shouted coldly. This person was tall and had the head of an elephant. His body was enormous. He was many times more terrifying than Green Mountain. He was called the Giant Elephant Saint. His power was enough to destroy everything. It seems that we're all here for the cave abode. However, this cave abode is very mysterious and has always been elusive. Now that everyone is here, it's really a surprise. As soon as this was said, the others also discussed. It was indeed too coincidental. Now that the deity ground had opened and people from the outside world had come in, it was time for the opportunity to start. We naturally have to look for the opportunity. The experts in front were discussing, but the people around them didn't dare to speak at all. At this moment, someone flew towards the mountain peak in the distance. Who was it? Many people were shocked. Cold light burst out from their eyes. If one wanted to come to the mountain peak in front, unless they were as strong as them, they would be courting death. It was him. The Startling Cloud Saint. Many people narrowed their eyes and soon frowned. They found that the Startling Cloud Saint didn't come alone. Instead, he came with a group of young people. There were quite a few of them. Immediately, someone sneered. These young people were really reckless. What were they here for? Were they in a hurry to die? Princess Jingyu and the others were also very nervous. Their scalps were numb. Following behind the startling Cloud Saint, they didn't even dare to say a word. Even Yui, who was beside them, was shocked. If there were only one or two experts, it would be understandable. However, there were simply too many experts here. There were so many that it was hard to believe. If a fight really broke out, no one would be able to protect them. Don't worry, my grandfather will definitely protect your safety. His eyes were filled with pride. Lin Xian and the others followed behind. When they arrived, Lin Xian looked ahead. He seemed to feel an even more mysterious aura. It seemed like the Origin Magnetic Cave was here. There should be extremely terrifying formations and restrictions in the surroundings. Otherwise, these experts wouldn't have dared to remain stagnant and would have fought for it long ago. Since the Immortal's Cave was right in front of him, Lin Xian would not sit idly by. He walked forward. Lin Xian's figure fell to the corner below. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Finally, someone made the first move. Which old monster was it? The people of the Green Jade tribe were all stunned. Oh heavens! Princess, who was this brat? They realized that the one descending was actually the young man who came with them. Did this guy want to die? Princess Green Jade's expression also changed. Hey, brat, hurry up and come back. I can't protect you. However, Suchin didn't care at all and continued to descend. The young man beside her, startling Wind, saw this scene and sneered. The other party was simply courting death. One had to know that the top experts around didn't dare to act rashly. For a young man to go down at this time, wasn't he courting death? The startling Cloud Saint also saw this. He said coldly, Green Jade, I'm only responsible for protecting you. If you're obedient, everything will be fine. However, this brat is so reckless. Forgive me for being powerless. Green Jade was already stunned. The people around were also shocked. Many people looked over. When they realized that it was a young man, they were all furious. This guy was courting death. At this moment, someone attacked. He slapped out a palm that could split heaven and earth and attacked the other party. As Lin Xian descended, his eyes emitted a mysterious aura at the same time. He began to investigate and found that there was indeed an array in the surroundings. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying array. It wasn't easy to break it. However, now that his ocular technique had improved, it was only a matter of time before he could break it. Therefore, he calmed down a lot. At this moment, the people around him were stunned. Princess Green Jade's expression changed drastically when she saw the scene. Not good. Come back quickly. She looked at the startling Cloud Saint. The startling Cloud Saint said, this person seems to be using a technique from the outside world. He's also a powerful saint. These two young men can't resist at all. He's definitely going to die. I can't do anything about it. Unless it was a last resort, he didn't want to become enemies with a saint. Therefore, he shook his head. Princess, don't bother with him. This guy is asking for it. That's right. Who asked him to wait? The people around him were discussing. However, Morong Qingqing and the others were very calm. They didn't seem to be nervous at all. The one who attacked was indeed an expert from the Heaven sect. His name was Tianshui. He grabbed at Lin Xian with his palm. Feeling this terrifying aura, Lin Xian raised his head and snorted. Are you sure you want to attack me? Tianshui snorted after hearing that. How dare he threaten him? He was disdainful. However, when he looked down and saw the other party's face, he was stunned. He waved his palm and struck to the side. At the same time, he exclaimed. It's you. There was a trace of fear in his voice. It was as if he had encountered something unbelievable. The people around him were stunned. What was going on? The other party was still alive. The celestial sect expert had actually stopped. Could it be that he knew the other party? For a moment, everyone was puzzled. The people from the Green Jade tribe were also dumbfounded. Could it be that this kid had some background? Even the startling Cloud Saint was stunned. In the next moment, her pupils shrank because she saw the most unbelievable scene. The man from the Heaven sect, a saint expert, looked at Lin Xian and took a deep breath. In the next moment, he cupped his fists and said, I don't know if you're Lin Gongzi. I've offended you before. I hope you won't take offense. The people around him went crazy. Lin Gongzi, even a saint had to bow respectfully. Who was this person? The others were also discussing animatedly. Saint Mammoth sneered. He heard that the people from the outside world were very powerful. Now, it seemed that they were just SOSO. They were so afraid of a young man. It was really disappointing. The native people also sneered. However, Tianxia snorted. What do you know? This Lin Gongzi is Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi, hearing this, the saints were startled and then took in a breath of cold air. They thought of a person. Could it be him? They were shocked. Was it this young man in front of them? It was unbelievable. Now they finally knew why the experts of the heavens were so respectful. If it was really that person, even they couldn't provoke him easily. At this moment, the Colossus Saint, Skeleton Saint, and the others all cupped their fists. It was Lin Gongzi. Greetings. Even the startling Cloud Saint didn't dare to be careless. He walked out and cupped his fists. Greetings, Lin Gongzi. His grandson was stunned, and so were the people of the Green Jade tribe. Even the startling Cloud Saint had to greet him? This person's background was too terrifying. Princess Green Jade was even more confused. Yui, was Lin Wudi very famous? Yes. Was he very powerful? Yui also exclaimed. So it was him. If it was that person, then he was more than powerful. Did you know that the Abyss of Souls was destroyed some time ago? The 11 masters of the Mixed Towers, including the princess and the master of the Abyss of Souls, were all killed. Princess Green Jade and the others nodded. Who didn't know about such a big matter? Yui said that it was Lin Wudi who did it. What? At this moment, Princess Green Jade and the others were completely stunned. The 11 masters of the Soul Towers were all saints. The master of the Abyss of Souls was even a peak great sage. Such people died in the hands of the other party. It was too heaven-defying. Now they finally knew why the saints were acting like they were facing a great enemy. This person was too powerful. Startling Wind was also shocked. Previously, he looked down on the other party and thought that he was courting death. Now, it seemed that he was a frog at the bottom of the well. Princess Green Jade's face was also pale. Previously, she thought that Lin Xian was very pretentious. No matter what he did, he looked calm. It turned out that the other party wasn't pretending. He really had the strength. Now, she also understood why Murong Qingqing and the others weren't nervous at all. In front, Lin Xian looked at the Sky Sect expert and frowned. You want to attack me? Tianshui's face was pale. He laughed bitterly. How would I dare, but you've already made your move. Lin Xian said faintly. Tianshui's expression turned extremely ugly. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and broke his right hand. Then he said, Sir, are you satisfied? Lin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. I'll let you off this time. I'll give you a warning. The next time you make a move on me, it won't be as simple as breaking an arm. The surrounding people were spitting out saliva. Just a few simple sentences were enough to make a powerful saint lower his head. He even cut off his own arm. This aura was simply astonishing. Lin Xian looked at the surrounding saints and said, I am going to investigate the array formation. Do you dare to obstruct me? The surrounding saints all shook their heads and didn't dare. We are willing to help young master investigate. These people were very respectful. By the way, why did you come on the same day? Could it be that you have more detailed information? Lin Xian asked with a frown. He only obtained a map from the Abyss Lord. There wasn't any specific information, but it was circulating recently that the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave would open in the next 3 days. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned tightly. He felt that something was wrong. In the next moment, the power of reincarnation appeared in his right eye as he looked around. At the same time, he snorted coldly and screamed out. To be able to discover my existence, you have some ability. There was a loud laugh between heaven and earth. Immediately after, a figure walked out from a mountain. This person had a primal chaos aura, as if it was splitting heaven and earth. The moment it appeared, it suppressed everything. The surrounding experts felt their scalps go numb. Even the saints were terrified. What a terrifying primal chaos aura. This was a young man, and he was too powerful. Princess Qingyu and the others were stunned. Were there so many powerful experts among the young people? However, the startling Cloud Saint said that among the people from the outside world, other than Lin Gongzi, there were a few other terrifying existences. One of them was the dual crown king of the primal chaos race, Han Tian. Perhaps that was him. The dual crown king's name was very terrifying. He was an existence above the emperor's son. Lin Xian looked at the other party and narrowed his eyes. Oh, Han Tian, you're here. Is it your main body this time? If it's your clone, I advise you to scram. Kid, don't be arrogant. Han Tian snorted coldly. Although you defeated me last time, you only defeated my clone. I admit that you have some talent to be able to enter the young sovereign list. You did surprise me, but that was before my main body came. Now that I'm here, even if you're a dragon, you have to lie down. Han Tian snorted coldly. He was incomparably majestic, like a god who didn't put anything in his eyes. Is that so? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I'm looking forward to fighting with you. An extremely terrifying light of reincarnation appeared in his eyes. Now that his right eye had become the Rinnegan, his strength had greatly increased. He naturally wanted to fight at the peak. At this moment, another sneer sounded. It seems that someone arrived earlier than me. However, I hope that you can die in my hands. This voice was erratic and spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't detect the other party's traces at all. What a terrifying spatial ability. This should be a young powerhouse. The void in front of them shattered, and a space floated everywhere. There were many figures standing on it. The aura of good and evil gathered on these people. It was incomparably terrifying. In front of them was a mysterious young man who seemed to have merged with the void. How terrifying. This is an expert from the Arch clan. Gu Feng, Han Tian also narrowed his eyes. On the other mountain peak, Yunyu's pupils also shrank. The people of the Destiny Gemini clan didn't expect that these people would dare to come. Lin Xian also looked at the sky and sneered. The Destiny Gemini clan is too reckless. And you, Gu Feng, you're not my opponent at all. Who gave you the courage to challenge me, kid? Keep being stubborn. Now that I've also obtained an opportunity, my strength can't be compared to before. Soon, I'll let you have a taste of it. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. With a wave of his hand, he shattered a mountain peak in the distance. There, a figure appeared. He was wearing cloth clothes. His face was calm, but his eyes were incomparably mysterious. It's him, Yao Guang. At this moment, Morong Qingqing and the others frowned. This person was very dangerous. They didn't expect him to come at this moment and hide. Lin Xian looked at the other party and sneered. You're not a good man either. Yao Guang shook his head. No, I originally wanted to kill you alone, but now it seems that there's no need. When you die, your corpse will be mine. Hearing this voice, the surrounding experts were stunned. The other party dared to threaten to kill Lin Wudi. He was probably an extremely terrifying genius. Being targeted by these three people, Lin Xian's fate was likely to be sealed. Everyone was in an uproar. They felt that Lin Xian was dead for sure. Lin Xian snorted. All right. Since you want to attack together, then bring it on. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with extremely cold light. The surrounding people were shocked. He was too arrogant. Yao Guang sneered from afar, but Gu Feng frowned and looked at Han Tian. To be honest, he hoped to join forces and kill Han Tian. However, Han Tian snorted. Join forces? What a joke, I alone am enough to deal with you. As he spoke, he walked over. Gu Feng sneered and retreated with his men. Let's wait and see. It would be best if Han Tian could succeed alone. If not, they could join forces. Hence, he wasn't in a hurry. just by yourself? Lin Xian shook his head. I advise you to join forces. Because you aren't a match for me. Han Tian was furious. Who do you think you are? You dare to question me? I am the double crown champion. Today, I will kill you on the spot. He snorted and walked over. The primal chaos aura burst out from his body. It caused the entire world to shake. Right now, he was like a god descending from the heavens. With a punch, he pierced through the sky and arrived in front of Lin Xian. He wanted to blast Han Tian into pieces. This punch was too terrifying. It was one with heaven and earth and had the power to split heaven and earth. Furthermore, the speed was extremely fast. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people saw this scene and retreated frantically. This was a battle between young paragons. They couldn't withstand it and all retreated far away. Princess Jingyu and the others also asked Han Tian if that fella could succeed. He was still worried for Lin Xian. Yui sighed. She wasn't sure. Both of them were top-notch individuals. It was hard to guess who would win. However, there were still two individuals eyeing covetously. If they joined forces, Lin Wudi would definitely not be a match. There were also some saints that snorted. For example, the Colossus Saint, Skeleton Saint, and the others. Previously, Lin Xian alone was enough to suppress them. Now, they naturally hoped that Lin Xian would be unlucky. The fist in front of him became the only thing in the world. Lin Xian coldly snorted and similarly sent out a punch. The Nine Suns' divine fist exploded like a sun as the two collided. An earth-shattering sound rang out, shaking heaven and earth. It was blocked. Many people were shocked. However, Han Tian let out a furious roar as the barrier shattered. He wanted to shatter Lin Xian's palm. At this moment, the aura of primal chaos burst forth from his body continuously. The illusion of two crowns appeared above his head. At this moment, all the power of heaven and earth was mobilized by him. It was as if he had truly transformed into a god who had created the world. I'm the true double champion. You're just a single champion. How can you compare to me? He kept swinging his fists, trying to smash Lin Xian to pieces. The surrounding people were alarmed. This power was too terrifying. Was this the primal chaos body? It was extremely powerful. Those saints felt their scalps going numb. If it was them, they wouldn't even be able to withstand a single fist. However, what shocked them was that Lin Wudi had actually blocked it. His physique was also shockingly strong. Lin Xian's face was solemn. He had to admit that Han Tian was really strong, far stronger than the crown prince. If Han Tian's original body had participated in the test, he would definitely have been ranked on the Young Supremes list. However, he was not afraid. His current strength was not the same as before. After possessing the Rinnegan, his strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. Don't resist anymore because you're no match for me. Han Tian's voice was filled with strong confidence. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a ruler. The double champion and the primal chaos body were just SOSO. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he quickly retreated. He did not fight in close combat. Instead, a mysterious rune burst out from his right eye. Retreat? Did he want to admit defeat? However, the outcome of losing was death. Han Tian sneered. The surrounding people also exclaimed. Could Lin Wudi not withstand it? It was no wonder that this was the case. Who could withstand such a punch? The primal chaos divine seal. Han Tian formed a seal with his palm and slapped forward. This was a unique power that had become even more terrifying. If this palm were to land, several worlds would be destroyed. It's over. Lin Wudi is dead. Everyone shook their heads, and some sighed. Although Lin Wudi was strong, he was still a little weaker than Han Tian. If Han Tian was given another 100 years, he might have a chance to compete. However, it was still impossible now. It was over. Shock Cloud Saint and the others shook their heads. Yui also sighed, while Princess Jingyu and the others exclaimed. Was he going to die? No. He felt as if he was dreaming. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian did not dodge, nor did he use his divine body. It was as if he had given up. However, a terrifying reincarnation power erupted from his eyes. The Rinnegan opened. Buzz, a terrifying light flew out, turning into an eternity between heaven and earth as it charged forward. At this moment, the world turned dark. Everyone was stunned. Their souls seemed to be about to be extinguished. What was this? It was too terrifying. Before they could react, a blood-curdling scream rang out in front of them. Then, sacred blood dripped down, tearing the world apart. Everyone was dumbfounded. They saw the most unbelievable scene. How was this possible? Even Gu Feng roared in horror. Yao Guang's pupils constricted in disbelief. They realized that the powerful Han Tian was injured. His shoulder was penetrated. Even the white bones had been shattered. What was that light just now? An extreme weapon, countless people exclaimed. However, Gu Feng and the others knew that it was not. There was no extreme aura, but it made them feel terrified. Was it a gaze? Morong Qingqing lifted the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile. What? A gaze? The surrounding people were all stunned. What kind of joke was this? That was the Double Crown champion, a young paragon. A gaze could injure him. Did he think that it was the gaze of a great emperor? They did not believe it at all. Ah, Han Tian screamed in pain. He kept retreating. At this moment, his right shoulder was completely shattered. His arm hung down. Damn it, he was injured. How was this possible? Moreover, he knew very well that he had indeed been injured by a gaze. This made him even more incredulous. His soul was so powerful. He was absolutely confident that he could suppress the nine-yang divine body. However, such a physique was pierced by a gaze. What kind of gaze was that? He could not imagine. For a moment, the world fell silent. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They had never imagined such a scene. Who would have thought that the powerful Double Crown champion Han Tian would be injured by a gaze? Lin Wudi, who was bound to die, actually had such a terrifying trump card. Some people clenched their fists in excitement. He was too powerful. As expected of a paragon, he had a bright future. Yes, I thought he was finished. Who would have thought that he would be so terrifying? Damn it! Han Tian was actually injured. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. Yao Guang also furrowed his brows. There was something wrong with that guy's eyes. The other saints were scared silly and started to tremble in fear again. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His right eye was like a magic lamp. He smiled. The chaos physique is just SOSO. I said that you are not my match. Damn it, I was careless. You actually have such a terrifying eye. Humph, so what? Now that I am going all out, you are not my match at all. He shouted angrily and charged over again. His broken shoulder recovered, and the chaotic aura on his body became abnormally mysterious. A chaos halberd appeared in his hand. With a slash, it split heaven and earth in half. He roared and charged over forcefully. You still dare to attack? Fine, I will let you see the power of the Rinnegan. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an extremely terrifying light, enveloping the front. A ball of flame flew out. Han Tian immediately felt a sense of fear. It was as if his soul was about to burn. He shouted angrily, and the chaos halberd slashed down on the flame. At the same time, he formed a seal with his other hand, drawing a terrifying sea that swept out. He had endless secret techniques just to suppress one eye. This was simply unimaginable in the past. However, he realized that this eye was really too terrifying. Not only him, but Gu Feng and Yao Guang also realized that this was the power of reincarnation. Could it be the Rinnegan? How could he condense such a thing? Yao Guang's eyes were also red. If I swallow it, I can also obtain the power of reincarnation. Lin Xian used the Rinnegan to frighten Han Tian. Han Tian's soul was terrifying, and his chaotic power was even more so. However, in this pair of eyes, his soul was also greatly suppressed. It could be destroyed at any time. He was enraged. This method could only protect himself. In this way, his defeat was just a matter of time. Whoosh, suddenly, the void behind Lin Xian cracked open, and a palm grabbed at him like a dragon's claw. It wanted to tear his heart apart. This was a sure-kill attack, and it appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Before the surrounding people could react, the attack was already behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a cold snort. Gufeng, you are still so despicable. With a backhand slash, he slashed out with his sword. With a clang, the claw was sent flying. Without even turning his head, he shot out tens of thousands of bursts of sword chi, which transformed into giant dragons to pursue and kill. Gufeng appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He merged into the void and dodged. Then, his face turned cold. How dare you interfere in my battle? Han Tian also stopped, gritted his teeth and said. Gufeng stood with his hands behind his back. He said, this brat is too strange. Could it be that you can't tell? His eyes were most likely the legendary Rinnegan. If you were to fight him alone, it would be impossible to kill him. If you let him continue to grow, his other eye would also evolve. At that time, with his body's eye technique and his trump card, who would be able to suppress him, he had to be killed now. Han Tian fell silent. To be honest, given his pride, he wouldn't join hands with others. However, Lin Xian was an exception. The other party was too mysterious, so he could only agree to join hands. Interesting, I'll join too. Yao Guang also walked out. All of a sudden, the three top giants wanted to challenge Lin Xian, the young supreme. Everyone retreated further away. They were incomparably shocked. Yan Ruyu and the others asked, are they going to fight? To be honest, their side wasn't lacking in numbers. Shi and Morong Qingqing could definitely fight against Gufeng and Yao Guang. Morong Qingqing said, there's no need for now. I think Brother Xian is still testing the power of the Rinnegan. After all, this was the legendary eye. It was even more mysterious than the Nine-Yang divine body. Therefore, its power should be boundless. Were they finally going to join hands? Well, I'm going to use my full strength too. Lin Xian was also happy about the power of the Rinnegan. Therefore, he was going to use his full strength now. In front, Han Tian and the other two looked extremely serious. In the next moment, Gufeng took the initiative to attack. Void Finger. With a finger, he appeared and disappeared mysteriously, attacking Lin Xian's right eye. The other party's attack was very clear. He wanted to destroy this eye. Han Tian attacked again. The Han Tian War Spear attacked Lin Xian, wanting to split him in half. Yao Guang also formed hand seals with his palms, drawing countless ghost claws. He attacked mysteriously under the great force. The three of them were very powerful. At this moment, they were all killing moves. These were at least great emperor-level divine abilities. Looking at the great sages in the distance, his scalp went numb. These young people had far surpassed him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His right eye, the Rinnegan, erupted with a terrifying light. Boom! At this moment, the void around Lin Xian instantly shattered. A wave of power swept in all directions. It was as if a world had descended, setting off a monster storm. The attacks of the three were also instantly sent flying. The three of them felt their blood boil. What was this? Before they could react, Lin Xian had already charged over. He took the lead to attack Gufeng. Although Gufeng appeared and disappeared mysteriously, the Rinnegan could lock onto him. Then, the fire of reincarnation attacked Gufeng. Feeling that his soul was severely injured, he roared. Using the void, Gufeng narrowly dodged, but his expression became incomparably ugly. The gap was actually so big. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What a piece of trash. He turned around and attacked the other two. Gufeng was about to vomit blood. He was also a top-notch genius. He also cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture and used Mogui's spatial divine ability. However, he was called a piece of trash by the other party. He couldn't stand it. At this moment, the angry roar sounded in front of him again. Lin Xian attacked Yao Guang again. The reincarnation mountain pressed down. The reincarnation power above seemed to want to suppress Yao Guang under the 18 layers of hell. Yao Guang unleashed a divine king phantom to block this attack. At the same time, he merged into the void and disappeared. Only then did he dodge. However, Lin Xian didn't let him go. He slashed out again. This sword could cut through the void and directly attack Yao Guang. Yao Guang's pupils shrank. He used the substitution technique to barely dodge. In the next moment, a tear appeared on his sleeve. Then, a corpse fell out of his sleeve. This was an expert from the Chaos Tower. Yao Guang had used him as a puppet to block a fatal attack. Lin Xian looked at him and said coldly, "You haven't mastered the demonic heaven-devouring art yet. I'll get rid of you today so that you won't harm others." "Damn it." Yao Guang's expression was also cold. However, at this moment, Han Tian attacked again. He was really too powerful. Among the three, Yao Guang was the strangest, but he was still the strongest. After all, he was the true Double Crown champion. At this moment, he erupted with extremely powerful bloodline power and attacked crazily. For a moment, he actually blocked the Rinnegan. Boom! Lin Xian's kick sent him flying, causing him to vomit blood. Lin Xian sneered. "You seem to have forgotten that I don't only have the Rinnegan." Han Tian was sent flying, crashing into the mountain range and coughing up blood. "Damn it," it roared crazily. The surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. No way, he was too strong. The three giants couldn't suppress him even after joining forces. Lin Xian. Instead, he was injured by Lin Xian. This Lin Wudi was too strong. He was really a young emperor. Who could defeat him? Han Tian and the other two's expressions were also extremely ugly. Lin Xian took out the Hell Sword. "It's my turn to attack." The Rinnegan shot out, and the three souls shook. Lin Xian took a step forward and arrived in front of Gu Feng. Gu Feng said fiercely. "So fast. So close, yet so far." He formed a folded space and retreated at the same time. He also used Void Blade, Void Crack, and Void Exile. All kinds of techniques were aimed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian broke all techniques with a single sword, and the dragon-shaped sword Qi destroyed everything. He sent Gu Feng flying. One of Gu Feng's arms was cut off. He screamed crazily. "Why aren't you attacking?" He kept roaring. Yao Guang and Han Tian charged over. They knew that they had to join forces at this moment. Yao Guang roared, and a giant made of black light appeared on his body. It was like a black demon god. This was the Yi clan's peerless theurgy. When he used it, he was like a death god from hell. The death scythe in his hand slashed down mercilessly. Lin Xian used the Hell Sword to resist. At this moment, Yao Guang formed a seal with her right hand and unleashed a sky rock that pierced through the sky. It was vivid and lifelike, and it carried a destructive aura. This power was very terrifying. As soon as it got close to Lin Xian, it exploded. The destructive power enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian dodged with the demon god wing's extreme speed and arrived beside Yao Guang. "You even devoured the Tianping race? But your cultivation is still not up to par." He kicked Yao Guang away with a coiling dragon leg. All the bones in Yao Guang's body were shattered, and he kept vomiting blood. At this moment, Han Tian arrived. He held the chaos halberd with both hands and slashed it down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure was confused as he took the blow head-on. His shoulder split open, and golden saint blood flowed out. Great, he was hurt. Yao Guang was overjoyed. Lin Xian turned around, grabbed the primal chaos spear, and activated his Rinnegan again. "Ah!" Han Tian screamed crazily as he held his head and retreated with a pale face. In that instant, his soul felt like it was about to split apart. He had really walked on the edge of life and death. Damn it, even though he had injured the other party, his injuries were even worse. Next, Lin Xian attacked again, severely injuring the three of them. Although the three of them are powerful, the Rinnegan is too strange. In addition, Lin Xian had no weaknesses. Whether it was his physique, swordsmanship, or laws, they were all extremely powerful. The three of them couldn't do anything at all. For a moment, their faces were ugly. Han Tian went crazy. Yao Guang also gritted his teeth, and an extreme aura appeared on his body. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "What, do you want to risk your life?" The power of the heaven-devouring jar also rose and fell. In the distance, Yan Ruyu and Murong Qingqing also walked out. Yao Guang turned around and fled. He tore open the void and disappeared. He ran away, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that a young powerhouse would be scared away. Lin Wuti, just you wait, Yao Guang also gritted his teeth. He had really miscalculated this time. He also turned around and left. Lin Xian frowned and wanted to chase after him. He didn't want to let go of this peerless enemy. However, at this moment, a good and evil statue appeared in the sky, and countless roars came from it. Die, this was the Gemini of Destiny's attack. Previously, Gu Feng had brought the Twins of Destiny, but they didn't participate in the battle. These people weren't qualified to participate in such a battle between powerhouses. However, there were many of them. They joined forces and condensed their power to form a statue. At the critical moment, a sure-kill attack came out at this moment. Lin Xian looked up at the sky and shouted coldly. Heavenly Path of Reincarnation. A large hand appeared in the sky and mercilessly fell, shattering the statue. Not only that, under the palm, the dozen or so powerhouses of the Twins of Destiny were also turned into ashes. It was too terrifying. Everyone's scalp went numb. Even Han Tian's pupils shrank. His opponent still had such a trump card. He could feel a deadly threat coming from it. He also turned around and fled. Lin Xian's right eye narrowed slightly. What he used just now was an ultimate technique of the Rinnegan, which consumed a lot of his soul power. It seemed that he couldn't use too much of it. However, he quickly snorted and chased after Han Tian. Yao Guang had already fled, so Lin Xian could only chase after Han Tian. The demon god wings on his back were activated to the extreme, and the hell sword slashed down. Yao Guang turned around to block, and the two of them exploded with earth-shaking sounds. Yao Guang shouted angrily. Damn it, get lost. He kept changing directions, but he found that Lin Xian was still chasing after him. Damn it, why don't you let me go? Lin Xian sneered. Because you're too slow. Lin Xian used the heavenly path of reincarnation again. Suddenly, the giant hand of the heavens fell and sent Han Tian flying. Han Tian's body was torn apart. His chaotic physique was actually shattered at this moment. One had to know that this was an incomparably mysterious physique in the starry sky. It was ranked even higher than the nine-yang divine physique. However, it was actually shattered at this moment. It was too unbelievable. Han Tian screamed crazily. He felt that this move seemed to be able to destroy his soul. No, he roared. Suddenly, an illusion appeared in his shattered bloodline. It was a giant axe that could split everything. It directly sent the large hand of the heavens flying. Using this opportunity, Han Tian quickly fled and disappeared. Lin Xian didn't chase after him anymore. He had used the heavenly path of reincarnation twice, and his soul power had been consumed a lot. He couldn't use it anymore. Furthermore, the giant axe just now had caused his hair to stand on end. Look at it. It seemed that Han Tian also had some super trump cards. It wasn't easy to kill the other party, but defeating the other party wasn't a problem at all. Today, the three young giants joined forces and still weren't his opponent. In the future, when his strength increased, he could kill the three of them by himself. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's mouth raised. Very good, the power of the Rinnegan was beyond his imagination. Indeed, with Lin Xian's previous strength, he probably couldn't compete with Han Tian. After all, the chaotic physique was stronger than the nine-yang divine physique. Moreover, the other party's cultivation and law also suppressed him. Not to mention, there was also Yao Guang and Gu Feng joining forces. However, with the Rinnegan, it was different. His soul power could suppress the souls of the three people. He could even injure the three of them. Under such circumstances, the three of them weren't his opponent at all. The power of reincarnation in his right eye slowly disappeared. Lin Xian turned around and said coldly. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The surroundings were silent. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, they lowered their heads deeply. Powerful, absolutely powerful. They couldn't challenge him. Lin Xian's aura continued to rise. Then, it condensed on top of his head, forming two crowns. Double crown champion. Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly, surpassing the previous crown king. In addition, this time, he defeated Hun Tian, so he naturally became the Double Crown King. Everyone looked at this scene in shock and kept worshipping. Not only was the other party a young supreme being, but he had also become the Double Crown King. In this way, who could be his opponent? Naturally, the news of what happened here spread out quickly. When the people outside heard it, they were all shocked. What? The Double Crown King was defeated. The three young powerhouses joined forces to kill Lin Wudi, but they returned without success. Instead, they were severely injured. Lin Wudi had become the Double Crown King. One shocking piece of news after another came to him. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying. He was already above those princes. Not only that, in my opinion, no prince could be compared to him. Even the Double Crown King was defeated. Who could be his opponent? Could it be that this person was really going to leave everyone in the dust? It seemed that if someone was going to become a great emperor, it was very likely to be him. Countless cries of surprise and discussion sounded. On Lin Xian's side, he swallowed a heaven and earth treasure and began to recover his soul. After meditating for a day, he stood up. His soul power had completely recovered. He had planted many spiritual herbs in the sword world. The effect of these spiritual herbs was more than 10 times that of the outside world. Therefore, his recovery was naturally fast. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and looked ahead. Then, he opened the heavenly secret divine eye and covered the front. The sky and earth shook, and an array formation appeared. Everyone was shocked. There was actually an array formation, and they had not noticed it before. It was too shocking. At the same time, they also understood why this place was so dangerous. With such a magical array formation, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. Would they be able to break through such an array formation? Lin Xian snorted coldly. You guys should also put in some effort and send all your power into the void. As he said that, he waved his hand and a black vortex appeared. The surrounding saints did not dare to be careless and attacked with all their might. They sent their power into it. The heaven-swallowing jar devoured these powers and was then used by Lin Xian. Lin Xian rushed over. Boom! The great dragon sword soul unleashed an earth-shattering attack, tearing apart the array formation. With a crack, the vortex disappeared. Those saints had a change in expression as they had consumed quite a bit of their energy this time. It was too shocking. What was with that sword strike just now? They were so frightened that they hurriedly swallowed medicinal pills to recover. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as well. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up. He waved his hand and led Qing Qing and the others towards the crack. The saints at the back were still consuming elixirs to recover. They were horrified by Lin Xian's methods, but when they discovered that the array formation had actually been split open, they were shocked. They were even more dumbfounded. It was a peerless sword. He hurried over, and they all followed him in. After they left, many more people arrived. After all, news of Lin Xian's victory over the Double Crown champion had attracted many experts. Moreover, the matter of the Origin Magnetic Cave Mansion had also spread out. If they could go in and get some treasures, that would be great for them. Therefore, these experts also entered one after another. It was incomparably mysterious inside. It was a cave mansion with a small entrance. After entering, it was a completely different world. Divine light circled around in the void. There was also a mysterious heavenly sound echoing between heaven and earth. Get lost, this is mine. The skeleton saint roared out furiously and blasted away many people in the surroundings. Then, he grabbed a stalk of spirit herb. That spirit herb was incomparably ancient and had grown for tens of thousands of years. However, in the next moment, the skeleton saint screamed. His body was smashed into pieces, and his bones scattered all over the ground. The broken bones quickly fled into the distance and reassembled. Then, he was horrified. The others also made their moves. Some of them grabbed treasures and were stunned as they laughed foolishly. Some of them were directly injured. Lin Xian and the others moved quickly and found many treasures along the way. Madame Purple Star and the others wanted to make a move several times, but Lin Xian stopped her and said that it was an illusion. Illusion? Madame Purple Star and the others were shocked. Lin Xian's Rinnegan bloomed with radiance. That's right, there was also a powerful array formation in the cave mansion. It was either an illusion to kill or an illusion. Look at those people. Did you think that they had obtained spirit pills or heavenly treasures? Maybe it was just a piece of broken stone. This cave mansion is too strange. Be careful. I keep feeling that something is not right. What's wrong? Morong Qingqing also asked. Lin Xian shook his head. He had a feeling that this was the first time he had seen an illusion. If there are no treasures, then there are no treasures. Why is it so intricate? Is it trying to lure people in? Then what is its purpose? Who knew which super mighty left it behind? So Lin Xian and the others were very careful. Indeed, the others were either injured or stupid, thinking that they had obtained treasures. At the same time, there was a black shadow at the back that would appear from time to time. Every time it attacked, it would swallow a person. It was Yao Guang. Yao Guang's face was pale. Lin Wudi, I don't believe that I can't catch up to you. He was furious. He had the demonic sky-devouring art. When he swallowed enough, he would definitely surpass the other party. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the front. Then, a terrifying aura swept in all directions. Even Lin Xian and the others stopped and turned their heads to look to the side. The cave mansion was very spacious, and there were passages in every direction. At this moment, it was coming from the passage in the east. What's going on? They went over to take a look. Many people in front of them were torn apart. There was a stone platform there, and there was a lamp on it. The bronze lamp emitted a red light, and a bloody aura filled the air. After Zixing saw it, she gasped. The lamp oil seemed to be blood. Who lit the lamp? Someone roared. They could naturally feel the horror of the lamp, and some of them trembled in fear. When we came, this lamp was already lit. No way, we should be the first to enter this cave mansion. Other than our group, has anyone else come in before us? Could it be that this lamp has been lit since the cave mansion existed? How many tens of thousands of years have passed? This is the longevity lamp, eternal life. At this moment, an old man stood up and said. Then, he shouted coldly, and a terrifying force swept over. The surrounding voices were suppressed and retreated. In the next moment, their expressions changed. Sacred leader, that was the peak of the great sage realm. Did such a terrifying figure come? That's right, the longevity lamp was left behind by a super mighty figure of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. The person who could light up the longevity lamp was definitely extraordinary, surpassing the sage realm. If they could obtain it, it would be the fortune of heaven and earth for them. Another middle-aged man walked out. He was wearing a blue robe, and the aura on his body was equally terrifying. He was also a peak great sage. Peak great sages appeared one after another, causing the surrounding people to be shocked. Even such people had appeared. Did they still have any hope? One had to know that these were all peak experts. They were saint lords. They were the strongest existences among the sages. If you don't want to die, scram. One of them shouted coldly. His body emitted a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding people to vomit blood. A voice said, not good. It's the nine-headed Saint Lord. Retreat. He frantically retreated. Behind the nine-headed Saint Lord, 9 illusory heads appeared. It was abnormally strange and mysterious. On the other side, another Saint Lord made his move. White clouds appeared on his body. It was the White Cloud Saint Lord. The two Saint clans instantly started fighting. They were fighting for the longevity lamp. The moment the Saint Lords fought, their peak strength exploded. Their auras were terrifying. Everyone retreated. Even Lin Xian and the rest retreated. Morong Qingqing asked, Brother Xian, what should we do? Should we snatch the bronze lamp? Although there were Saint Lords now, with their strength, they could definitely snatch it if they used their trump cards. Of course, after that, they might be hunted down endlessly. Lin Xian thought about it and said, there's no hurry. Let's see if there are other treasures first. Everyone nodded and quickly retreated. At this moment, a resplendent ray of light lit up in the distance, causing everyone to turn their heads to look. Look, there are treasures there. Let's go. These people's eyes were red as they quickly flew over. There were Saint Lords fighting here. they couldn't get close at all. They could only look for other places. They were extremely fast. When they arrived at a large hall, they realized that there were some stone platforms in front. There were some pill bottles on top. They were pills. The experts who came in started fighting in an instant. More than 10 Saint Lords fought together. It was extremely terrifying. One had to know that this was left behind by a super expert of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. After tens of thousands of years, it was definitely extremely precious. The laws of these Saint Lords clashed together, causing a bright light to explode. The destructive power shattered the heaven and earth. However, the cave didn't move at all. It was even more shocking. Even the attacks of Saint Lords and Saint Lords couldn't break this place. One could imagine how terrifying the defense here was. All of you, scram. At this moment, another person charged over from afar. The white-boned sacred sword mercilessly slashed down, bringing with it an extremely strong aura of death, causing the entire world to turn gray. The surrounding people retreated in fear. The power of death could take away their life force and blood. They didn't dare to resist. The next moment, a skeletal figure appeared in the air. He laughed loudly and grabbed a pill bottle on the table. After it was opened, an even more shocking light appeared. Great, there really was a medicinal pill. He was overjoyed. After going out this time, he might be able to break through and become a holy lord. Boom, however, at this moment, a sword light slashed towards him. Who dares to attack me? Do you want to die? The skeleton saint roared furiously as the deathly aura around him became even more horrifying. The white bone sword swept out in all directions. He turned around and swung his sword, but he was sent flying. The white bone arm was chopped off. That arm was holding the pill bottle. At this moment, the pill bottle also flew into the void and was obtained by another person. The skeleton saint roared in anger. His eyes were burning with rage as he stared ahead. However, at the next moment, his scalp went numb because he realized that it was Lin Wudi. It's you, he trembled in fear. Lin Wudi was now the double champion and was extremely powerful. He wasn't a match for him at all. After Lin Xian obtained the pill bottle, he didn't leave. Instead, he looked at the other bottles. There were 5 more bottles. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you don't want to die, scram. Once he said that, the surrounding dozen sages were enraged and turned around. Someone shouted, Lin Wudi, don't be too arrogant. That's right. You already have 1 bottle. Do you want to keep it all for yourself? The skeleton saint jumped out and said, everyone, let's work together. Otherwise, they would be defeated one by one. Alright, let's work together for now. These sages naturally knew how terrifying Lin Wudi was and didn't dare to be careless. Lin Wudi, you're too arrogant. I admit that you're an expert. You can defeat 3 prodigies, but can you defeat 5? Can you defeat 10? We have more than 10 sages working together. We're not something you young giants can compare to. The giant elephant saint snorted coldly. I'll give you one last chance. Scram. Lin Xian sneered, is that so? It seems like you don't know what's good for you. He waved his hand and Murong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others walked up. Attack. Lin Xian said. Then, he used his Rinnegan to kill. He attacked the giant elephant saint. The giant elephant saint roared crazily. His eyes split open and he was sent flying with blood flowing out. With one look, his soul was severely injured. Buzz, at this moment, Lin Xian wielded the underworld sword and slashed his opponent in half. His opponent's soul was destroyed. Dead. The surrounding people were shocked. Such a terrifying saint was actually instantly killed by the other party. Attack. The skeleton saint also felt his blood run cold. The others also attacked with all their strength. Lin Xian attacked with his sword. Murong Qingqing and the others also attacked with all their might. Soon, those people screamed. The skeleton saint and the others were in despair. How was this possible? Other than Lin Wudi, the people around Lin Xian were mostly young. Every one of them was stronger than them. Now that they were working together, it was like a group of dragons attacking. They swept through them. In the blink of an eye, half of their people had fallen. The remaining people were also heavily injured. Run. Those people ran frantically. They didn't dare to snatch anymore. The remaining 5 bottles of pills were left for Lin Xian and the others. After opening it, everyone felt refreshed. So scary. I can feel an extremely strong blood energy. These pills were definitely refined with more than 10 types of sage blood. Lin Xian sensed it and nodded. There was definitely dragon blood inside. This was a sacred medicine that could increase one's blood energy and strengthen one's body. Everyone was delighted. Boom, at this moment, another ray of light appeared on the other side. At the same time, terrifying flames flew out. Lin Xian and the others were even more shocked. It seemed that something even more magical had appeared. However, before they could act, 4 figures rushed out in the blink of an eye. These 4 figures were all at the peak of the great sage realm. They were all sacred lords. Their shocking power was incomparably vast. Come, let's follow them. Lin Xian and the others followed. After entering, they found that there was a hall in front of them. Smoke filled the air. It wasn't poison. Instead, it was a type of fragrance. This is? Lin Xian and the others were shocked and looked forward. They found that there was a divine altar there with an incense burner on it. There were 3 incense sticks on it. The smell was coming from there. Heavens, could this be the legendary immortal spirit incense? One of the sacred lords roared crazily. Another sacred lord also exclaimed in shock. I know that this is an extremely precious item of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, but I didn't expect it to appear here. These sacred ancestors had all gone crazy. The others were also dumbfounded after hearing this. So precious, someone instantly attacked, drawing a line in the air. It was extremely fast. This was a lightning leopard. Although it was only a sacred lord, its speed had a huge advantage. Moreover, it could instantly succeed while the others were unprepared. As expected, it arrived in front in an instant. Haha, it's mine. It stretched out its claws and grabbed the immortal spirit incense. Damn it. How dare you? Stop, the surrounding people roared. Even the sacred lords were enraged. They released powerful killing intent. Whoosh, at this moment, a ball of flame floated out of the incense burner and directly enveloped the lightning leopard. The lightning leopard screamed and turned into ashes. It was dead. The surrounding people were shocked. Some people who wanted to attack instantly stopped. It seemed that this incense burner wasn't simple. Not only did it contain the immortal spirit incense, but it also had a terrifying flame. Even a sacred lord would be instantly burned to ashes. The others were all terrified. The 4 saint sovereigns laughed loudly. Humph. Ants, back off. This isn't a treasure that you can obtain. Speaking of this, one of the sacred ancestors stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. On his palm, there were 100,000 Cs revolving around it. It was extremely terrifying. This was the Starcy sacred ancestor. Someone exclaimed. He's too powerful. We can't fight against him at all. Even the sacred lords were in despair. The Starcy sacred lord's palm grabbed forward. In the incense burner, flames flew out again. The 100,000 Cs were burned into clouds. At this moment, the Starcy sacred ancestor's pupils shrank. He groaned and retracted his palm. His palm was charred black and there were drops of sacred blood dripping from it. What's going on? Even the sacred lords were injured? What kind of flame is this? This is too unbelievable. Attack. The other 3 sacred lords also attacked when they saw the scene. The laws on their bodies erupted as they charged forward. There were only 3 immortal spirit incense. The 4 of them were destined to fail. No one wanted to be the unlucky one, so they all attacked like crazy. In an instant, the space in front of him was shattered, and the endless space was torn apart. Energy could kill everything. Retreat quickly. The surrounding saints were in despair and quickly retreated. It seemed like they had no fate with this treasure. Purple Star, Yunyu, and Morong Qingqing were also forced back. No, it's too strong. We can't withstand it at all. Purple Star frowned. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said. After this, everyone could move on their own and explore other places. Indeed, what he pursued was different from others. What he wanted, Madame Purple Star, Yun Yu, and the others did not have the strength to obtain it. Yan Ryu also said that the immortal spirit incense should be used to improve the soul. I'm not good at this. That's why it's useless to me. I'm going to check out other places. Morong Qingqing also had the same idea. Alright, if there's any danger, I'll just send a voice transmission. Lin Xian, on the other hand, is determined to get it, because he has just cultivated Rinnegan. Although this eye was terrifying, it consumed a terrifying amount of soul energy to use. Once used excessively, it might even damage the soul. Now that a soul treasure like the immortal spirit incense had appeared, how could Lin Xian give it up? So, he also rushed forward. Someone else is coming? Many people were shocked, and even the 4 Saint Lords' pupils shrank. This way, the competition would be even more intense. 4 pairs of eyes pierced through the void and looked behind. This huge pressure made Lin Xian's blood boil. He shouted coldly, and a terrifying divine flame burned on his body. The dragon sword soul roared and slashed the sky, tearing apart the pressure. At the same time, he came forward. It's a young man. The starry ocean divine ancestor frowned. Wasn't this a little too reckless? Lin Xian said proudly. I want this thing. What? The other 3 holy lords were also stunned. You want it? Who do you think you are? The surrounding saints retreated while they were shocked by the scene. When they realized that the young man was Lin Xian, they immediately exclaimed. Heaven is him, and he's Lin Wuti. So it's him. I heard that he defeated the double champion, Han Tian. Now, he's also a double champion. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. He's really terrifying. Hearing those words, the 4 holy sovereigns started to frown. Lin Wuti. Young paragon. Double champion. They were also shocked. He was definitely one of the top young people. The starry ocean divine ancestor said. So, Lin Wuti is you. Alright, we'll give you face. Leave now, and we'll guarantee that you'll be unharmed. Leave. The other 3 Saint Lords also said in a low voice. The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Wuti was indeed strong. One must know that whoever dared to offend the divine ancestor would definitely die. Even the saints wouldn't dare. But now, the 4 Saint Lords were giving face to Lin Wuti. This was unbelievable. However, Lin Xian shook his head. Like I said, I'll take it. The 4 Saint Lords' faces darkened. The starry ocean divine ancestor said, Young man, don't go overboard. There are some people you can't offend. The other Saint Lord was called the Heavenly Profound Saint Lord. He snorted coldly. Do you think that you can ignore everything just because you're a young paragon? Let me tell you, you're too weak to face the divine ancestor. After saying that, he took a step forward. The terrifying power on his body pressed down on Lin Xian like an avalanche. Lin Xian naturally felt the huge pressure. He snorted coldly and opened his right eye. He also released a powerful soul aura to fight back. A rumbling sound rang out. It was like 10,000 claps of thunder. Lin Xian blocked the aura. Seeing this, the Xiantian Saint Lord's face changed. The power of this soul. He was too shocked. This was already equivalent to the soul of the divine ancestor. The other parties I was so magical. The other Saint Lords were also shocked. They didn't expect his soul to be so powerful. No wonder he dared to come. However, it's useless. Just his soul is equivalent to the divine ancestors. But your physique laws and cultivation base are too far apart. When we really fight, you'll know the difference between us. After saying that, they sneered and no longer paid attention to Lin Xian. Instead, they attacked again. For a moment, the incense burner in front of them swayed like a storm. However, at this time, countless flames floated out of the incense burner. They formed a flame lotus that enveloped everyone. The flame lotus kept blooming. The temperature on it was too high. It made the 4 Saint Lords roar. Lin Xian also felt the temperature. His pupils constricted. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. So what if the flame was powerful? He activated the 9-yang divine body to fight back. At the same time, he absorbed the flame. He said, "Seniors, can't you withstand the power of the flame?" "Kid, what did you say?" The heavenly profound sacred tribe roared. "You dare to laugh at us? Damn it." The Star Ocean sacred ancestor's face darkened as he looked at the other party. He realized that there was also a terrifying flame gathering on Lin Xian's body. There was even an illusion of the sun surrounding him. His pupils shrank. Divine 9-yang body. They were shocked that you had such a physique. The other sacred ancestors were also shocked. The divine 9-yang body was extremely strong and had the terrifying 9-yang divine fire. Naturally, its defense was strong. The other party's trump card was beyond their expectations. The people in the distance were also shocked when they saw this scene. It seemed that the winner was still uncertain. "Kid, don't be arrogant. So what if you have the divine 9-yang body? You haven't mastered it yet. Furthermore, the flames here might not be good for your divine body." "Not good?" Lin Xian snorted. "I think you guys are worse." After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to these people and walked forward. He took a step forward, and a sea of fire spread out in front of him, rushing over crazily. Lin Xian roared. Countless runes spun on the divine 9-yang body. He resisted and absorbed the flames. Gradually, Lin Xian pulled away. The 4 sacred masters behind him also roared. "Damn it. Quick, don't let him succeed." If their treasure was taken away by a young man, it would be a slap to their faces. They used their own methods and advanced together. However, they didn't have the divine 9-yang body, so they weren't as fast as Lin Xian. In addition, Lin Xian was in front and attacked them from time to time. The 4 sacred masters were so angry that they vomited blood. "Damn kid, you dare to attack us? Just you wait. When I catch you later, I will tear you into pieces." They were about to go crazy. Lin Xian sneered. "Can you catch me, arrogant?" They had never seen such an arrogant person. "Damn it." The heavenly profound sacred master roared. A war chariot appeared under his feet, releasing a terrifying profound Tao aura. On the other side, the Star Ocean sacred master also took out a star chart. Above, a terrible sea was surging. The other 2 Saint Lords also unleashed their ultimate techniques. It was obvious that they were really angry. Sure enough, their speed was much faster than before as they charged towards Lin Xian. "Brat, let's see how you'll die later." They felt that they would be able to catch Lin Xian in the next moment. However, at that moment, a piercingly cold sword chi appeared on Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. He split the sea of fire in front of him. His speed increased again, and he instantly pulled apart the distance between them. The 4 saint leaders were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. This damned brat was so strange that he even had treasures on him. They were mad with anger. Seeing that Lin Xian was getting closer and closer to the incense burner, could it be that the item was really going to be taken away by him? The 4 of them gritted their teeth and decided to join forces. At this moment, a roar came from afar. Immediately after, the monster sea of fire also surged over and collided with the fire lotus in front of him. Flames danced in the air, enveloping the entire world. "Not good. Retreat quickly." The expressions of those who were still watching changed drastically. They quickly retreated. Some of them didn't manage to escape in time and were instantly turned into ashes. It was too terrifying. Those who were running away were terrified. They saw a fire qilin charging towards them with 10,000 flames. The fire qilin was extraordinarily mighty. It stepped on auspicious clouds and carried 10,000 flames as it charged forward. In an instant, it arrived at the fire lotus and quickly overtook the 4 saint leaders. At the same time, it charged towards Lin Xian. The 4 saint leaders were shocked. Did someone overtake them again? And it was a qilin? Lin Xian felt the aura and turned his head. In the next moment, he frowned. Fire qilin? Was it someone from the qilin cave? Moreover, it was coming for him. He shouted coldly and formed a seal with his palms. The demonic god seal attacked. A huge seal with monstrous demonic chi slammed forward. It collided with the fire qilin. With a boom, heaven and earth rumbled. The fire Qilin retreated a few steps and roared at the sky. Lin Wuti, you are indeed extraordinary. The fire Qilin stood in the air and said coldly. Lin Xian stopped and looked at the fire Qilin with a frown. You are fire Qilin. When they were fighting just now, he felt that the fire Qilin's bloodline was abnormally terrifying. Only the emperor's son had such a bloodline power. That's right. It's me, the fire Qilin was fire Qilin. He was here too. However, he had been searching for treasures previously, so he didn't appear in front of everyone. Now, he came with the power of 10,000 flames. Lin Wuti, you are indeed extraordinary. Fire Qilin looked down at him from above. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. You've hidden yourself well. I didn't expect you to be a double crown champion. Fire Qilin was stunned. Then, he snorted coldly. You found out. There were 2 illusions of crowns on top of his head, which made him look extraordinarily valiant. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Because I am also a double crown champion, he also had 2 crowns on his head, which was abnormally mysterious. Fire Qilin was shocked. You have also broken through. He was also shocked. He originally thought that he would be able to kill Lin Wuti. That was because he had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. The emperor's son's bloodline was already extraordinary. He was blessed by the heavens and far surpassed others. If he had a fortuitous encounter, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass everyone. Now, he had broken through and become a double crown champion. He originally thought that he could defeat everyone. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would also become a double crown champion? Fire Qilin's face was cold. He was a cautious person because he liked to scheme. He would even harm others. Previously, the Dragon Prince had been schemed against by him and almost died. Therefore, now that he saw that Lin Xian's strength was on par with his, he naturally wouldn't make a move easily. Moreover, there were 4 sacred leaders beside him. Good, good, good. It seems that I have underestimated you. Let's fight. We'll fight again in the future, let's fight for treasures now. Let's fight with our own abilities. As he spoke, the Qilin auspicious clouds on his body continued to erupt. He killed in front of him. Fight again in the future, Lin Xian sneered. Since they were fighting for treasures, how could they not fight? As he spoke, he rushed forward and slapped out with his palm. Fire Qilin roared angrily. He also spat out a ray of fire. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. The battle between the 2 double crown champions was too terrifying. When the 4 sacred leaders saw this scene, their faces also turned gloomy. If the 4 of them didn't join forces, the treasures would be taken by those 2 brats. The 4 sacred leaders discussed and decided to join forces. Kill. At this moment, the power that erupted from them was extremely terrifying. One had to know that they were sacred ancestors. They stood at the peak of the great sage realm. Their speed also increased exponentially, and in an instant they also rushed forward. Sensing the power coming from behind, Lin Xian and Fire Qilin's faces turned cold. Hu Qilin's body transformed into a handsome man. He stretched out his hand and grabbed in front of him. Countless Qilin scales surrounded his palm. Lin Xian was even faster. He waved his arm, and a sword light flashed as he slashed at the immortal spirit incense. The 4 divine ancestors exclaimed. How dare you? Even Hu Qilin's pupils constricted. This guy is too bold. Isn't he afraid of destroying the immortal forest incense? Lin Xian's sword technique was extremely accurate. He cut down one immortal spirit incense and took it away. Hu Qilin followed closely behind and snatched another one. Then, the 2 of them left. Damn it. The 4 divine ancestors roared crazily. However, they didn't chase after them. Instead, they started fighting. There was only one group left, and there was no danger. Naturally, they didn't need to work together. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian scoffed coldly. Let these old fogies fight it out then. He didn't care anymore. After putting away the immortal spirit incense, Lin Xian looked around again. He saw Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others fighting. Some were snatching spiritual herbs. Some were fighting for weapons, and some were even more mysterious than divine crystals. Boom, at this moment, a crazy roar came from afar. Damn it, how dare you! In the next moment, everyone realized that a terrifying aura was surging towards them. Everyone looked over, and Lin Xian also used his Rinnegan to observe. Under his Rinnegan, everything became clear. He could see that someone was coming. There were 3 people. The ones chasing behind were 2 divine ancestors. They were the 9-headed divine ancestor and the white cloud divine ancestor. The one running at the front was surrounded by an extremely terrifying yin-yang aura. It was Kuan Pingzi. At this moment, Kuan Pingzi was holding a bronze lamp in his hand. The Kuan Peng wings on his back swayed as he used his maximum speed to escape. Lin Xian was surprised. Isn't that the longevity lamp? Kuan Pingzi actually got it. Leave it for me? The white cloud sacred ancestor roared furiously and shot out an auspicious cloud, charging forward quickly. It blocked the path. Kuan Pingzi roared angrily and transformed into a Kuan Peng. His body shook and shattered the void. Lin Xian was surprised. Kuan Pingzi's strength had increased a lot. Although he hadn't become the double champion, he was not far away. It seemed that these people had really had fortuitous encounters. Being enveloped by this power, Kuan Pingzi roared angrily. Endless illusions of seawater appeared on his body. Heaven and earth were frozen. Everyone felt their bodies turn cold. The 2 sacred lords behind him also felt this power. He immediately snorted coldly. The 9 heads of the 9-headed divine ancestor roared into the sky, shattering the ice. He strode over. Sacred ancestor Baiyun's figure was even more ethereal. Although his speed had decreased a little, he was still extremely terrifying. As a young giant, the emperor's son was extremely terrifying. His strength had already surpassed a saint. However, he was still a little lacking compared to the peak of the great sage realm. Even though the Kuan Peng was much stronger than before, it could barely contend with the sacred ancestor. However, in the face of 2 sacred ancestors, he wasn't weak at all. However, he was an imperial prince after all, and he had trump cards. With an angry roar, the yin-yang aura on his body became even more terrifying. Everyone's expression changed. This guy couldn't be thinking of using an imperial weapon, right? Even Lin Xian was shocked. What was the Kuan Peng's monarch weapon? However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. That was because the extreme aura instantly disappeared. Lin Xian was stunned. Kuan Pengzi was even more stunned. What's going on? He couldn't use an extreme weapon. The 9-headed divine ancestor and sacred ancestor Baiyun were also shocked. They didn't expect the other party to be an imperial prince who could use an extreme weapon. However, when the extreme Dao weapon disappeared, they laughed. Humph, this is the deity ground, the place of the Yuhua celestial dynasty. It's incomparably mysterious. It doesn't allow extreme power to appear. So, don't even think about using it again. Hearing this, Kuan Pengzi's expression became extremely ugly. The surrounding people were in an uproar, and Lin Xian's expression changed. It doesn't allow extreme power to be used? How is that possible? He was about to use the heaven-devouring jar when he discovered that it was sealed. Indeed, the heaven-devouring jar felt a sealing power that seemed to be unable to appear here. How strange. It shouldn't be. There was something wrong with this cave abode. Previously, Su Chen could still use the power of the heaven-devouring jar outside, but after entering, he realized that he couldn't use it anymore. What was in the cave abode? In this case, the situation was not good. The heaven-devouring jar was one of his most powerful trump cards. However, he wasn't too worried because he still had the sword world. If this cave couldn't do it, he could bring the enemy into the sword world to fight. Over there, he would still be able to use extreme weapons. Thinking of this, he calmed down. After confirming that he couldn't use extreme weapons, Kuan Pengzi threw out the longevity lamp. Kid, you know what's good for you, the 9-headed divine ancestor sneered. Sacred ancestor Baiyun also soared into the sky, and the 2 of them fought again. They snatched the longevity lamp. Kuan Pengzi retreated to the side with an ugly expression. He saw Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others. He nodded slightly and greeted them. Lin Xian also smiled. I didn't expect you to be here too. This is the second imperial prince. Another imperial prince is here? Kuan-Pengzi also frowned. Huaqilanzi had just fought with the other party, and then that guy left. Hearing this name, Kuan-Pengzi's face turned cold. He said, "This guy is very sinister. You have to be careful in the future." Previously, the Dragon Prince's Dao injury was caused by him. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't know about this. He had to be careful in the future. The two sacred masters in front of him attacked. The scene was terrifying. Next, the four sacred masters who snatched the immortal Ling Xiang also arrived. When they saw that it was the longevity lamp, they also attacked. The six sacred masters fought, and the others all retreated. No one dared to get close. Kuan-Pengzi gritted his teeth. Damn it, if only I could use extreme weapons. If that's the case, I can get it. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A blurry figure appeared out of thin air, and he instantly grabbed the longevity lamp. Who's that? The six sacred masters roared. The others were also shocked and looked up at the sky. However, they realized that the figure was very blurry, as if it was just an illusion. Damn it, a mere projection wants to snatch the treasure from our hands? How naive. The nine-headed divine ancestor roared, and a terrifying power swept out. The other sacred masters also attacked. However, the figure was too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The longevity lamp was taken away by him. Damn it, where do you think you're going? The sacred masters chased after him. Let's go as well. Lin Xian will bring some people along. Kuan-Pengzi and the other experts followed. They also wanted to see who could take away the longevity lamp. The group of people passed through countless corridors and halls, and finally arrived in front of them. They realized that the blurry figure had stopped. He stood there with the longevity lamp in his hand. Everyone around him felt their hair stand on end. Even Lin Xian, Kuan-Pengzi, and the others felt their hearts beat wildly. They felt a terrifying pressure engulfing them from all directions. How could this aura be so terrifying? Even the six sacred leaders stopped. They did not dare to act rashly. The surrounding people felt their hair stand on end. The hazy figure in front of them continued to walk forward. His footsteps were extremely slow. Everyone realized that he had entered a stone door in front of him. The stone door was half open. That guy had placed the longevity lamp inside the stone door. Everyone could only see a ball of flame flickering inside. What was inside the stone door? Everyone was shocked. Everyone seemed to have seen a black figure. It seemed that there was someone inside the stone door. Was it that guy from before? No matter who it is, I want to see. A sacred leader's eyes shone like a divine lamp, piercing through heaven and earth. Even Lin Xian opened his rinnegan and looked forward. In the next moment, Lin Xian's rinnegan's pupils shrank. His right eye was tightly shut. A piercing pain came from his right eye. Lin Xian was shocked. He could not even look directly at the rinnegan. The sacred leader in front of them screamed. Blood flowed out of his eyes as he screamed crazily. The surrounding people went crazy. Just one look was enough to cause such a change. That was a sacred leader. What was in front of them? The nine-headed sacred leader and the others felt their hair stand on end. They waited for a long time, but the person inside did not come out. In the next moment, they finally gathered their courage and walked forward together. That was because the injured sacred leader had not recovered yet. Boom, boom. They slowly opened the stone door. Finally, everyone could see what was inside. However, before they could see clearly, the 5 sacred leaders were sent flying back while vomiting blood. Their bodies were covered with cracks. The 5 sacred leaders were terrified. Retreat. Retreat quickly. They frantically retreated. The people behind them were also shocked. Morong Qingqing and the others also gasped. Even a sacred leader could not block it. Could it be that he had surpassed the sage realm? Everyone raised their heads and looked forward in fear. At this moment, they finally saw it clearly. In the stone house in front of them, there was a man in an ancient robe sitting there. His head was slightly lowered, and he held an ancient scroll in his hand. It was intact. He seemed to be sleeping. The longevity lamp in front of them was constantly flickering. Who was this person? Could it be an expert left behind by the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Could it be that he was the master of the elemental magnetic cavern, an ancient superpower? Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked. That was impossible. How many tens of thousands of years ago was that? He was definitely dead. However, his body was actually preserved in such a complete state after his death. It was truly inconceivable. Quasi-Emperor, this was a quasi-emperor, nine-headed Saint Master roared crazily. The others were also stunned after hearing this. What? He's a quasi-emperor. That was an existence that surpassed the great sage. They were people who were unimaginably terrifying. It was no wonder that the 5 sacred ancestors were sent flying as soon as they approached. No matter how he thought about it, only a quasi-emperor would have such power. The corpse of a quasi-emperor? Lin Xian was equally shocked. This was an existence at the level of Lord Alcohol. He was definitely an expert who could sweep across the world. He was only one step away from becoming a true great emperor. The others, on the other hand, felt that it was a pity. The longevity lamp was beside him, so who would dare to go over? I'm afraid there's no hope. Just as everyone was sighing, despairing, and about to leave, the blurry figure from before had actually appeared again. He was standing near the stone door. A deep voice rang out. Who wants the longevity lamp? The moment this voice rang out, everyone stopped and turned around. Nine-headed Saint Master and the others immediately bowed. Greetings, Senior. We're all descendants of the Yuhua immortal head. Perhaps, the other party would reward us with the longevity lamp on account of our kindness. Thinking of this, they felt excited. Descendants of the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Not bad. The blurry figure nodded slightly and said. You have a high chance of obtaining the longevity lamp. As long as you can help me with something. What is it? The 6 sacred masters were extremely excited. Senior, please tell us. We'll do anything to help you. Not just the 6 of you, but anyone can do it, as long as you can fulfill my requirements. I'll give you the longevity lamp. The longevity lamp has an extraordinary origin and is extremely mysterious. It's also a precious treasure in the Yuhua immortal dynasty. You must grab hold of this opportunity. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned red. Senior, please give us your orders. Follow me. The hazy silhouette floated forward, and everyone followed. Kuan-Pingzi also followed because he felt that this might be a ray of hope. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked forward again. Because he was very curious. How did this sub-emperor die? Did he die of old age? After all, he wasn't injured. Moreover, he was holding a scroll in his hand when he died. It was too unbelievable. What was it that made him want to look at it before he died? He was very curious and carefully used his rinnegan to look. Left eye, closed. Right eye, opened. He used his rinnegan with all his might. At this moment, his right eye was extremely mysterious. It was as if it was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure. However, the rinnegan was mysterious and was the legendary eye. Lin Xian could still see some of it. The scroll was very mysterious. After countless years, it wasn't damaged at all. The metal used to create it must be extremely powerful. Lin Xian even guessed that it might be the metal used to create an extreme weapon. On the scroll, Lin Xian saw a line of words. A line of blood-red words. He didn't know how it was engraved. Those words were so sharp that Lin Xian's eyes couldn't stop shaking. That pressure was simply too terrifying. When he saw the line of words clearly, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The path to immortality was broken. No fate with the Emperor. Longevity, difficult. Difficult. Difficult, his words were filled with sorrow and sadness. Lin Xian closed his eyes. His face turned pale. Morong Qingqing next to him supported him. She asked, how is Brother Xin? Yan Ryu also said, don't use the rinnegan anymore. After a while, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He bowed respectfully to the quasi-emperor's corpse in front of him, then turned and left. The people around were also surprised. Morong Qingqing asked, Brother Xin, what did you find? Yan Ryu and the others were also curious. Lin Xian shook his head and didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Let's go and take a look." That line of words was too shocking. Lin Xian could only feel a sense of sadness. He didn't completely understand the specific meaning. Were there immortals in the world? In the past? But now it's gone, no fate with the emperor. Did every great emperor not have an opportunity, or was it that by the time they reached the Yuhua immortal dynasty, the opportunity was gone? As for longevity, it was easy to understand. Everyone was pursuing immortality. But who could do it? The longevity lamp seemed to be just a beautiful wish. Lin Xian didn't know. But no matter what, he would definitely continue to walk all the way. He wanted to become a great emperor. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and led everyone forward. Ahead. The hazy figure led the way and arrived at a hall. Everyone was stunned as they looked ahead. The scene in front was too strange. There were tens of thousands of dragons circling around, forming a mysterious jade platform. Light surrounded it and celestial energy filled the air. It was as if they were about to ascend. Those who didn't know would think that they were in the celestial world. Even the Saint Lords and Saint Lords were dumbfounded. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they were equally astonished when they saw the scene before them. What a terrifying place. At the same time, they saw that there was a coffin on the jade platform formed by the tens of thousands of dragons. That ancient coffin was too extraordinary. It was as if it was going to crush the world. Everyone felt a huge pressure on their souls. A few saint sovereigns cried out in alarm. Heavens, who was buried here? Could it be the Arch? They knew that the Yuhua celestial dynasty had produced more than one the Arch. Back then, the entire Yuhua celestial dynasty wanted to ascend. One could imagine how powerful they were back then. Everyone's eyes were red as they walked forward. However, they quickly retreated because the aura of the coffin was too terrifying. It made them vomit blood. They could only kneel and worship below the jade platform. Kuan-Pengzi was also shocked. He took a deep breath and asked, "Senior, why did you bring us here?" The others also came back to their senses and looked at the blurry figure. The hazy figure spoke. It was very simple. Open the ancient coffin. Whoever can open it will have the longevity lamp. No way. Everyone was shocked. It was very likely that he was buying an arch. Even if he wasn't, he was still an incredible figure. Who would dare to act rashly with such an ancient coffin? At the same time, they were also curious about what was in the ancient coffin. Even someone like the mysterious figure was tempted. The mysterious figure said with his hands behind his back, "There is something inside that I need. Because of my identity, I can't ascend the jade platform and can't get close to the ancient coffin. So, I can only ask others for help." Lin Xian and the others frowned. Identity? What was the reason? One had to know that ordinary people couldn't get close to the jade platform because they couldn't withstand the pressure. However, this mysterious figure obviously wasn't the reason. In front, a few Saint Lords tried, but they couldn't ascend. Kuan-Pengzi also returned without success. He said that if they could use extreme weapons, they wouldn't be able to get close. The others also shook their heads and sighed. The mysterious figure said. There was no hurry. When the full moon came tonight, the pressure would be at its lowest. When the time comes, it will be an opportunity for you. You must grasp it well. Tonight? They all took a deep breath and began to wait. Night fell, and the bright moonlight in the sky was like a disk, sprinkling its radiance. It was a full moon night. The pressure on the jade platform had indeed decreased. It had even decreased by half. Everyone's eyes lit up. If that was the case, they might still have a chance. Thus, the sacred lords all began to experiment. The starry sea sacred ancestor roared. Like a god of the starry sky, he charged straight for the jade platform. In an instant, he felt immense pressure. With a furious roar, the stars on his body activated, turning into a star chart to block the attack. He walked very slowly. The other sacred ancestors, such as Sacred Lord Xiantian and the others, also tried. Kuan-Pengzi roared. Black and white auras surrounded his body, making him look like a yin-yang god. He also charged over. When they stepped onto the jade platform, they felt boundless pressure. The carved dragon and painted dragon on the jade platform was incomparably mysterious. Lin Xian looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes. He said to Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others beside him, you can try too. Everyone nodded and walked up. Zixing and Yan Yu also came. They also walked forward. After stepping onto the cloud platform, they felt their souls shake. They climbed about 5 steps. Yun Yu, Zixing, and the others retreated. At the same time, more people also retreated. Those who could reach the front were definitely the most powerful people. However, after climbing 10 steps, Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others could no longer move forward. Even Kuan Pingzi and the other sacred ancestors stopped. They could not move forward. That was enough. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu joined forces and walked down. They were like the goddess of the 9 heavens, making others look up to her. The two of them did not intend to open the coffin. They came here to test the pressure. It was just a challenge. They wanted to strengthen their vitality and physique. Gradually, the sacred lords could no longer hold on. At this moment, Kuan Pingzi roared angrily and slapped out. He turned into a Kuan Ping and soared into the sky, charging forward. Everyone exclaimed. What was this guy trying to do? The Kuan Ping danced between heaven and earth, but it was quickly suppressed and then disappeared. The other sacred lords also used their sacred artifacts and ultimate techniques to open the way. They continued to move forward, but after another 5 steps, they came to a complete stop. Lin Xian also followed closely. The 9-yang divine body emitted a terrifying light, and the pressure on his body was like a mountain. There were even cracks in some places. However, he had cultivated a powerful cultivation technique after all. He also had immortality, so he was able to recover quickly. However, if he continued forward, he would have to use other ultimate techniques. The 9-yang divine body's power was probably not enough. Lin Xian took out the Hellfire Dragon sword and slashed down as if it could split heaven and earth. Just like that, he walked forward with his sword and 1 step at a time. Gradually, he surpassed Kuan Pingzi and the other sacred lords and came to the front. Damn it, it's this brat again. When Sacred Lord Shen Tian and the others saw this scene, they gritted their teeth in anger. Last time, they were suppressed by the other party, which made them lose face. They didn't expect it to be the same situation this time. They definitely couldn't let this brat go. Boom boom, at this moment, a rumbling sound came from the distance again. The fire Qilin came with thousands of flames. It stepped across heaven and earth. Everyone was terrified. Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others also looked up. Kuan Pingzi turned his head and his pupils shrank. The fire Qilin was here. The fire Qilin was here again. When he arrived, he looked at the jade platform and the ancient coffin in front of him and exclaimed. What a mysterious place. He also flew forward. However, halfway through, Lin Xian had already reached the top of the jade platform. He arrived in front of the ancient coffin. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Even the entire jade platform kept shaking. Everyone was shocked. Their blood boiled and they all retreated. Only Lin Xian was left on the jade platform. The hazy figure's body shook. Obviously, he was extremely excited. Did someone really succeed? She felt that it was too unbelievable. One had to know. The night of the full moon suppressed half of the pressure, but not everyone could reach it. At least those sacred lords had no hope. She didn't expect someone to succeed this time. That's great, a trace of light flashed in his eyes. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, he was finally going to succeed this time. Everyone looked in front of them. It was Lin Wudi, God, he actually succeeded. Could it be that he was going to get the longevity lamp? Those people were extremely envious. Some of the divine ancestors gritted their teeth. Damn it, it was that kid again. Don't worry, he might not succeed. Maybe he would be seriously injured by the ancient coffin. Even the fire Qilin's eyes had a trace of shocking light. The hazy figure said, young man, do it. Open the ancient coffin, and the longevity lamp is yours. Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at the ancient coffin below. The ancient coffin was made of jade, and it was abnormally simple. There were mysterious patterns engraved on it, and there were 4 divine beasts dancing on it. The person buried here was definitely extraordinary. But for some reason, when he wanted to open the ancient coffin, his heart beat wildly. Especially his right eye, the Rinnegan, seemed to be warning him. Lin Xian saw a blurry image through the Rinnegan. It was only for a moment, not even a second, but Lin Xian still saw it. He gasped, and his expression became incomparably shocked. Because he saw a figure lying in the ancient coffin, and the body was also intact. This silhouette was 90% similar to the hazy silhouette. This shocked Lin Xian. Could it be that the hazy figure didn't want to take anything at all, but wanted to open the ancient coffin and merge with the body? What was that hazy figure? The soul of this powerhouse? Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt even more creeped out. This ancient coffin must not be opened. Lin Xian's hand stopped in midair. The hazy figure said, "Young man, what are you waiting for? Continue?" Lin Xian asked, "Senior, what is in the ancient coffin, can you tell me? Also, who is buried here?" Hearing this, the hazy figure's face darkened. "What do you mean? Are you doubting me?" Lin Xian also smiled. "I don't dare to doubt you, but I'm not very interested in the ancient coffin. I don't want to open it either." As he said that, he turned around and walked down. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. What was Lin Wudi doing? The mysterious figure was also stunned. The next moment, he asked in a low voice, "Don't you want the longevity lamp?" "It doesn't matter. Treasures belong to those who are fated to obtain them. If I can't obtain them, it means that I'm not fated." Lin Xian waved his hand and walked down the jade platform without hesitation. Everyone was shocked. This guy really came down. What was going on? The sacred sovereigns were also bewildered. Kuanping Zi, Huaqilan Zi, and the others were also stunned. Morong Qingqing frowned. From the looks of it, Brother Xian should have discovered something. "Are you really going to give up?" Fire Qilin looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged. "I'll leave the opportunity to you. With your double crown monarch bloodline and your imperial bloodline, it should not be a problem for you to reach the jade platform." After that, Lin Xian walked over to Morong Qingqing and whispered, "Let's go, let's go." He had an anxious look on his face. Morong Qingqing and the others were stunned, but they quickly reacted and turned to leave. What's going on? Why do I feel that Lin Wudi is running away? Some sacred sovereigns were puzzled. It can't be, right? How could there be something that could scare him? How terrifying would that be? Damn it, Lin Wudi must have discovered something on the jade platform. Fire Qilanzi was also stunned. He was also wondering what Lin Wudi had discovered. He was a cautious person, and he had a certain understanding of Lin Wudi. He knew that Lin Wudi was unscrupulous and daring. He was definitely not a coward. Lin Wudi should have his reasons for not opening it. Thinking of this, Qilanzi shook his head and turned to leave. No way, even Qilanzi left. Could it be that there was really something wrong with the ancient coffin? The others were even more panicked. Why don't we leave too? Some people also wanted to leave. At this moment, the hazy figure finally became anxious. Fight, who dares to leave? I want him dead. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 3 sacred sovereigns turned into blood mist. Some sacred sovereigns also vomited blood and were sent flying. Not good, run quickly. When the others saw this scene, they fled even more frantically. Damn it! The hazy figure roared into the sky, and a terrifying power swept out. In an instant, screams rang out. He stared at Lin Wudi. Damn brat, how dare you ruin my plans? He turned into a stream of light and rushed out. In front, Fire Qilin, who had already retreated, also had a change in expression. He sped up and fled in another direction. Lin Xian and the others' pupils constricted. Not good, that person came out. Run quickly. They sped up, but they realized that the figure had locked onto them. Damn it, he's coming for me. Lin Xian's expression changed. What should we do? Fight it out with him? Yan Ryu said. Lin Xian shook his head. No, this person was very scary. Let's go to the stone door first. He guessed that this person had an extraordinary background. If the ancient coffin really buried his body, then this person was definitely a quasi-emperor. He couldn't fight against the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor. Therefore, they sped up. They directly rushed towards the stone door in front of them. At this moment, the stone door was still extremely frightened because there was also the corpse of a quasi-emperor inside the stone door. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. Sword chi surrounded his body, forming a sword domain, and an indestructible power enveloped everyone. Then, he rushed into the stone door. After entering, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Although it was just a corpse, it made their blood boil. Lin Xian and the others bowed respectfully to the corpse. "Senior, please forgive us. We didn't want to disturb you, but we really had no choice now. Senior, please forgive us." Yunyu, Zixing, and the others also kept bowing. At this time, a storm appeared outside, and then the hazy figure came again. He stood not far in front of them, only a few meters away. "He's here." Zixing and the others were nervous. Morong Qingqing and the others were also on guard. Lin Xian's face was cold. "Senior, why are you chasing me? Are you going to treat me to a drink? Kid, how dare you ruin my plans? How do you want to die? Now, I'll give you a chance to change. Come back with me obediently, go up the jade platform, and open the ancient coffin. Then, I can spare you this time." The hazy figure's voice was incomparably cold. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "I've said it before. I'm not interested in that thing. You'd better find someone else. It's all because of you. The others have already run away. You ruined my plans. I'll tear you to pieces," it roared, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. At this moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. That figure was chasing after Lin Wudi, right? It's over. Lin Xian is dead meat. They knew that the voice was extremely terrifying. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? After hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. "Do you really think that I'm a pushover and easy to bully? If you really piss me off, you won't be able to keep your secret." Hearing this, the mysterious figure's expression changed and a murderous aura surged out of his body. "Kid, what did you say? Could it be that the other party had already found out about his secret? But how was that possible?" He definitely did not believe it. "You're just a young ant. What do you know? What do I know?" Lin Xian sneered. "You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Get lost now. Otherwise, if you anger me, you won't have a good time." With a cold shout, the mysterious figure was so angry that he almost vomited blood. How dare the other party tell him to get lost? Yan Ryu also laughed. She looked forward and said, "Do you think that you're high and mighty and can control everything? Everyone should be afraid of you. But what a pity. You've really found the wrong person today. Kid, do you believe that I can kill you and your companions with one slap?" The murderous aura of the mysterious figure became more and more terrifying. Lin Xian sneered. "Stop pretending. If you could attack me, you would have done it long ago. Come in if you can. Stand in front of me and I'll kill you with one slap." The mysterious figure outside was so angry that he was trembling. No one had dared to be arrogant in front of him for tens of thousands of years. In the next moment, he really walked forward. Yunyu, Zixing, and the others were laughing at first, but when they saw this scene, they almost cried again. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Could it be that this guy could really enter? But soon, he was relieved. This was because although the other party was walking forward, he did not enter the stone door. He knew that he had guessed correctly. No matter how strong the other party was, he was just a boundary emperor. There was a boundary emperor's corpse behind the stone door. It was impossible for the other party to enter. Why, he still doesn't dare to enter? Lin Xian sneered. You're just a boundary emperor's remnant soul at most. You don't have much strength left. Don't try to act mysterious in front of me. Swear on your remnant soul that you won't attack us again and I'll keep your secret. Otherwise, I'll let everyone know your secret and you won't be able to complete your plan. What? He's a boundary emperor's remnant soul? This time, Morong Qingqing and the others were shocked. They were guessing the origin of this mysterious figure, but they didn't expect it to be so terrifying. They subconsciously looked at the quasi-emperor corpse next to them. Could it be the remnant soul of this senior? No, if it was the remnant soul of that senior, how could it not dare to enter? He was another quasi-emperor. You actually know, the mysterious figure in front of him was truly too shocking. Could it be that the other party had discovered his greatest secret? But that shouldn't be the case. How did he know? I'll count to 3. If you don't swear and scram, I'll tell the world. Lin Xian shouted coldly. He began to count down. The hazy figure gritted his teeth. Although Lin Xian had ruined his plan this time, he could still wait in the future. If others knew about this, then he might not be able to carry out his plan. Then he would never see the light of day again. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, you win. Just you wait." As he spoke, his figure flashed and disappeared. Did he leave? Purple Star, Yunyu, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He opened his right eye, the Rinnegan, and looked around. He shook his head and said, "He hasn't left. He's hiding not far away. What should I do?" Lin Xian also frowned. Let's stay here and cultivate first. He didn't have a good way to deal with the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor. That was a quasi-emperor, an existence on par with Lord Alcohol. Although it was just a remnant soul, its power was definitely not something that a saint could understand. Although Lin Xian had many trump cards, how many of them could he use in this mysterious cave, he wasn't sure. After waiting for 3 days, Lin Xian also frowned. He stood up. Are you still not going to scram? With an angry shout, a ray of reincarnation light appeared in his eyes and shot toward the void in the distance. The void there shattered, and a hazy figure appeared. The figure was also surprised that he had been discovered. He stared at the other party's right eye. He felt a mysterious power in the other party's eye. I didn't expect you to have such a magical eye. No wonder you could discover my existence. You must have relied on this eye to discover my secret. The mysterious figure finally knew the reason. Lin Xian snorted coldly and didn't hide it. Yes, what else do you want? Boy, do you think I can't hurt you just because you're inside the stone door? In my eyes, you're just a little ant. As long as you leave the stone door, I can crush you with one finger. And I have plenty of time. I've waited for tens of thousands of years. I don't care about waiting another tens of thousands of years. Can you afford to wait? Unless you stay inside and don't come out. Hearing this, the face of the person inside the stone door turned ugly. Lin Xian also gritted his teeth. This old thing is really difficult to deal with. How many tens of thousands of years can you wait? You're just a quasi-emperor. I don't believe you're immortal. The mysterious figure also snorted coldly after hearing this. Young man, you're too young. You don't know how to enter the emperor realm. What kind of power is this? It's far beyond any of your records. Moreover, I'm not an ordinary quasi-emperor. My background is not something you can imagine. The power of this cave is enough to let me live for tens of thousands of years. So I can afford to wait. Yan Ruyu and Morong Qingqing were shocked. That's not right. A living emperor can only live for 10 to 20,000 years. A remnant soul can live for 10,000 years? Isn't that too unbelievable? Lin Xian also frowned. Who knows? It might be different when you're alive and when you're dead. Moreover, do emperors really only live for 10 to 20,000 years? No one knows. No one has seen the corpse of an emperor before. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What's going on? Could it be that the information they received earlier was false? There's an even more mysterious existence in the emperor realm? Lin Xian shook his head. It's all just a guess. He's right. Even a quasi-emperor has surpassed the sage realm and entered the emperor realm. It's not something we can understand. Now, let's think of a way to leave this place. He wouldn't wait here with the other party for tens of thousands of years. What should I do? Revive the heaven-devouring jar? There should be some kind of suppression here. Morong Qingqing and the others also frowned. Lin Xian looked around. He looked at the corpse of the quasi-emperor. Yan Ruyu said, "You don't want to use his power, do you? With your soul force, you can't support it." Lin Xian also sighed. He said, let's use the heaven-swallowing jar. Lin Xian decided to bring the other party into the sword world and then use the heaven-swallowing jar and the great dragon sword spirit to take care of the other party. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and walked forward. Brother Xian, you have to be careful. Morong Qingqing and the others were nervous. After all, the other party was the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor. Seeing Lin Xian walk out, the quasi-emperor's soul was also stunned. In the next moment, he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, stupid thing, watch how I kill you. He rushed over and arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Then, he flicked a finger. He flicked a finger and pointed at Lin Xian's forehead. In his opinion, a single finger was enough to kill the other party 10,000 times. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt a fatal crisis. He had to admit that the other party was too strong. However, he decisively activated the sword world. The sky and earth spun as the mysterious figure was wrapped up. The next moment, it disappeared. Where was this? The mysterious figure was also stunned. Had he been teleported? He looked around, but before he could see what was going on, he saw a black jar smashing towards his face. In the next moment, a vortex appeared, and he found that his surroundings were pitch black. He was enveloped. Damn it, what was this? Get lost, the mysterious person roared again, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. The black vortex also shook violently. However, it did not completely disappear. This shocked him. Extreme Dao Aura, you actually have an extreme weapon, and you can even use it. This was impossible. He was really too shocked. If it was outside, it would be possible, but in this cave, it was absolutely impossible to use an extreme weapon. How did the other party do it? Was it very unexpected? Very shocked? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Haven't you always been high and mighty and controlling everything? Didn't you not put others in your eyes? Didn't you say that I was a little ant that you could destroy with a wave of your hand? I'm standing right here, you can destroy me. Lin Xian said as he activated the swallowing heaven jar with all his might. The black vortex was like a millstone of death, constantly crushing. He wanted to shatter the other party's soul. Stupid ant, you've completely infuriated me. The mysterious figure roared angrily as a terrifying light emitted from his eyes. It was like a divine light piercing through heaven and earth. It actually passed through the black vortex and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he continuously used the swallowing heaven jar. Countless vortexes were created to defend his body. To be honest, he was also shocked. The swallowing heaven jar almost couldn't suppress the other party. As expected of a quasi-emperor, and this was only a remnant soul. If it was the soul of a quasi-emperor, he probably wouldn't be a match at all. Even with an extreme weapon, he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party. But now, that might not be the case. He was still able to contend against a remnant soul. Seeing that the heaven-devouring jar had blocked the other party's attack, Lin Xian took out the great dragon sword soul and walked forward. He laughed coldly. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword. He swung his sword 9 times in a row, and all of them landed on the mysterious figure. He wanted to smash it into pieces. The mysterious figure's body swayed as he was struck by the sword chi. He let out a crazy roar. This scene shocked even Lin Xian. It didn't split? He was too shocked. This mysterious figure was like water, slashing into the water with his saber. The water would not stop flowing. But that shouldn't be the case. The great dragon sword soul was indestructible. After being split open, it would be very difficult for it to recover. It had to be said that the soul of a quasi-emperor was indeed superior to everything. While Lin Xian was shocked, the mysterious figure was even more shocked. Damn it, how dare you make me feel pain? I will definitely tear you to shreds. He was really crazy. Although his remnant soul didn't shatter, he still felt pain. What was that? He looked into the distance. The great dragon sword soul. You even have this thing? Damn it, he roared again. How dare you threaten me? Lin Xian was also angry. So what if I can't split you? It hurts. He continued to swing his sword, slashing out 3,000 sword lights, all of which pierced through the other party's body. These dragon-shaped sword energies passed through the other party's body. The mysterious figure let out a miserable cry. Useless kid, I've said it before. You don't understand the Emperor realm. He is completely different from you saints. Even if you have an extreme weapon and the great dragon sword soul, you can't kill me. You can't even hurt me. This is the difference between us. And, you should face reality. As long as you give me a chance, I won't let you off, including your friends and everyone you know. I will send them to the 18 levels of hell. Lin Xian was also angry after hearing this. The great dragon sword soul transformed into a dragon-shaped hand and slapped out. The great dragon sword soul was invincible. It was an offensive saint technique. This kind of transformation was not a problem. He swung his dragon claw and slapped the other party's face, slapping the other party's face. Bang, the voice was as low as thunder. The mysterious figure's face kept shaking. Like a lake, it quickly calmed down. However, his eyes were burning and his body was trembling. Damn it, the other party dared to slap his face. What kind of existence was he? He was a quasi-emperor. He was high and mighty, incomparable. He didn't put anything in his eyes. Now, someone dared to slap his face? He couldn't stand death. I want you to die, it roared crazily and began to attack the heaven-swallowing jar. As long as this extreme weapon was sent flying, that kid would definitely die. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure. His face was pale. At the same time, he roared, "Give me strength." Outside. When the Hellfire Dragon heard this, he quickly mobilized the power of the Sword World and poured it into the heaven-swallowing jar. At the same time, he was shocked. This time, I feel an extremely terrifying aura. It's not weaker than that old guy. What kind of terrifying existence did this kid provoke again? After the heaven-swallowing jar obtained new power, it once again erupted with power and suppressed the mysterious figure. Lin Xian laughed. What, you want to escape? The dragon claw slapped the other party's face again. Ha 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 ha. The dragon sword spirit changed form. Lin Xian slapped the other party's face while using the dragon-shaped sword chi to pierce through the other party. Although the other party's body was like a lake, it could recover at any time. But Lin Xian was still very happy. This was a quasi-emperor. He was beating up a quasi-emperor. Come, bark 3 times like a dog and I'll let you go. Lin Xian slapped the other party and laughed coldly. The mysterious silhouette was truly enraged. Young man, you're playing with fire, you can't keep suppressing me. When you don't have the strength to control these 2 weapons, it will be your time of death. I don't have the strength? Humph, my strength is not something you can imagine. Today, I'll beat you to death. I'll let you know what arrogance is. As he spoke, Lin Xian slapped the other party's face with both hands. Satisfying, this is really satisfying. In the end, he used the dragon sword spirit to transform into a dragon foot. With a kick, the other party's face was deformed. At the same time, he formed an array with his left hand and laughed coldly. Do you think I should use an array to record this? You're probably the first quasi-emperor in history to be beaten up by a saint. I think if this spread out, it would be very interesting. Pfft, the mysterious figure almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Endless white smoke rose from his head. He was so angry that he was fuming. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian laughed. He really used an array to record everything. Come, look here. Lin Xian grabbed the other party's face and gave him a tight slap as he lectured. But at the same time, his heart was heavy. Because he knew that with his strength, he couldn't control these 2 weapons for a long time. Lin Xian was beating up the quasi-emperor. Outside, Yan Ruyu and the others were extremely nervous. The others were even more bewildered. Was Lin Wuti dead? In their opinion, it was very likely. At the same time, a figure appeared in another place, where the jade platform was located. That figure was dressed in cloth clothes. His face was calm, but his eyes were deep. It was Yao Guang. He looked at the ancient coffin in front of him and laughed excitedly. That's great, I've really found it. The corpse buried here must be extraordinary. It is very likely that it is an ancient super mighty. If I devour it, my strength will increase exponentially. At that time, Hun Tian and Lin Wuti will not be my match. I am the strongest supreme martial artist of the younger generation. Yao Guang was overjoyed and walked towards the jade platform. During this time, he felt a huge pressure. The immortal King Phantom. He used the Yi family's secret technique and the Gu family's secret technique at the same time. His spatial divine ability was constantly changing. Sometimes he turned into a heavenly rock, and sometimes the power of the 5 elements condensed around him. These were the powerhouses he had swallowed before. He could use the power of these people. Finally, he arrived at the top of the jade platform. Looking at the ancient coffin, he stretched out his hands. Open for me, with an angry roar, he pushed its power with all his might. The immortal King Phantom seemed to have fused with him, but the ancient coffin did not move at all. Damn it. Yao Guang's expression was ugly. How could he give up at this point? He took out a few weapons and placed them in different places of the ancient coffin. These were all sacred artifacts. Break! Yao Guang roared angrily and used his void divine ability to escape. However, the sacred artifacts cracked, and a destructive power swept through the entire cave abode. After a wave of shaking, Yao Guang tore through the void and returned. His face was a little dark. Because he found that the ancient coffin below still did not move at all. Could it not be broken? He gritted his teeth and could only use other powers. He bit his finger and drew a few blood-colored runes and imprinted them on the ancient coffin. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palms and used an ancient divine ability. It was a secret technique of the Purple Mansion. A blood-colored vortex formed above, and then a white bone hand stretched out from it. It held a divine hammer and smashed down fiercely. Sky-breaking hammer. The light-shaking realm blood mysteriously disappeared. The ancient coffin gently swayed and opened with a cracking sound. A trace of aura emerged from within. With a boom, the heaven-breaking hammer shattered into pieces and disappeared. Light-shaking realm cultivator was also sent flying by this wave of energy, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on his body. However, he became ecstatic. This was great. It was not the corpse of a saint. This was definitely the corpse of a quasi-emperor. If he had swallowed a quasi-emperor, just how terrifying was his strength. From now on, who in the world would be his match? He was so excited that he was about to cry. At the same time, the aura swept out in all directions. The others all sensed it. Heavens, what kind of aura is this? They were so frightened that they prostrated themselves on the ground. Quasi-emperor. It was the aura of a quasi-emperor. Had the quasi-emperor behind the stone door come back to life, they all prepared to leave. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others' expressions also changed. What had happened? Sword World, inside the heaven-swallowing pot, Lin Xian was currently beating up the quasi-emperor. At the same time, he was using a formation to record the situation here. The quasi-emperor was so angry that he was hovering between life and death. He had never been as sullen as he was today. But suddenly, he was stunned. In the next moment, he roared towards the sky. Who opened the ancient coffin? The heavens are helping me, brat, just you wait for death. He laughed out loud, as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw in the sea of death. Originally, he thought that the one who had the most hope of opening the ancient coffin was Lin Xian, the brat in front of him. Where did he think of it? Not at all. When he left, someone actually opened the ancient coffin. No matter who it was, they had helped him fulfill his greatest wish. What? Lin Xian's pupils constricted when he heard this. The ancient coffin was opened? Impossible, don't try to lie to me. However, the mysterious person didn't care at all. He roared angrily, and his body pushed back the great dragon sword spirit. With a full force attack, he sent the heaven-swallowing pot flying. He rushed out. Lin Xian was pushed back by him, and the sword world opened once again. A figure flew out, and then directly flew into the distance. Disappearing. Lin Xian's qi and blood churned, and when he felt that power, his face became extremely ugly. Brother Xian, how is it? Morong Qingqing and the others were nervous. Lin Xian said, I'm fine, but things are not good. Someone opened the ancient coffin. Lin Gongzi, what exactly is inside the ancient coffin? Madame Purple Star was also surprised. Was it an important magic treasure? Lin Xian shook his head. It was a corpse, the corpse of a quasi-emperor. It was the figure from before. What? When these words came out, they were all shocked. To be honest, they had never known about this before. It was just a guess. He didn't expect it to be the corpse of a quasi-emperor, and the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor. With the fusion of the two, would the quasi-emperor be resurrected? That guy was obviously an enemy. Once he was resurrected, he would target them. They were in danger. Let's go. Morong Qingqing and the others looked nervous. Lin Xian also nodded. It seemed that this was the only way. They had to end their trip to the immortal land early. They soared into the air and flew outside. On the jade platform, Yao Guang walked forward again. He used the demonic sky-devouring technique to devour the quasi-emperor's corpse. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying again because a mysterious figure appeared in front of him. Looking at the ancient coffin, he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are helping me. In the next moment, the mysterious figure flew directly into the ancient coffin. Then, an earth-shattering power erupted. Yao Guang's expression became ugly. He tore open the void and instantly escaped. However, half of his body turned into a bloody mist. The others were the same, they were all vomiting blood from the impact. At this moment, even the sacred leader knelt down. This power was too strong, so strong that they couldn't resist it. Kuan Pengzi was shocked, and the Fire Qilan's pupils constricted. Oh no, this is a power that surpasses the sage, an emperor-level power has appeared, it's too unbelievable. Lin Xian and the others originally wanted to escape, but when they felt this power, they were also forced to retreat, their blood boiling. No, it's fused, quickly return to the stone gate. They instantly turned back. There was no choice, if the quasi-emperor really revived, they wouldn't be able to escape. Now, only the other type of quasi-emperor's corpse could protect them. This power was still rising, it was obvious that the fusion of the two was becoming more and more perfect. At this moment, not only the entire Origin Magnet Cave Mansion, but the entire deity ground was alarmed. One figure after another looked up at the sky and prostrated on the ground. Oh heavens, what kind of power is this? A peerless expert is about to appear, not only the power of the deity ground, but also outside. He flew towards the Yuhua immortal dynasty. In the Yuhua ancient city, the experts were still waiting and discussing. They wondered how many people would have their own opportunities in this trip to the deity ground. However, at this moment, a shocking power flew out from inside. It blasted them away. These elders also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Someone exclaimed. Who attacked them? No, it came from the deity ground. This was the power of a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor appeared in the deity ground. They were really too shocked. What did the appearance of a quasi-emperor mean? Did someone become a quasi-emperor, or did some dead quasi-emperors in the Yuhua immortal land revive? No matter which one it was an earth-shattering matter. They couldn't imagine what happened in the immortal ground. Quickly inform our hall masters. These elders quickly reported. The hall masters of the various immortal platforms were also shocked when they heard about it. Damn it, quickly think of a way to open the Yuhua gate. They had to go in and figure out the situation. If the dead quasi-emperors in the ancestral land were revived, then they were from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Their Yuhua immortal dynasty would definitely be able to create glory after becoming a quasi-emperor. And in the immortal ground, countless people were shocked and terrified. On the jade platform, in the ancient coffin, a figure stood up. This was a man. He was mighty and extraordinary, and his body was surrounded by powerful laws and power. A single look from him could destroy heaven and earth. With a gentle wave of his palm, countless worlds would be reduced to ashes. He was a quasi-emperor. I'm out, ha 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 ha, this quasi-emperor laughed loudly. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. Little thing, you actually dared to torture me before. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. At the thought of Lin Xian, he gritted his teeth. This time, let's see how the other party will die. Taking a step forward, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the stone door. Brat, have you already thought about how you want to die? Seeing Lin Xian and the others inside the stone door, the quasi-emperor's lips curled up into a smile. The other powerhouses in the distance originally wanted to come to the stone door to see if it was the kind of corpse that could be revived. But before they could reach it, they saw a figure descend from the sky. Heavens, who is this person? It's not the kind of quasi-emperor in the stone door, but another kind of quasi-emperor. Heavens, this is too unbelievable. They were terrified and didn't dare to approach at all. They could only watch from afar. Inside the stone door, Xianxia and the others' expressions became incomparably desperate. In Morong Qingqing, Yan Ryu also had solemn expressions. This was a peerless enemy. How terrifying a quasi-emperor was. It was unimaginable. When Lord Alcohol came out, he scared away the Thousand Dragons dynasty with just a few words. Now, they were standing in front of a quasi-emperor. Would they be able to withstand it? Lin Xian's expression also became abnormally ugly. He had really been revived by the other party. Damn it, who is it? Who opened the coffin? The quasi-emperor in front laughed coldly. Why? Do you think you can avoid danger by hiding behind the stone door? What a joke. A mere magnetism quasi-emperor's corpse can't do anything to me. Today, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. As he said that, he extended his hand and grabbed forward. As the sky fell and the earth cracked, the stone door also shook unceasingly. From the looks of it, the other party was no longer afraid of the corpse behind the stone door. Lin Xian also roared. He instantly took out the great dragon sword spirit and exerted all of his strength. He killed his way out. The sword shook the heavens like a dancing dragon. The two collided, and Lin Xian was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his body as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was severely injured. Older brother Xian, Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu's expressions also changed. Was the gap that big? Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? It was too shocking. One had to know that Lin Xian was using the great dragon sword spirit, an invincible power. It's useless, kid. So what if you have the great dragon sword spirit? The gap between our cultivation is too big, so big that you can't make up for it. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes, and then he pointed out with a finger. Lin Xian's body shattered into pieces. Then, his eyes were shrouded in an extremely terrifying light. It enveloped Lin Xian's body. Damn it! Block it for me, Lin Xian roared and used the Rinnegan with all his strength. Immediately, the power of reincarnation flew out, forming 6 worlds that kept spinning to resist. With a boom, Lin Xian was sent flying again, spitting out blood. The quasi-emperor was also surprised. You have the Rinnegan too. It seems that I really can't bear to kill you. The 9-yang constitution, the Rinnegan, the great dragon sword, and the sky-devouring jar are all treasures. I will take your Rinnegan first, then take the great dragon sword and the sky-devouring jar. Who in the world can contend against me? The quasi-emperor laughed out loud. He was very happy that he could obtain so many treasures as soon as he was resurrected. How could he not be happy? Lin Xian's face was cold. He was in great danger. The quasi-emperor's strength was too terrifying. At the moment, he couldn't resist at all. Even if he took out the sky-devouring jar again, he might not be his opponent. If he brought the other party into the sword world, he felt that the sword world might not be able to suppress the other party. Then, only the corpse of this quasi-emperor could be used by Lin Xian. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. In the distance, the spectators were also shocked when they saw this scene. Heavens, is that Lin Wudi? He was actually unable to fight back against the quasi-emperor. He's dead for sure. That's for sure. Unfortunately, he has so many treasures on him that we can't get them. You still want to snatch treasures from the quasi-emperor? Do you want to die? He can kill all of us with just one look. Countless people were terrified. In the crowd, Kuan Pingzi looked at this scene and sighed. The Fire Qilin sneered. Is he dead? That's good, I don't have to do it. Kid, leave behind any last words. The quasi-emperor in front said coldly. The light of reincarnation in Lin Xian's eyes suddenly erupted. He shouted angrily. Senior, please forgive me. His soul suddenly rushed towards the quasi-emperor's corpse. At the same time, he waved his hand and brought Morong Qingqing and the others into the sword world. Including his main body. In the next moment, everyone saw a shocking flash of light. Then, Lin Xian and the others disappeared. What's going on? Did that kid use a spatial ability to escape? Some people were surprised. However, there were also people who shook their heads. No matter what spatial ability he had, even the top genius of the Gu family, Gu Feng, could not escape. There was no escape here either. The power of a quasi-emperor was above everything else. The ninth firmament quasi-emperor's face turned cold. He naturally knew that the other party was not escaping through the void. It was just that the aura of these people suddenly disappeared, which really surprised him. It seemed that this kid still had treasures that he did not know about. In the next moment, he frowned. He could feel that Lin Xian's soul had entered the body of the quasi-emperor magnetism in front of him. You want to use this quasi-emperor's corpse? Humph, you can't do it. He sneered and attacked the corpse of the quasi-emperor magnetism with his palm. Get out here. Lin Xian's soul entered the body of the quasi-emperor. He felt a wave of fear. There was too much power in the quasi-emperor's body. It made his scalp tingle. He shouted angrily and opened his rinnegan. In the sky of the sword world, a rinnegan eye appeared. Give me power. With a roar, the rinnegan formed a world and absorbed the power of the sword world. Then, it merged into Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian's soul received the support of power, and his eyes shone brightly. In the next moment, he shouted angrily and rose. The corpse of the magnetite quasi-emperor stood up. Heaven and earth shook, and cracks appeared in the stone house. Nine Firmament's quasi-emperor was stunned. His palm stopped in midair. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You can actually control the corpse of a quasi-emperor. She was really shocked. But soon, she snorted coldly. With your soul power, you can only make this corpse stand up. Watch me pull your soul out of you, he snorted coldly, and his palm rushed forward again. Everywhere it passed, heaven and earth collapsed. The sacred lords in the distance all retreated frantically. Oh no, what did they see? Lin Wuti and the others disappeared. Then, the corpse of the other quasi-emperor stood up. These two quasi-emperors were going to fight, right? Then they couldn't resist at all and fled. After Lin Xian's soul obtained power, he controlled the corpse of the quasi-emperor through the rinnegan. He didn't dare to be careless. Facing the other party's attack, Lin Xian also punched out. Boom, this punch was incomparably terrifying. It instantly pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian jumped in fright. Even his soul was shaken. He couldn't help it. He didn't understand the power of a quasi-emperor at all, so this punch was beyond his expectations. The power he used was too great. Heaven and earth shattered. Everyone was shocked. Even Nine Firmament's quasi-emperor was forced back. With a loud roar, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. Kid, go to hell. He rushed over crazily. Lin Xian was also shocked. He stomped his foot and dodged to the side. However, in the next moment, he crashed into the void. He couldn't help it. He still couldn't perfectly control this corpse. So he was too fast. However, his body was like the strongest treasure body. It didn't suffer any damage at all. And the entire cave was torn apart by him. He came outside. Want to escape? You can't escape. How long can your soul last? And I'm the real resurrection. I'm the strongest. I want you dead, 9 Firmament's quasi-emperor shouted angrily. Then, she also rushed over. 9 Firmament's palm, with a palm strike, it was as if the 9 heavens had fallen. This power was really too terrifying. The celestial land was about to be pierced through. Lin Xian did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Moreover, he could not display any boundary emperor magical ability. He could only rely on the physique of this body to fight against it. Therefore, in an instant, he was suppressed and was at a disadvantage. However, he had the physique of a quasi-emperor after all, so it was impossible for the other party to suppress him. Damn it! 9 Firmaments gnashed his teeth in anger. Once again, he condensed the 9 heavens and charged over. Lin Xian was also furious. He used the devil god's seal and formed a seal with his palms. There seemed to be a mysterious force behind it as it struck out with a palm. In an instant, it pierced through the 9 heavens. Quasi-Emperor Jiao was also sent flying, his body swaying. He was infuriated. This was a great emperor's divine ability. It seemed like this brat cultivated the great emperor's ancient scriptures. He wanted the other party to cooperate with Quasi-Emperor Jiu's corpse. That power was probably extremely strong. Damn it, impossible, how could his soul force be so powerful? Even if the other party had the Rinnegan and could control the corpse of a quasi-emperor, he could only use 3 moves at most. After all, the energy consumed by the corpse of a quasi-emperor was shocking. How could a small saint control it for so long? He did not know that Lin Xian was not only a small saint, but also had the sword world. And all these years, he had collected a vast amount of power in the sword world. That was the power of dozens of worlds. How terrifying. Of course, this power was not infinite. Lin Xian knew that he could not use it for too long. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. He might not even be able to control the corpse of this quasi-emperor. What should he do? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The Rinnegan began to spin non-stop. Escape? This quasi-emperor could indeed escape from the immortal land. But so what if he escaped? He still had no way to suppress the other party. In that case, he could only return to this cave. Since the ancient coffin was separated from the remnant soul from before, it meant that this person had been suppressed before. As for why he was suppressed, Lin Xian did not know. There should be a formation mechanism. Maybe he could activate the formation mechanism again and suppress the other party. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt that it was an opportunity. Suddenly at this time, he was stunned. He saw that the longevity lamp inside the stone door flew up. Lin Xian's heart stirred, and he grabbed the longevity lamp in his hand. The divine fire on it pulsed, pointing in a direction. Lin Xian rushed out in that direction. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he returned to the Origin Magnetic Cave Mansion. No matter where you run to, even to the ends of the earth or the universe, I will be able to find you. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor sneered, his figure flashed, and he also rushed back. Inside the Origin Magnetic Cave Mansion, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Because they felt that the power of the 2 quasi-emperors had disappeared. However, the next moment, they knelt on the ground again in fear. The power of the 2 quasi-emperors appeared again, and it was getting closer and closer to them. They crawled on the ground, not daring to resist. Lin Xian controlled his speed very quickly, and it did not take long for him to arrive near the jade platform. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor also came. He looked at this scene and sneered. What? Could it be that you're thinking of sealing me again? Just you, haha, you don't have the ability. Well, let's end it here today. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor's face became extremely cold. The illusion of the 9 heavens appeared on his body. Obviously, he did not intend to hold back again. Go to hell. Ninth Firmament shook the sky. A terrifying power was about to erupt. Lin Xian's face was cold. Suddenly, the divine fire on the longevity lamp in his hand pulsed, and it scattered in all directions. It pierced through the void. At the same time, 8 vortexes appeared. The next moment, a hazy figure appeared on the jade platform. This figure was even more terrifying. The moment it appeared, the 9 heavens and 10 lands bowed down. The sacred lords and princes were all terrified. The corpse that Lin Xian controlled also could not help but shake. No way? What is this? Could it be? He thought of a possibility. Ninth Firmament Quasi-Emperor originally wanted to use a peerless ability. However, when he saw the figure, he screamed in fright. Sakura, impossible, how could you appear? He was crazy, really crazy. The corpse of Quasi-Emperor Xianxia knelt on the ground with one knee. At the same time, a voice sounded between heaven and earth. Quasi-Emperor Xianxia greets the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor, the sacred lords in the distance were also shocked. Some people's pupils shrank, and they exclaimed. Could it be that this was the Celestial Emperor of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty? Sakura, heavens, this was a great emperor. Moreover, he was an extremely terrifying great emperor. Back then, it was he who wanted to make the entire Yuhua Immortal Dynasty ascend to immortality in one fell swoop. It was easy to imagine what kind of boldness and methods this person possessed. And now, his doppelganger had actually appeared. The ninth firmament quasi-emperor turned around and fled. It was as if a mouse had met a cat. He was so powerful and arrogant before, but now, he did not even have the courage to fight back. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw this scene. The next moment, he became excited. There seemed to be hope. Standing on the jade platform, the Phantom of the Sakura waved his hand. Suddenly, a scroll fell from the sky and swept in all directions. He stared at the ninth firmament quasi-emperor and sneered. Paramitha, you? How dare you behave so atrociously, immortal bestowment platform, seal. The scroll glowed brightly, and the entire jade platform shook violently as it swept out. The ninth firmament quasi-emperor was instantly enveloped. No. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were red. He let out a miserable roar. I don't want to. He was really crazy. He had just broken the seal and regained his freedom. It had not even been a day, and he was going to be sealed again. He did not want to live in such darkness, he wanted to escape. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his body, and he attacked with all his strength. However, it was useless. The power of the immortal bestowment platform was really too terrifying. The ninth firmament quasi-emperor was instantly sealed. His body landed on the ancient coffin above. With a boom, he entered the ancient coffin. However, during this process, a tiny ray of light flew out from the ancient coffin and disappeared. This process was very short, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the ancient coffin closed and was sealed again. Buzz, the mysterious scroll disappeared, and the Phantom of the Sakura also slowly disappeared. The immortal bestowment platform regained its calm. Everything that happened before was like a dream. However, everyone realized that the ninth firmament quasi-emperor had disappeared again. He had been sealed. In all directions, the divine fire returned to the longevity lamp and kept jumping. Lin Xian looked at this scene in shock. Was this the power of a great emperor? His methods were too terrifying. Although it was just a phantom, he could easily seal a quasi-emperor. Had such a terrifying expert really fallen? Lin Xian did not know. He felt that everything was a mystery. Perhaps he could only find out these secrets after entering the Emperor realm. Lin Xian controlled the corpse of the magnetism quasi-emperor to stand up. He was also surprised when he heard a voice coming from the quasi-emperor's corpse. Could it be that this quasi-emperor was not completely dead? He carefully probed, but he couldn't sense any soul aura at all. No matter how he thought about it, the only explanation he could think of was instinct. In other words, the Sakura who appeared earlier was too terrifying, suppressing the myriad worlds by himself. This magnetism quasi-emperor was his subordinate and had fought alongside him for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, even though he was dead, his corpse still had to be saluted upon seeing him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian also sighed with emotion. The people in the distance were shocked. A quasi-emperor had been sealed. However, there was still another quasi-emperor around. They still didn't dare to be impudent. Lin Xian controlled the boundary emperor's corpse and turned around to walk over. Those people looked as if they were facing a great enemy. After seeing their senior, they kowtowed non-stop. Lin Xian nodded and said, I'm going to give the longevity lamp to Lin Wudi. Do you have any objections? What? Hearing this, the faces of the people in front changed, and the eyes of the sacred lords instantly turned red. The longevity lamp contained endless secrets. Previously, it was this lamp that summoned Sakura's phantom. How magical. Now, it was actually going to be given to Lin Wudi. For a moment, they couldn't believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The quasi-emperor's corpse emitted an extremely terrifying power. What? Someone wanted to resist. Those people were so scared that their scalps went numb. If a quasi-emperor wanted to make a move, he could instantly kill all of them here. They hurriedly shook their heads, not daring to. Humph, it's good that you know. If anyone dares to have any ideas about the longevity lamp, don't blame me for not letting them go. After saying that, the magnetism quasi-emperor's corpse swayed and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he returned to the stone door. Then, Lin Xian opened the sword world and released Murong Qingqing and the others. Then, he kept the quasi-emperor's corpse. His soul and body fused together and he walked out. How was Brother Xian? Was the quasi-emperor chased away? They could no longer sense the other party's aura, so they were very puzzled. Lin Xian said. That guy was unlucky and was sealed again. Thus, he briefly recounted the events that had transpired earlier. The few of them were shocked when they heard that, especially when they heard that even the phantom of a great emperor had appeared. They were even more shocked. Sakura, Yan Ryu also exclaimed. I've heard that Sakura is the heavenly emperor of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Even such a person had appeared. That guy deserved to be sealed. At this moment, countless people rushed over from afar. Lin Wudi appeared again. They were surprised. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked over. Morong Qingqing and the others were as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian said, it's fine, they don't dare to make a move. Sure enough, Lin Xian waved his hand and held the longevity lamp in his hand. He said, why, do you all want to make a move? Aren't you afraid that a quasi-emperor senior will make a move? Damn it, these people gritted their teeth. This kid was too detestable. He was obviously angering them. However, they really didn't dare to make a move. Although they couldn't find the quasi-emperor senior now, everyone knew that the other party definitely existed. Because the other party was the master of this cave abode and was also the subordinate of Sakura. It was impossible for him to be sealed. If he appeared again, it would be a disaster for them. Therefore, they could only shake their heads and smile. How could we dare to snatch this longevity lamp? Lin Gongzi misunderstood. He was actually still alive and had even obtained the longevity lamp. Kuan Pengzi was shocked and at the same time envious. The other party's opportunity was too good. On the other side, Qilinzi gritted her teeth. Damn it, not only did he not die, but he also obtained a great opportunity. Damn it. Her expression became colder and colder. Actually, they didn't know that in addition to the longevity lamp, Lin Xian also obtained a corpse. In fact, Lin Xian could even control the corpse. If they knew, these people would probably go crazy with anger. Let's go, the trip to the immortal ground is almost over. It's time for us to go back. Lin Xian said. Morong Qingqing and the others also nodded. Indeed, even a quasi-emperor had appeared. Who knew what else would happen? Moreover, Lin Xian had obtained the longevity lamp and was being watched by countless people. It would be dangerous if he took action. Therefore, the group of people discussed and prepared to go back. This time, everyone had obtained a lot of opportunities on the trip to the immortal ground. Firstly, their souls had all improved rapidly, far surpassing before. Secondly, they had also obtained some heavenly treasures. Each of them would make the sacred clans jealous. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others prepared to go back. At the same time, the Immortal Foundation Hall masters outside also opened the Ascension Gate. They rushed in to search for the aura of the quasi-emperor. Where was the quasi-emperor? These palace lords rushed in and started searching. Very soon, they discovered the others. These people were shocked, they didn't expect that even the palace lords would come here personally. After greeting the palace lords, some Immortal Foundation geniuses gathered. The palace lords asked, how is it? We sensed the aura of a quasi-emperor outside. Did a quasi-emperor appear? The Immortal Foundation geniuses had strange expressions on their faces. They replied, reporting to the palace lords, a quasi-emperor did appear. The palace lords were overjoyed, this is great. Quickly bring us over to take a look. Which quasi-emperor is it exactly? Is it our old ancestor? These Immortal Foundation geniuses were all from the Yuhua immortal dynasty and belonged to different powers. If it was their old ancestor, then their Immortal Foundation geniuses would soar. Upon hearing this, the Immortal Foundation geniuses had strange expressions on their faces. They hesitated for a moment before asking, I'm afraid we won't be able to meet him. Those palace lords were puzzled, but they soon understood. That's right, what status did a quasi-emperor senior have? He wasn't someone they could meet whenever they wanted to. Can you tell us where he is? We can go and beg him ourselves. However, the Immortal Foundation geniuses shook their heads. No, palace lords, you have misunderstood. The quasi-emperor was sealed. What? These palace lords were all stunned, they didn't dare to believe their ears. What did you say, the quasi-emperor was sealed? What joke was this? A palace lord jumped up and shouted coldly, "What nonsense are you guys talking about? Could it be that you guys don't know the strength of a quasi-emperor? We naturally know, but the one who sealed the quasi-emperor was the Heaven Empyrean." The Heaven Empyrean, these palace lords started and drew in a breath of cold air. This name was still a little vague to them. But when they thought of the founder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, they were all stunned. Wasn't the founder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty the Heaven Empyrean? Even that old man appeared. What was going on exactly? Quickly tell me clearly. Very soon, these hall masters heard what had happened, and they were all stunned on the spot. The magnetism quasi-emperor, the nine firmament quasi-emperor, and the Heaven Empyrean. The quasi-emperor who was sealed was the nine firmament quasi-emperor. They truly didn't know him. He shouldn't be someone from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. As for the magnetism quasi-emperor, some of them had heard of him. For example, the people from the magnetism immortal dynasty. Where was he? The quasi-emperor's old ancestor. Such a character, if they could invite him back, how could the other immortal foundation experts be a match for them? However, when they found out that the magnetism quasi-emperor had also disappeared, they were all stunned. However, they received another message. What did you say? The magnetism quasi-emperor had given the longevity lamp to Lin Wuti. Damn it, that's something that belongs to our immortal foundation. The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform gnashed their teeth in anger. Where did Lin Wuti find him? Take back the longevity lamp that belongs to us. Why should we give him what belongs to our old ancestor? These people began to search one after another. The other Immortal Foundation experts also hurriedly returned. Something shocking had happened here and they had to spread the news so that they could think of a solution together. At the very least, they had to figure out who this quasi-emperor ninth firmament was. Why was he in this celestial land? In an instant, everyone returned. When they came out, the news spread. News of the battle between the two boundary emperors, as well as the appearance of the heavenly sovereign and Sakra Tian had spread far and wide. Everyone in Yuhua City was dumbfounded when they heard this. Those Immortal Foundation experts were all going crazy. He really didn't expect such a change to occur. One had to know that these were their old ancestors, legendary figures. And in this matter, there was actually a figure of a young man. Naturally, it was Lin Wuti. Damn it, it's this guy again. He actually obtained the legendary longevity lamp. This was an extremely mysterious item of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. It must not be obtained by him. In an instant, everyone began to look for Lin Wuti. In the celestial land, everyone left one after another. But among them, there was still a figure who remained in the cave. It was Yao Guang. At this moment, his face was abnormally pale because there was something in his mind that was threatening him. Yao Guang's expression was cold as he resisted with all his might. His soul seemed to have turned into a vortex. Damn it, who the hell are you? Who am I? Little guy, you opened my ancient coffin and you don't know who I am, what? It's you. Yao Guang's expression became incomparably ugly. Impossible, he roared crazily. He was really stunned. Previously, he had indeed opened the ancient coffin and found the corpse of a boundary emperor. But before he could swallow it, the corpse of the boundary emperor came back to life. He was blasted out and was seriously injured. When he recovered and was about to return, he saw a shocking scene. The heavenly emperor, Sakra, had easily sealed the nine firmament boundary emperor. But now, the remnant soul of the nine firmament boundary emperor had actually run out. And it even came to find him. Senior, why are you looking for me? If you want to find someone, you should find someone from the Yuhua immortal dynasty to take revenge. I am not from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Little guy, you can open my ancient coffin, which proves that your origin is extraordinary. If I can obtain your body, then even if I am sealed, I can live in another form. Speaking of this, he wanted to seize Yao Guang's soul. Yao Guang's soul executed the heaven-devouring demonic skill with all its might. You actually cultivated such a forbidden cultivation technique, the nine firmament boundary emperor was shocked. His soul erupted with an extremely terrifying light, enveloping Yao Guang. Yao Guang's body swayed and he kept vomiting blood. But at this time, the pressure in the sky disappeared. The nine firmament boundary emperor said, I didn't expect you to be from the Purple Mansion. In that case, I will spare your life first. But I have to stay in your mind. You don't have any objections, right? Yao Guang's expression was ugly. She was also shocked. You didn't kill me because I am from the Purple Mansion. Could it be that you were also from the Purple Mansion back then? He was really too shocked. The 9 Firmament Boundary Emperor's mouth raised a trace of disdain. Purple Mansion, he sneered. I am from the other side. The other side. Yao Guang was very unfamiliar with this name. He shook his head. The 9 Firmament Boundary Emperor said that when you enter the Emperor realm, at least become a Boundary Emperor, you will have the qualifications to know this name. Next, you have to help me recover my soul. Don't worry, I will give you benefits. I will let you grow quickly and even let you control the Purple Mansion is not impossible. Hearing this, Yao Guang's pupils shrank. How terrifying was the Purple Mansion? All his cultivation techniques were from the Purple Mansion. Even the heaven-devouring demonic skill was given to him by the Purple Mansion. Now, the other party actually said such words. How could he not be shocked? Although the Purple Mansion is mysterious, I don't put it in my eyes. Moreover, you know too little about the secrets of the Purple Mansion. As long as you cooperate with me obediently, one day I will let you control the Purple Mansion. I will even let you advance a step further and enter the other side. I don't understand what you are saying. Let me ask you one question. Can you increase my strength? Yao Guang asked. The 9 Firmament Boundary Emperor said, yes, I can even let you enter the Boundary Emperor realm. Very good, then cooperate. Yao Guang's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light. On the other side, Lin Xian also returned. However, they were taken away by the people from the Nebula Immortal platform. Your Highness, don't worry. We don't have any bad intentions. The people from the Starfall Immortal platform said. Madame Purple Star frowned. Lin Gongzi was invited by the 9 Stars platform. What do you want? The people from the Starfall Immortal platform said. We weren't worried before, but Quasi-Emperor, after the news of the Longevity Ascension came out, can the 9 Stars Immortal platform remain calm? I can't be sure. Madame Purple Star's expression changed. What do you mean, Lin Gongzi? We definitely don't mean to harm you. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Madame Headmaster Zi Xing. We went through life and death together. I naturally believe you. However, the longevity lamp is too mysterious. Can you guarantee that no one will covet it? Madame Purple Star fell silent. She was just a young genius. She couldn't make the decision on the 9 Stars platform. However, she soon looked at the Starfall Immortal platform. Can you guarantee that no one will covet the longevity lamp? Yes, the Starfall Immortal platform's palace master personally walked over and greeted His Highness. I represent the Starfall Immortal platform and fully support Your Highness. Let's see who dares to resist. Madame Purple Star was stunned. She didn't expect the Nebula Immortal platform to be completely on Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He said, all right, as long as you don't let me down. I will definitely let you regain your glory in the future. Your Highness, you are too polite. You can ascend to the 4th palace. You can even summon the phantom of our ancestor. We naturally have to respect you. All right, then I won't be polite. What's the situation now? Lin Xian asked. While he was asking, the other immortal platforms quickly gathered. Someone said, have you heard? Lin Wudi obtained the longevity lamp. Damn it, he's an outsider. What right does he have to obtain it? That's right. This belongs to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Only our immortal platforms have the right to obtain it. Find him and take back the longevity lamp. If he obediently hands it over, then forget it. If he doesn't, I don't care if he's a young supreme. In our Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, even dragons have to bow down to us. The eyes of those at the 9 Star Immortal Foundation also flickered when they heard the news. Princess 9 Star asked. Where was Lin Gongzi? Ask them to come back. As for whether or not he would attack when he returned, he did not say. However, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. For a moment, undercurrents were surging. On this day, an expert came early. A few silhouettes descended, each with a 9 Star Immortal Foundation. A terrifying aura came crashing down like 100,000 mountains. The 9-star Immortal Foundation trembled as the formation flashed. Guards rushed out from below. Who was it? He actually dared to behave atrociously here. Hurry up and scram, or I'll let you. He died without a burial place. These people roared. When the newcomers heard this, they snorted coldly. Threatening us? I think you guys don't want to live anymore. Tell your Immortal Foundation Hall Master to come out. We have something to see him about. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask our Palace Master to come out? You? Are you even worthy? The guards sneered. However, they soon couldn't laugh anymore. One of the people in front of him threw out a punch. A punch was thrown out. The bodies of the 5 bodyguards were instantly penetrated and torn to pieces. At the same time, he threw his head back and roared. 9-star Hall Master, come out for me. His voice was like 10,000 claps of thunder, ringing out in the air. The people at the 9-star Immortal Foundation were all stunned when they heard this. They raised their heads and stared at the sky. Heavens, who dared to behave atrociously here, and they wanted to see their Palace Master directly? Who was it, courting death? How could the sacred ground of the Immortal Foundation allow you to behave atrociously? A beam of sword light arced through the air, as fast as a shooting star. However, the person in front slapped out with a palm, containing the power to split the heavens and earth. The sword light was shattered. The 9-star Immortal Foundation expert coughed out blood and was sent flying. His face was filled with terror. The others also exclaimed. This was the aura of primal chaos. It was someone from the primal chaos race. Don't act first. They stopped him. An elder walked out and clasped his fists. Are you a fellow Taoist from the primal chaos race? The person in front stood with his hands behind his back. He spoke, seems like you have some knowledge. We are indeed from the primal chaos race. It was really them. But soon, they were enraged. The primal chaos race is powerful, but we, the 9-star Immortal Foundation, are not to be trifled with. That's right, when did we offend you? Why did you come and destroy our mountain gate? Are you not putting us in your eyes at all? These people were extremely angry. The expert from the primal chaos snorted coldly. No enmity? What a joke. Was Lin Wudi invited by you guys? Where is he? Tell him to come out and accept his death. At this point, a terrifying killing intent radiated from them. The expressions of the people at the main Immortal Foundation changed. The other party was actually here to look for Lin Wudi. Damn it, Lin Wudi was indeed invited by them. It was just that he only had these connections. The other party came knocking on their door because of this. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. As expected, the third elder of the 9-star Immortal Foundation said, so you guys are here to look for Lin Wudi. Our relationship with Lin Wudi isn't that deep. Moreover, after Lin Wudi returned, he didn't come to our 9-star Immortal Foundation. According to the information we received, he went to the Nebula Immortal Foundation. If you guys want to look for him, go to the Starfall Immortal Foundation. The expert from the Primal Chaos sneered. Do you think we are 3-year-old children? If the Nebula Immortal Foundation snatched your man, you guys will ignore it. According to the information we received, Lin Wudi was invited by you. He must be here. Hand him over obediently. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Even if he really isn't here, you guys have to be responsible for finding him. 3 days' time. If I don't see Lin Wudi after 3 days, don't blame us for killing you. The people from the 9-star Immortal Foundation went crazy after hearing this. Damn it, these guys were actually so arrogant, were they not putting them in their eyes? What's there to be arrogant about? It's just a few people and they dare to behave atrociously in our territory. Let's attack together and kill them. Yes, that's right. Killing them would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Many people soared into the sky. They carried extremely terrifying laws on their bodies. However, the third elder shook his head. Don't act rashly. The primal chaos race was able to split heaven and earth. They had a mysterious power. And among the primal chaos race, there was a double-crowned king. His future was limitless. More importantly, it was said that the primal chaos race had a quasi-emperor. In the era when the great emperors didn't appear, a quasi-emperor could sweep the world. Who could be a match for such a family? Therefore, if they really fought, the 9-star Immortal Foundation would very likely suffer heavy losses. If they really provoked a quasi-emperor, they would definitely die. The third elder's face was filled with smiles. It's a misunderstanding. There is no hatred between us. Don't let our two factions become enemies just because of Lin Wuti. Everyone, please. They respectfully invited the members of the Hundun clan into the palace. Men, give me a good reception. The third elder said loudly. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned 2 more elders. Bring people to the Starfall Immortal Foundation and bring Lin Wuti back. The 2 elders brought their men to the Fallen Star Immortal Plateau. What are you 2 doing here? The elder of the Fallen Star Immortal Plateau laughed. The elder of the 9-star Immortal Plateau said. Cut the crap. We are here to pick up Lin Gongzi. What Lin Gongzi? Are you talking about His Highness? You came at the wrong time. Lin Gongzi has something to do. As for when he will be back, we don't know. Why don't you come back a year later? A year? The elder of the 9-star Immortal Plateau was furious. Do you think we are idiots? Do you think we are idiots? The face of the Fallen Star Immortal Plateau's expert also darkened. Do you think we don't know that the Hundun tribe is coming? The elder of the 9-star Immortal Plateau's face changed. The Hundun tribe has a boundary emperor. They are extremely powerful. Now that they want Lin Wuti, if you still insist on protecting him, we will not let you off. Then don't blame us for being impolite. We will report the situation truthfully. When the time comes, the Hundun tribe will point their swords at you. Let's see if your Nebula Immortal Plateau can withstand it. At this point, they sneered and turned to leave. The face of the Nebula Immortal Plateau's expert turned solemn. They did not expect the experts of the Hundun tribe to come. These people had the power to split heaven and earth. They even had a boundary emperor behind them. They did not even care about the monarch tribe, let alone the immortal platforms. This matter caused countless elders to worry. Even the Falling Star Hall's hall master sucked in a breath of cold air. He personally went to find Lin Xian and explained the situation to him. Could it be that they are here for the longevity lamp? Lin Xian shook his head and sneered. They are here for revenge. I defeated Hun Tian in the Immortal Land. I guess Hun Tian can't take this lying down, so he found someone to take revenge. He is really a piece of trash. He did not have the courage to find me. What a piece of trash. He is not worthy of being the Double Crown champion. Hearing this, the surrounding experts and elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Trash? No one would believe him if he said it out loud. However, if what Lin Wuti said was true, then it was understandable. Because Lin Wuti had defeated Hun Tian, he was qualified to say such words. In the next moment, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Hundun clan is coming at us aggressively. What do you plan to do? Are you going to hand me over? The Nebula Palace Master shook his head. We don't dare. We have already said that we will stand on His Highness' side. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Since it's a matter between you and Hun Tian, then it's a matter between young people. Young people's problems naturally had to be solved using young people's methods. Why don't we hold a martial arts conference for the younger generation and gather these geniuses together again? Your Highness, you can also solve this problem. As for those experts, I don't think they have the face to make a move in front of young people. Alright, let's do that then. Lin Xian nodded. He also knew that it was impossible for his Immortal Foundation to start a war with the Primal Chaos race. After all, the Hundun tribe had quasi-emperors, which was very dangerous. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by the Hundun clan again. How despicable. At the same time, he also knew that because of the longevity lamp, the other Immortal Foundation experts would definitely target him. Lin Xian laughed coldly. Bring it on then. So what if I have to make the entire world my enemy? Soon, the news spread that the Nebula Immortal platform was going to hold a martial arts conference for the younger generation again. The moment the news came out, countless people were shocked. Who would be in the mood to participate in this? But when they found out that the first person invited by the Nebula Immortal platform was Hun Tian, they were shocked. Many people were shocked. Everyone said that Lin Wude was at the Nebula Immortal platform. Now that the experts of the Han Dun clan were coming, the other party invited Han Tian. Interesting. It seemed that the Nebula Immortal platform wanted to help Lin Wude resolve this crisis. Let's go and take a look. They were interested. Han Tian, the double champion, had a strong reputation. And Lin Wude was a new force to be reckoned with, not to mention that he had obtained a mysterious treasure in the Immortal Land. Everyone naturally wanted to go and take a look. So in an instant, countless people gathered. Gu Feng's face was gloomy. He also went. On the other side, Yu Wudao also went. Long Wu of the Thousand Dragons court also arrived with the experts of the Dragon Clan. At the same time, a figure walked out of the Immortal Land. This figure looked a little pale, and he was dressed in cotton clothes. The aura on his body was incomparably mysterious. He was Yao Guang. At this moment, not only did he come out, but he also brought out the remnant soul of the Nine Heavens Quasi-Emperor. After knowing about Lin Wude and Han Tian, he sneered and walked out. Lin Wude and Han Tian, these two people, he would not let them off. Sooner or later, he would devour both of them. Although it was a gathering for the younger generation, there were also many experts of the older generation who were prepared to go and watch. They were really curious about the longevity lamp. Among them, there was a figure in a black robe. He was very strange, like a ghost. He looked at the Nebula Immortal platform in the distance and smiled. Longevity lamp, kid, you are really lucky. Long time no see, I didn't expect you to have obtained the longevity lamp. Thinking of this, his body swayed and walked into the distance. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered on the Nebula Immortal platform. The Nebula Immortal platform naturally opened its doors to receive guests. Whether it was young geniuses or experts of the older generation, as long as they came, they would be invited in. And in the core of the Immortal platform, Lin Xian sat there cross-legged. He entered the sword world, and he knew that there would be countless experts coming this time. So he had to prepare in advance. In the sword world, there was an intact corpse. It was the corpse of the magnetic quasi-land. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Senior, this time I am in danger again. Maybe I will use your corpse again. If I don't forgive you, when I become the great emperor, I will find a good place to bury you." Lin Xian bowed respectfully to the corpse of the magnetic quasi-land. The Hellfire Dragon flew over and said, "Kid, are you really going to use it? The burden on your soul is very big. Even if you have the Rinnegan, you have to use it carefully. What I know is that once the Rinnegan is overused, there will be terrible consequences. There is even a possibility that your eyes will be destroyed." "I know, I will be careful." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He would not always rely on the power of the quasi-emperor corpse. But this time he was really anxious. So many people wanted to kill him, and even the experts of the older generation had come. He had to use the quasi-emperor corpse. He had to make a show of strength. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not someone to be trifled with. With the power of his Rinnegan, he could only use the quasi-emperor corpse once more. But this time, he had to set off a storm. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stood up, his eyes shining with a cold light. "I want to see who dares to be my enemy this time." There were already many people outside. They were all looking for Lin Xian. However, it seemed that Lin Xian hadn't arrived yet. At this moment, a mysterious man in a black robe floated into the distance. "Who are you?" "The core area is in front. You can't enter." A guard stopped him. The mysterious man in the black robe said, "I'm here to look for Lin Xian." "Why are you looking for His Highness?" These guards were extremely nervous. The man in the black robe smiled and said, "Tell him. I said he's Master He. I'm here to look for him." The guards were puzzled. "This is His Highness's master?" They were stunned. He Shan stood with his hands behind his back. "Hurry up and inform him. If you tell him, he'll definitely come to see me." "All right, just you wait." One of the guards flew towards the core area. He found Lin Xian. "Your Highness, someone is looking for you outside." "Oh, who is it?" Lin Xian asked. The guard said, "He said he's your Master He." Lin Xian was stunned when he heard that. Who is Master He? He's so reckless. What does he look like? The guard said, he's wearing a black robe. His aura is cold. He doesn't look like a good person. It's him. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Let him in. Lin Xian had already guessed who it was. Soon, He Shan came in. Kid, how have you been? Let Master He take a good look at you. Lin Xian's face turned black. Damn you. It's really you, old man. Lin Xian realized that it was indeed He Shan. He Shan flew over and said with a smile, I heard you got the longevity lamp. Take it out and let me see. I thought you felt that I was in danger and came to help me. You actually came to see the longevity lamp. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, but he still took it out. He knew He Shan's temper. A longevity lamp jumped gently, releasing a mysterious aura. He Shan looked at him non-stop. Then, he exclaimed, it's amazing. No wonder so many people want it. You know him? Lin Xian was also puzzled. Black Mountain spoke. He had heard that the Heavenly Court and the Yuhua immortal dynasty had some connections. When I was in the Heavenly Court, I read about the longevity lamp. This thing seems to be related to the Emperor realm, so you must protect it well. Lin Xian was also shocked that it was related to the Great Emperor. No wonder he couldn't figure out what it was even after studying it for so long. It seemed like his cultivation level wasn't high enough. While the two of them were chatting, more and more experts were arriving outside. Kuanpingzi also came. People from the Purple Mansion also came, and Xianxia was among them. At this moment, an earth-shattering power appeared between heaven and earth, shattering the void. Countless large cracks appeared. Countless people cried out in alarm. The people of the Primal Chaos clan had arrived. Sure enough, the aura of chaos gathered between heaven and earth, and the people of the Hundun clan appeared. The leader was Hun Tian. After Hun Tian descended, he said, Lin Wudi. Did he not dare to come out? Get over here and accept your death. An angry roar shook the surroundings. Countless people were shocked. These people were indeed here for Lin Wudi. The elder of the Star Cloud Immortal Palace walked out and said, everyone, please calm down. Our Highness will come out soon. Everyone, please take a seat first. Another man from the Hundun clan walked out. This middle-aged man's aura was incomparably terrifying. He snorted coldly. I'll give you 3 seconds to get Lin Wudi out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. When these words came out, the people of the Starfall Immortal platform were enraged. Their faces darkened. You have to understand that this is the Starfall Immortal platform, not a place where anyone can behave atrociously. Was the Starfall Immortal platform very powerful? If you dare to stop us, we'll just kill you. The middle-aged man from the Hundun clan was incomparably domineering. Terrifying killing intent erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. The faces of the elders changed. Even the Starfall Immortal Palace Master walked out and shouted angrily. Stop. Stop? Be obedient and there's still room for negotiation. Otherwise, today will be the day of your Starfall Immortal Palace's destruction. They were incomparably domineering. The others were also in an uproar. One must know that this was the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. But the Hundun clan didn't care at all. They wanted to see the reactions of the other immortal platforms. At this time, someone from the Magnetism Immortal platform walked out and sneered. I advise you to ask Lin Wudi to hand it over. Otherwise, your Starfall Immortal platform will end up in a miserable state. That's right. Starfall Immortal platform, I'll give you some advice. Don't go against the Hundun clan. You can't fight against them. Also, the longevity lamp in Lin Wudi's hand belongs to the Magnetism Quasi-Emperor. He's our ancestor. The longevity lamp can only belong to us. Ask him to hand it over. Otherwise, we won't let you off. There were also experts from the Thousand Dragons Imperial Court who sneered. Lin Wudi will definitely die today. We have to avenge our prince. Hearing these voices, the scalps of the surrounding people went numb. It's over. Every one of these people was an earth-shattering expert. Now that they attacked together, Lin Wudi was probably in danger. Last time, Lin Wudi was in danger of being killed. However, a quasi-emperor appeared behind Lin Wudi. He stopped the battle. From then on, no one dared to touch him. However, it was different now. The Hundun clan also had a quasi-emperor who could fight against the expert behind Lin Xian. Therefore, this time, no one could help the other party. Lin Wudi was definitely going to die. Thinking of this, some people sneered. This Lin Wudi is not simple. He has the 9-yang divine body and the inheritance of a great emperor. I don't think he deserves these treasures. Kill him and we'll split the treasures. His voice was erratic. However, the eyes of many turned red. That was indeed the case. Lin Xian had too many treasures on him. If they could get one of them, they would be able to achieve meteoric success. Ants like you dare to have designs on me? I think you're tired of living. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Everyone's scalps went numb. The next moment, they saw someone walk out. They turned around and exclaimed. It's Lin Wudi, what? He actually dared to come out. Shouldn't he be hiding in fear now? He's an idiot. He'll definitely die if he comes out. Lin Xian strode over, followed by Murong Qingqing and the others. There was also a black-robed man, Black Mountain. After the group of people arrived, Lin Xian looked disdainfully in all directions. Who was the one who said that he wanted my 9-yang divine body and the inheritance of a great emperor? Step forward. I'll give him a chance. His gaze swept across all directions. However, the surroundings were silent. No one dared to step forward. After all, Lin Wudi's reputation was built on his strength. Lin Xian sneered. I said that you're trash, but you don't believe me. You don't even have the courage to come out and fight me. You're a bunch of trash. What did you say? Is someone angry? Lin Xian sneered. I said that you're all trash. Are you unhappy? If you're unhappy, come over and fight. Whoever wants the treasures will have to live to take them. Lin Xian was also angry. In the shocking battle, Lord Alcohol appeared and intimidated the world. No one dared to deal with him. He didn't expect that these people would gather together again. Why, do they have a death wish? Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible? A middle-aged man from the Hundun race snorted. He slapped out with his palm. The terrifying palm blotted out the sky as it charged toward Lin Xian. How terrifying! Countless people exclaimed. They didn't expect that it wasn't Han Tian who attacked. It was someone else. Lin Xian's face darkened. However, he didn't attack or retreat. The elder from the Nebula Immortal platform snorted and punched out. This punch was like a meteor, emitting a bright light. It blocked the Hundun palm. At the same time, the elder roared. You dare to attack our highness? The people from the Hundun race had a cold expression. At this moment, the person from the 9-star Immortal platform walked out and said. Nebula Immortal platform, on account of the descendant of the Yuhua Immortal dynasty, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't bother about this matter anymore. The 9-star Immortal platform restrained the Starfall Immortal platform. The middle-aged man from the Hundun race sneered. Let's see who can save you this time. He attacked again, bringing with him a terrifying power. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. It seemed like the Hundun race came prepared. Such a terrifying attack, the young man couldn't block it. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he wouldn't be able to block it. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The Hundun race was really courting death. He still didn't attack. Behind He Shan, a burly man attacked. The axe in his hand slashed down, tearing the clouds apart. He blocked the Hundun palm again. He blocked it again. Countless people exclaimed. They didn't realize that they didn't know the person who attacked this time. The middle-aged man from the Hundun race frowned. He stared at the other party and asked coldly. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the matters of the Hundun race? Do you want your race to be annihilated? Is the Hundun race that powerful? The burly man snorted. He Shan also walked out and sneered. You're a saint lord. How dare you attack a young man? Is your face a dog's body? You're courting death. The middle-aged man from the Hundun race roared. A terrifying killing intent swept towards He Shan. Xian snorted. A terrifying aura also surged from his body. Why? Are you angry? You want to kill me? Unfortunately, you can't kill me. Let me ask you, is the Primal Chaos clan as shameless as Xian? He was actually despicable enough to attack a young man. The people of the Hundun clan shouted coldly. What we do has nothing to do with you. Scram. Black Mountain laughed. Others might be afraid of you, but our heavenly court is not afraid of your Primal Chaos race. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were also surprised. The people of the heavenly court were truly shocked. Unexpectedly, Black Mountain was actually from the heavenly court. Even the Hundun race's expression changed. Naturally, they had heard of the heaven court before. But soon, the middle-aged man laughed. What can a mere heavenly court do to me? You were all wiped out tens of thousands of years ago. Even if there are still people alive now, they are all stray dogs. You should worry about how to survive. If you dare to meddle in the affairs of the Primal Chaos tribe again, I will send you to hell immediately. Xian snorted coldly. Was that so? Do you like to bully young people so much? Alright, I'll bully the young people today as well. He must be the double-crowned King Hun Tian. Today, I will kill him as the divine ancestor. I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be suppressed. Damn it, how dare you? That middle-aged man roared in anger. The other experts of the Primal Chaos tribe were also on guard. They quickly protected Hun Tian. Hun Tian's face was cold. When Xian saw this, he laughed out loud. Why? Are you guys very angry? Are you worried? You guys should know that this doesn't feel good, right? Then why did you guys use the divine ancestor to kill Lin Xian? Since you guys don't abide by the rules, then come and hurt each other. Anyway, our heavenly court doesn't have many people. After killing your double-crowned king, we will find a world to go into seclusion for 500 years. I reckon you guys won't be able to find us in this lifetime. But it's different for the Primal Chaos tribe. If you guys dare to make a move on Lin Xian, you will be offending a boundary emperor. Even if the Primal Chaos tribe is too strong, can you guys escape? Your family is right there. When the boundary emperor comes looking for you, even if you don't die, you will suffer a great loss. The moment these words came out, the others were in an uproar. That was indeed the case. The faces of the Primal Chaos tribe turned extremely ugly. You dare to threaten us? Black Mountain sneered. Yes, I am. What can you do to me? Bite me? The Primal Chaos tribe was so angry that they vomited blood. The others didn't dare to say anything. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely strange. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He stood with his hands behind his back and watched quietly. At this moment, someone spoke again. It was the people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform. They said, we don't care about the grudges between you guys. We only want one thing, the longevity lamp. That belongs to our ancestors. Only the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform deserves to have it. Hurry up and hand it over. That's right. It's someone else's treasure. Give it back. The people from Wanchaochao snorted. The people from the Purple Mansion also said, Lin Wudi, hand over the treasure. It doesn't belong to you. The moment these words came out, the faces of the people from the Starry Sky Immortal platform changed again. They didn't expect trouble to come after solving a crisis. Lin Xian laughed. It doesn't belong to me? What a joke. Back then, there were many people in the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave. Are you guys blind? Or did water enter your brain? Back then, the Origin Magnetic Quasi-Emperor personally said that he would give it to me. In this world, there's no one more suitable than me to get it. What a joke. Who can prove it? The Palace Lord of the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform walked out and shouted coldly. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty sneered. Who are you trying to fool? Why should the Quasi-Emperor give it to you? The people from the Purple Mansion also said, stop dreaming. Hurry up and hand it over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Who can prove it? He pointed in all directions. They can prove it, Kuan Pungzi can prove it, the Fire Qilin can prove it, all the top geniuses from the Immortal platform can prove it. Because they are all here. You are talking nonsense. We don't know. The genius from the Greenwood Immortal platform snorted. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty also laughed. How can we not know? Lin Xian said. Is that so? Then do you dare to swear on your martial heart? The moment these words came out, no one dared to speak. This oath wasn't something that could be casually said. One must know that at their level of cultivation, there were some things that they had to respect. For example, swearing on their martial heart. If they lied, they might be struck by lightning. Even if they weren't struck by lightning, they would have a heart demon in the future. It would be difficult to progress further on the martial path. Hence, no one dared to speak. Lin Xian sneered. Why don't you dare? Didn't you swear that you didn't see it? This means that you guys are guilty. The surrounding people were slapped in the face, but they couldn't refute. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stared at the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform. Did you see it? They can all prove it. As for you guys, you keep saying that you are the descendants of the Origin Magnetic Quasi-Emperor. But you guys don't respect your ancestor at all. You even want to go against the orders of your ancestor. Do you guys not recognize this ancestor? The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform were stunned. They couldn't answer. Because if they didn't admit it and continued to oppose Lin Xian, it meant that they didn't recognize their ancestor. But if they recognized their ancestor, it would be the opposite of what they said before. It would be a slap to their faces. For a moment, they were so angry that their bodies trembled. Lin Xian sneered. You're still embarrassing yourself here. Get lost. The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform gritted their teeth. Damn brat, don't be too arrogant. That's right, you have the protection of the Heavenly Court. Otherwise, would you dare to be so arrogant here? Lin Xian laughed. Do I need to rely on others to be arrogant? Humph, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. Make your move. Fine, that's what you said. The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform snorted. They looked at one of the figures. Fairy, please make your move. A woman in colorful clothes walked out. She was beautiful and had a cold aura. Her appearance attracted the attention of countless people. Who was this person? Oh heavens, could she be the legendary Yu Linglong? She had the 9 stars body. What? The 9 stars body also appeared? This was also a super strong body in the universe. The 9 stars body had the heart of 7 orifices. Such a physique possessed a powerful recovery ability and vitality. Moreover, the heart of 7 orifices allowed one's comprehension of the Tao to surpass others. Hence, the 9 stars body was an extremely terrifying body. Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. They didn't expect another super strong body to appear. Yu Linglong also walked out. She looked at Lin Xian and said, You must be Lin Wudi. Do you dare to fight with me? The wager is the longevity lamp. If you lose, you have to obediently hand over the longevity lamp. How about it? Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. What if you lose? If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. How about that? That's fair, right? Yu Linglong said. Her eyes were filled with confidence because she felt that she wouldn't lose. She was extremely confident in the 9 stars body. Lin Xian nodded. All right, let's do it. How do you want to fight? Yu Linglong said. Of course, I can't rely on weapons. You have an extreme weapon, and if you use it, I really can't defeat you. Lin Xian said, Don't worry, I definitely won't use an extreme grade weapon. Now you can relax. That's good. Yu Linglong smiled. Without her extreme grade weapon, she didn't fear her opponent. She said, Then I'll have a taste of your 9-yang divine body. Is it comparable to my exquisite body? At this point, a multicolored light soared from her body, turning into countless laws and chains that danced in the sky. She was like a god, standing tall in the void. The surrounding people were shocked and cried out in alarm. This was the exquisite body, it's too mysterious. I think Lin Wudi has met a strong enemy this time. Lin Xian coldly snorted, an extremely terrifying light erupting from his eyes. It formed a monstrous rune, which then turned into a blade of reincarnation that slashed forward. At this moment, an eye appeared between heaven and earth, causing everyone to feel fear. What kind of eyes were those? They all went crazy. Even Yu Linglong's pupils constricted. Her expression changed. The next moment, she roared angrily, and the exquisite body's law soared into the sky to resist. However, the blade of reincarnation slashed down, splitting her in half. The godlike body fell down, blood staining the sky red, and the laws shattered. The surrounding people were all stunned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Many people were so scared that they knelt on the ground. How was this possible? That was the exquisite body, and it was killed in one blow. The light of reincarnation in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared, and he said coldly. The exquisite body was only SOSO. His voice was sonorous, and even heaven and earth rumbled. The surrounding people's scalps went numb. Previously, in their opinion, there should be a shocking battle between the exquisite body and the nine-yang divine body. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. But who would have thought that Lin Xian didn't use the nine-yang divine body at all, but a godlike eye? Especially that ray of light just now, it was too terrifying. The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform were also stunned. How was this possible? A supreme expert that they had invited had fallen just like that. Was Lin Wudi already so terrifying? Lin Xian said coldly. Who else are you going to send? I'll take them all. The people from the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform fell silent. Even the exquisite body was no match for him. Who could compete? The others were even more shocked. Lin Xian sneered. Now you still say that I relied on the heavenly court to be strong. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a supreme being. No one could compare to Lin Wudi. Lin Xian turned to look at his surroundings and stared at Han Tian. Then, he looked at the people from the Purple Mansion and said coldly, what about you? Those people were also silent. Lin Xian looked at Xianxia and said, Choer, come back. No matter what you need, I'll give it to you. Don't stay in the Purple Mansion anymore. Xianxia nodded. She said, okay. She walked forward. At this moment, the Purple Mansion's mansion lord stood out and stopped her. Don't forget the agreement between us. Xianxia's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. A mysterious figure appeared beside her. Our agreement is over. I've already gotten what I want. Damn it. The Purple Mansion's people's faces turned ugly. But I haven't gotten what I want. You haven't given it to me, Xianxia snorted. Purple Mansion, don't be greedy. You've already gotten what you want. What's next doesn't belong to you. Ridiculous. My Purple Mansion spent so much effort to help you. You want to repay me with those things? Tell me your secret. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Purple Mansion today. The reason why he cooperated with Xianxia was that the Purple Mansion really wanted Xianxia's cultivation technique. He felt that it was also a taboo cultivation technique, not weaker than the demonic heaven-devouring art. If the Purple Mansion could get it, their strength would increase greatly. But now, Xianxia didn't plan to give it to them. How could the mansion lord be willing? Lin Xian stood out and said coldly, why don't you try to attack Choer? The Purple Mansion's mansion lord turned around. A terrifying killing intent appeared. It was like the end of the world. Everyone was frightened. Lin Wudi, you're too arrogant. Although you're a young supreme being, can you fight against a real sacred master? His powerful strength swept across the land. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with the light of reincarnation again. It turned into a world of reincarnation that kept spinning. He used his soul to resist. At the same time, he snorted coldly. It seems like you don't know what's good for you. Are you not going to obey the Boundary Emperor's order? The sacred master is not allowed to attack me. Otherwise, you can just wait for death. Is that so? That was in the past. Now, there's more than one Boundary Emperor in the world. The Purple Mansion's mansion lord sneered and looked at the Hundun tribe. Fellow Daoist, shall we join forces? Of course. The Hundun tribe's expert walked out. He said proudly, our Hundun tribe also has a Boundary Emperor. The Hundun tribe brought out a quasi-emperor to offset the threat Lin Wudi posed to them. The Purple Mansion lord laughed out loud. How could Lin Wudi threaten him now? Go to hell, he slapped out with his palm. The terrifying palm filled the sky as if it was going to shatter the universe. He charged towards Lin Xian. However, the palm didn't land because Black Mountain made a move. Black Mountain also punched out with his black fist. It swept across the sky and shook the void, blocking the Purple Mansion Lord's palm. The two of them swept across the universe. You want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. Black Mountain sneered. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. Purple Mansion, was there no one in the younger generation who could fight? Don't talk nonsense with him, just attack. Master of the Great Wilderness, go, the Purple Mansion Lord snorted. On the other side, an expert surrounded by a desolate aura walked out. She was the Master of the Great Wilderness. She was someone from 20,000 years ago. The moment she appeared, the terrifying desolate aura swept in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Long Wu also shouted angrily. The 10,000 Dragons Court attacked to kill Lin Wudi and avenge the prince. The experts beside the 10,000 dragons attacked. Similarly, a divine ancestor walked out. Another divine ancestor walked out from the Han Dun tribe's magnetic immortal platform. These divine ancestors covered the sky and covered the earth. They all stared at Lin Xian. Everyone's scalps went numb. What kind of power was this? With so many divine ancestors facing one person, Lin Wudi was probably going to die. How dare you? The Nebula Hall Master also rushed out. At the same time, the power of the immortal platform and the power of the heavenly court brought by Black Mountain also erupted. They rushed over and confronted the people around them. However, on the other side, the Purple Mansion Lord, the Han Dun tribe, the 10,000 Dragons Court, the magnetic immortal platform, and the Destiny Twins race all attacked. Once these powers were unleashed, a terrifying battle instantly broke out. The surrounding people all retreated far away. Everyone was terrified. What kind of battle was this? Lin Xian was suppressed. Among them, 5 divine ancestors attacked Lin Xian together. They completely shattered the void where Lin Xian was. Lin Xian bellowed, he entered the sword world, and at the same time, he sent a sound transmission to the Black Mountain. Help me hold on for a few seconds, I'm going to use my trump card. Black Mountain nodded in understanding. He commanded the Heavenly Court to unleash terrifying power. The Heavenly Court formed an illusion of the southern Heavenly Gate, suppressing heaven and earth. It's useless. The divine ancestor of the primal chaos race sneered. You can't save him at all. He will definitely die today. The Purple Mansion Master, the Holy Master of Fate, and the other experts also attacked madly. Hun Tian, Kuan Pengzi and the others retreated far away as they watched the battle anxiously. Lin Wudi was dead. The corners of Hun Tian's mouth raised into a smile. This was because Lin Xian had long since disappeared from this world. The others were also puzzled. Had he been killed? The phantom image of the southern heavenly gate kept shaking as cracks appeared on its surface. He Shan's face changed. What happened to the kid? The southern heavenly gate was about to shatter, unable to hold on any longer. The next moment, Lin Xian's voice rang out. All right, just watch me. The southern heavenly gate disappeared, and hundreds of black holes appeared in the void, connecting the universe. The others were shocked. The heavenly court had lost. Lin Wudi was dead for sure. Haha, I think his soul has been destroyed long ago. One after another, voices rang out. However, at this moment, a figure walked out from between heaven and earth. There are so many holy masters here. It's fun to bully a young man, isn't it? You like to bully the weak, don't you? Today, I'll let you know what it means to bully the weak. The figure was surrounded by a mysterious light. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. Who do you think you are? How dare you fight me? The Lord of the Great Desolation sneered. He was an expert from 20,000 years ago. At this moment, he formed a desolate divine palm and slapped forward. However, after colliding with the finger, he suddenly retreated. The desolate divine palm cracked, and half of his body turned into a bloody mist. In the end, his entire body split in half. He screamed and retreated, but it was useless. Under this attack, his soul was destroyed. He was dead. The surrounding people were stunned. That was the Lord of the Great Desolation. He was an extremely powerful existence among the holy masters. But now, he couldn't even block a finger. Who was this newcomer? They were horrified and couldn't believe it. Damn it, could it be that the heavenly court had an extremely terrifying expert? After all, this person walked out of the southern heavenly gate, but they had never heard of him. If the heavenly court had such a terrifying expert, why would they hide until now? They probably would have swept the world long ago. Retreat, retreat quickly. At this moment, the people of the Purple Mansion were terrified. The people of the Destiny clan, the 10,000 Dragons court, and the Primal Chaos clan all retreated. They all fled in all directions. However, the figure sneered. "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" said the universe. With a furious roar, he stomped his foot, and a large crack spread in all directions. The entire world froze. Everyone felt their bodies turn cold. They seemed to have fallen into the other party's control and couldn't escape at all. In the next moment, a figure walked in the void toward the divine ancestor of destiny. The divine ancestor of destiny was an old man. Half of his face was like an angel, and the other half was like a demon. At this moment, his expression was terrified. He knelt on the ground with a plop. "Senior, please spare my life." However, a foot landed and directly stomped him into pieces. He screamed in pain, and his soul was destroyed. He was dead. Another holy master had died. The other's skin went numb, and the spectators were even more terrified. This power was difficult to resist. The figure walked in front of the Hun-Dun tribe again. The middle-aged man of the Hun-Dun tribe also had an ugly expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let us go. Let me tell you, the Hun-Dun tribe has a boundary emperor." "Is that so? Then let him come over and talk to me." "You don't have the right to talk to me." The figure raised his palm and slapped forward. With a bang, the Hun-Dun tribe's divine ancestor was shattered. Half of his body was also smashed into pieces. He turned into chaos energy and screamed crazily. Your voice, you're Lin Wudi, that's right, it's me." The corners of the figure's mouth curled up, and then he waved his hand gently. The Hun-Dun divine ancestor's soul was destroyed. "What, Lin Wudi? How was that possible?" Everyone was stunned. However, they carefully identified the voice and realized that it really was Lin Wudi's voice. However, the man in front of them was not Lin Wudi at all. Moreover, he did not have the Nine-Yang divine body. What was going on? The experts of the Thousand Dragon Court were terrified. Killing a holy master with a raise of his hand. Only a boundary emperor could do that. This body was a boundary emperor's. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. However, some people exclaimed, "Magnetism Quasi-Emperor." This was the Magnetism Quasi-Emperor. These people had all entered the cave abode, so they naturally recognized him. They did not expect the Magnetite Boundary Emperor to come out. Moreover, what was even more puzzling was that the Magnetite Boundary Emperor's voice was the same as Lin Wudi's. What was going on? "Ancestor, this is our ancestor." The people of the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform roared excitedly. They ran over and knelt on the ground to greet their ancestor. Lin Xian turned around and looked at these people. He sneered and kicked them away. "Ancestor? Do you still recognize me? I said before that the longevity lamp was given to Lin Wudi. But you dare to disobey my orders?" "We don't dare." These people shook their heads frantically. They felt that this was the power of a quasi-emperor, which completely surpassed them. The surrounding people were all stunned. No one had thought that such a situation would happen. Originally, these sacred masters attacked Lin Wudi together, which was definitely a dead end. But who would have thought that a quasi-emperor would make a move at the critical moment? And the voice belonged to Lin Wudi. This scene was too strange. Lin Xian looked at the Hun-Dun clan again, his eyes emitting a cold light. The people of the Hun-Dun clan retreated frantically. Their scalps were numb. "Run." Thinking of this, they turned around and fled. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" He took a step forward and instantly blocked the path of these people. The people of the Hun-Dun clan were terrified. "Don't go too far." "That's right, a quasi-emperor, what's the point of bullying juniors like us?" Lin Xian laughed loudly when he heard this. "Why, now you know that you're going too far, then what's the point of you sacred masters bullying a young man?" The surrounding people were shocked. This quasi-emperor was obviously standing up for Lin Xian. One must know that when so many sacred ancestors attacked Lin Xian together, they were definitely going too far. But no one could stop them. Now that this quasi-emperor had appeared, he wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine. The people of the Hun Dun clan didn't know what to say. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and say, "We have no choice." No choice? Then I have no choice now. With that, Lin Xian attacked again and slapped out. 2 sacred ancestors of the Hun Dun clan died. Another kick flew out and a large number of Hun Dun clan experts turned into a bloody mist. No, the remaining people went crazy. They couldn't resist at all. They knelt on the ground. Lin Xian looked past them and at the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. "You all said that you wanted to take revenge for the prince, so I gave you all a chance." The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were so scared that their scalps went numb. He didn't dare to speak. In the end, a single slap from Lin Xian turned more than a dozen Dragon Clan experts into a bloody mist and scattered ashes. "Damn it," Longwu roared and quickly retreated. She felt a fatal danger. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar, and the 10,000 dragons picture flew out, shining brilliantly between heaven and earth. Extreme Dao power flew out. Everyone had hope again. That was great. With an extreme weapon, they could fight against everything. However, Lin Xian controlled the quasi-emperor's corpse to stand there, unmoved. An extreme weapon? He reached out a hand and grabbed the 10,000 dragons diagram. "Damn it," Longwu roared and unleashed the 10,000 dragons picture with all her might. He turned into a dragon image and charged over, clashing with the quasi-emperor's palm. Boom, an earth-shattering sound could be heard. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Everyone went crazy. Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? It was really too powerful. It could actually fight against the 10,000 dragons picture. Of course, there were also people who sighed. That was because Longwu was too weak and couldn't fully unleash the power of the 10,000 dragons picture. Otherwise, even a quasi-emperor would have to temporarily avoid it. But all of this was useless. No one could fully recover. An extreme weapon. And this quasi-emperor was a real existence. Boom, after another 3 moves, the 10,000 dragons picture was sent flying. Longwu also vomited large mouthfuls of blood. However, he was protected by the 10,000 dragons picture and didn't die. Lin Xian looked around again and said coldly, "Who attacked just now? Kneel down and accept your death." Everyone retreated in fear, not daring to speak. Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked the Purple Mansion realm again. The Destiny Clan. "Run!" At this moment, everyone fled frantically. Lin Xian struck out with his palm, and more than half of the Purple Mansion realm experts died. It was the same for the Destiny Clan. It was very miserable. No one could block it. They couldn't even block a finger. In this world, only Lin Xian stood there. He was surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Many sacred lords had died. As for the other saint experts, there were countless of them. At this moment, the entire ancient city was shocked. However, this wasn't the end. Lin Xian looked into the distance again. 9-star immortal platforms? They actually betrayed him. Lin Xian's figure flickered and flew into the distance. The people of the 9-star immortal platforms were anxiously waiting. Today, their hall master and the experts of the primal chaos race went to capture Lin Wudi. They didn't know what the result was. Suddenly, they saw the people of the 9-star immortal platforms running back frantically. In fact, even their hall master's face was filled with fear. "Quickly activate the Peerless Formation. Block it with all your strength, hall master." What happened? Did a Peerless the Arch come? Was it the primal chaos race that refused to stop? These people were puzzled as they moved. However, no one answered them. In the next moment, a shocking power surged out, and the Peerless Formation instantly shattered. The surrounding people all vomited blood and were sent flying. Among them, many people turned into blood mist. The remaining people knelt on the ground, their faces filled with shock. Was a heavenly god descending? This power was simply too terrifying. Soon, they saw a figure descending from the sky. It was a man who emitted a mysterious aura. He was extraordinary. He was like a god. After he arrived, his gaze swept across everyone. Everyone was so frightened that they almost fainted. They couldn't withstand a single gaze. Even those elders and sacred ancestors couldn't resist it. Who was this person? It was too terrifying. When did they, the 9-star immortal platforms, offend such an existence? The Hall Master of the 9-star immortal platforms was trembling in fear. Senior Quasi-Emperor, please forgive us this once. As he spoke, he crawled on the ground. Quasi-Emperor, the pupils of the surrounding people shrank when they heard this. They, the immortal platforms, had offended a Quasi-Emperor. They were about to die from fear. Now you know fear? What choice did you make previously? Lin Xian was a guest you invited, right? In the end, not only did you not protect him, you even plotted against him. You want to kill him? Is it wrong for me to punish you now? The 9-star Hall Master didn't dare to speak. Those elders were also frightened. Since you didn't do anything wrong, go to hell and repent. At this point, a murderous intent appeared on Lin Xian's body. The faces of the surrounding people changed. No, before they could say anything, a huge hand had already slapped over. The 9-star Hall Master's body was instantly torn into pieces. Those elders beside him were also torn apart, turning into a sea of blood. The remaining people all knelt down. That was their Hall Master. There were also some extremely terrifying elders, but they were all annihilated by a single palm. They couldn't resist at all. If the other party wanted to destroy their 9-star immortal platforms, it was probably just a matter of waving his hand. Lin Xian looked ahead at the frightened 9-star immortal platform, his eyes still flashing with cold killing intent. The people of the 9-star immortal platform were incomparably terrified. Even their Hall Master was dead, who could resist? At this time, an old man walked out from under the ground. This old man was very old, he was a living fossil of the 9-star immortal platform. After he came out, he said in a low voice, "Senior, please spare our lives, we immortal platform will not dare to do it again." Lin Xian snorted coldly, "This is a warning to you all. If there is a next time, I will turn the 9-star immortal platform into ashes." He did not continue to attack, because he felt that his soul had reached a limit. He could no longer control the corpse of this Quasi-Emperor. However, he felt that it was about time. He killed more than 10 sacred lords in one move, and now he killed an immortal platform Hall Master, making an immortal platform bow down to him. It was enough to intimidate the entire ancient city. Therefore, Lin Xian snorted coldly, he soared into the sky and disappeared. Above the 9 heavens, Lin Xian opened the sword world. He walked in. After entering, his soul flew out. After entering the main body, Lin Xian's face became incomparably pale. His right eye was already closed. This time, using the power of reincarnation consumed a lot of his soul. Lin Xian was there, using the power of the sword world to repair his soul. Gradually, his face softened a little. The Hellfire Dragon flew out and asked, "How is it?" Lin Xian said, "I have intimidated them for a short time, but it is not over. If someone fully recovered and had an extreme weapon, it would probably be another big battle. Of course, I am worried about another thing. That is the Quasi-Emperor of the Primal Chaos race." The Hellfire Dragon also took a deep breath. If the Primal Chaos race really had a Quasi-Emperor, then it would be troublesome. Although Lin Xian could control the Quasi-Emperor's body now, he could only use its power. Its laws and cultivation could not be used. However, a living Quasi-Emperor was different. You simply couldn't contend against them. Indeed, Lin Xian was able to contend against Quasi-Emperor 9 Firmaments earlier because Quasi-Emperor 9 Firmaments had just broken the seal and did not have much power. However, the boundary emperors of the Primal Chaos race were different. They should be existences like Lord 9 Wine. Even if Lin Xian possessed the corpse of a Quasi-Emperor, he would not be able to completely contend against it. However, if the other party wanted to kill him, it would not be so easy. After all, Lin Xian also had many trump cards. Lin Xian returned to the Starfall Immortal platform. Upon seeing Lin Xian's return, the Hall Masters and Elders all heaved a sigh of relief. Morong Qingqing and the others also walked over and said, "Brother Xian, it's great that you're fine." They were also extremely worried before. This news spread throughout the Yuhua ancient city. Everyone was shocked, especially the scene of the 9-star immortal platform. When they found out, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9-star Hall Lord actually died? This was simply too unbelievable. The other Immortal Foundation experts felt their scalps turning numb. That was the Lord of the Immortal Platform, but he was killed by someone. Perhaps now, no one would dare to make a move against Lin Xian. On the other side, the people of the Primal Chaos race gritted their teeth. Hun Tian's face was gloomy. Damn it, why would this quasi-emperor help Lin Wuti? He was about to go crazy with anger. Previously, he had called the divine ancestor of the Primal Chaos race to join forces with others to attack. However, the result was completely out of his expectations. On the other side, the people of the Purple Mansion also walked over with gloomy expressions. The Purple Mansion master said, "Do you think it's possible that it's not a living quasi-emperor at all? It's the corpse of the quasi-emperor controlled by Lin Wuti." As soon as these words came out, Hun Tian's face changed. This was impossible, right? However, the elder of the Primal Chaos race had a grave expression. He said, "We also have this suspicion. After all, they have seen a real quasi-emperor before. It was their ancestor." The other party's aura was enough to make them panic. The aura was much more terrifying than the previous quasi-emperor. Moreover, the previous quasi-emperor only used the power of his physique. He did not use any laws or divine abilities at all. They definitely had this suspicion. Lin Wuti actually controlled the corpse of a quasi-emperor. No wonder he could obtain the longevity lamp. Damn it. The people of the Purple Mansion gritted their teeth. The people of the Primal Chaos race laughed. So what, no matter how strong he is not a real quasi-emperor. In that case, it seems that we have to ask the ancestor to help. Quickly send the news to the ancestor. A quasi-emperor's corpse is very precious. They knew. If their ancestor obtained it, then their ancestor might be able to use it to break through. Thinking of this, they were extremely excited. On the other side, the people of the Origin Magnetic Immortal Platform were also terrified. Their ancestor had appeared and taught them a lesson. They did not dare to be arrogant anymore. However, on this day, a figure descended. "Who are you?" The people of the Origin Magnetic Immortal Platform blocked the way. The figure was dressed in cotton clothes. The corners of his mouth curled up as he spoke. "I want to see the palace master of your immortal platform. My name is Yao Guang." Hearing this name, the people of the Origin Magnetic Immortal Platform narrowed their eyes. They were no stranger to this name. This was because this was a young powerhouse who cultivated a forbidden martial art, the demonic sky-devouring skill. Why was he looking for him? They did not dare to be careless and invited him in. The palace master of the immortal platform also walked out. The palace master frowned. "I wonder why Prince Yao Guang is looking for me." Yao Guang smiled indifferently. "I know you are afraid of my cultivation technique. Don't worry, I am not here to devour you today. I'm here to ask you something. Don't you want your ancestor's corpse back?" Ancestor's corpse? What did he mean? The Origin Magnetic Palace Master frowned. Yao Guang said. It was very simple. The Origin Magnetic Quasi-Emperor who appeared was already dead. His corpse was controlled by someone else. What? The Origin Magnetic Palace Master was shocked. The other elders exclaimed. In the next moment, their eyes narrowed. You are saying that Lin Wuti is controlling our ancestor's corpse? That's right. Yao Guang nodded. Damn it. The surrounding people roared. I was wondering why their voices were so familiar. That's right, why would our ancestor help an outsider? Everything made sense now. That is your ancestor. Would you allow him to be in the hands of an outsider? Besides, how valuable is a quasi-emperor's corpse? I think you should understand. Hearing Yao Guang's words, those people clenched their fists. However, some of the elders sighed. So what, since he can already control the quasi-emperor's corpse, we can't do anything about it. Unless we can fully recover our extreme weapons. However, Lin Wuti also has an extreme weapon in his hands. Yao Guang smiled. No matter, the quasi-emperor's body is not that easy to control. I estimate that he can only control it once. He won't be able to control it a second time in a short time. Therefore, he is at his weakest now. If we make a move now, we can definitely take his life. The eyes of the people on the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform flickered. This might be an opportunity. Why are you helping us? The Origin Magnetic Palace Master asked. Yao Guang smiled. Lin Wudi is my enemy. If he dies, I will have one less enemy. As soon as he said this, everyone believed him. However, there was another reason that Yao Guang didn't mention. There was a Boundary Emperor's soul in his body and he needed a body. If he could get a Boundary Emperor's body, he would become a new Boundary Emperor after fusing with his soul. This was an extremely terrifying existence. After walking out of the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform, Yao Guang's face darkened. You won't kill me after you get it, right? Why would I? You think too much. Boundary Emperor 9 Firmament's remnant soul said. I'm not sure if I can fuse with that body. Even if I do, I only have a 30% chance of success. If I don't succeed, I will find another body. Actually, I can give you this Boundary Emperor's body. If you swallow it, your strength will increase greatly. What I want more is Lin Wudi's body. Boundary Emperor 9 Firmament's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Although the Boundary Emperor's body was powerful, it was still a Boundary Emperor. It would definitely reject his soul. As a young supreme being, Lin Xian's cultivation level wasn't that terrifying. If he could grow again, that was what he wanted the most. Where should we go next? Yao Guang asked. Boundary Emperor 9 Firmament thought for a while and said, let's go to the Purple Mansion. We have to borrow their strength. Didn't you look down on the Purple Mansion? Yao Guang frowned. Boundary Emperor 9 Firmament said, that was then and this is now. I am no longer in my peak state. Moreover, the Purple Mansion isn't that bad. Let me tell you a secret. There is a Triple Crown King in the Purple Mansion. Yao Guang's eyes narrowed. The Double Crown King was already able to fight against the Divine Ancestor. How terrifying would the Triple Crown King be? Moreover, he didn't know about this before. The Triple Crown King isn't from this era. He has been in hibernation for many years. Alright, let's go to the Purple Mansion. Yao Guang's side moved quickly. On the other side, the people on the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform also moved. They went to the Nebula Immortal platform and asked to see Lin Xian. As for the excuse, it was very simple. They wanted to ask about the Magnetism Quasi-Emperor. After all, he was the old ancestor of the other party. Thus, the Nebula Immortal platform couldn't reject him. After they asked Lin Xian, they let the Origin Magnetism Hall Master and the others in. Lin Xian sat there and looked at the people from Origin Magnetic Immortal Palace with a smile on his face. In his opinion, these people should not dare to be presumptuous. The Elemental Magnet Palace Master said, Lin Gongzi, where is our old ancestor? Please hand it over. Lin Xian frowned. What do you mean? Our goal this time is very simple. We just want to take away the old ancestor's corpse. A corpse? Lin Yuan's face darkened as he asked coldly, who told you that? Lin Gongzi didn't need to know about this. We already know the truth, so please hand over the corpse of our ancestor. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Lin Xian sneered. Why aren't you being polite? For the old ancestor, we are willing to sacrifice everything. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. The people from the Nebula Immortal platform were also shocked. They didn't expect the Origin Magnetic Immortal platform to be so daring. One had to know that Lin Xian had just killed a Hall Master and more than 10 Holy Lords. Who gave him the courage? The Origin Magnetic Hall Master said, Lin Gongzi doesn't need to threaten us. A Quasi-Emperor's corpse isn't so easy to use. How many times can young master use it? Young master, think about it carefully. Why do you need another enemy? The Origin Magnetic Hall Master sneered and turned to leave. He wasn't in a hurry. He knew that the Quasi-Emperor's corpse would be his sooner or later. Looking at the Origin Magnetic Hall Master's back view, Lin Xian's face turned cold. Yan Ruyu walked over and said, the situation doesn't look good. Lin Xian frowned and asked, where's Qingqing? Yan Ruyu said she was accompanying Qiu'er. Lin Xian nodded. It seems like someone has discovered my secret. On the other side, Black Mountain also walked over. I can feel a few powerful auras descending. Evidently, these people aren't giving up. They are mobilizing forces from outside. Are there a lot of people? Lin Xian asked. Black Mountain said, with our heavenly court's current strength, even if a few more sacred lords come, we can still contend against them. However, if a quasi-emperor from the primal chaos race comes, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything. Moreover, if a quasi-emperor makes a move, things will be different. Not only does he want to kill you, but he also wants the quasi-emperor's corpse and the longevity lamp. Lin Xian's expression turned grave after hearing this. He had many enemies. The emperor race, the clan of the ancients, and now he had provoked a quasi-emperor. If these people gathered together, it would be a terrifying force. Moreover, although he had the great dragon sword soul and an extreme weapon, they could also gather together. However, the other party could also condense it, so he had to find a new power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian sent a message to Lord Alcohol. Perhaps he had to ask Lord Alcohol to come out this time. Next, the entire Yuhua ancient city became extremely tense. Countless figures descended from the sky. There were dragon race experts who covered the sky and earth. There were destiny race experts who formed good and evil statues. There were also primal chaos race experts who seemed to be splitting the sky and earth. Purple mansion race experts and golden crow race experts came one after another. They gathered in the ancient city. More importantly, these people joined forces and headed towards the Nebula Immortal platform. At this moment, the Nebula Immortal platform shook violently. Countless cracks appeared in the sky. The faces of the people below became extremely ugly. Those elders hurriedly activated the array formation. It was a peerless array formation to protect them. However, they still felt the pressure. It was as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on their heads. It caused their souls to sway. Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others looked nervous. Black Mountain's expression was also extremely solemn. He said, I also feel the pressure. This pressure didn't come from the other sacred lords. He didn't say anything else. However, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. It came from the sacred lords. Only a quasi-emperor could give Black Mountain pressure. It seemed that the quasi-emperor of the primal chaos race had arrived. Everyone in the ancient city was shocked when they sensed this aura. It was the aura of another quasi-emperor. Heavens, this time Lin Wudi was really going to die. However, people like the 10,000 Dragons Court and the Twins of Destiny were overjoyed. With a quasi-emperor standing behind them, they would definitely be safe. The dark clouds in the sky pressed down on the city. Even the peerless array formation of the immortal platform was shattered. The palaces and pavilions below were shattered. Those elders vomited blood and retreated. Lin Xian was also on guard. His face was pale. However, his figure was as straight as a divine sword. He looked up at the sky and said coldly, a few days ago, you were beaten by me like stray dogs. Now, even if you join forces, you won't be my match. Get lost. Let your true experts come and talk to me. The surrounding people were stunned. Who would dare to speak so arrogantly in the face of such a terrifying sage? However, Lin Xian dared to. Even the other experts and sacred leaders could not refute him. They knew that Lin Xian had a trump card that allowed him to control the Boundary Emperor's corpse. Therefore, they did not make a move. Instead, they respectfully opened up a path for him. In the next moment, an old man walked out from the void. This old man had a sage-like demeanor, as if he was an old immortal. As soon as he appeared, a vast emperor's aura swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Countless people prostrated themselves on the ground. The power of a boundary emperor was definitely unparalleled. It was something that they could not fight against. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect a boundary emperor to really come. Not good. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others' faces turned ugly. Even Black Mountain's expression was solemn. The Nebula Immortal Palace was in complete despair. They could not fight against such power. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He also felt a great pressure. Was the Boundary Emperor really here? It seemed that the situation had become difficult. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he remained standing in the void. An endless vortex appeared beside him. It devoured the heavens and the earth to resist the Boundary Emperor's power. The heaven-devouring jar appeared. At the same time, Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also rose into the air. How dare you help her? When the Purple Mansion Master saw Shen Jingqiu, he immediately snorted. He slashed out. The purple divine sword seemed to have turned into a purple lightning bolt. It instantly slashed towards Shen Jingqiu. It was the power of a sacred leader. Shen Jingqiu did not dare to be careless. She snorted. A terrifying vortex appeared behind her. A figure appeared in the vortex. With Tianyin, it resisted the sword. With a clang, it was shaken until its blood boiled and its face turned pale. At this moment, the experts of the Thousand Dragon Court also attacked. A dragon claw covered the sky and the earth. It was like thousands of mountains descending from the sky. Black Mountain also attacked. The southern heavens gate suppressed. The two collided, causing an endless storm. The two sides were evenly matched. However, everyone knew that Lin Xian's side was doomed. This was because the other party had a true quasi-emperor. Sure enough, the quasi-emperor of the Hundan tribe spoke in the next moment. He looked ahead and said, "You're Lin Xian? Come back with me obediently, and I can spare your life." As soon as these words were spoken, countless people were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. Go back with you? Would he still have a chance to live? Don't you just want the quasi-emperor corpse and the longevity lamp? He made it sound so dignified. Young man, there are some things that cannot be said. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. The quasi-emperor's voice contained a trace of cold killing intent. The void around Lin Xian crumbled and cracked. Even Lin Xian felt an endless impact. Many of the surrounding black vortexes had collapsed and cracks had appeared. Lin Xian's expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth. I'm thinking. Should I use the physique of a quasi-emperor or take out the great dragon sword to fight? However, at this moment, a voice also came from the sky. Why is a quasi-emperor so shameless? He doesn't even care about his face anymore. As soon as the voice came out, a terrifying vortex appeared and swept across heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked and looked up at the sky. They saw a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe appear in the sky. The man's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he was wearing a Taoist robe and holding a wine gourd in his hand. He was unusually handsome, like the wine sword immortal. It's him. Some people's pupils shrank when they saw him. Is this the quasi-emperor behind Lin Xian? They didn't expect him to come too. Two quasi-emperors appeared at the same time. This scene would be a fierce battle. Who would win and who would lose? Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. He had sent a message to Lord Alcohol earlier, but he didn't expect him to come at the critical moment. Devouring sword. The wine sword immortal. The Hundan quasi-emperor also frowned. He didn't expect this quasi-emperor to be so extraordinary. He was the successor of the devouring sword of the 5 swords of the world. Do you want to protect him? The Hundan quasi-emperor said coldly. Lord Alcohol said, do you want to fight? You'll have to get past me first. As his voice fell, a black devouring sword light swept across heaven and earth as if it was going to devour everything. The Hundan quasi-emperor also released a terrifying chaotic aura. One was devouring everything, while the other was creating a new world. The two forces could be said to be polar opposites. They clashed in the sky and swept through everything. Everyone was forced to retreat and hide behind the two quasi-emperors. Our Hundan tribe is not something you can imagine. If you want to protect him, sure. Let him hand over the quasi-emperor corpse and the longevity lamp. And hand over the heaven-devouring jar. In this way, I can spare his life and let him continue to live. The others' expressions changed. Whether it was the quasi-emperor corpse, the longevity lamp, or the heaven-devouring jar, they were all supreme treasures. How could Lin Xian agree when the other party wanted all of them? As expected, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Impossible, stop dreaming. You heard it. I gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it, so don't blame me. The Hundan quasi-emperor walked out. Lord Alcohol also frowned. If you dare to attack him, I'll kill all of your Hundan tribe. Don't doubt my words, I'll do what I say. Moreover, you, a quasi-emperor, actually want the treasures of a junior. Don't you feel ashamed? He obtained these things himself. This is his opportunity. You have no right to snatch it. Is that so? The auras of the two quasi-emperors became more and more terrifying, and the surrounding people couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, the two quasi-emperors had arrived above the 9 heavens. They were like two gods confronting each other. Everyone could only feel the terrifying aura coming from the sky. Their scalps went numb. However, at this moment, the Z Mansion master sneered and stared at Xianxia. Hand over your taboo martial arts, or don't blame us for being impolite. He charged over. Xianxia snorted and attacked. The two sides engaged in a great battle. Xianxia was suppressed. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty also stared at Lin Xian. You killed our prince, today is the day you die. Buzz, buzz, in an instant, these people charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he swept his long sword across. As the Sword of Origin returned, a terrifying aura swept across the area. The other experts. The Destiny Tribe, the Golden Crow Tribe, and the Purple Mansion Realm experts. In addition, the experts of the Magnetic Immortal Foundation all walked over. They wanted to attack together. This time, with the Hundun Quasi-Emperor, they didn't have any scruples. On the other side, Black Mountain walked over. He ordered the experts of the Heavenly Court. The Nebula Hall Master also rose into the sky with the experts of the Nebula Immortal Foundation. Who dared to touch him? With a command, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. Is that so? Is the Nebula Immortal Foundation very impressive? Then what about the Gu family? Gu Feng also brought people over. At this moment, the Gu family was completely opposite Lin Xian. They had become enemies. Apart from that, the Fire Qilin clan had also arrived. They had brought 10,000 flames with them. Countless people were shocked. It was another emperor clan. Oh heavens, how many enemies did Lin Wudi provoke? Lin Xian's expression was extremely ugly. Was the Fire Qilin clan finally going to make a move? Damn the Qilin clan. Kuanping Z retreated into the distance. The Kuanping clan would only be spectators this time and would not participate in the battle. On the other side, Yi Wudao walked out and stood on Lin Xian's side. The experts of the Yi clan also walked out. At the same time, the experts of the Dao sect in Saint Origin City arrived. The 4 ancestors of the Dao sect descended from the sky. Even the divine generals of the Saint Origin Tower had arrived. They all chose to support Lin Xian. We're here too. The Crimson Dragon is here too. They brought countless experts of the Dragon Clan with them. The Dragon Clan in the entire universe was now divided into 2 factions. One faction supported the Thousand Dragon Court, while the other faction supported the Crimson Dragon, Lin Xian, and the others. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon had brought the other half of his strength over. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court had extremely ugly expressions. Damn it, we're the ancestors of the Dragon Clan. You should have betrayed the Dragon Clan. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Who made this rule? You're the Orthodox Dragon Clan? Hurry up and submit. The strength of both sides was getting stronger and the atmosphere was getting more and more tense. The battle was about to erupt. At this moment, a devouring sword light slashed down from the sky and directly cut through heaven and earth. It formed a black crack, blocking everyone's path. Who dares to attack him? Lord Alcohol's cold voice sounded. The sacred lords below felt their scalps go numb. They would definitely die if they were targeted by a quasi-emperor. Now, they could only place their hopes on quasi-emperor Han Tian. However, the 2 quasi-emperors were evenly matched. It would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Little guy, give me the heaven-devouring jar. At this moment, Lord Alcohol spoke. Lin Xian threw out the heaven-devouring jar. After Lord Alcohol obtained it, he used the devouring sword and the heaven-devouring jar. In an instant, the sky completely darkened. The terrifying vortex caused many people to cry out in alarm. Some people were instantly swallowed. Damn it, are you courting death? The primal chaos quasi-emperor was thoroughly enraged. The Thousand Dragon Court also spoke. Senior, take the extreme Dao weapon. They were also anxious as they took the 10,000 dragons diagram. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor had borrowed the power of the 10,000 dragons diagram to resist the sky-swallowing jar. The two sides were once again in a stalemate. On the Gu family's side, Gu Feng held the void mirror in his hand, his eyes flashing with killing intent. However, Leaf Dao Denier had also brought the heaven and earth cauldron. Lin Xian took a deep breath when he saw that the other extreme weapons were about to awaken. He opened the sword world, and a corpse flew out. It was the magnetism Quasi-Emperor. Once this Quasi-Emperor's corpse appeared, another terrifying force swept out in all directions. The light of Samsara appeared in Lin Xian's right eye. Controlling the corpse of the magnetism Quasi-Emperor, he punched out. It shook the heavens and earth. Many geniuses in front were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, how dare you! Seeing this, the chaotic Quasi-Emperor's face turned extremely ugly. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? If Lord Alcohol can restrain you, you won't have a chance to deal with me. As for the remaining people, if I risk my life and use the Quasi-Emperor's corpse, let's see how many of you can leave alive. Lin Xian's words made everyone's hair stand on end. However, the Purple Mansion Realm expert snorted coldly. How much soul power do you have? You can use it limitlessly. The Quasi-Emperor's corpse? What a joke. Lin Xian snorted coldly. My soul power is indeed not much. However, it's not a problem for me to kill a few sacred masters. Who would be willing to be the first to die? His Rinnegan swept in all directions. Everyone was terrified. Indeed, the other party could not kill everyone. However, the other party could definitely kill the first few people. Therefore, for a moment, no one was willing to make a move. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he laughed out loud. What alliance, what experts? You're just a bunch of cowardly fools. Didn't you guys say that you wanted to kill me? I'm standing here. Why? Don't you dare to make a move? The sacred ancestors' faces were also incomparably pale. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor in the sky descended from the sky. An intense light burst out from his eyes as he charged towards Lin Xian. However, it was also time for the two sides to confront each other again. Stop. You guys won't succeed today. Lord Alcohol shook his head and said. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor's face became incomparably ugly. Indeed, he felt a sense of danger. Now that the other party had an additional Quasi-Emperor's corpse, it would be difficult to deal with him. However, he had come with supreme power. If he retreated just like that, it would be a slap to his face. Where would he put his face in the future? Therefore, he would not leave easily. Lin Xian walked out and said as he looked ahead. Hun Tian, this matter started because of me. Now, are you going to end it in our hands? Let's have a one-on-one battle. Do you dare? Hun Tian's face also turned cold. He did not say a word. Lin Xian sneered. Why? You don't dare? Forget it if you don't dare. I thought you were a man, but now it seems that you're just SOSO. From now on, you're not worthy of being my opponent. What did you say? Hun Tian gritted his teeth and roared. How dare you look down on me? Lin Xian sneered. Why? Am I wrong? You don't even have the courage to fight with me. After saying that, he looked at the Chaos Quasi-Emperor and sneered. I finally know why you're in such a hurry to kill me. It's because your Chaos tribe has no successor. You don't have anyone who can fight. Young man, don't be too arrogant. The geniuses of our Chaos tribe are beyond your imagination. Is that so? Then let him come out and fight. Now, everyone in the world is watching. Lord Alcohol also said. If you don't dare to admit it directly, we can spare your life. After the others saw this, they also began to discuss. The people of the Starfall Immortal platform said, Hun Tian won't dare, right? I think it's possible. I heard that he lost to Lin Wudi previously. It seems that there is a gap between them. In the future, Lin Wudi will definitely dominate the world. Hearing these words, Hun Tian's face became incomparably ugly. He turned his head to look at Hun Tian and said, Tian, attack. I believe in you. Hun Tian's face was ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Old ancestor, it's not that I don't want to attack, but that kid has too many trump cards. He has a boundary emperor corpse and an extreme weapon. If he uses such power, I won't be able to resist at all. You don't have to worry about this. The two of us will set up a space where the boundary emperor corpse is not allowed to be used. We won't be allowed to use extreme weapons like the heaven-devouring jar. Everything will depend on our own strength. You don't have to worry anymore, right? Han Tian gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to find some excuses, but now it seemed that he had no way out. He could only fight. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Then let's fight. Han Tian walked out. At this point, he had no choice but to fight. The law of primal chaos on his body condensed into a battle suit, making him look extraordinarily mighty. He walked over step by step with a vast power, shocking the surrounding people. Although Han Tian lost this time, his opponent was still the double champion. He was still a terrifying existence. The others retreated one after another. They took a deep breath, wondering who would win this battle. I think Lin Wudi is stronger. Someone said. After all, he defeated Han Tian last time. Some people shook their heads. That might not be the case. You all know that Lin Wudi has an extreme weapon. Last time, he might have defeated Han Tian with an extreme weapon. However, this time, he was not allowed to use weapons. He had to rely on his own strength. Lin Wudi might not be able to win. Lin Xian looked ahead with a calm gaze and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You still dare to come out and fight with me? At least you have some courage. You are not that useless. Come on, let's settle our grudges with this battle. Han Tian shouted coldly. I was careless last time. This time, I won't lose to you again. As he spoke, he slapped out with his palm. The primal chaos palm illuminated the sky and swept forward. A terrifying killing intent surged out. Heaven and earth kept shattering. What a terrifying power. Was this the double champion? At this moment, even the sacred leaders were moved. Such a person was already qualified to compete with them. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. Terrifying flames appeared on his body. The nine-yang divine body released a terrifying radiance as if he had turned into a god of war. He punched out with a force that could split the sky. At the same time, he slashed out with his left hand. With a vast light, it turned into a giant dragon that descended from the sky. The two collided and shook incomparably. The primal chaos palm shattered. Han Tian was furious. He formed a seal with his palm. The primal chaos seal, the seal had the power to overturn heaven and earth. The momentum of this attack was so great that it shook everyone's hearts. Lin Xian waved his sword. Terrifying sword chi surged out and swept across heaven and earth. The two collided and shook incomparably. Han Tian was suppressed. You can't do it, Lin Xian said coldly. The primal chaos quasi-emperor in the sky had an extremely cold expression. Damn it, was this Lin Wudi more terrifying than their double champion? He said coldly. Tianer, show me your true power. Yes, ancestor, I understand. Han Tian was also brimming with killing intent. He waved his hands and a terrifying chaos pagoda appeared, shaking the nine heavens. The primal chaos treasure pagoda opened up heaven and earth, suppressing the sword energy. Heaven overflowing radiance engulfed that place. Countless people were shocked. This couldn't be right. What kind of divine ability was this, chaos suppressing heaven and earth? Why do I feel a sense of fear? He could even suppress Lin Wudi's sword chi. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian's sword chi was being suppressed, but he wasn't afraid. A mysterious rune appeared in his eyes. After opening the rune again, the terrifying blade of reincarnation slashed forward. With a pu chi sound, Han Tian cried out miserably. His soul was injured again, and blood dyed the sky red. Not good, Han Tian was injured. Countless people exclaimed, and even the pupils of the Chaos Quasi-Emperor shrank. His face was incomparably cold as he stared ahead with murderous intent. The Rinnegan. He gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such magical eyes. Lin Xian looked ahead and said coldly, if this is all you have, then you have lost this battle. His voice spread in all directions, shocking everyone. Damn it, kid, you underestimate me too much. Han Tian roared angrily, and a terrifying chaos rune formed between his eyebrows. It was in the shape of a giant axe, and it directly protected his soul. The next moment, he roared angrily, and endless power erupted from his body. He charged over. He wanted to fight Lin Xian in close combat. Lin Xian fought against him. With a clang, the two shook, and a terrifying aura erupted. One of them had the chaotic body, while the other had the nine-yang divine body. At this moment, when they attacked together, it was really shocking. However, Lin Xian's divine body was being suppressed. Did you see that? My soul has surpassed your nine-yang divine body. I won't lose this battle. Han Tian's eyes regained confidence. Surpassed my physique. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? His fist split open the sky. With a punch, it shook all directions. The two fought again, and gradually, he was no longer suppressed. The flames that filled the sky were terrifying. Everyone was shocked, and even the Chaos Quasi-Emperor's expression changed. Impossible, the nine-yang divine body was definitely not ranked as high as the chaotic body in the starry sky. How could it be a draw? Damn it, why do I feel an astonishing power in his flames? What kind of flames did it fuse with? Lin Xian's nine-yang divine body had indeed fused with the purple sun divine fire, so its power had become extremely terrifying. Now, it could compete with the chaotic body, which was ranked higher than him. At this moment, the terrifying light of reincarnation appeared in Lin Xian's eyes again. With infinite power, he charged forward. Not good. Everyone was terrified. Last time, it was because of this pair of eyes that Han Tian was injured. Would he be able to resist this time? With a clang, Han Tian's body let out an earth-shaking sound. If the giant axe phantom between his eyebrows had blocked this attack, he would have been defeated. Han Tian retreated, his face pale. However, he laughed. Ha 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 ha, kid, did you see that? Do you think I don't have a way to restrain you? You don't understand our reincarnation body at all. Next, I will let you feel despair. He shouted angrily and roared at the sky. His reincarnation body erupted with an unparalleled brilliance. At the same time, a giant axe phantom appeared behind him. This phantom axe soared into the sky from his bloodline, carrying monstrous bloodline runes. Heavens, what is this? Han Tian actually has such power? He actually blocked the Rinnegan. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty were shocked. This should be the super bloodline of the chaotic race. The corners of Zifu's mouth also curled up. Rumor had it that the chaotic race used a divine axe to create heaven and earth. It indeed existed in their bloodline. Han Tian summoned the bloodline divine axe. Then, he held it with both hands and slashed forward. An unparalleled divine power swept out in all directions. At this moment, the world shook and the surroundings kept shattering. The spectators were all shocked. Even the pupils of the sacred lords constricted. They would probably have to retreat from this attack. What is this? Is he going to create heaven and earth? At this moment, Han Tian was too powerful. He was like a supreme god that people could only look up to. The pupils of the heavenly courts people constricted. Morong Qingqing and the others' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Han Tian to have such strength. One had to know that when he was fighting against Lin Xian, Han Tian didn't use this bloodline at all. The other party was hiding his strength. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. He used the demon summoning scripture. A pitch-black demonic shadow also appeared behind him. As soon as the demonic shadow appeared, it also had a trace of Emperor's might that swept in all directions. Everyone felt their hair stand on end again. They looked at Lin Xian with horror. What is this? Lin Xian also has a super bloodline? At this moment, even the people of the Han Dun tribe were stunned. However, the Han Dun quasi-emperor's pupils constricted. No, this isn't the power of the bloodline. This is the power of the earth. He cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture. An extremely terrifying divine light burst out from his eyes as he stared straight ahead. He wanted to see through that demonic figure. However, the demonic figure turned its head slightly, forgetting to come over. With a boom, the Han Dun quasi-emperor felt a piercing pain in his gaze. What's going on? That demonic figure was actually able to counterattack. It was too strange. What other secrets does Lin Xian have, however, he soon snorted. No matter what secrets he had, everything would be over after this battle. He was very confident in his family's bloodline, the divine Fu axe. The bloodline divine axe in the sky slashed down. Lin Xian stood there, and the demonic shadow behind him formed seals with its palms, looking extremely ancient. It slowly raised its hand. At this moment, it was as if a demon god had been resurrected. The black demonic figure covered the sky and charged forward. With a boom, the sky shattered and countless large cracks formed. Even Lord Alcohol was slightly surprised. He frowned as he looked at the demonic figure. However, he didn't say anything. Boom, the bloodline divine axe and the demon god's shadow collided. With a boom, the sky and earth were pierced through. At this moment, everyone felt a shocking power sweeping out in all directions. Oh no, they've gone crazy. No one would be able to survive under this power. However, at this moment, two quasi-emperors took action to stop this aura. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Are they really two young people? At this moment, even the sacred lords felt a chill run down their spines. Who won and who lost? Everyone was paying close attention. Even the two quasi-emperors looked over with rapt attention. In the next moment, the Hun Dun quasi-emperor frowned while Lord Alcohol smiled. Soon, everyone also noticed that the bloodline divine axe in the sky was in a stalemate with the demon god's shadow. The two were evenly matched. Everyone was in an uproar, but the experts of the Hun Dun tribe exclaimed. This is impossible. How can our bloodline divine axe be unable to defeat him? They've all gone crazy. One had to know that the primal chaos tribe had created the world. According to the legends, the ancestor had used a godly axe to split the entire universe into two. Later on, their bloodline gained the power of the godly axe. Now that they had the strongest bloodline, the other party would not die for sure. But the result was unexpected. That demonic shadow actually blocked it. It was unbelievable. Your bloodline power is indeed very strong, but that's it. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he attacked again. Demonic God Seal, one of the palms was incomparably vast. It transformed into the fury of the thunder god and charged forward. With a loud boom, the sky shook from the impact. One of his arms was broken. On the other hand, Lin Xian attacked again. His sword chi was like thunder, connecting into one. Every strike was incomparably terrifying, causing Hun Tian to vomit blood and be sent flying. His body was covered with sword scars. Lin Xian charged forward. Not good, Hun Tian's aura was declining. Some people frowned when they saw this. The faces of the Thousand Dragons dynasty and the Golden Crows turned ugly. In a battle between experts, confidence was very important. Now, Hun Tian's confidence seemed to have been shattered. He was suppressed by Lin Wudi. Indeed, Hun Tian kept vomiting blood and was injured. The people of the Primal Chaos tribe exclaimed. Your Highness, quickly counterattack. Even Hun Dun's expression had become extremely ugly. As for the others, they were amazed. This Lin Wudi was really too powerful. Could it be that he was going to win this battle? Lin Xian snorted. A yin-yang image appeared in his hand, turning into a yin-yang sword and charging forward. The yin-yang sword was incomparably terrifying. It swept through everything. Even the sacred leader felt that his life was in danger. At this critical moment, Hun Tian roared. He waved his hands, and the bloodline axe appeared again. He sent the yin-yang sword flying. In the next moment, he roared into the sky and merged. The bloodline axe merged with his body. In the next moment, Hun Tian changed. All the bones in his body emitted crackling sounds, and his entire body turned into a giant axe. He stood in the void. Kid, this is my strongest attack. Now, you can see it. You can die with pride. A cold voice came from the giant axe. Everyone's hair stood on end. What happened? Hun Tian turned into a weapon. It was too unbelievable. Even Lord Alcohol frowned when he realized the might of the gigantic axe. It was more powerful than the bloodline axe that he summoned before. It was even more powerful. The Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor laughed. Our Primal Chaos tribe's bloodline is extraordinary, but the most powerful thing is the chaos body. This was the biggest secret of the chaos body. He could unleash the full potential of his bloodline. The power of the divine axe appeared again. That's right. The chaos body had the biggest secret. He had turned into a divine axe that could split heaven and earth. This power had surpassed the demon god's shadow. Everyone was shocked. Lin Wudy was in danger. He couldn't withstand it. Unless he used the heaven-devouring jar. But this battle didn't allow the use of weapons. Could Lin Wudy merge with the demon god's shadow? If it could, its power would increase exponentially as well. Everyone was looking forward to it. Even the people on the Nebula Immortal Plateau were looking forward to it. However, Lin Xian frowned. He could only summon the demon god's shadow, but he couldn't merge with it. Therefore, when he looked ahead, his expression was incomparably solemn. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. Was this the true power of the chaos body? But so what? He roared angrily and charged out. Han Tian, who was at the front, charged over. At this moment, he had turned into a divine axe and chopped down on the demon god's shadow. The demon god's shadow dimmed. Then, it disappeared. Lin Xian also retreated, and a terrifying crack appeared on his body. His internal organs were exposed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely pale. He was injured, countless people exclaimed. Lin Wudy was finally injured. His 9-yang divine body was broken. Everyone was shocked. Brother Xian. Morong Qingqing and the others exclaimed. Yan Ruyu, He Shan, and the others' faces became extremely grave. Was Lin Xian going to lose? He was no match for Lin Wudy. The people of the Purple Mansion laughed. The Golden Crow clan and the Twins of Destiny sneered. Lin Wudy was finally going to die this time. Their peerless enemy was going to enter the 18 levels of hell. The people of the Thousand Dragons Court also looked extremely grave. The chaos body was indeed strong. If their prince hadn't died, they probably would have been able to sweep through everything from the beginning until now. Thinking of this, they sighed. Lin Wudy should die. It would be best if he died, they gritted their teeth. Han Tian flew over again. He turned into a giant axe and said coldly. Do you still think that you are my match? This time, I will cleave you in half and let you fall completely. His giant axe released a monstrous divine power, and then it exploded and slashed again. Everyone's hair stood on end in the face of this axe. Lin Wudy couldn't block it at all. Was he going to die? This was a young supreme being who had the potential to become a great emperor. But now, he had fallen. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian roared. He didn't use the demon summoning scripture. Instead, he used the Rinnegan with all his strength. The Rinnegan eye kept spinning as if it was drawing the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, endless runes flew out and formed a terrifying 6 paths world. The world shook, and the sky was about to shatter. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. Lin Wudy didn't fuse with the demon god's shadow. It was useless. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor sneered. After using his strongest physique and turning into the Chaos Divine Axe, all soul attacks couldn't hurt him. However, Lord Alcohol was looking forward to it. Could it be that this little guy wanted to use that thing, but it was too much for him to only have one eye? He was also worried for Lin Xian. Lin Xian's Rinnegan was becoming more and more mysterious. The Rinnegan runes on it kept spinning. Then, a ray of light flew out. As soon as this ray of light appeared, the world shattered. Even the divine axe in the Sky Palace stopped. It kept shaking. What was this? Han Tian's expression changed. Damn it. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be a threat to him. He attacked with all his strength. However, it was too late. Lin Xian's Rinnegan had completely erupted. The Rinnegan light condensed between heaven and earth, then turned into an illusion. It was as if it had crossed the ancient time and space, causing the whole world to collapse. The surrounding people were also sent flying. Their faces were full of shock. It was a sword. Finally, a divine ancestor exclaimed. Lin Wudy had used a sword. What sword was it? They were extremely shocked. The sword seemed to be formed by 6 connected worlds. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone felt that their souls were about to be reincarnated. The purple mansion master's face was pale. She said in horror. Could it be the reincarnation sword? Her voice was trembling. When the others heard this, they were even more dumbfounded. What? The reincarnation sword of the 5 swords of the world? It wasn't broken long ago. 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's elder exclaimed. That was impossible. The experts of the Kuanping clan gasped. Lin Wuti had Rinnegan in one of his eyes. Legend has it that the Rinnegan and the Samsara sword have a mysterious connection. Rinnegan can summon the Samsara sword. Kuanpingzi was shocked. The other party had actually summoned the Samsara sword. Fire Qilan's pupils also shrank. Lin Wuti had the dragon sword soul, and his combat power was far superior to others. Could he summon the Samsara sword now? 2 of the 5 swords of the world were related to him. Furthermore, the devouring sword was a quasi-emperor from the other side. This Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. Although the Samsara sword was only an illusion, it had indeed been summoned. He collided with the giant axe. The giant axe kept shaking, but in the end, it did not fall. Instead, it was sent flying. The next moment, the Samsara sword disappeared, and the giant axe was also sent flying. The 2 of them separated once again. Between them was an incomparably terrifying great cosmic rift. It was blocked. Lin Wuti really blocked it. Countless people were shocked. The people of the Hundun tribe were stunned. The Hundun quasi-emperor's face became extremely solemn. He stared at Lin Xian. On the other side, the Jiaoshao quasi-emperor in Yao Guang's mind was roaring crazily. I must get this body, you, help me get this body, and I will give you anything you want. He had truly gone mad because he desperately wanted to obtain every single treasure on Lin Xian's body. Puff, Han Tian, who was opposite him, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. He transformed from the giant axe into his human form again and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The Samsara sword just now had injured him. At that moment, he seemed to have entered the cycle of reincarnation for thousands of years, causing his soul to be severely injured. If he had not used his strongest Hundun body and divine axe bloodline just now, he would have died long ago. But even so, he was seriously injured. Lin Xian's situation was not good either. His right eye was tightly shut. There was even a line of blood tears on it. Obviously, using the Rinnegan to summon the Samsara sword was beyond his endurance. He probably would not be able to use the Rinnegan again in a short period of time. Everyone was shocked. Both of them were seriously injured. So the outcome was not certain. The Hundun quasi-emperor shouted coldly. This is your chance, use the Chaos Divine Axe again and kill him. He now felt a sense of crisis. Although he was a quasi-emperor, he felt that Lin Xian might be a threat to him. Han Tian also took a deep breath. He also knew that the other party's Rinnegan could no longer be used. This was the best opportunity to kill the other party. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to kill him in the future. He roared angrily, and his bloodline burned. He transformed into the Chaos Divine Axe again, and a terrifying aura erupted. Everyone was shocked. God, Han Tian was going all out. He was burning his bloodline. Even if he won this battle, he would be seriously injured. It seemed that Lin Wuti was really too dangerous. Han Tian did not hesitate to damage his foundation to kill the other party. This time, Lin Wuti did not have the Rinnegan or the demon god's phantom. Would he be able to withstand it? He was dead meat. Fire Qilan sneered. Kuanpingzi also shook his head. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu were also extremely nervous. Lin Xian laughed. Are you going all out? It seems that you have no more moves left. Next, the one who will be defeated will be you. Han Tian sneered. You are still so stubborn even when you are about to die. Show me what else you have. He roared angrily and attacked again. The reincarnation divine axe slashed down, splitting the sky and earth. Lin Xian used Shadowless Heaven's net and dodged instantly. He had a pair of black wings on his back, which made his speed even faster. Do you only know how to dodge now? This means that your path has come to an end. Let me end you. Han Tian regained his confidence. His opponent did not dare to fight against him, which meant that his opportunity had finally arrived. The others also had the same thought. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think that your Chaos Divine Axe is powerful? Today, let me show you what it means to be unparalleled in the world. As soon as his voice fell, the sound of a dragon rang out from Lin Xian's body. At this moment, everyone's soul shook and their blood boiled. Even the people from the Thousand Dragon Imperial Court turned pale. Damn it, this sound, could it be? On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and the others laughed. The dragon experts behind him were excited. This was a dragon soul, a great dragon soul. Morong Qingqing and the others were also happy. Could it be that Brother Xian was going to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul? That's right, the Great Dragon Sword Soul rushed out and merged with Lin Xian's body. At this moment, Lin Xian's sword energy soared into the sky. He seemed to have turned into a divine sword. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god. He swept in all directions and merged with the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Man and sword as one, Lin Xian looked ahead and said. Let me tell you what the strongest attack is. Lin Xian's sonorous voice spread all around. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. The strongest attack? How dare he say that? However, they did feel the invincible power in Lin Xian's body. Kill, Han Tian roared angrily. The chaotic aura on his body bloomed and turned into the chaotic divine axe. He slashed down again. His aura was stronger than before. He was already burning his bloodline. Lin Xian snorted. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a giant dragon. He also attacked aggressively. Man and sword as one. The sword swept across, destroying heaven and earth. The two collided, and the vast divine power spread out in all directions. The surrounding people were shocked and vomited blood. Oh heavens, he blocked it. He really blocked it. This Lin Wudi actually had such power. This should be the legendary Great Dragon Sword. Although it was only a sword soul, it was still terrifying. Lin Xian was too unusual. He summoned the reincarnation sword and had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. These were two of the 5 swords in the world. Moreover, the Great Dragon Sword was an unparalleled saint art. It was absolutely terrifying. The two sides fought fiercely. Han Tian felt the sharp aura and his scalp tingled. He roared angrily. This was his last chance. He would never allow himself to be defeated again. The divine axe swept through everything in its path. Lin Xian snorted. He turned into a dragon-shaped sword intent and swept across all directions. He slashed out with the sword, and a terrifying aura bloomed on it. What kind of sword technique was this? It must be a Thearcha's divine ability. Countless people exclaimed because they found this sword technique too strange. Like a ghost, he suddenly appeared behind Han Tian. It was aimed at Han Tian's vital parts. After Lin Xian became one with the sword, he performed the Shura sword technique. He slashed out with the sword. It was a sure kill divine skill. Han Tian felt the danger. The divine axe aimed at the back of the exhibition area. It set off monstrous laws. With a boom, he was sent flying and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Lin Xian laughed coldly. You're no match for me in terms of attack power. The more Lin Xian fought, the braver he became. His Great Dragon Sword Soul had reached perfection. The surrounding people were all stunned. Because they realized that Lin Xian was really too strong. Damn it, how could it be like this? On the other hand, the faces of the Hun Dun tribe turned extremely ugly. Was Han Tian going to lose again? They couldn't bear it. The primal chaos quasi-emperor's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could not help but want to attack. However, Master Jiao, who was at the side, stared at him fixedly. He had no chance at all. Great, Brother Xian has the upper hand. A beautiful smile appeared on Morong Qingqing's face. This smile stunned the surrounding people. Lin Xian let out a dragon roar, and the illusion of 10,000 dragons appeared around him. The people from the dragon clan were also shocked. Damn it, there's something wrong with this brat's bloodline. Why do I sense such a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons? They were shocked. How could they know that Lin Xian had fused with the bloodline of 10,000 dragons and had long possessed the Great Dragon Sword Soul? Therefore, the aura of the Tao of Dragons on his body was incomparable. At this moment, Lin Xian's entire body was blooming with a monstrous light. He seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword. He slashed out with the Azura sword art. This sword was extremely powerful. The sword light in front of everyone's eyes disappeared. Only killing intent filled the sky. The divine axe split open the sky. On the other side, Han Tian also let out an angry roar. He also used his strongest power. Heaven and earth shook. A terrifying light enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, even the sky split open. Was he going to go all out? Everyone was shocked. They knew that the victor would be decided soon. In the next moment, a bolt of divine thunder rang out. Everyone's blood surged and they couldn't stand steadily. They saw the two collide. The light in front of them was like 10 suns that were about to split open. Everyone couldn't see clearly at all. They could only feel the terrifying aura. In the next moment, a miserable scream sounded in front of them. Everyone's scalps went numb. Who was it? Someone must be injured. Was it Han Tian or Lin Wudi? They couldn't be sure at all. The two quasi-emperors' eyes were also bursting with a divine light as they looked ahead. Damn it. Suddenly, the Chaos Quasi-Emperor let out a roar. A pair of chaotic hands grabbed in front of him. He wanted to tear that storm apart. At this moment, a chaotic vortex appeared and blocked the heavenly hands. Lord Alcohol said coldly. How dare you sneak attack a battle between young people? Do you think I don't exist? Damn it, how dare you stop me? Get lost. The Chaos Quasi-Emperor let out an angry roar and punched out with the Chaos Divine Fist. However, the black vortex was extremely terrifying. It swallowed the sky and earth and blocked the attack. Lord Alcohol soared into the sky. His face darkened as he said coldly, since you want to fight, I'll keep you company. The surrounding people went crazy. Why was the Chaos Quasi-Emperor so angry? Could it be? They looked at the battlefield in front of them and had a thought in their minds. Could it be that the person who screamed just now was Han Tian? Only such a situation could make a Quasi-Emperor so angry. Heavens, Han Tian was injured. Such an attack must have seriously injured him. Could it be that he was going to be defeated? Impossible, how could His Highness be defeated? The experts of the Chaos tribe roared crazily. Their faces were pale as they couldn't accept it. That was their Chaos physique, the strongest bloodline. If they were defeated, it would be a huge blow to them. On the other side, the Purple Mansion's Mansion Master also frowned. This was impossible, the Chaos physique and the super strong bloodline turned into the Chaos Divine Axe. With such strength, he shouldn't be defeated. As for the others, such as Yi Wudao, Gu Feng, Kuan Pingzi, Fire Qilin, and the others. Their eyes were also shining with a cold light. Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. The other sacred lords gasped. The young genius had already grown to such a level. There weren't many people who could suppress him in the future. At this moment, the storm in front of them gradually disappeared. The light was no longer as dazzling. Everyone looked up. They wanted to see the scene in front of them clearly. The next moment, they were dumbfounded. They realized that the two people in front of them had separated. Lin Xian stood there like a peerless divine sword. On the other side, the Chaos Divine Axe that Han Tian had turned into cracked. Chaos blood dripped from it, and his internal organs were badly damaged. Everyone gasped. He was really injured, and seriously injured. At this moment, Han Tian's body shook, and he regained his human form. His face was extremely ugly. How could it be? He had used his super strong physique and the Chaos Divine Axe. He could have defeated everything, but now he was seriously injured. This was a huge blow to him. On the other side, Lin Xian was like a sword god. He said coldly. I said that you are no match for me. My attack is the real offensive sacred art. One stained the sky with blood, while the other was as mighty as the sword god. The outcome of the battle had already been decided. Han Tian gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared ahead. The great dragon sword soul, damn it, is this the legendary offensive sacred technique? Damn it, the power that the other party can unleash is too strong. It actually surpassed his divine axe. He was unwilling to accept this. Damn it, he felt a wave of regret when he thought of this. If he didn't use his avatar in the beginning, he would have killed Lin Xian the moment he met him. Then, Lin Xian wouldn't have had the chance to grow to such a level. It was all because of his carelessness. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Because of his arrogance, he gave his opponent a chance to grow. Now, he could only lose. But he was unwilling to accept this. Ah, he roared at the sky as his black hair danced wildly. I'm unwilling to accept this. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if he was unwilling? Who in this world would be willing to accept defeat? However, only the strong could go on forever. You've lost, so you can go to hell. He slashed forward again. The terrifying sword chi swept across the world and everyone's scalp went numb. The pupils of the Hundan tribe's experts constricted. Damn it, Lin Wudi. You still dare to attack? Lin Xian's expression was extremely cold. This battle was about to decide the outcome of the battle. Slash, he became one with the sword and once again erupted with monstrous power. He slashed out with his sword and sent Hun Tian flying. Hun Tian's body was sent flying. He was already severely injured, so how could he block this sword? His broken body couldn't be completely merged because of the invincible power. Sacred blood kept dripping from his body. Ah, Hun Tian let out a miserable shriek as his soul became dim and lifeless. He could die at any time. Damn it, how dare you! The Hundan tribe's experts roared crazily. Ancestor, they looked at the Hundan quasi-emperor. The Hundan quasi-emperor also said coldly, go to hell, Ant. He pointed at Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. Lord Alcohol also attacked at this time. You've tried to assassinate me again and again. Are you looking down on me? That's fine too. Let's decide the victor today. Lord Alcohol's devouring vortex engulfed the Chaos Emperor. The two quasi-emperors instantly charged toward the nine heavens. Without the threat of the quasi-emperor, Lin Xian quickly charged towards Hun Tian. No! How dare you! The holy master of the Hundan tribe roared in a frenzy. A terrifying chaos treasure pagoda suppressed the heavens and earth. However, Lin Xian executed shadowless heaven's net and was fast to the extreme. At this moment, he had turned into a dragon sword and swept in all directions. That power was really too strong. Even the divine ancestor coughed up blood and was sent flying. However, there were too many sacred sovereigns around. The Purple Mansion Master and the Golden Crow tribe's sacred leader both attacked. However, Lin Xian also had quite a few holy lords on his side. The old ancestors of the Tao, the experts of the Heavenly Court and the experts of the Nebula Immortal Foundation all made their moves. The scene was extremely terrifying. Buzz, at this moment, the void shattered and three battle swords charged over, directly attacking Lin Xian's back. This was a spatial divine ability. This attack was too sudden. It came and went like a ghost, making it impossible to guard against. Lin Xian felt the battle swords behind him. He suddenly turned around and waved the dragon sword. It directly tore the three battle swords apart. At the same time, he charged into the void. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword flew into the void and directly attacked the elder of the Gu family. Seeing this scene, the elder's pupils constricted and he wanted to escape. However, in the next moment, he was pierced through by the sword and was nailed to the void. Was this the power of the great dragon sword soul? It was indeed an offensive sacred art. He died in despair. The Destiny tribe's divine ancestor formed hand seals and transformed into a world of good and evil that continuously enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body shook and he almost fell from the sky. The Destiny tribe's divine ancestor smiled. Great, watch me send you to hell forever. Half of the world instantly turned into a pitch-black hell that wanted to swallow Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian let out a roar. The great dragon sword soul erupted again. At this moment, it turned into a 10,000-meter-long divine sword and directly split the hell. The Destiny tribe's divine ancestor was also split in half. Roar, Lin Xian roared. He used the power of the sword world. The terrifying power of the world poured into the great dragon sword. The sharp aura of the great dragon sword instantly skyrocketed. Slash, with a slash of the sword, the experts who wanted to get close were all sent flying. They were horrified. The power of this sword was stronger than before. This guy was going to fully recover. Great Dragon Sword Soul, damn it, Hun Tian's face also became incomparably ugly. He threw out the Chaos Treasure Pagoda and Chaos Shield. Even the Chaos World tried to resist. However, it was useless. Under this sword, they were all shattered. No, I'm not willing. I don't want to die, he roared crazily, but he was completely enveloped by the sword. Boom, the dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, the experts of the dragon tribe also felt a huge suppression. Everyone could feel a peerless sword chi streaking across their souls. Then, the world became quiet because they realized that Hun Tian's soul had disappeared. They turned their heads and saw a cloud of blood mist. 2 halves of a body fell from the sky. It was Hun Tian. He was dead. They couldn't sense his vitality anymore, the sacred lords exclaimed one after another. No. Below, the experts of the Hundun tribe roared crazily. Their eyes were bleeding. They couldn't bear it. That was the Hundun body, their hope for the future. But now, he had actually been killed by someone. Kill him, kill Lin Wudi. Avenge His Highness, the experts of the Hundun tribe rushed out crazily, and all kinds of sacred weapons flew out. The Hundun Quasi-Emperor in the 9 heavens also roared. He stretched out a foot and stomped down in the air like a giant spiritual god. At this moment, the world was shattered. The surrounding sacred lords all vomited blood and were sent flying. It was too terrifying. Once a Quasi-Emperor was angry, no one could fight against him. However, Lord Alcohol was calm. He slashed out with a black sword light and cut off the foot. And engulfed it. The next moment, Lord Alcohol's voice sounded. Lin Xian, well done. You don't have to worry about the Quasi-Emperor's revenge. I'll help you hold this Quasi-Emperor back so that he can't come out in a short time. As for the others, I believe you can fight them. With that, Lord Alcohol completely transformed into a black divine sword and enveloped the Hundun Quasi-Emperor. The next moment, the 2 of them shattered the void and disappeared. Damn it, the Hundun Quasi-Emperor let out an indignant roar. However, he was swallowed by the black vortex and didn't appear. Patriarch. The experts of the Hundun tribe roared crazily. Did their patriarch disappear? Damn it, the experts of the Purple Mansion sect were also gnashing their teeth. It seemed that the 2 Quasi-Emperors wouldn't be able to determine the winner in a short time. However, this was also a good opportunity. It meant that Lin Wudi didn't have a Quasi-Emperor behind him. This was a good opportunity to kill him. With a roar, the Purple Mansion sect experts appeared one after another. The other experts also attacked. They decided to join forces to kill Lin Xian here. The death of the Chaos Dual Crown King shocked countless people. The impact of the fall of such a young supreme being was too terrifying. However, something even more shocking happened. They decided to kill Lin Xian as well. Lin Xian's face was pale. The battle with Hun Tian had consumed a lot of his energy, and he was also injured. Coupled with the shocking sword strike at the end, his body was indeed weak. However, when he saw this scene, his expression turned gloomy and cold. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? He waved his hand and directly shot out the heaven-devouring jar. Everyone, let's fight. The people of the heavenly court had long been experienced in dealing with the patriarchs of the Tao. When they saw this scene, they directly channeled their power into the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar erupted with light and shot out a ray of light. In an instant, hundreds of saints screamed and turned into a bloody mist. When the others saw this, their hair stood on end and they quickly used their extreme weapons. They retreated frantically, and the 10,000 dragons picture appeared and swept across heaven and earth. Everyone provided their power to block the heaven-devouring jar. Then, an ancient void mirror appeared out of thin air, and the power of the void tore heaven and earth apart. Many people on Lin Xian's side vomited blood, and their bodies shattered and turned into a bloody mist. At this moment, the Yi family's heaven and earth cauldron appeared. Yi Wudao seemed to have transformed into a god. The immortal king phantom behind him held the heaven and earth cauldron and swept through the area. He fought against the void realm. As soon as these extreme weapons appeared, they froze heaven and earth. Everyone's hair stood on end as they frantically channeled their power. At this moment, Lin Xian took out the quasi-emperor's corpse. He said coldly, "Whoever wants to die, come out. I'll fulfill your wish." Seeing the quasi-emperor's corpse, everyone's hair stood on end. They knew that Lin Xian couldn't use his Rinnegan because he had summoned the reincarnation sword. However, who knew if he still had any trump cards? If he could use this quasi-emperor's corpse to sweep through all directions, then he would be invincible. Retreat! The people of the Golden Crow clan roared. The people of the Twin of Destiny clan also retreated. Gufeng gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. The people of the Purple Mansion also had cold expressions. They were also preparing to retreat. The people of the Primal Chaos clan roared. No. Join hands and take him down. The leader of the Z government shook his head. Unless they had an absolute advantage, they wouldn't be able to win. But from the looks of it, we didn't. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. At this point, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly. Lin Wuti, you don't have to be so arrogant. Although you killed Han Tian, you're just a double champion. Let me tell you a secret. Our Violet Palace has the Triple Crown King. Although he was sleeping now, it wouldn't take long for him to appear. The first thing he will do when he appears is to kill you. Enjoy your last moments. After saying that, the Purple Mansion's mansion master turned around and left with his people. The surrounding people were shocked. What? The Purple Mansion also had the existence of the Triple Crown King. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that both Lin Xian and Han Tian were double champions. Both of them were already so terrifying. How terrifying was the Triple Crown champion? The sacred races felt their scalps go numb. Did such a person really exist? Lin Xian and the others looked even more serious. Damn it, the people of the Hun Dun clan roared crazily. Now that these experts had retreated, they didn't have any extreme weapons in their hands. They could only leave unwillingly. Lin Wuti, just you wait. We will definitely take revenge for His Highness. When our quasi-emperor ancestor returns, it will be the time of your death. Lin Xian sneered. Han Tian deserved to die. You want a quasi-emperor to kill me? Stop dreaming. He trusted Lord Alcohol very much. Since Lord Alcohol said that he could restrain the other party, he didn't have to worry. The enemies retreated. The Heavenly Court, Nebula Immortal Platform, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's face was pale, and his body swayed. Morong Qingqing and the others hurried over to support Lin Xian. Quickly take Big Brother Xian away. They soared into the sky and left. News of this spread out, sweeping in all directions. It wasn't just the entire Yuhua ancient city that knew. It also spread out. The true spirit world, the buried Emperor Star, and the other worlds all knew about it. What? A double crown king had fallen? That was impossible. The double crown king was in existence even more terrifying than the imperial prince. Moreover, this double crown king was even more extraordinary. That was the primal chaos physique of the primal chaos race. The primal chaos race was a race that created the world. Not to mention the primal chaos physique. The primal chaos physique was the strongest bloodline in the primal chaos race. Who did it? Could it be that he was killed by an extreme weapon? No, it was Lin Wuti who killed him. What? Lin Wuti, that name was like thunder to everyone's ears. Previously, he had killed the Dragon Prince. Now, he had killed the Double Crown King. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Following that, more details about the battle were revealed. 2 quasi-emperors attacked, countless sacred lords attacked, and 4 extreme weapons confronted each other. All of this was because of Lin Xian. Things happened one after another, leaving everyone dumbstruck. The myriad worlds in the heavens were in an uproar. On the other side, the primal chaos race was in an uproar when they heard about it. They all knelt down and cried. Their most promising genius had fallen just like that. They issued a kill order. The 9 heavens and 10 earths had to kill Lin Wuti. As for the Zifu, the 1,000 Dragons Imperial Court, and the others, their hearts were heavy. Lin Xian's growth was really too fast. Who could suppress him in the future? When the Divine Union and the others heard about it, they cheered. Their leader, Lin Wuti, had taken another step forward. The other spectators were also amazed. This was a battle between gods. This was definitely the most exciting battle in the past 10,000 years. Both of them had the talent of a great emperor. It was just that Lin Wuti was better. There was probably no one who could stop Lin Wuti. Some people were shocked. In the future, he was very likely to become a great emperor, or at least a quasi-emperor. Some people also said that before the Zifu left, he had said something ruthless. The Zifu had a sleeping triple crown king. This was an even more terrifying existence. If this news was true, then Lin Wuti was still in danger. Triple crown king. Heavens, what kind of power was this? It was hard to imagine. Everyone was shocked. Some people also said that other than Han Tian, there were opponents. For example, Yao Guang, who cultivated the demonic sky-devouring skill, was unfathomable. She was growing faster. There was also the emperor of the Qilin race, the Fire Qilin, who was also a double crown king. He hid it very well. As for the other princes and princesses, if they had a heaven-defying opportunity, they would definitely be able to break through instantly. It was not that they did not have a chance. In an instant, everyone was talking about it. However, the most talked about was Lin Xian. After all, he had created one legend after another. Along the way, he had indeed made everyone look up to him. At this moment, Lin Xian had already entered the sword world and was recovering with all his might. Although he had also been injured in this battle, his condition was much better than Han Tian's. As long as he had enough power, he would be able to completely recover to his peak. At the same time, in the universe, another matter was discovered. The Han Tian tribe returned with Han Tian's corpse, but they were attacked halfway. Damn it, who is it? Is it Lin Wuti? They don't want to let us go, the Hundun tribe's experts roared crazily. They were on the verge of collapse. After all, Han Tian's death was a huge blow to them. Now that they had returned with their corpses, someone had tried to assassinate them. What were they trying to do? Damn it, do they really think that the Hundun tribe is easy to bully? Even if the ancestor isn't here, we can still sweep through everything. The sacred masters were furious. They displayed their powerful strength, shattering the sky and earth. However, a cold laugh came from the void. Then, it turned into a terrifying vortex and charged over. It attacked the Hundun tribe's experts. Not good, it's the devouring quasi-emperor. They thought of Lord Alcohol, but in the next moment, they realized that it wasn't him. There was no emperor's aura, and the devouring quasi-emperor should be with their ancestor. Then who was it? Was it the sky-devouring jar? No, it wasn't Lin Wuti's aura. They thought of another possibility, the demonic sky-devouring art. Damn it, you're a light-shaking realm expert, and you want to devour our chaos physique, damn it, they roared crazily, and these people sped up. A few other experts stayed behind, preparing to kill the light-shaking realm experts. However, the light-shaking realm experts appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and their spatial abilities were superb. They dodged these attacks for a while. Damn it, this demonic sky-devouring art is too extraordinary. He has the Gu clan's ability. We have to be careful. The void in front of them shattered, and a man in cotton clothes walked out. He had a handsome face. He blocked the way. Hand over the chaos physique, and I can spare your lives. With just you? The three sacred masters walked out, their faces incomparably cold. Light-shaking realm, although you're a young genius and have cultivated the demonic sky-devouring art, it's still too early for you to fight against us. Get lost immediately, or we'll destroy your soul. They were murderous. Han Tian was already dead, but the other party didn't even let go of his corpse. How could they tolerate it? Han Tian sneered, unmoved. He spoke to the void. Don't you think it's time for you to make a move? When the surrounding people heard this, their pupils constricted. Damn it, could it be that the other party had helpers? They looked around cautiously. However, they didn't find any experts. The primal chaos sacred leader snorted coldly. Do you think we'll believe you? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Don't worry, I promise to give you the primal chaos body. Why would I go back on my word? The experts of the Hundun tribe turned pale when they heard the voice. Not good, let's go. The other party really had helpers. However, it was already too late. In the next moment, an illusory soul flew out. He stepped on the sky and swept through the world. It was the remnant soul of 9 firmaments quasi-earth. Although it was only a remnant soul, its vast emperor's aura swept out. Countless people cried out in surprise. Great Emperor, no, it was a quasi-emperor. This light-shaking realm cultivator actually had a half-emperor by his side. Damn it, this man was as terrible as Lin Wudi, and he was even better at hiding. No, it's not a complete quasi-emperor. It's just a wisp of his soul. A sacred ancestor gritted his teeth. Remnant soul? Do you think you can contend against them? Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao sneered. In the next moment, his emperor's aura swept out in all directions. Those sacred ancestors resisted with all their might, but they were still sent flying backward while vomiting blood. In the next moment, they froze in the void, their faces filled with despair. They let out a roar of pain. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao said, "Hurry up and do it. I can't hold on for too long. I'm very weak now." Speaking of this, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Damn Sakura. If he hadn't sealed me, I wouldn't have been so weak now. With his true strength, he could kill these sacred ancestors with just a glance. However, he couldn't do it now. One could only imagine how weak he was right now. Yao Guang, however, moved quickly. He charged forward. There was an ancient coffin there. Inside the coffin of chaos was Han Tian's corpse. Yao Guang immediately opened the coffin of chaos and kept the soul inside. I got it. Let's go. He flew into the distance. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao sneered. He formed a seal with his fingers and activated a great emperor's mystique. It was a soul technique. In the next moment, the Hundan tribe elite screamed in agony. The souls of the saints were destroyed, and the sacred ancestors vomited blood. They fell on their backs. No, Your Highness. They roared crazily. However, they no longer had the chance to fight back. Quasi-Emperor Jiao Shao and Yao Guang's figures gradually disappeared. News of what happened next also spread. When the people of the Hundan tribe who came to help found that the Hundan physique had disappeared, they all went crazy. Who did it? There were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Only a few sacred ancestors were still alive. They asked. However, the situation of these sacred ancestors was even more strange. 2 of them had gone crazy. They couldn't tell what happened at all. The other 2 looked terrified. Every time they wanted to tell the truth, their souls would split open. That torture made them hover between life and death. In the end, the people of the Hundan tribe didn't know who did it. Who stole the Hundan physique? Damn it, someone is targeting our Hundan tribe. Let's go back and wait for the sacred ancestors to return. These people were facing a great enemy. If the sacred ancestors were so injured, the person who did it must be very terrifying. They didn't dare to be careless and went back. When this matter spread, it caused an uproar. For a moment, countless people were guessing who dared to steal the Hundan physique. Could it be that Lin Wudi wanted to kill them all? Some people guessed. Some people shook their heads. It was impossible. If Lin Wudi wanted to make a move, he would have done it at that time. Some people said, could it be that Yao Guang, he cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art? When these words came out, the others' expressions were solemn. A few top-notch experts were extremely worried. This light-shaking realm cultivator was extremely strange. If he obtained the primal chaos body, if he had the Hundan physique, then who knew how far he would grow? It was very likely that he would be even more terrifying than the double-crowned king, Han Tian. This was a peerless enemy. Of course, this was just a guess. No one had evidence that Han Tian had stolen the Hundan physique. Some people guessed that other experts wanted to study the Hundan physique's bloodline. For a moment, there were all kinds of guesses. When the news reached Lin Xian and the others, Yan Ruyu, the Crimson Dragon, and the others were shocked. However, there was no evidence, so this matter could only be dropped. In the sword world, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he had recovered about half of his strength. Most importantly, he had stabilized his foundation. As long as his foundation was fine, the rest were just minor injuries. Congratulations, kid. The Crimson Dragon flew in. You have killed a strong enemy again, but there are a lot of things I have to tell you. He told everyone about the theft of the Hundun physique. After Lin Xian heard this, his pupils shrank. Damn it, it was the Yao Guang. Are you sure? The dark red divine flame asked. The people outside were all guessing, but there was no evidence. Some people even guessed that it was some other expert who wanted to study the secrets of the Primal Chaos clan. Lin Xian shook his head. He said, "No, I'm sure. It's the light-shaking realm." He always felt a sense of danger when it came to the light-shaking realm. He felt that this person would definitely be a peerless enemy in the future. Although he had defeated the other party last time, he did not kill him. As for the demonic heaven-devouring art that the other party cultivated, as long as he found a suitable expert to devour, then his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. If the other party devoured the primal chaos body and grew up, he would definitely be an even more terrifying existence than Hun Tian. Thinking of this, his face turned cold. It seemed that if he met the other party in the future, he could not give the other party a chance to escape. He had to kill the other party. He slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate to recover. Outside, the news of Lin Xian killing the Double Crown King was still sweeping through the universe. Many large clans and sects were shocked. The ancients and emperors were also shocked. However, that was not the only thing. There were also some powerhouses who were in deep slumber. At this moment, they finally opened their eyes and woke up. They could not help it. They were really too shocked. The Double Crown King was already a very powerful expert. Moreover, he was so young. Such a person's future was limitless. One had to know that he was an existence that surpassed the emperor's children. Even if he encountered a divine ancestor, he would be able to contend with him. Not only that, but even a few sacred masters might not be able to kill a Double Crown King. But now? Lin Xian had done it and killed a Double Crown King. This was simply too shocking. This person was definitely a young great emperor. On a star filled with flames, a figure walked up from the ground. He still had a divine crystal on him. It was obvious that he was sealed. His gaze pierced through the 9 heavens. Had such a top genius appeared again? But so what? Back then, didn't Xia Jiuyo also dominate the world and was only one step away from becoming a great emperor? Wasn't he still injured by someone and had no chance of becoming a great emperor in the end? This time, we can also imitate the ancient times and injure Lin Wuti so that he has no chance of becoming a great emperor. In another star, a divine crystal also appeared, and a figure was sealed within it. It was a woman. She looked at the universe and frowned. Even the primal chaos body was destroyed. She wondered what happened to the quasi-emperor of the primal chaos race. Would he make a move? After all, a quasi-emperor should be able to sweep through everything. Divine crystals also flew out from another star. That person said. It was said that this quasi-emperor of the Hundun tribe had always been in seclusion, trying to break through to the great emperor realm. Now that something like this had happened, would it affect his heart of martial arts? Voices rang out one after another. These people were also incomparably terrifying. They even knew a lot about the legends of quasi-emperors. But when the real great emperor was mentioned, they all sighed. As for quasi-emperor and martial emperor, they were two different realms. A true great emperor could sweep through the universe with his might, but such a character was too difficult to find. Gradually, everyone realized that Lin Xian did not appear after that battle. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Could it be that Lin Wuti was also seriously injured in this battle? It was possible. After all, Hun Tian was not someone to be trifled with. Hun Tian had fallen, but it was not difficult to seriously injure Lin Wuti. Some people guessed that Lin Wuti's foundation had been damaged. If that was the case, Lin Wuti's martial arts path would be dangerous. Countless guesses were made. Some people even guessed that Lin Wuti had been seriously injured and had now fallen. Of course, no one had evidence, but such news had spread throughout the 9 heavens. For a moment, the people of the Divine Union were worried again. However, they were relieved that no one dared to make a move against them for the time being. Indeed, although these enemies were gnashing their teeth at Lin Xian, last time, Lin Xian had been hit by an extreme weapon in the sun. They all thought that he had fallen. In the end, a few years later, Lin Xian had come out alive. Therefore, this time unless they saw Lin Xian fall with their own eyes, they would not make a move. Otherwise, they would not dare to make a move rashly. There were many legends about Lin Xian, but some strange scenes appeared in the universe. In the vast starry sky, there was a flaming star. Suddenly, monstrous flames engulfed the universe. Then, a figure soared into the sky. This figure carried a powerful flame power that swept in all directions. Countless saber lights circled around his body. It was as if the blade god had been resurrected. Those who passed by were dumbfounded when they saw this, as if they had been struck by lightning. Someone exclaimed, "How could this person's aura be so strong? It had already surpassed the Emperor's son. Why do I feel that he is not weaker than Hun Tian? Oh my god, this can't be a double champion, right? Impossible!" Exclamations rang out one after another. However, this scene was still recorded by someone using an array formation and spread throughout the universe. Finally, an older generation expert cried out in alarm. Was this person the Hui Yunchu from back then? Some young geniuses were unfamiliar with this name. However, some divine ancestors narrowed their eyes. Could this be Hui Yunchu, who was known as Sky Blade? He was actually still alive. Through the array formation, they could see that he had a sealed divine crystal on him back then. It seemed like he had chosen to seal himself in sleep for all these years. Now, he had actually appeared. In the cold universe, the void suddenly split open, and then a figure walked out. He also had a sealed divine crystal on him. In the next moment, they all disappeared, and a monstrous aura swept in all directions. This person held a large black flag. As he waved it, monstrous winds and clouds swept across. It caused some people in the nearby starry sky to fall one after another. Hey Chi! It was actually him. This person was also incredible. One man and one flag, he swept across heaven and earth. He was so powerful that the geniuses of the same generation could not raise their heads at all. No one was a match for him. This person had also chosen to be sealed back then. Unexpectedly, he had also come out now. This was also a double champion. In addition to these two people, several other figures appeared in the starry sky of the universe. These people had all been sealed and sleeping, and they had only come out now. Not only that, but even two figures walked out of the true spirit world. These two people had also fallen into a deep slumber here. One of them was holding a battle spear and wearing battle armor, looking mighty and extraordinary. The other person was carrying a thunder hammer on his back. He was like a thunder god descending to the world, piercing through the 9 heavens. Xiaoying. Thunder King. He was also a double champion. The appearance of these people once again caused the universe to fall into shock. Heavens, why are there so many double crown champions? One had to know that there were only 3 double champions that they knew so far. Lin Xian, the dead Hun Tian, and the fire Qilin. However, there were too many of them now. The appearance of these powerhouses shocked the entire universe. Were there so many double crown champions? However, some of the older generation experts explained that they were not from this era. They were from the previous era, or even the era before that. They had no hope of becoming emperors back then, so they had chosen to seal themselves in sleep. In order to find a suitable opportunity to awaken. Now, it seems like our generation should be the best era. These sleeping powerhouses have awakened. Everyone gasped when they heard this. The best era, they were pale and on the verge of fainting. Being in the same era as such powerhouses made them despair. However, some people were excited, as they had no hope to begin with. Only Lin Xian and a few others had any hope. Now that a few more powerhouses had appeared, the battle would definitely be more exciting. Such a scene was rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. How could they not be excited when they saw it now? The people from the emperor race were also shocked. Even the emperor's sons felt immense pressure. All along, their bloodlines had been the strongest, high and mighty, looking down on everyone. However, Lin Xian had appeared and killed the emperor's sons. Then, the double crown champions had appeared and suppressed them. Now, several double crown champions had appeared in succession, making them despair. Could it be that they were going to be defeated forever? Some powerhouses from the emperor race said. They had appeared because there was a chance to become emperors in this era. I think it's because of the news about Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi's limelight was too great. he had first killed the Dragon Prince. Now, he had killed the chaotic Double Crown champion, which made the other Double Crown champions terrified. After all, no matter how strong they were, it would not be easy for them to kill the other Double Crown champions. However, Lin Xian had done it. They had probably come out of seclusion because of Lin Xian. Voices of discussion rang out once again. What happened next was even more shocking. On the night of the full moon, the Path sect of the Holy Abyss ancient city was attacked. A figure descended from the sky and a huge hand covered the entire Divine Union. It wanted to destroy it. The people of the Divine Union vomited mouthfuls of blood. The Divine Union array formation. At the critical moment, the savage wilderness patriarch took action and forced the enemy back. However, that figure was too mysterious. Even now, no one knew who it was. However, it wasn't over yet. True Spirit World and Deity Palace were also under attack. A mysterious man slashed out with his sword, almost splitting the entire temple into two halves. After all, the Divine Palace was extraordinary. There was a formation left behind by Xiaojiu, which blocked the sword. In fact, the spirit formation even began to counterattack and beat back the enemy. The crowd was in an uproar. First, it was the Divine Union. Now, it was the Sacred Hall. After all, Lin Xian was the one standing behind these two forces. Could it be that someone was going to attack Lin Xian? This was a test. If Lin Xian didn't come out when the Divine Union and the Sacred Hall were attacked, that meant that Lin Xian was seriously injured. Or perhaps, he had already fallen. Next, these people would be able to attack without restraint. For a moment, the universe was shaken. Who exactly was it? 10,000 Dragons Court? The Chaotic Clan? Or would it be the new double champions, in Yuhua Ancient City? Morong Qingqing and the others frowned when they heard the news. They discussed and prepared for a while before returning. Lin Xian was still recovering in seclusion. However, they weren't worried. There weren't many people who could threaten Lin Xian now. Unless it was a boundary emperor or one of those terrifying extreme weapons. The Crimson Dragon and the others discussed and left to return to their respective sections. After all, no one knew where the enemy would attack next. Sure enough, someone attacked the dragon tribe of the Black Sea. The Crimson Dragon transformed into a dragon blade and fought a great battle. Although he was defeated, his fighting strength was still shocking. He was also a big shot. Although he couldn't compare to the double champion, he was strong enough to contend with the Emperor's son. Even more shocking was Shen Jingqiu's battle. Shen Jingqiu was actually able to contend with the mysterious enemy. The power she displayed was very terrifying. In particular, the figure in the golden vortex that she had summoned made even the top geniuses feel numb. What exactly was Shen Jingqiu cultivating? Some sacred lords also took a cold breath. Forbidden martial arts. This was definitely a forbidden martial art like the demonic heaven-devouring skill. In addition to Shen Jingqiu, Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu also displayed powerful strength that shocked everyone. These were all people around Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian hadn't appeared yet, the people around him were enough to sweep through everything. These people were all from the Divine Union. The Divine Union was an alliance that covered many families and sections. Now, there were so many young top geniuses. The number of these geniuses was probably even more than the Emperor clan. Inside the Sword World, Lin Xian was still cultivating. Endless power was gathering in his body. Lin Xian had a lot of natural treasures in his hands. There were countless spiritual herbs growing in the Four Spirit Valley, which were much more effective than those outside. In addition, there was the sacred spring of life under the heavenly tree. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal for Lin Xian to recover. At this moment, his injuries had already healed. However, he didn't stop cultivating. This battle was considered a pinnacle battle. Hun Tian was indeed the strongest expert he had encountered so far. After all, his physique surpassed the existence of the nine-yang divine body. Moreover, his bloodline could transform into the chaotic divine X. Although he won this battle, it also brought him a crisis. In this battle, he felt that he was about to break through his bottleneck. In the following year, Lin Xian spent all his time cultivating. He absorbed endless power. On this day, a rumbling sound came from his body. Then, lightning fell from the sky and turned into a sea of lightning. It drowned him. Lin Xian roared and fought against it. 3 months later, he walked out of the sea of lightning. The aura on his body was stronger than before. The Hellfire Dragon was also surprised. He broke through. Middle stage Great Sage. He didn't expect this pinnacle battle to bring so many benefits to Lin Xian. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. He had broken through a level. In that case, his strength had greatly increased compared to before. Naturally, he was happy. Then, he spent another half a year to stabilize his realm. Lin Xian used the Rinnegan again. The Rinnegan had endless magical uses. It could actually summon the Samsara sword. Although it was just an illusion, it still shocked him greatly. Not only with the current power in his soul, he could only summon it once. Even if he broke through, it would be difficult to summon it a second time. However, its power was absolutely terrifying. Of course, other than summoning the Samsara sword, the Rinnegan had other magical uses. 6 paths of reincarnation, each path had a different use. However, with only one eye, Lin Xian could only master the 3 paths of heaven, earth, and man. The stars in Lin Xian's eyes disappeared. The power of Samsara kept appearing. After studying for more than a year, he stood up. Counting the time, 3 years had passed. He didn't know what had happened outside in these 3 years. He felt that it was time to go out. When he came out, only the Toad and Madame Purple Star were waiting for him. What about the others? Lin Xian asked. The Toad jumped over and briefly recounted what had happened in the past 3 years. Lin Woody's face sank. Someone had dared to attack the Divine Union and the Sacred Hall. Were they testing him? Humph. He snorted coldly. Fortunately, Morong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon, and the others had returned. Now, these people could take care of themselves, so he wasn't worried. Lin Gongzi, your aura. Madame Purple Star was even more shocked. She could now feel that Lin Xian's aura had become even stronger than before. The Toad also exclaimed. He had broken through, right? This was too unbelievable. Little White also flew over and blinked her big eyes. Congratulations on breaking through. Lin Xian smiled and gave the little girl some spirit fruits. Then, he said, that's right, I have broken through. Therefore, those enemies who want to attack me are probably in despair. The Hall Master of the Nebula Immortal platform also came personally. When he saw that Lin Xian had not only recovered from his injuries, but his cultivation base had also improved, his face was full of joy. Great! It seemed like they had made the right choice in choosing Lin Xian. Your Highness, what do you plan to do next? They asked. Lin Xian said, let's go out and take a look. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry to leave. After all, he had just broken through and gained a new understanding of the Great Path. Therefore, he felt that there was still a mysterious aura in the Yuhua ancient city. He wanted to comprehend it here. Your Highness, you have to be careful. Some very powerful experts have appeared recently. They seem to be coming for you. Lin Xian nodded. Then, they took a few black robes and put them on to cover their faces. The group walked out. The Toad and Little White had already run away. Madame Purple Star followed Lin Xian. The Yuhua ancient city was very big. After they left, they went to an ancient temple. Lin Xian was there, comprehending the mysterious aura and great path. At this moment, he frowned and turned his head to look into the distance. There was a fight. Not long after, Purple Star also felt it. He found that a few auras were rushing over here. It was obvious that someone was being hunted. Lin Xian ignored him. Battles happened every day. If they weren't directed at him, he wouldn't care. But not long after, Purple Star frowned. He said that he felt an aura that was very familiar. He seems to be someone from our 9-star Immortal Foundation. Someone with a 9-star Immortal Foundation? Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian and Yi Zichen walked forward. Not long after, they saw people fighting up ahead. 3 people besieging 1 person? Furthermore, it was a young man. At this moment, his body was stained with blood and his face was full of wounds. Brat, don't wait anymore. Hand over the item obediently. How could you possibly be a match for us? The young man gritted his teeth. Don't even think about it. This jade pendant was given to me by Big Brother Purple Star. He asked me to take care of it, so how could I hand it over to you? I absolutely cannot let down Big Brother Purple Star. What Big Brother Purple Star? He actually dared to stand together with Lin Wudy. He died a few years ago. Why should you lose your life for a dead man? The three people around him sneered. Lin Xian, who had rushed over, saw this scene and immediately narrowed his eyes. Purple Star, who was at the side, was furious. His killing intent instantly emerged. You're courting death, he rushed out recklessly. The few people fighting in front turned their heads. In the next moment, they saw a black-robed man rushing over. Who are you? The three experts shouted coldly. You dare to interfere with the matters of our 9-star Immortal Foundation? Scram, are you worthy of being a 9-star Immortal Foundation? Purple Star's face was incomparably cold. Killing intent emerged from his body. Then, he suddenly attacked. A huge hand covered the sky, with starlight on it, instantly piercing through heaven and earth. One of them was smashed into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. The expressions of the other two also changed. You're courting death. They were furious. Purple Star's black robe was lifted, revealing his true face. You guys can try. Big Brother Purple Star. It's you. The injured young man cried out in surprise when he saw this scene. He was really too happy. He didn't expect Big Brother Purple Star to be alive. The other two were dumbfounded. You're not dead, this is impossible, let's go. The two of them turned around and fled. However, Purple Star roared angrily. The galaxy blade light soared into the sky and slashed forward. It instantly killed the two of them. Although the two in front were also experts, Purple Star was a young powerhouse. At this moment, how could the two of them withstand his full-strength attack? Ziyu, what's going on? Why are you being chased by a 9-star Immortal Foundation expert? Madam Purple Star frowned tightly. Big Brother, you don't know. In the shocking battle 3 years ago, you followed Lin Wudy. Then, Lin Wudy and the others disappeared, and you didn't appear for 3 years. Everyone guessed that you were already dead. Therefore, the power of the 9-star Immortal Foundation changed. Chen Mu obtained the support of the Sky Snake clan and recruited a few experts, so his strength became stronger and stronger. Therefore, they attacked the people of our bloodline. First, they suppressed us and snatched our resources. Later, they finally shed all pretense of cordiality and began to chase us. This time, they want Big Brother Purple Star's treasure vault, so they chased me and snatched the jade pendant in my hand. Purple Star was instantly furious after hearing this. That jade pendant was the key to opening the array. That's why Ziyu was being chased. Damn it. Chenmu was so arrogant. Didn't the others care? Ziyu sighed. How could he care? The 9-star princess couldn't do it either. Besides, our Immortal Foundation went against Lin Wudy. Lin Wudy even killed our Hall Master. Big Brother, you followed Lin Wudy. We're already very lucky that we weren't killed directly. Damn it. Purple Star's eyes turned red. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over from behind and patted Purple Star's shoulder. Don't worry, your bloodline won't flow in vain. From now on, I'll let you control the 9-star Immortal Foundation. Ziyu was stunned. He looked at the black-robed man in front of him with a face full of shock. Who was this person? He dared to say such big words. One had to know that the new Hall Master of the 9-star Immortal Foundation was an expert of Chen Mu's bloodline. He was a divine ancestor. Where did this black-robed man get his strength from? He had a face full of doubt. However, Purple Star said respectfully. Thank you, young master. Ziyu, who was at the side, was stunned. His big brother actually believed such big words, it was too unbelievable. However, Purple Star said, Ziyu, this is Lin Gongzi, Lin Wudy. Hurry up and greet him. Ziyu's mind was instantly dumbfounded. Lin Wudy, these 3 words were like thunder, leaving him dumbfounded. The black-robed man in front of him was the legendary Lin Wudy. Now he finally understood why the other party dared to say such big words. Why did his big brother believe him? Because the other party was Lin Wudy. End of chapter 53:13. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.